Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 574 to Chapter 632. Faced with Miss Justice's pleasing greeting, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he nodded slightly in response. Just as he was about to introduce Madame Hermit to everyone and introduce everyone to her, he realized that Miss Justice didn't stop. Instead, she turned her gaze to the side. "Good afternoon, Mr. the Hanging Man." This time, she didn't follow the order of the tarot cards, but followed the order of entry. After this round of greetings, Madame Hermit will get to know everyone. There's no need for Mr. Fool to introduce them. Miss Justice is clearly doing it on purpose. How thoughtful. As long as a Beyonder in the spectator domain is serious, they're different in this aspect. Klein was first taken aback before he came to a realization and secretly marveled. At the same time, the Hanging Man Alger responded to Audrey's greeting as he cautiously sized up the new member. She's a woman. I can barely tell that she's wearing a black robe with many patterns on it. Her hair is black, and her eyes are a little purple. Alger barely managed to find something special from her blurry and distorted image. Suddenly, his heart sank as he recalled the scene he had seen at the pirate convention a few months ago. The scattered starlight had magically formed a long, resplendent bridge between the gigantic sailboat and the palace deep in the island. Dressed in a black warlock robe, Admiral of Stars Xianxia was strolling in midair, with an astral globe and a short scepter hanging by her waist. And the astral globe looked like the strange item that Alger had previously obtained that resembled the weather bottle. The latter had mysteriously and coincidentally shattered after he was pulled into the gathering by Mr. Fool. Could it be her? She looks a little similar. However, Admiral of Stars wears glasses, but she doesn't. I can't be sure. I'll need to continue observing and searching for evidence. Unfortunately, I only saw her from afar and don't know much. Regardless, I have to be careful. When exchanging information, I should try my best not to reveal any details that involve my true situation. The world is Mr. Fool's blessed. Letting him know of my identity is completely different from letting others, the other members know of it. After the matter with the sea god, Mr. Fool's strength has been greatly restored. He can even rope in a powerhouse at the pirate admiral level? The Hanging Man. Alger's thoughts flashed through his mind, and his sitting posture changed slightly. Mr. the Hanging Man's body language told me that he was very alert and on the defensive. Does he know the new lady, or has he guessed something? How curious. Audrey's gaze swept over without leaving a trace as she cast it at Sunday. At this moment, Xianxia was also carefully and seriously examining the tarot members according to the order in which they were greeted. The mysterious purple in her eyes slowly flowed in an imperceptible manner. Although she couldn't see through the blur and concealment, she could recognize the details of the other's clothes. The Hanging Man, a man in his 30s. His hair is rather messy, like seaweed. It's a rather rare dark blue color. This is a common mutation of the sailor pathway. He's wearing a robe with the patterns of storms and waves. Someone from the Church of the Storm? Xianxia's pupils constricted slightly as she looked away without revealing anything abnormal. She continued sizing up the other members. Son, a young man. Perhaps he's still underage. The style of his clothes is rare. It has a simple beauty to it. It's rather tight and suitable for combat. Is he a Beyonder in this aspect? The world isn't an old man, nor is he a youth. He has a gloomy bearing, and he's wearing a hooded robe. He feels like he's not a living person. Is he similar to Senor or Steel Mavedi? Or perhaps some other sequence that I'm not sure of. Magicians, a young woman. She wears a common Rouen-style dress. Apart from being a little languid, there's nothing special about her. Such people are the easiest to ignore, so I should pay more attention to them. The Moon, a young man. His sitting posture is very casual. He has black hair and red eyes. He wears a priest robe of Earth Mother. There's only one possibility for such a combination, a vampire. The members of Mr. Fool's tarot are indeed not simple. Just a preliminary judgment involves two major churches. Xianxia retracted her gaze and made eye contact with Justice Audrey, who happened to look over. Sensing the other party's intention, she nodded gently. The Hermit. Xianxia used ancient Fasak. She deliberately didn't use the language of Intis and Rouen that she was more accustomed to. It was the same when she conversed with Mr. Fool. Furthermore, she noticed a problem. Mr. Fool had previously informed her that the meeting time was 3 in the afternoon on Monday, Bakelin time. Does this mean that the members attending the gathering are mainly Ruan? Katlia had her own judgment on this. Justice, Audrey replied with a faint smile. Good afternoon, Ma'am Hermit. She had noticed the other party's actions and made a simple conclusion in her heart. A rather cautious lady with rich experience in the beyonder world. She's quiet but not introverted. She's very confident in her observation skills or certain abilities related to her eyes. And the style of her clothes and the short scepter hanging by her waist indicate that her sequence pathway is more mystical. This needs to be verified. Perhaps it's just a hobby. At the same time, Katlia also saw Miss Justice's clothes clearly. She wore 2 dangling earrings. The earrings were small and exquisite. They were inlaid with extremely high-quality emeralds, which complemented her green eyes very well. They were clearly worth a lot. The necklace around her neck has a unique style. It's adorned with innumerable diamonds, but it doesn't appear extravagant. Her beige waist-hugging dress is simple but beautiful. It's tailored and elegant, like the work of a master fashion designer. As details flashed past her eyes, Katlia couldn't help but close her eyes. A 17 or 18-year-old girl. Very rich. Her actions and bearing seemed to be a noble of high status. A Ruan noble? Katlia didn't know why she sighed inwardly. After a round of greetings from Audrey, there was no need for Klein to introduce them. The original members of Tarot all knew Ma'am Hermit, and they were also known to her. Just as they sat down, Audrey turned to the end of the long bronze table again. Mr. Fool, I've only managed to find 1 page of Roselle's diary when I'm out of town. At the last gathering, she had provided 2 pages. She was just short of 2 pages to pay off her debt, but being in the matter, she had only managed to find 1 page even though she often visited the city. In addition, due to the addition of the new member, Ma'am Hermit, she had been careful not to mention psychological alchemy, Bakeland, or East Chester County. Roselle's diary. Diary. Katlia couldn't help but quickly turn her head to look at Miss Justice. She clearly remembered that the tall and beautiful figure had once sighed. That's not a notebook. It's his diary, but no one other than him will be able to understand it. The members of Tarot know that Roselle's notebook is a diary? Mr. Fool is searching for Roselle's diary? He is trying to crack it to find the secrets hidden in that period of history? This is more like an awakened ancient god. Katlia's mind was filled with puzzlement and shock. She maintained her composure and only turned her head to observe the first transaction. After experiencing many things and slowly becoming one of the 7 pirate admirals, she knew that the most important thing she had to do when she first joined the Tarot was to listen more and speak less. Mr. Fool, I've obtained 3 pages, Magician's Fur said with a smile. It was sent along with a letter from Dorian Gray. At last week's gathering, she hadn't been able to provide a single page because her teacher hadn't replied and the weather was too cold, so she hadn't gone out to participate in the Beyonder gathering. Sun followed closely behind. Mr. Fool, I have a copy of a new Legend of the Ancient Gods. TSK, you're always using the Legend of the Ancient Gods to brush me off. Emlyn glanced at Sun in disdain. Suddenly, he thought of something. Although Sun claimed that the City of Silver worshipped the Lord that created everything, he had never hidden the influence that giant King Ormer had on them. However, he had never mentioned that the Kingdom of Silver originally believed in giant Queen Omabella. Isn't the City of Silver equivalent to the Kingdom of Silver? Wait a minute, I'll probe. Emlyn still couldn't get over Sun's slandering of the Sanguine. 4 pages of Roselle's diary, a legend of the ancient gods. Not bad. I wonder if there's any information on that high elf named Kohainam. Sigh, after Mr. the Hanging Man learns that the world is a blessed, I can't even use the world to ask questions without any qualms. The Fool Klein's thoughts raced as he chuckled. Very good. He helped Miss Justice, Miss Magicians, and Little Sun conjure the corresponding content and made them flash into his palm as he casually browsed through them. Mr. Fool doesn't seem to be cracking it. He can read Roselle the Great's diary? What's his background? What's his true identity? Katlia suddenly felt an indescribable horror. She hurriedly retracted her gaze and looked at the long bronze table, as though she was memorizing the ancient patterns on the surface. Madame Hermit's reaction to Mr. Fool being able to read Roselle's diary exceeds my imagination. Does she care about this matter a lot, or does she have something to do with it? Audrey pursed her lips in thought. Although the other party had concealed it very quickly and naturally, it was still obvious to a sequence 7 of the spectator pathway. Klein had sensed the abnormality of the new member, Madame Hermit, because he wanted to see how the knowledgeable member of the Moses ascetic order would react to this. The outcome left him rather surprised. Isn't it a little too intense? Klein didn't have time to think as he cast his gaze at the first page of Roselle's diary. P.S. Requesting for double monthly votes April 9th. Just returned from Countess Waring's masquerade ball. My heart suddenly felt empty. One woman, another woman, yet another woman. The monotonous and mechanical movements, the indistinguishable scent of perfume, and the warmth of entangling limbs can only be exchanged for a few seconds of pleasure, followed by endless boredom, disgust, emptiness, and numbness. What's the fun in such a life? Is the meaning of living every day just for this? This can't go on. I have to get rid of this depraved state. Also, a reminder to myself. Don't habitually write Arabic numerals in the usual spots. Emperor, there are times when you reflect on yourself and become a hipster. This doesn't match the image I have in my heart. Klein nearly pricked up his eyebrows when he read this. His gaze moved down and landed on the second diary entry. April 11th. Countess Waring invited me to a private salon. She told me that Lady Julia would be participating as well. This conservative blonde who married from Rouen will be participating as well? I'm really looking forward to it. I've been fantasizing about her in bed for a long time. I hope her husband, Viscount de Leon, doesn't have any ill intentions. Emperor, have you forgotten the diary entry you wrote the day before yesterday? TSK, it smells good, right? Also, you misspelled it. Mind. Klein couldn't help but lampoon April 14th. I've been participating in too many activities recently. I'm feeling a little weak, this is no trivial matter. Although I'm still young, I have to prevent the risk of decline in this aspect. Temperance. Archaeologist has improved my physique and effectively enhanced my abilities, but this isn't its specialty. It's just something I can do in passing. If I continue to raise my sequence, the changes brought about by the potion will likely deepen. This is a direction I can work towards. It's said that apothecaries can concoct potions without any side effects. Perhaps I should find a few to consult. Also, I really have to temperance. Indulgence will only cause the threshold to constantly rise, and the level of satisfaction won't be as good as normal. Calm down and think about it. There are still many things that can be done. Humans are always like this. They're bound by their desires and can't see what's truly valuable. Why did I transmigrate? What secrets are hidden in the depths of the cosmos above my head? Where did my original consciousness come from? If self-awareness purely comes from consciousness, then who was I before my identity as Huang Tao? Who did the most essential part belong to? Great Emperor, are you telling me what it means to be a pervert before and a philosopher after? You also have that kind of worry. I thought you had some kind of fixed attribute. Fortunately, you didn't teach your children Chinese. You probably didn't. Otherwise, what would they think when they see this content? It's not without reason that Zeradal prophesied that your eldest daughter, Bernadette, would turn against you and abandon you. Of course, not teaching them is more of a form of protection. Klein was successfully amused by Roselle's diary, but he didn't show any changes on the surface. To him, Roselle the Great's diary was both a book of knowledge and a collection of jokes. With a thought, Klein flipped to the next page. On the 2nd of October, Zeradal came to visit me again. He hopes that I, who has already become a demigod, can fulfill my promise and help him steal that dangerous sealed artifact from the church. It's a notebook from the Antigonus family from the 4th epoch, a grade 1 sealed artifact. When he saw this, Klein's pupils shrank involuntarily. This was likely the notebook that was later lost by the secret order. This was likely the notebook that led to Klein Moretti's death, allowing him to use his corpse to successfully awaken in this world. This was the source of everything. It turns out that it didn't land in the hands of the secret order right from the start. Instead, it was sealed within the Church of Craftsmen, which later became the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Through Emperor Roselle, Zeradol successfully stole it. By the way, the Secret Order member in Creeping Hunger is very afraid of Zeradol, believing that he's an abnormal monster that can't die. Does this mean that Zeradol obtained some benefits from the notebook, but an accident happened? He went from a human who could normally communicate with Roselle to a monster. That's why the Antigonus family's notebook was lost. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that Zeradol deliberately let it be lost. Because Zeradol turned into a monster, the Secret Order lost all its mermaids, causing the Faceless to take the risk to go out to sea? Rosago succeeded because he attempted to enter the sea formed by the ruins of the battlefield of gods. Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, making him feel abnormally heavy. He didn't believe that his encounter with the Antigonus notebook had anything to do with Roselle, because he had always guessed in the direction of the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics. The details that followed were also in line with similar logic. Are they all related to the higher levels of the seer pathway? Klein swept his gaze from the corner of his eye, taking in the endless gray fog that stretched out in silence. Could it have been caused by it? He asked himself again. Steadying his emotions, Klein continued reading the subsequent contents of the diary. I'll have to act according to the situation. If it's easy to steal and there's no risk of exposure, I'll try. If not, I'll pretend that nothing happened. Even if Zeradol were to expose me, it doesn't matter. With my present identity, status, sequence, and influence, as long as I'm willing to repent, the Church won't do anything to me. The other two diary entries on this page recorded Roselle's thought process of coming up with a plan to steal the notebook, but it didn't seem like there was any chance of success. However, Klein knew that he had finally obtained the notebook and handed it to the leader of the Secret Order, Zeradol. After pondering for a moment, Klein flipped this page. 12th and 10th. Once again, I attended that ancient and secret gathering. At the gathering, I discovered that they were extremely hostile towards the Fourth Epoch Solomon Empire, and it was very unanimous. I raised this question, and Mr. Hermes readily gave me the answer. In the Fourth Epoch, the ally and supporter of the Solomon Empire was the true creator. This is very real. I resisted the urge to ask what our organization had done in the history of the Fourth Epoch, but when I left the palace and returned to the dream, I realized that old Mr. Hermes's route overlapped with mine to a certain extent. This ancient human who survived before the cataclysm definitely knows a lot. I tried to get close to him and sincerely asked him a question: why does the organization hate the true creator? Was it just because he used the sacred name of the creator? Old Mr. Hermes chuckled. We are not such shallow creatures. He asked me in return, do you know the exact abilities of a shepherd? Of course. So I answered. He asked meaningfully again, what's the matter? If you were to pick out one of all the current gods and develop towards an omniscient and omnipotent lord, who do you think is the most likely? This. The first thought that flashed through my mind was the shepherd pathway that can devour, graze, and control the souls and characteristics of other Beyonders. And the end of this pathway is the true creator. So that's how it is. Although there's only one diary entry on this page, there's a lot of information. The Solomon Empire originally belonged to the true creator's camp. In the underground ruins of the Tudor family, there are statues of the 6 Orthodox gods. Although I can't be sure if they were worshipping the gods or blaspheming them, one thing is certain, the 6 gods were involved in the affairs of the 3 empires. Later on, they even had a close relationship with the Tuluan-Sostal dynasty. The 3 empires represent 3 different camps of gods? Klein attempted to use his archaeological discoveries and historical knowledge to decipher the hidden truth of the previous epoch, but he was still confused. Towards the question of Hermes, the oldest master of mysticism, Klein's answer was similar to Roselle's. As the sequence increased, the saints and angels of the shepherd pathway could graze more and more souls and Beyonder powers. In the end, if the true creator could graze the corresponding deities of the other 21 Beyonder pathways, he would be equivalent to an omniscient and omnipotent creator to a certain extent. There are still many secrets hidden in the sequence pathways. Klein flipped to the 4th page of the diary. This page recorded Roselle's actions after he consumed the savant potion. He read a lot and learned a lot, making his foundation extremely solid, raising the breadth and depth of his knowledge to a whole new level. During this period of time, he had almost no entertainment. Learning was his greatest form of entertainment. In one of the diary entries, he wrote, "When a person knows that he will definitely gain something from his hard work, and can directly see how much he has gained, then he will definitely work as hard as I am now." Isn't this the intrinsic attraction of many games? Klein flipped to the last page of the diary and read the legend of the ancient gods provided by Little Sunday. Throughout the entire process, there was silence in the towering palace. Be it justice or the moon, they were considering what to trade or communicate about. This was the first time the hermit Catlia had encountered such a situation, but she didn't feel uneasy at all. Instead, she seriously analyzed the information revealed by the scene. This isn't the first time it's happened. Mr. Fool has the habit of reading Roselle's diary at tarot gatherings. The members are actively or passively gathering it for him, but it's uncertain if they have paid him in advance. He can really understand Roselle's diary. He's searching for the secrets that have sunk into the river of history? Just now, Sun mentioned that the information he submitted was a legend of the ancient gods. This matches my previous guess. At this moment, Klein had roughly finished browsing through the new information on the ancient gods. In the second epoch, in the Dark Ages, every ancient god had a subsidiary deity, just like the dragon of imagination Ankwelt and his child, the dragon of nightmare Alzahad. P.S. Seeking monthly votes in the information provided by Sun, there was a detailed list of representative subsidiary deities, but most of them didn't have their true names. They only wrote their titles, including the goddess of beauty and goddess of life who were subsidiary to vampire ancestor Lilith, the goddess of misfortune and god of the dead who were subsidiary to annihilation demonic wolf Fleekria, the goddess of luck and queen of calamity who were subsidiary to elf king Siniathrim, and so on. Queen of Calamity. Klein suddenly thought of the Book of Calamity and the golden wine cup he had obtained from the ruins of the High Elves. On it was engraved the name Kohainam and the word calamity in Elvish. This made him suspect that Kohainam was the subsidiary deity of the Elf King, Queen of Calamity. Unfortunately, I can't directly seek confirmation from Little Sunday. I have to wait for him to provide further information. Klein sighed silently. At the same time, he made a guess about the situation where these titles didn't have a corresponding true name. The City of Silver was originally the Kingdom of Silver ruled by the Giant King's court. Apart from having a sufficient understanding of its own factions and archenemies, the information on the other ancient gods came from rumors and wasn't that detailed. Compared to simple titles, complex and awkward true names were clearly harder to remember and spread. The situation after flipping the pages confirmed Klein's judgment, but it made him have new doubts. The dragons also had a dragon of wisdom that was equivalent to a deity in the City of Silver, named Haraburgen. And under Giant King Ormer, there was his eldest son, the god of dawn, Badheil, as well as his queen, the goddess of harvest. Why doesn't the goddess of harvest have a true name? Isn't she the queen of the Giant King's court? The City of Silver shouldn't have no records. These so-called subsidiary deities are equivalent to angels or kings of angels? Sequence 2 of this pathway, sequence 1 of the other pathways? Klein suppressed his puzzlement and deduced the actual situation. He relied on the knowledge recorded in the Card of Blasphemy. In the same pathway, there was no sequence 1 if there was a sequence 0. Without a sequence 0, there were at most 3 sequence 1s. However, Klein didn't dare to make a definite judgment based on this. After all, the knowledge he had was rather one-sided. He didn't know if there were any prerequisites for the details of sequence 0 and sequence 1 that stemmed from the law of beyonder characteristics indestructibility and conservation. That's what I think for now. Klein leaned back and made the information in his hand disappear as he smiled. You may begin. At this moment, the hanging man, Alger, was still seriously examining himself. After considering the problem of how to communicate, he put himself in the shoes of Ma'am Hermit, who was suspected to be Admiral of Stars, to see what he had exposed. Mr. Fool's protection of every member's true identity is a form of blurring and distortion of an image, but this doesn't affect the expression of color. It's indeed difficult to distinguish between brown and brown, but bright colors can still be grasped. At the very least, I can clearly tell that Miss Justice has blonde hair and bright green eyes, and my most obvious characteristic that can't be concealed is my dark blue hair. However, this doesn't mean anything. It's fine to say that a common mutation of the sailor pathway is dark blue hair, but the reverse isn't true. This is because this characteristic can be inherited. On Sonia Island, in the Berserk Sea region of Desi Bay, where elves originally gathered, many people with faint elven bloodlines will also have dark blue hair. It's the same for areas where the number of Beyonders in the Church of the Storm exceeds a certain number. Without combining other characteristics, it's very difficult for the hermit to infer further information from this situation. Just as Alger heaved a sigh of relief, he suddenly noticed the storm robe he was wearing from the corner of his eye. After returning to the Blue Avenger, apart from being the captain, he was also the bishop of the sailors. He often had to wear the corresponding attire to attend Massachusetts. If he didn't show his piety in his daily actions, he might one day be reported by his subordinates. The Church of the Storm was always rather wary of members who wandered the seas for long periods of time. This was because acting as a pirate for too long might make one a real pirate. After all, the Lord of Storms had never sent down an oracle to exclude pirates from the ranks of believers. Under the blurry and distorted concealment, it's very difficult to see the details of the clothes. This isn't a problem. However, I should take note in the future. At the tarot gathering, I'll change into a set of clothes that doesn't have any special characteristics. Although I can't be sure, I still have to treat him like a pirate admiral. I can't be careless. The hanging man, Alger thought cautiously. At this moment, he heard Emlyn speak in a seemingly suppressed voice, but he couldn't hide his excitement. Mr. the Hanging Man, I'm ready. When will you receive the Sanguine Baron's inheritance? You previously mentioned that it's in the hands of a great pirate? There's no need for you to add the last sentence. Alger's body suddenly stiffened. Great pirate. The hermit Catlia swept her gaze across the hanging man once again. Alger's expression didn't change as he turned his head and replied to the moon, You got the cash? Did you get the cash? Of course. Emlyn said with his neck held high. He originally wanted to wait until the 3-month period for the bill of exchange was up before exchanging it at the bank, but he quickly realized that after he decided to buy the Sanguine Baron's inheritance, his mood was completely different from before. He no longer had any doubts or hesitations. He was filled with anticipation and desire, wishing that he could get his hands on it immediately. It was just like how he was when he had saved up enough money to buy his favorite doll. After enduring for more than a week, he finally couldn't restrain himself and sold the acceptance bill. Although he lost some money, it was still acceptable. In many cases, acceptance bills could be used as currency. I'll get it for you this week. Finally, let's confirm the price again. £4,500, is that okay? Seeing that the deal was about to be completed, Alger didn't pursue the matter of the moon revealing his situation. Emlyn thought of the dolls in his room, cleared his throat, and said with his eyes wandering, Sure. Can it be a little cheaper? That's not for me to decide, but I can help you fight for it. Also, don't forget my commission. How about £300? The hanging man Alger's tone didn't change at all. All right. Emlyn secretly exhaled. A vampire that isn't too strong, an underage or a newly matured vampire. Catlia silently watched from the side and made a judgment. Seeing that Mr. the Hanging Man and Mr. Moon had reached an agreement in a few words, Audrey habitually felt that she should buy something. In a week or two, I'll contact the members of Psychological Alchemy in Eastchester County and tell them that I've become a psychiatrist. I'll also use my contributions to exchange for the subsequent potion formulas. There's no need to buy it here for the time being. When I know what ingredients I need, I'll get everyone's help. I can't buy any mystical items for the time being. I've already claimed one. Getting such a rare item too frequently indicates many problems. Audrey's thoughts raced as she came up with an idea. She half-turned her body and looked at the gloomy man at the bottom of the long bronze table. Mr. World, did you previously mention that you've successfully obtained clues to the psychiatrist characteristic? I plan on buying it and feeding it to Susie, she silently added in her heart. In fact, while she was considering it, she had another slightly mischievous idea. It was to find an excuse to get Mr. Fool to flip the Dark Emperor card by his hand. From her point of view, since Ma'am Hermit was especially concerned about the matter regarding Roselle's diary and had an abnormally intense reaction, as well as quickly concealing it, she might recognize the card of blasphemy. She would expose many problems the moment she saw it, revealing her true thoughts. But in the end, she dismissed this thought. It wasn't because she felt that it wasn't good to probe Ma'am Hermit. To her, this was an act of being responsible for Taro and herself, but because she didn't believe that she should make decisions for Mr. Fool. If he wants Ma'am Hermit to recognize the card of blasphemy, he will definitely flip it over himself. If he doesn't want to, my attempts will go against his will. Audrey nodded solemnly but barely. At this moment, the world hoarsely replied, yes. If you're sure you want it, I'll give it to you as soon as possible. The price is £1,800. Typically speaking, £1,200 to £1,500 for a psychiatrist beyond her characteristic was more appropriate. Klein had raised the price slightly, and he wanted to see how much Miss Justice would pay. All right, Audrey agreed briskly. She had already paid off the balance she owed Viscount Glaint, and after returning to her family's fief, she had received quite a number of coming-of-age gifts. She was in a rather good financial situation, and even the money to pay Mr. Fool's adorer next month had been arranged ahead of time. In the future, her monthly income would be more than £3,000, and she wouldn't have to bear a large portion of her daily expenses. This stemmed from her parents' love for her and the effects of her previous meritorious service. As the two of them discussed, the hanging man was somewhat surprised. The world had just sold a faceless beyond her characteristic, and recently, he had obtained Steele Mavady's characteristic. He also seemed to be secretly hiding a psychiatrist characteristic, and all of this happened in less than a month. On second thought, Alger quickly came to a realization. The world represented Mr. Fool's group of adorers, so this might be the harvest of the other adorers. As his imagination ran wild, the world, who was also Klein, was in a state of shock because of Miss Justice's heroism. He originally thought that Miss Justice, who had just spent £5,500 to buy a mystical item, wouldn't be that rich recently, just like last year. That was why he had left her some room to bargain, but to his surprise, she still agreed to the deal without any hesitation. Did she dig up a gold mine? Klein couldn't help but silently lampoon. Seeing that they had finished their discussion, Sun hurriedly mimicked Miss Justice and raised his hand. Which one of you has the fruit of the Radiant Spirit Pact tree? He had already successfully gathered the other ingredients for the High Priest Sun potion. The hermit Catlia had just made a preliminary judgment that Miss Justice was a psychiatrist who had yet to advance, but when she heard the request, she fell silent for a few seconds. I do. What can you use to exchange for it? After watching from the sidelines for a long time, she decided to intervene in a small transaction to gain a deeper understanding of how the tarot operated. I can use the history of the City of Silver, as well as the history of dragons, elves, and other creatures of darkness to exchange for it. Ma'am Hermit, here's a list of the common monsters around the City of Silver. You can choose the ingredients you need from there. How honest. The fool Klein nearly looked up at the dome of the magnificent palace. What is he saying? Catlia frowned slightly, momentarily unable to fully understand Sun's words. P.S. Requesting for double monthly votes. After a brief moment of thought, the hermit Catlia made the most advantageous choice. Without revealing her emotions, she said, I'll take a look at the common monsters around the City of Silver before making a decision. Another one who was trying to gain something without risking anything. Were people who had been on the sea so good at fleecing others? Or rather, Little Sun's posture is so good that he can't help but want to fleece him. The fool Klein instinctively excluded himself from the team that was trying to gain something without risking anything. All right. Under the watchful eyes of Justice and company, Sun agreed to Ma'am Hermit's request without any hesitation. He recalled the contents and conjured a list of the common monsters around the City of Silver. However, it wasn't as detailed as the previous time, and there were many things that he had missed out. After all, the Sun Pathway's improvement of memory was rather limited. Many days had passed. Catlia took the document and flipped through it seriously. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. The number of monsters had exceeded her imagination by dozens or even hundreds of times, most of them used ancient names. If not for the fact that she was a member of the Moses ascetic order that was pursued by knowledge and had reached sequence 5, allowing her to see and know a lot, there was no way for her to know what those names really referred to. But even so, there were still quite a number of monsters that she had never heard of before. Just like in her dreams, in her imagination, those shadows that hid in the depths of the darkness and would never show themselves. Where is the city of silver? How could there be so many monsters? About 10 seconds later, Xianxia looked up without a change in expression. You used the history of the city of silver in exchange. All right. Sun's eyes lit up as though he had seen the dawn of advancement. With Mr. Fool's help, he quickly conjured the outline of the City of Silver's history textbooks. With plenty of experience, he knew that the more complete and detailed content was much more valuable than the fruit of the Radiant Spirit Pact tree, so he had some reservations. Xianxia knew that she wasn't Mr. Fool and that it was impossible for her members to wait patiently for her to read. Therefore, she casually flipped through it, and after confirming its value, she deliberated and asked, "How can I give you the fruit of the Radiant Spirit Pact tree?" As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something and had a guess. She turned her head and looked at the end of the long bronze table. "Mr. Fool, are we going to use a sacrificial method?" This made Audrey, who had already prepared an answer on the same side, clearly stunned. She swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Ma'am Hermit is very impressive and knowledgeable. She directly guessed the method of sacrifice and bestowment. Audrey controlled the subtle expressions on her face and sighed in her heart. Yes. Klein nodded slightly and did not explain further. He believed that it was impossible for a pirate admiral, a sequence 5 beyonder of the mystery prior pathway, to not know how to make a sacrifice. This could even be one of their specialties. Furthermore, she had also grasped the honorific name of the Fool, so there was no problem of lacking the necessary conditions. Indeed, with a true deity bearing witness to the gathering, sacrifice and bestowment are the most convenient and safest methods of transaction. And communication at the soul-body level can directly resolve the exchange of knowledge. Xianxia thanked him and turned to Sunday. "I'll finish it as soon as possible." She didn't seem to have any abnormalities on the surface, but her heart wasn't calm. She had only casually flipped through the information provided by Sun and realized that the City of Silver was truly filled with oddities. Things like being abandoned by the Lord, without the sun, leaving behind only an eternal night and alternating high and low frequency lightning, strange and terrifying monsters hidden in the lightless darkness, finally surviving by relying on black-faced grass, and persisting in the Dark Ages for more than 2,000 years were beyond Xianxia's imagination. As a knowledgeable powerhouse at sea who knew many secrets, she instantly associated the most famous concept in history with the description of the time and events, the cataclysm. Following that, she made a further guess based on this train of thought. The forsaken land of the gods. Suddenly, the figure that made one yearn to look up to surfaced in Xianxia's mind. A sentence that sounded like a sigh surfaced in her mind. "That's right," she said with a sigh. He had always been searching for the forsaken land of the gods when he was alive. He said that it hid the final answer to everything. The sun came from the forsaken land of the gods that Roselle the Great couldn't find after much effort? Mr. Fool can connect to that place? No, perhaps, he awakened from there. Xianxia thought in shock and solemnity. She had been belittling tarot because of the low sequences of the moon, justice, and Sunday. She believed that Mr. Fool had only recently awakened, so the members he could rope in were obviously not of a high enough level. Now, she had no choice but to readjust her thoughts. It involves the forsaken land of the gods, the Church of the Storm, the Church of Earth Mother, and the Ruan aristocracy. Perhaps it's because of the Moses ascetic order or Her Majesty that these members can rise to high positions without being suspected. As for me, is it because of the Moses ascetic order or Her Majesty? Xianxia seriously analyzed Mr. Fool's goal. At that moment, the transaction was nearing its end. The moon, sun, and justice had finalized their respective deals. As Xianxia was still observing, she was cautious and didn't speak blindly to expose herself. The hanging man Alger had originally wanted to purchase the Sequence 5 Ocean Songster Potion formula ahead of time in preparation for the future, but the addition of the hermit made him especially wary. He gave up on this plan at the last moment and planned on advancing to a wind blast. When he was stronger, he would have more leeway. Magician's Furs didn't know what to buy in advance because it wouldn't be long before she obtained the astrologer potion formula and certain ingredients from her teacher. All she could do was watch from the sidelines. She actually had the urge to buy a mystical item to make up for the fact that her trickmaster powers were relatively flashy and not powerful enough. As for her apprentice powers, she was only good at passing through walls and opening doors. However, reality limited her desires. Today, her savings exceeded £400. For the middle class, it was quite good, but she clearly remembered that Miss Justice had spent a total of £5,500 on a mystical item. Even if it's a rather ordinary mystical item, the negative effects aren't that great. It should be at least £1,000 or £2,000. Magician's Fur sat there lazily, unable to ask for it. Klein controlled the world to survey the area and said in a deep voice, "That's right. I need the eyes of a six-winged gargoyle." Among the supplementary ingredients for Nimblewright Master, Sonia Island's golden spring water and dragon-patterned tree bark were common items in the mysterious world. As long as he bought them separately, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Therefore, Klein only mentioned the six-winged gargoyle's eyeball. Catlia glanced at the world and said unhurriedly, £300, or the equivalent in gold coins, £300, or the equivalent in gold coins. She had noticed that the transaction had been done using Ruan's gold coins. As expected of Admiral of Stars, who controls a pirate crew and has an ancient faction backing her. She's rich in resources, and the price is cheaper than usual. If it wasn't for Little Sun's imminent advancement and the method to remove the mental corruption in a Beyonder characteristic, I would have consulted her about this. With a thought, Klein made the world chuckle. All right. With the completion of the transaction, the palace that resembled a giant's residence fell silent for more than 10 seconds. Without needing Mr. Fool's reminder, Justice, Sun, and company knew that they had entered the free exchange segment. The hanging man Alger deliberately didn't look at Ma'am Hermit as he looked at Miss Justice and Miss Magicians. Something major has happened in the Rorstad archipelago recently. He didn't plan on divulging the fact that the world was deeply involved and that Mr. Fool might possess the sea god's avatar. This was because rashly seeking confirmation might ruin Mr. Fool's plans. That would put him in great danger. He only planned on mentioning the superficial details in a normal tone, focusing on the member of the Moses ascetic order, the archaeologist and adventurer, Letitia. He wanted to use this to test the hermit and see if she was Admiral of Stars Catlia. This was because this pirate admiral was rumored to be a member of the Moses ascetic order. "What's the matter?" Audrey asked with great interest. The hanging man Alger calmly said, "A disguised archaeologist, Letitia, discovered an ancient elven ruin on Simeem Island." The disguised archaeologist, Letitia, discovered an ancient elven ruin on Simeem Island and took an item from it, indirectly causing the local sea god, Calvetua, to collapse. This fake god wanted to create a tsunami to inundate the island and bury everyone with him, but he was stopped by the Sea King of the Church of the Storm. In the end, Letitia was found and Calvetuas died. The threat of the tsunami was completely quelled, but what's strange is that the devout believers of the sea god would still occasionally receive a response. "Letitia is dead? For an ancient elven ruin." The hermit Catlia had heard of this archaeologist who belonged to the same organization, but she wasn't familiar with him. Furthermore, the official members of the Moses ascetic order had a certain period of forbidden speech ascetic cultivation. In terms of concentration and control over their bodies, they far exceeded ordinary people. Therefore, she was only slightly moved as she listened to the hanging man's narration more seriously. She didn't show any obvious abnormalities. After the hanging man finished describing the death of Calvetuas, but the sea god still responded to his believers, Catlia frowned in puzzlement. Then, based on her spiritual intuition, she recalled a scene. Yesterday, when she was pulled here by Mr. Fool, she saw that he was holding a milky white scepter in his hand. The scepter's tip was embedded with blue gems that were surrounded by countless holy points of light. And more importantly, it emitted the aura of godhood. It emitted the aura of a nearly corporeal sea and storm. This. The hermit Catlia instinctively turned her head and looked at the end of the long bronze table. She looked at Mr. Fool who was shrouded in grayish-white fog. P.S. Seeking monthly votes. Ah, genius, remember this site's address in a second. Mobile version. Why is she looking at Mr. Fool? Audrey acutely noticed that the hermit wasn't doing much, which left her rather puzzled. From her point of view, this was an unusual reaction. Mr. the Hanging Man was clearly talking about something that had nothing to do with them. He was talking about how the so-called sea god Cavituous occasionally responded to his believers despite his apparent death. Why is Ma'am Hermit looking at Mr. Fool? Cavituous's death occasionally responds to his believers. Ma'am Hermit is looking at Mr. Fool. Could it be? Audrey's eyes lit up as she subconsciously made a guess. Could it be that the person responding to his believers on behalf of Cavituous is Mr. Fool? Ma'am Hermit knows something, so, as these thoughts raced through her mind, Audrey also half-turned her body and looked in anticipation at Mr. Fool, who was leisurely sitting at the end of the long bronze table. At the same time, the hanging man, Alger, was also surprised and alarmed by the hermit's unexpected actions. I was only probing her relationship with Letitia, a member of the Moses ascetic order. Why would she suddenly look at Mr. Fool? Could it be that she knows that the current sea god is Mr. Fool's embodiment? Her reaction explains this to a large extent. Before she was pulled into the tarot, she had many secret interactions with Mr. Fool, and she was even secretly working for him a long time ago. The more Alger thought about it, the more he paid attention to the hermit. Then, he subconsciously followed her and looked at Mr. Fool, who was in the grayish-white fog. He, the hermit, and Justice split up, but their nearly identical actions made Magicians Furs and company clearly sense that something was amiss. Why are they looking at Mr. Fool? Sea god Cavituous's death has something to do with Mr. Fool? Furs and Emlyn White believed that they were smart enough to guess the reason as they cast their gazes at the end of the long bronze table. The son didn't know who sea god Cavituous was, nor did he know what it meant for him to occasionally respond to his believers after his death. However, since everyone was looking at Mr. Fool, he naturally looked over as well. The world hesitated for a second, as though he was deliberating over something. He first swept his gaze at the hanging man, leaving Alger shuddering in fear. Then, he changed the direction of his gaze. At this moment, Klein had already realized how Ma'am Hermit had guessed from the details that he might be responding to the believers on behalf of sea god Cavituous. He was at a loss over how to express his stance. Should I pretend to say, this is just a trivial matter that I didn't take to heart? Since you mentioned it, I'll just admit it in passing. Or should I say, as a deity, there's no need for me to explain everything to you. There's no need for me to admit or deny anything. Klein recalled the Fool setting and quickly made a decision. That was to neither admit nor deny it, so as to prevent himself from losing his status as a deity. However, he would point out the key points, making those who hadn't guessed it even more confused. It would make those who doubted it come to a realization, but they would still find it shrouded in fog, deeply feeling that Mr. Fool's intentions were unfathomable. With this in mind, Klein, who was leaning back, chuckled and said leisurely, "That's right." He said leisurely, Cavituous relied on Calamity Kohinum's relic to become a demigod. So they're seeking Mr. Fool's advice on matters related to the sea god. However, this still doesn't convince me. I have a nagging feeling that there's a deeper truth hidden in this. Could it be? No way? Magician's Furs frowned slightly as she made all sorts of connections. Indeed. Catlia believed that this was Mr. Fool's direct response and had also informed him of some secrets. Is that demigod-level scepter a characteristic of Cavituous, or is it Calamity Kohinum's relic? Or does it have both definitions at the same time? Who's Calamity Kohinum? The name sounds very elvish. The hanging man mentioned that Letitia discovered an ancient elvish ruin. The residence of a high elf. How did Mr. Fool obtain that scepter? By relying on the hanging man, or someone else? No, it doesn't seem like the hanging man otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to mention this matter. What's Mr. Fool plotting by responding to his believers on behalf of the sea god? Is this a part of his recovery, a part that truly affects reality? The more Catlia thought about it, the more she felt that Mr. Fool's level of profoundness was unfathomable. Just like his figure that was obscured by the thick gray fog, the clearer his figure was, the more confused, alarmed, and fearful she became. This might be a game between deities. Catlia sighed inwardly and said with emotion. My guess wasn't wrong. The hanging man Alger had finally confirmed that the present sea god was the embodiment of the Fool. His worries and uneasiness from before seemed to have been rewarded at that moment. On certain occasions, I can openly pray while pretending to be a believer of the sea god. I wonder to what extent Mr. Fool has recovered, and how much power can he release from the seal? Even if it's only at the demigod level, it'll be able to provide a lot of protection at sea. The hermit doesn't appear too surprised. This means that she has indeed made contact with Mr. Fool long ago and has learned of the situation ahead of time. This also means that her sequence isn't low. Perhaps she's really a powerhouse at the level of a pirate admiral. This is both good and bad news for me. The good thing is that there's an additional major faction at sea, with the support of a powerhouse. At times, we can work together tacitly and accomplish things that were previously unimaginable. The bad thing is that most of my intelligence and resource channels will be covered by her. My usefulness in the tarot will plummet. Of course, all of this is under the premise that she's really Admiral of Stars. Yes, I have to adjust the focus of my intelligence gathering and resources to lean more towards the church. This is something she can't replace me in. The hanging man Alger thought in delight and wariness. That sea god is really Mr. Fool. No, no, no. It should be said that the current sea god is the embodiment of Mr. Fool. He is beginning to interfere with the real world? That's great. If I were to travel at sea in the future, I can directly pray to sea god and receive a response. Audrey was surprised, delighted, and proud. According to what she knew, in the various churches, those who didn't do any fixed ritualistic magic and just relied on prayers to receive a response from a deity were either priests with many years of experience or blessed who could be counted on one's fingers. As for receiving a response to every prayer, it was an extreme exception among the blessed. And I can. Mr. Fool is returning to his divine throne step by step. Replacing sea god is one of the steps. Audrey didn't hide the changes in her emotions. With a smile, she sat up straight and beautifully. Kohainem? That's an elf's name. I think I've heard someone mention it before. Emlen's thoughts wandered, but he didn't come up with anything. As for Cavituous's death, the sea god was still responding to his believers. He vaguely guessed that it had something to do with the hermit, Justice, and the hanging man looking at Mr. Fool, but he didn't think too much about it. What does this have to do with me? It doesn't affect me saving the sanguine, so it's not something interesting. Anyway, if there's a problem, I can just pray to Mr. Fool. Emlen muttered, expressing his disdain for the emotional changes in the others. Calamity? Queen of Calamity? But there's no record of her name being Kohainem. Derek tilted his head slightly to the left. This was his usual action when he was recalling things. From the looks of it, Little Sun isn't sure if Kohainem is the Queen of Calamity, otherwise, he wouldn't have such a reaction. Klein retracted his gaze in disappointment. He controlled the world to cough lightly, pulling everyone back from their thoughts. Following that, with the Fool's help, the world conjured an image and showed it to the left and right. Do any of you know her? This was a picture of the red-haired Elaine. Klein mainly wanted to see if Admiral of Stars Catlia and the hanging man Alger knew each other. After all, they were well-informed people at sea. Alger took a glance and was just about to say something to indicate that he didn't know who it was when he heard Ma'am Hermit say in a heavy tone, red-haired Elaine. She has the bloodline of the Sauron family with Intis. She's a declining noble lady. Catlia paused and added, red-haired Elaine. She used to be a sea merchant, but it's said that she was captured by Ailment Maiden Tracy. Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's captive? I thought it would be a melodramatic story of a domineering pirate and a noble lady. However, Tracy is also considered a domineering pirate. Heh. Klein's thoughts ran wild. Magician's Furs was still immersed in the relationship between Sea God and the Fool when she suddenly snapped to her senses. She acutely sensed that the story between red-haired Elaine and Vice Admiral Ailment was promising, and there was plenty of room for imagination. But to her regret, Ma'am Hermit only said a few words without saying anything else. The Hermit knows about Vice Admiral Ailment. But that doesn't mean anything. Beyonders with slightly higher sequences and knowledgeable ordinary people know who the 7 pirate admirals are. Their bounties are posted everywhere. Yes, the Hermit knows more about Intis. That's a preliminary judgment. The hanging man wasn't interested in the red-haired Elaine. All he cared about was the Hermit's true identity. After the red-haired Elaine's matter came to an end, Audrey began to consider if she should consult the Mind Dragon. Unlike before, this time, there was an additional Ma'am Hermit who she didn't know well and wasn't sure if she could be trusted. This made her somewhat hesitant. After a brief moment of deliberation, she said, I've been pursuing the traces of a mind dragon recently. Recently, I've been searching for traces of the mind dragon and went to a place where people worship dragons. She hid the exact location and the details that might be related to her identity. P.S. Seeking monthly votes. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website. Audrey simply mentioned the ancient ballad, but she didn't repeat the exact content, afraid that the seemingly knowledgeable Ma'am hermit would guess the exact area. She only talked about the inspiration she had, and through a psychological cue, she maintained her lucidity in the dream and began a very magical journey. Psychological cue? She knows how to make psychological cues? She should be a Sequence 7 psychiatrist. Xianxia habitually made a judgment, but she immediately had a deeper question. Then why did she buy the beyonder characteristic of a psychiatrist? Repeated consumption is limited, and it's easy to lose control. Furthermore, it will obstruct the digestion of the potion, to create a mystical item? But this overlaps with her own beyonder powers, so it doesn't have any value. To give it to someone, amidst Xianxia's speculation, Audrey had already described how she had come to the edge of her consciousness through a messy dream. Then, according to the materialization method she had learned from Mr. Fool, she created a staircase that led downwards, and she gradually delved deep into the realm of her subconscious that resembled an underwater iceberg. She didn't describe in detail the various subconscious points of light that she had seen, because it involved secrets that she was unwilling or ashamed to tell others. She focused on the loneliness, the long journey, the inability to find a goal, and the extremely repressive feeling of being surrounded by all kinds of monsters. She mentioned that her emotions were on the brink of collapse several times, and she barely managed to hold on thanks to her beyonder powers. Finally, she arrived at the illusory sea formed by the collective subconscious of all living beings. The memory imprints from the ancestors of mankind and the various consciousnesses of the surrounding creatures were presented in an orderly and unhurried manner from Audrey's mouth. Then, she fixed her focus on the dragon with gray, rock-like scales that flew past the sea of collective subconscious. There's actually a dragon that lives in the sea of collective subconscious? What a marvelous and magnificent journey. Although Miss Justice didn't encounter any enemies or danger, it still makes me feel like I'm hallucinating. Magician's Verse suddenly thought of a book title, Miss Justice's Dream Travels. At the end of her narration, Audrey looked around and said, Ladies and gentlemen, what do you suggest? Do you think that the Dragon City of Miracles, Liveseed, is also hidden in the sea of collective subconscious? If I want to continue exploring, what do I need to pay attention to? What do I need to prepare in advance? The hanging man Alger looked at the hermit and pondered for a moment. I don't think you should continue exploring. This is a very dangerous act. According to records, most dragons are creatures with flesh and blood, including mind dragons. To be able to survive and roam the so-called sea of collective subconscious, it means that the dragon you saw is of a sufficiently high sequence, even reaching the level of a demigod. Before you reach sequence 5, don't consider such problems. Xianxia nodded. In the sea of collective subconscious, there are still many dangerous things. The accumulated evil thoughts of humans, the various desires that can corrode one's soul body, and the terrifying memories from ancient times are like the storms and waves of the real sea. They will bring you severe psychological trauma, and it might even make you unable to wake up again. Besides, that's the sea of collective subconscious of all creatures. It's not only humans. Perhaps some evil spirits, evil gods, or the consciousness of some terrifying existences are lurking there, like a huge whirlpool that can devour ships. Before you truly obtain the beyonder powers to traverse the sea of collective subconscious, don't rashly explore it. The expectant Audrey was disappointed, but she had to admit that what Mr. the Hanging Man and Ma'am Hermit said made sense and were very sincere. She silently took a deep breath and said to herself, Audrey, I can't be willful. I'll try again when I'm a sequence 5. She didn't consider how difficult it was to become a sequence 5. At this level, she could even compete for a spot as one of the 7 admirals at sea, or make a 7 become an 8. From Audrey's point of view, with Mr. Fool and Tarot around, as long as she was careful, calm, and didn't recklessly take risks, she would be able to successfully reach this level in a year or 2. Only the door to becoming a demigod was difficult to push open. Ma'am Hermit knows a lot and is very knowledgeable. Audrey held on to her last sliver of hope as she looked at Mr. Fool at the end of the long bronze table, hoping that this deity-level existence could provide a suggestion that was different from Mr. the Hanging Man and Ma'am Hermit. "Don't look at me. I don't understand." Klein tried his best not to let his eyes flicker. His understanding of the conscious, subconscious, and collective subconscious was still stuck at the theory described by spirit medium Daly. He didn't know much more about it. In the past, after his dreams were invaded and he regained his lucidity, he had never thought of exploring the world outside his dreams. This made him unable to give Miss Justice any advice. In fact, he had a natural idea about this, but he didn't know if it would be effective without it being verified. If it were in the past, he could still give a vague hint or two if he wasn't confident. But at this moment, Cattleya was watching from the side. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he made. The less he spoke, the less mistakes he would make. What an extremely pressurizing new member. The Fool Klein sighed inwardly and didn't say a word. He maintained a faint smile in his eyes. If he wasn't above the gray fog and not existing in the form of a spirit body, he suspected that such a difficult act would cause the muscles around his eyes to spasm. Mr. Fool doesn't have any suggestions. Audrey retracted her gaze in a slightly depressed manner, no longer fantasizing about exploring the sea of collective subconscious as soon as possible. At this moment, the impatient Emlyn cleared his throat. "I've seriously studied the history of us sanguine. He's indeed a vampire. Nurturing vampires and pulling vampires into the religion is really a tradition of the Church of Earth Mother." The hermit Cattleya nodded as though she was listening attentively. At the same time, she felt that she needed to adjust a certain point of view. The moon has directly revealed his identity. Does this mean that Mr. Fool is a powerful deterrent in the outside world? That's why the members aren't afraid of leaking information. I don't think there's a need for me to completely hide my situation. Emlyn paused for a moment, turned his head to look at the sun, and raised his chin. He raised his chin and said, "Before the cataclysm, there was no city of silver, only the kingdom of silver." If it were anyone else, Sun would have definitely hurriedly explained that the citizens of the City of Silver were descendants of the Kingdom of Silver to prove that he wasn't lying. However, after glancing at Mr. Moon and sensing his smugness, Derek turned his head and looked to the side, not bothering to explain. "Why should I let this arrogant vampire who doesn't acknowledge the history of the City of Silver believe me?" he thought gloomily. From his reaction, Emlyn could tell that the City of Silver was indeed related to the Silver Kingdom. The Silver Kingdom didn't initially believe in the giant king, Ormer, but in his queen, Omabella. "Omabella?" Son Derek turned his head and blurted out, "That's right. There are no records of this matter in our City of Silver, nor are there any records of the giant queen being called Omabella." Emlyn immediately chuckled and spread his hands. "Therefore, it's not a problem for me to say that your City of Silver's history is missing something, right? Obviously, the history of the blood breeds that you have recorded is wrong. Going around in circles just to prove this. Should I say that you, vampire, are logical, or rather vengeful?" Klein held back his amusement and didn't allow himself to size up Emlyn White. The conflict between the moon and the sun had benefited him greatly. He learned that the giant queen, the goddess of harvest, was named Omabella. Just as Sun was about to retort Mr. Moon, he heard Ma'am Hermit speak. Omabella was the second epic's goddess of harvest, and she was also the queen of the giant king's court. Rumor has it that she perished at the end of the second epic, but there's no way to verify it. This is because no one has seen her corpse or relics. The goddess of harvest is really named Omabella. Son Derek was taken aback. He wanted to retort, but because this matter had indeed confirmed that the City of Silver's history had many omissions, he couldn't say anything. He was momentarily aggrieved. Upon seeing this, Emlyn felt comfortable as a sense of joy rose from the depths of his heart. After another round of conversation, tarot came to an end. Klein smiled and said, "Everyone, see you next week." "By your will." "By your will." Audrey immediately stood up and bowed. The others weren't much slower, including Cattleya. After returning to reality, Admiral of Stars Cattleya looked at the shattered astral telescope on her desk and seriously recalled what had happened at the gathering. Some of the details made her believe that the Tarot Club involved a lot of things and was definitely not simple. And Mr. Fool, who was hidden deep in the grey fog, was like an existence watching the world from behind a heavy curtain of shadows. It was difficult to see or guess what he was plotting. Katlia fell silent for more than 10 seconds. She took out a pen and paper and deliberated over her words. Recently, someone has been deliberately gathering the Emperor's diary. She didn't dare to mention tarot in the letter, nor did she dare to divulge any information, afraid that she would be punished by Mr. Fool. She could only give a reminder based on the usual clues. After writing and folding it, she took out an exquisite golden harmonica that she carried with her. She placed it to her lips and blew into it. In the blink of an eye, she saw that the letter had strangely disappeared. Even though she wasn't wearing glasses, she didn't discover the messenger's arrival. Phew. Katlia exhaled softly, reached out her hand to touch her forehead, and silently said, participating in a gathering under the watch of a deity is really stressful. With the addition of Admiral of Stars, as the Fool, I'm under a lot of pressure. Klein rubbed his temples above the gray fog and returned to the real world. He wanted to test the inspiration he had gained from Miss Justice's exploration of dreams. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Seeking monthly votes after some work, Klein opened the locked bedroom door and looked into the living room. He saw Donna's lying in a reclining chair, snoring loudly. Although he had long heard the sound, Klein couldn't help but lampoon. It's already past 3 in the afternoon, could it be that this fellow has completely let himself go after not having to monitor the radio transceiver? On second thought, he gradually revealed a smile, feeling that this was exactly what he needed. The premise for him to remain lucid in a dream was that someone had invaded his consciousness. Normally, when he was dreaming normally, he would still be in a daze. In other words, it was impossible for him to do experiments alone. After all, he didn't know how to use psychological cues. Therefore, his plan was to use external powers to enter the dreams of others. This way, he could maintain lucidity, just like a nightmare. His original plan was to go out and find a suitable partner, but now, Donna's posture was so good that he couldn't help but want to kick him. No, I should give it a try. Klein corrected his thoughts. After some consideration, he didn't use a dream charm. This was because Sequence 7. Pyromaniac's ancient name was Fire Mage, and Donna's spiritual perception wasn't low. Once he chanted the activation incantation that could stir the powers of nature, he would definitely be jolted awake. As for whether he could effectively avoid it in time, that was another problem. After some deliberation, Klein took out another item he had prepared. It was a dark and deep gem-like gelatinous object. It was the beyonder characteristic left behind by a nightmare. It could be used in its initial stages, just like Nimblewright Master Rosego's all-black eye. However, the effects were far inferior to a mystical item. For example, this nightmare beyonder characteristic couldn't allow Klein to traverse the different dreams of the entire city while staying in his hotel suite. There was no way for him to forcefully drag people into a dream, but it was still very simple for him to invade someone's dream at a close distance. Klein held the black gem and emanated his spirituality. In front of him, an illusory darkness rapidly spread and filled his entire field of vision. Everything that originally existed here was enveloped, including Donna's, who was sitting in the reclining chair. There was no longer a human figure there, only a hazy oval ball of light. Klein immediately extended his spirituality and touched it. Without any warning, all kinds of scenes surged out around him and flashed quickly. Finally, they stopped on a ship that was dozens of meters long. It had a towering chimney that was spewing mist and a huge sail that was hanging down. The deck was polished so brightly that it reflected the color of gold coins under the sunlight. Donna's was standing under the main cannon with his arms folded across his chest. He was leisurely supervising the sailors and shouting from time to time, "Wipe that place again. T, do you want to copy the ancient Faceac dictionary? This fellow sure is impressive on the Golden Dream." Klein ignored the owner of the dream and flew to the other end of the ship. He found a secluded spot and landed on the deck, preparing to test his spiritual perception. What he wanted to test was very simple. He wanted to see if chanting the Fool's honorific name in a dream was effective while he was awake. He wanted to see if he could sense someone praying. This way, if Miss Justice were to encounter danger in the sea of collective subconscious, she could use this method to seek help. After stretching his lower back muscles, Klein's expression gradually turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. As Hermes was recited, the honorific name of the fool was quickly completed. However, Klein didn't hear the layered illusory prayers. It doesn't work? Klein frowned in thought, analyzing if it really didn't work, or if there was a problem somewhere. The recitation in the dream doesn't actually sound out. Just relying on Hermes isn't enough. To achieve the effect of praying by chanting silently, I need to use ancient Hermes or other languages that can stir the powers of nature. This is the same state as when I was copying my anonymous account password. Klein nodded gently and carefully recited his honorific name in ancient Hermes. He wasn't afraid that any accidents would happen, but that the stirring of the powers of nature would wake blazing dawnas. As he described, he quickly completed the three-stage structure. Klein's ears were suddenly filled with layers of illusory prayers that left him irritated. At this moment, Donna's dream wavered as the golden dream quickly shattered. Klein didn't stay any longer and immediately left, returning to his bedroom before Donna's woke up. After 7 or 8 seconds, Donna sat up in a daze and muttered to himself with lingering fear, "Why did I dream of that lunatic, German sparrow, causing trouble on the golden dream? This is really a terrible thing, dogsh *t. I must have been too worried about such matters in the past." Inside his bedroom, Klein had already taken 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. As expected, he saw a ripple of light beside the fool's high-backed chair. Inside it was his dream. It's really effective. If I recite the fool's honorific name in ancient Hermes or Jotun, I would similarly receive a response. It's no wonder some people would suddenly die in their sleep without doing anything. Did they read some information or memorize some symbol, and accidentally reproduce it in a dream? It's really impossible to guard against the dangers of this world. Klein closed the circle of light and considered if he should inform Miss Justice of the results of the experiment in a different tone. If I don't say it on the spot and inform her after the fact, it would damage the fool's image. But Miss Justice is a curious girl. Although she has already been warned by Mr. the Hanging Man and Admiral of Stars, and she has matured a lot, there's still the possibility of her taking risks. Of course, if anything were to happen, it would be her own responsibility. It has nothing to do with me. Klein couldn't help but recall Miss Justice's admiration for the fool. He recalled her optimism and cheerfulness that made one feel happy, as well as her contributions to revitalizing the entire organization by herself in the tarot. Finally, he sighed and gave a self-deprecating laugh. I still have to give her some pointers and warnings. This is the treatment of a VIP client. After making his decision, Klein didn't hesitate any longer. He emanated his spirituality and touched the crimson star that represented Miss Justice. In a room in a huge manor in Eastchester County, Audrey sat in front of the dressing table with her legs crossed, recalling the words of Mr. the Hanging Man and Ma'am Hermit. After the reminder of the 2 senior Beyonders, she suddenly understood something. It wasn't impossible that the middle and upper echelons of psychological alchemy didn't know that one could use self-hypnosis to explore dreams, the iceberg of the subconscious, and the sea of collective subconscious. The reason why they didn't tell me might be because it's too dangerous for a psychiatrist. Many people have already died during the exploration. However, they should at least warn me. Alright, from their point of view, I'm only a sequence 8 telepathist. I don't have the ability to hypnosis, so there's no need to warn me. Audrey finally figured out a question. Just as she was about to let Susie in to calm the disappointment in her heart, a thick gray fog surged out and instantly filled her vision. In the center of the boundless grayish-white fog, a figure sat on a high-backed chair and said in a condescending manner, "That's right." He said in a condescending manner, "Don't try it rashly." Before Audrey could react to what had happened, she heard the deep and authoritative voice once again. "If you encounter danger in your dream, you can recite my name." Recite your name? Audrey widened her eyes, her heart filled with joy. Yes, Mr. Fool. Seeing that Miss Justice didn't have any doubts and was even very excited, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He chuckled and said, "Use ancient Hermes." With that said, his figure faded as the gray fog vanished. Audrey was taken aback for 2 seconds as she hurriedly pursed her lips, afraid that she would lose her composure. "Mr. Fool actually specially warned me." He even allowed me to recite his name in my dream. Audrey took a few steps on the spot in excitement, believing that she was a true blessed of God. Of course, she also remembered Mr. Fool's warning. She planned on learning more from the psychology alchemists and making an attempt only after she was sufficiently prepared. The corners of her mouth curled up bit by bit as she randomly tapped her chest a few times and silently muttered to herself, "May Mr. Fool bless me." Above the grey fog, Klein began considering another matter. The red-haired Elaine, who had a reward of £1,000, was actually related to Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. Tracy had taken over Zillings's fleet and changed the flagship to the Black Death. As for Zillings, he had previously captured a wealthy merchant named Jimmy Necker. That wealthy merchant had previously obtained some ancient documents related to death. They came from the mausoleum of the Balam royal family. This information comes from the nightmare and creeping hunger. It should be of some use to Mr. Aztec. I originally planned on investigating it in passing. Klein had other expectations towards finding the red-haired Elaine. He originally only wanted to use the magic mirror, Rhodes, to search for her, but now, he was planning on doing a search on the believers of Sea God. Previously, it's indeed beneath me to descend on a revelation for £1,000. Now that it involves a pirate admiral, it can barely make me guess at some hidden goal. Klein conjured the red-haired Elaine's picture and beckoned for the Sea God scepter. He didn't make a broadcast revelation. This might be an unbearable burden for him. He chose Calotte, Edmonton, and other high-level officials and said in a deep voice against the background of the surging waves, "Find her. Protect her. Be careful of Tracy's forces." Klein didn't explain as he split the scene, as well as the red-haired Elaine's picture, into several portions and threw them into the corresponding spots of light. P.S. Requesting monthly votes in the name of participating in the annual staff meeting and maintaining a stable update in Blue Mountain Islands Forest, in the Resistance's base. Calotte, who was sitting in a wheelchair, raised his bald head and looked at the sunlight that scattered through the cave entrance. His eyes were filled with unconcealable joy. He could clearly sense that ever since God's return to the land and the promulgation of the Ten Commandments, he had changed the past bloodshed and chaos. From time to time, he would give his believers guidance that was filled with wisdom and radiance. Furthermore, with his insight into all things, he actively intervened in the situation above the sea in an attempt to help the resistance and all the worsted people. Although it was difficult, it still allowed them to see the light of dawn. Perhaps this is the true meaning of returning to the land. Calotte recalled the revelation he had just received and guessed that the red-haired woman named Elaine was the key to stirring Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, stirring the balance of power above the sea, and stirring the balance between the various countries. And only when the situation in the world became chaotic would the worsted people have an opportunity. Calotte took a deep breath and quickly set up a ritual. He prayed to see God and copied Elaine's picture. After doing all of this, he instinctively turned his head to the other side with a complicated expression. Living in that direction was the high priest of the Church of the Sea God. Living there were religious figures who were originally part of the upper echelons of the resistance. Although they didn't dare defy the revelation and had indeed made huge changes, there are many details where they are still immersed in the past. They are stubborn, conservative, backward, and barbaric. They refuse to embrace a more civilized church. If they continue like this, there will be a day when they will be abandoned by God. Calotte couldn't hide the smile in his heart, but he also felt a baffling sense of sorrow. After flipping through the prayers of his believers and choosing the responses he gave, Klein returned to the real world. He planned on taking the initiative to search for people and also see if there were any opportunities for true acting. As he gripped the handle with his right hand, a ridiculous but feasible idea suddenly flashed across his mind. My true goal isn't to find the red-haired Elaine, but to use this opportunity to make contact with Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy and figure out the outcome of the tycoon, Jimmy Necker, as well as the whereabouts of the ancient documents regarding death. In other words, I only need the red-haired Elaine to lure out Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. As for whether she's real or not, it doesn't matter. I can completely transform into red-haired Elaine and get Donnas to send me to Strongman O'Zeal. I can also collect the bounty while I wait to meet Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. What a flashy move. Klein shook his head violently and found a reason to reject the idea. Although I'm a faceless man, I still can't accept cross-dressing. Could it be that overcoming this psychological barrier is also one of the principles of acting? Besides, I don't understand the red-haired Elaine. Even if I wanted to disguise myself, I wouldn't be able to do it. All she has is skin. It's very difficult to fool people who know her well. That way, I wouldn't be able to meet Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. Yes, it might not be Tracy who's looking for the red-haired Elaine. It might be this pirate admiral's enemy. I don't know Vice Admiral Ailment's background, so I can't assess the level of danger by rashly doing so. It's better to be more stable. I'll follow my heart's will and first find the red-haired Elaine. I'll get the details from her before considering what to do next. At this moment, Klein suddenly sensed something amiss in the living room. Donna's snoring had clearly turned softer. Vice Admiral Iceberg is here? Klein twisted the doorknob and opened the bedroom door. Amidst this nearly silent action, Donna sat up and opened his eyes. He tried his best to hide the smile that flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The captain came just now. She said that Admiral of Blood's fleet has appeared at Longtail Island and is continuing south. It seems like they're about to enter the Berserk Sea. The source of this information is trustworthy. Longtail Island? The southernmost island in the Rorsted Sea? From the looks of it, Admiral of Blood had indeed planned on coming to buy him, but he was alarmed by the confrontation between Cavituous and Sea King John Cotman. He circled around it and headed straight for the Berserk Sea. His intelligence officer, Old Quinn, probably didn't send a wireless telegram to inform him of the matter. Klein felt regretful. All he could say was that his plans didn't keep up with the changes. He had originally planned on hunting Admiral of Blood as the battle where the crazy adventurer and bounty hunter, German Sparrow, would rise to fame. Killing Steel Mavady ultimately lacks the shock factor. Klein didn't say a word as he calmly looked at Donna's. Donna's felt a little uncomfortable under the gaze as he chuckled dryly. Admiral of Blood has slipped away. Your cooperation with Captain should come to an end, right? I can return to the Golden Dream now, right? You can contact me through your messenger later. Klein pondered for a moment, took out a pen and paper from his pocket, and wrote down the method to summon his messenger. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the paper flew out like a sheet of metal. Donna's sequence 9 was Hunter, so he easily caught the note with his hand. He glanced at it twice. Suddenly, a crimson flame surged out of his palm and burned the paper into ashes. Haha, even if I forget, Captain has a way to make me remember. He paused, forced a smile, and asked again, can I return to the Golden Dream now? Klein nodded slightly. Sure. Yes. Yes. Donna's resisted the urge to wave his fists in celebration, lest he agitated the lunatic German Sparrow. He smiled cautiously. I'll pay for the room for the time being and buy a ticket. As you know, Byam hasn't been peaceful recently. Captain doesn't wish for the Golden Dream to dock at a private harbor here. At least he knows how to behave. He knows to pay for the room. Klein didn't say a word as he maintained his cold posture. He put on his coat, picked up his hat, and walked out of the luxurious suite. After his figure disappeared from his sight and around the corner of the staircase, Donna shrank back into the room, clenched his fist, and waved it twice. Awesome. That's awesome. I'm finally free. Without any delay, he put on his cap and went to the front desk of the Wind of Azure Hotel to pay for the room and inform them that he wasn't checking out. Danitz quickly arrived on the street and headed straight for a place called the Seaweed Bar. He found the air outside so fragrant and sweet that it made him feel good. After taking a few steps, he suddenly noticed a notice pasted on the wall around the corner. Blazing Donna's bounty of £5,500. The notice was only 2 steps away from Donna's. The familiar face formed a stark contrast with his cap. Donna's grimaced as he revealed a sorrowful smile. He hurriedly lowered the brim of his hat, almost blocking his eyes from looking straight ahead. But even so, he still felt uneasy. He found the nearest department store and bought a gray scarf. He wrapped it around his neck, covering his nose and mouth. Only then did Donna's feel a little relaxed. He sped up his pace and rushed to his destination. The Seaweed Bar was a place where local gangs gathered. It was often frequented by famous pirates. Although this place didn't have as much information and resources as the Swordfish Bar or the Amiris Leaf Bar, it had its own unique characteristics. There were many channels at the bottom. What Donas needed to do was to buy an illegal ticket to Galagos. There was no need to provide any identification. He knew very well that be it in the past or now, his bounty posters were plastered all over the official ticket outlets. Back then, he had obtained a first-class ticket on the White Agate through a similar method. After entering the bar, Donas didn't take off his hat and scarf. He cautiously surveyed the area and found Daniel, who was selling illegal tickets. He didn't head over directly. Instead, he retracted his gaze from the thin, tanned man in his 30s and searched for unfamiliar faces. After a round of selections, Danet squeezed through the crowd and came to the side of a young man drinking at the bar counter. He patted him on the shoulder and suppressed his voice. He patted him on the shoulder and lowered his voice. "Help me." The young man turned his head warily and saw a sneaky fellow. The lower half of his face was tightly wrapped in a gray scarf, and the cap on his head almost covered his eyes. He didn't reveal his appearance at all. To put it simply, such attire was very suspicious. This was because this was the Rorstad archipelago, where the lowest temperature in winter was about 10 degrees C. Donas pointed at Daniel. "See that fellow? Help me buy a ticket to Galagos tomorrow." He handed over 3 one-pound notes and chuckled. "The rest belongs to you." Although an illegal ticket was much more expensive than a regular ticket, Galagos wasn't far. £3 was more than enough. Of course, it was also because the journey was relatively short, so there was no need to buy a first-class cabin. The reason why Donas didn't buy it himself was because he was worried that Daniel would recognize him. If that happened, things would be a little troublesome. Back when his bounty was only £3,000, pirates and adventurers of the same level or lower would consider the fact that they needed a few people to work together to finish him off. The bounty they received wasn't enough to make them forget the deterrence of Vice Admiral Iceberg and the risk of losing their lives. Therefore, they rarely took the initiative to attack him. Therefore, his safety could still be guaranteed in such a black market. But now, his bounty was £5,500. Even if a few people worked together, each of them would receive a sizable sum. And on the sea, there were many fugitives. Apart from that, many people who felt that their bounty was too low and wanted to prove themselves would definitely choose Donas as a target with his reputation and low risk. It was precisely because of this that Donas was afraid that Daniel would turn around and sell him out. Therefore, he decided to hire an unfamiliar face to buy it for him. The young man held the notes and looked at Donas again. He suddenly stood up and walked towards Daniel. When he passed by some drunkards, he deliberately slowed down his footsteps and whispered a few words to them. When Donas saw this scene, he suddenly became alert and thought of a problem. It was obvious that there was something wrong with the current him. It was very suitable for him to take on another person. Do you think Blazing's reputation is bought? Donas planned on teaching those who planned on taking on another person a lesson after he obtained the ticket. At that moment, he noticed a familiar figure enter the door. It was the famous pirate with a bounty of £2,800, Blue Eyes Meath. And this pirate clearly knew the group of people who were planning on taking on another person. Blue Eyes Meath and a few powerful subordinates. Without any hesitation, Donas got up and ran for the back door of the bar. He sped up as he agilely squeezed through the group of drunkards and finally escaped the bar. Then, with his rich anti-tracking skills, he completely escaped from the group of people. Donas didn't dare stay on the streets any longer because it was already dark. The number of patrolling policemen and soldiers had increased. He went all the way back to the Wind of Azure Hotel and opened the door to his luxurious suite. He saw German Sparrow enjoying the dusk scenery by the window. Donas' heart stirred as he squeezed out a smile. "It's like this. I forgot something. Captain asked if you're interested in meeting him at Galagos?" This was a question he had previously concealed. He planned on telling the captain that German Sparrow wasn't interested, but now, he realized that if he lost this crazy adventurer, there was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to leave by him alive. P.S. There's still a little more than 2 days left for the double reward. Seeking monthly tickets, please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website. Head to Galagos to meet Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards. Klein was taken aback for a second as he nearly frowned. This wasn't something he couldn't accept. Instead, he could take the opportunity to communicate with her and ask her about trivial details that couldn't be explained in a letter. He might even gain inspiration from this and accumulate information for his subsequent advancement and the future high-sequence potion formulas. One more friend, one more channel. Klein silently recited this sentence as he took out a heavy gold coin and divined if the trip would be dangerous in front of blazing Donna's. The shiny gold coin flew up and tumbled down, landing in Klein's palm with the numbers facing up. This meant that Klein and Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's meeting at Galagos Harbor wasn't dangerous. Klein moved his gaze up and looked at Donna's. He calmly said, "All right. I thank you on behalf of Captain for accepting the invitation." Donna secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he smiled until the corners of his eyes curled up and his brows relaxed. Klein looked at the wall clock and said, "I'll head to the washroom first." "I'll head to the washroom first." Head to the washroom first? Does he mean that he'll be heading out later and will use his identity to help me buy a ticket? Donna's gaze subconsciously followed German Sparrow's figure as he acutely read between the lines. After confirming it with spirit pendulum divination above the gray fog, Klein washed his hands and left the washroom. He said to Donna's, "Let's head out." "Me? Me?" Danitz pointed at himself. Klein nodded as he put on his coat. "Actually, there's no need, right? You can directly find Erland and get him to help you get 2 tickets." Donna's offered his opinion with abnormal sincerity. Klein swept his gaze at him coldly without a word. He put on his top hat and opened the door. Donna's shuddered and swallowed his second suggestion, which was to buy a fake ID and use his ability to change his appearance and figure to buy 2 tickets through proper channels. He wrapped his scarf around himself again, lowered his cap, and quickly followed the German Sparrow. After nearly 20 minutes, Klein pointed diagonally ahead where the commotion was coming from. "Is it here?" It was none other than the seaweed bar where Donna's had attempted to purchase a black boat ticket not long ago. That's right. Donna's didn't expect to come back to this topic again. He was stunned for a moment. On the way, he had roughly described his experience when he was away, so he did not understand why the German Sparrow wanted to return here. As his thoughts raced, he suddenly had a guess and blurted out, Don't tell me you want to help me take revenge?" This fellow might be crazy, but he's pretty good as a friend. It's obvious from the fact that he risked his life to enter Banksy Harbor for Erland and Company. Donna sighed wistfully from the bottom of his heart. Klein shot a glance at him and didn't say a word as he walked into the seaweed bar. "Actually, there's no need." Donna's followed behind as he tried to persuade him without much strength. To him, if he wasn't afraid of blowing up the matter, he would have poured cement over those traitors and sunk them to the bottom of the sea. That would be perfect. The bar was bustling with noise as it reverberated with music that had local characteristics, giving off a hallucinatory feeling. Danitz surveyed the area seriously, searching for the people who were trying to backstab him, as well as the famous pirate, Blue Eyes Meath, and company. "That's Daniel." Donna's casually introduced the black market merchant. "Unfortunately, this place is too chaotic. I wonder if those fellows are still around," he thought regretfully. Klein looked over as he stroked creeping hunger on his left palm with his right hand. He turned his head and looked at Donna's. With his usual expression, he said, "Take off your scarf." His tone sounded like he was instructing Donna's to buy a beer. "Ah?" Donna's was stunned, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. Klein grinned and said, "Take off your scarf. Don't make me repeat myself a 3rd time." "Why?" Donna's words were stopped by the cold and crazy gaze. He took off his scarf in a daze and puzzlement. For some baffling reason, he felt that the people around him were sizing him up, recognizing him as the pirate with a bounty of 5,500 pounds, blazing Donna's. Klein maintained his maniacal smile as he continued instructing, "Take off your hat. Take off your hat. Go buy a ticket." At that instant, Donna's felt as though he had been struck by lightning as he nearly jumped up. "If I do that, I'll be recognized." Under German Sparrow's gaze, his voice became softer and softer. At this point, he already understood what German Sparrow was up to. He wants to use me, who's worth 5,500 pounds, as bait to lure out those greedy pirates or the powerhouses behind the gangs. T. Why did I think that he's a good friend? No, why did I think that he's my friend? That son of a bitch. Donas kept roaring inwardly as he constantly cursed. He had no way of resisting, because he knew how crazy German Sparrow was. This was a madman who even wanted to hunt a pirate admiral. Donas revealed a twisted smile as he shook his head slightly, took off his hat, and slowly walked towards Daniel. Around him, gazes swept past him and paused for 2 seconds before they suddenly retracted. The drunkards retreated like a receding tide, opening up a wide path as though an ocean had been parted. Upon seeing their reactions, Donas was alarmed and worried, but he found the scene surprisingly good. Was this the prestige of a great pirate? Was this the feeling of being looked up to and being the center of attention? Damn it, I heard someone say my name. Someone is whispering Raging Flame. Donas knew that he had been recognized. Trembling with fear, he moved forward while lowering his hands, ready to fight. Donas? Blazing Donas! In the crowd, Blue Eyes Meath blurted out in shock. His subordinate looked into the distance and said excitedly, "Boss, it's really Blazing Donas. 5,500 pounds. Are we going to do it?" Meath narrowed his blue eyes, raised his left arm, and slapped the back of his subordinate's head. "You stupid donkey. If Blazing Donas was an idiot like you, he would have died countless times over. If he dares to appear like this, he definitely isn't afraid of being attacked. Is there an expert hiding behind him?" Meath suddenly panicked and looked around. He suspected that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards had secretly come to the City of Generosity. By him, through the gaps between the people, he saw a young gentleman standing by the entrance. He wore a black double-breasted coat and a half-top hat. He had black hair and brown eyes. His face was thin and angular. Without needing words, Meath's spiritual perception told him that this was an extremely terrifying existence. His high spiritual perception had once brought him many problems, but it had also allowed him to successfully escape from even more danger. "Let's go." He suppressed his voice and instructed. Then, with the help of the customers, he escaped from the bar's back door just like Donas. Danitz walked in front of Daniel with his heart palpitating, and he bought 2 tickets to Galagos from the man, who had a look of shock and horror on his face. Even when he retraced his steps and walked out of the bar under German Sparrow's gaze, he didn't see anyone launch a sudden attack. Weren't there many fugitives among the pirates? Sure enough, it's difficult to make a trap that's made on the spur of the moment. Abnormality usually means that something is wrong. Of course, you can also use abnormality to scare the enemy. Unfortunately, Klein pressed down on his hat and followed Donas. At that moment, Donas was pacing around the gas lamp. When he saw German Sparrow come out, he forced a smile. "Can I wear a scarf and hat now?" "Haha, those cowards." "Sure." Klein didn't stop and quickened his pace towards the other end of the street. Donas' pupil shrank. He hurriedly caught up and asked, "Why did you suddenly run away?" Klein didn't turn his head as he calmly said, "Do you want to stay here and wait for the mandated Punisher's invitation?" As he spoke, he took out the paper man, threw it out, and burned it to ashes. Only then did Donas realize that although those cowards didn't dare attack him, they definitely had the courage to report him. If they succeeded, they still had a chance of receiving a portion of the bounty. After running into a secluded alley, he saw German Sparrow stop. Only then did he have the time to wrap his scarf and put on his hat. "Where are we going now?" Donas asked after catching his breath. Klein glanced at him. "To find Erland." The corners of Donas' mouth twitched. He wished he could throw a fireball at him. "To buy a ticket to Tyrrhenius Island," Klein added as he passed through the alley. Tyrrhenius Island was the first island south of the Rorstad archipelago. Yes, there's also a ship to Galagos there. Everyone's attention is now on the liner from Byam to Galagos. No one would expect us to circle around Tyrrhenius Harbor. Donas followed. In realization. On Tuesday morning, Klein personally helped Donas disguise himself, turning him into a mixed-race man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Although he couldn't use his faceless powers, it was at least 10 times better than Donas' previous disguise. They successfully boarded the ship and prepared to head south to Tyrrhenius Harbor, which would take about 10 hours. Whoosh, the liner left the harbor and sailed into the sea. Under the warm sunlight, thin clouds, blue sky, and a rather chilly breeze, the hybrid ship sailed quietly on the gentle waves, sailing steadily into the afternoon. At that moment, Klein was in the cabin, pondering over a content in the Book of Secrets. Donis was pacing back and forth, thinking about how to brag to his companions. Suddenly, their vision darkened at the same time, as if a cloud had drifted over and blocked the sun. Klein subconsciously looked out and saw a huge, pitch-black sailboat in the distance. It was nearly 100 meters long, with sails hanging high, and there were cannons on its side. It hadn't come close, and it was sailing in a different direction, but it still made the surrounding area seem to have a black Sunday dance. Revealed a complicated look of admiration and fear, yearning, and disgust. He hissed and muttered as though he was sleep-talking. He hissed and muttered, "Black Emperor, P.S., double the last day. Seeking monthly tickets. Genius 1 second to remember website address. Mobile version." When he saw the gigantic black sailboat, Klein's first reaction was fear and wariness. He suspected that the demigod, king of the 5 seas Nast, was here for him. However, he immediately rejected this guess. This was because apart from using the Black Emperor card in the spirit world, he had almost never let the card of blasphemy appear in the real world ever since he set out to sea. There were only 2 or 3 times when it was summoned and quickly entered the spirit world. With the Grey Fog's screening abilities and the card of blasphemy's anti-divination and anti-prophecy characteristics, it's impossible for King of the 5 seas Nast to lock onto me. Klein calmed down, got up, and walked to the window. Together with Donis, he looked at the Black Emperor that defied common sense. The gigantic ship slowly approached in the large shadows. The scene on the deck gradually became clear. The sailors were either cleaning the deck or bragging while leaning against the side of the ship. They didn't draw their weapons, nor did they show any signs of plundering. Near the cabin, there was a mottled stone chair that was 2 to 3 meters tall. Sitting on it was a giant-like man. Before he could clearly see King of the 5 seas Nast's appearance, Donis couldn't help but lower his head. His body stiffened as he trembled, wishing to prostrate himself. Klein also felt the indescribable might and awe. He didn't force himself or continue looking straight at King of the 5 seas Nast. This would likely attract his attention and bring him unnecessary trouble. As a person with many secrets, he still had to lower his head. Klein retracted his gaze and admired the carpet on the deck. After an unknown period of time, he saw sunlight shine in again as the shadows vanished. He looked up, but the gigantic, pitch-black sailboat was no longer in his line of sight. The wind was gentle, and the waves were calm. Why did he suddenly come here? Wasn't it said that he was still in the Fog Sea? Donis frowned slightly as he muttered to himself in puzzlement. That Black Emperor can sail in the spirit world, so it's normal for him to come from the Fog Sea in a few days. This might be one of the reasons why Nast is the leader of the 4 kings. Klein mumbled inwardly. He believed that King of the 5 seas Nast had been attracted by the Dark Emperor card, but there was a high chance that he could only determine a vague range. Klein withdrew his gaze and sat down again as if nothing had happened. The straight-line distance from Byam to Delinus wasn't long, but it was safe enough. The ship didn't enter the port until dusk. Then, Klein changed his appearance and used his fake identity to buy 2 tickets for the earliest time. He set off again before the sky turned dark and arrived at Galagos in the early morning light. Donis didn't enter the city. Instead, he took Klein to a private harbor and boarded a crude fishing boat, heading out to sea. Nearly 2 hours later, Klein saw a clean and tidy sailboat that was dozens of meters long, reflecting the sunlight with a golden hue. Compared to other ships of the same kind, it appeared extremely special. There was a main cannon along the central axis, and the symbols and patterns on the cannon barrel were layered as they swirled with a weak but pure light. That's a purification cannon. It can only be used 10 times. After that, 6 priests of light need to hold a ritual to pray to the deities to replenish its spirituality, Donis introduced smugly. A charm that can be magnified multiple times? After a certain period of time, there will likely be a spontaneous loss of spirituality. The faction behind Vice Admiral Iceberg is the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun? Or can it nurture a priest of light? Klein didn't show it on his face, but he was having doubts inwardly. When he first saw the golden dream in Donna's dream, he didn't express any surprise at the main canon. After all, things like dreams didn't need to conform to common sense. Perhaps Donna's had seen ironclad warships before and had left a deep impression on the main canon, so it was reflected in his dream. Klein never expected that the golden dream would really have such a high level of mysticism knowledge. It was something that ordinary factions couldn't handle. Soon, the golden dream lowered a dinghy and quickly approached the fishing boat. Donna's opened his fingers before clenching them tightly. He suddenly jumped down and landed firmly on the dinghy without causing any turbulence. He whistled and high-fived the pirate who was steering the boat. He found the feeling of traversing the ocean. However, his excitement didn't last long. His back suddenly sank as a person appeared. "I forgot about this madman." Donna's wiped away his smile and sat down. Klein observed the pirates, pressed down on his hat, and calmly sat down without a word. Before long, he reached the deck of the Golden Dream and saw Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards standing silently by the side of the ship. This pirate admiral looked almost the same as the last time he met her in his dream. Her hair and makeup hadn't changed, but she had changed her dress into a pair of dark-colored trousers. Paired with leather boots, she looked more valiant and beautiful. This time, she looks more like a pirate and not a teacher. Klein nodded slightly and smiled politely. "Good morning, ma'am Captain." "Good morning, Mr. Gehrman," Edwina replied with a smile. She turned around and walked to a spot where the fishing nets were dried. She gestured for the other pirates to stay away as she busied herself with her own matters. Fishing nets. As expected of a pirate crew that's more like a treasure hunter. Is this prepared to improve their meals? Klein followed in silence, not saying a word. Danitz, on the other hand, automatically went to find his closest companions to drink and brag. Of course, he didn't let down his guard. From time to time, he would glance over, afraid that his captain and German Sparrow would fight. He was prepared to call for his companions to gang up on them at any moment. This time, Klein didn't wait for Edwina to take the initiative to explain the reason for her invitation. After 2 seconds of silence, he asked, "What do you know about Tracy?" He planned on asking what he wanted to know before listening to Edwina's intentions. He didn't want to be embarrassed to ask again if he couldn't agree and chose to reject her. "Tracy?" Edwina's eyes flickered slightly. "She's a demoness, a sequence 5 demoness of affliction." "Demoness?" Klein nearly burst out in laughter. He felt that he was fated with demonesses. First, it was Witch Trissy, followed by Demoness of Pleasure Madame Sharon. Then, it was Trissy Cheek, who had become Pleasure, and a high-ranking demoness whose voice he only heard. Now, there was Demoness of Affliction Tracy. Edwina didn't notice the stirrings in his heart as she continued, "She's different from the typical demoness. She has her own ideals and pursuits. She's considered an oddity in the demoness sect, but she will still work for the organization, be it human trafficking or other matters." Different from the typical demoness? Does she give up on her self-awareness and choose to give women pleasure? Klein suddenly thought of the red-haired Elaine. However, he didn't dare to be certain. This was because not all demonesses were male to female. There were also real women who wanted to become assassins. After asking for more details, Klein pondered for a moment. "We met Nast and his Black Emperor on the road. In the past month, matters related to you, Senor, Tracy, and Nast have appeared in these waters. This is very abnormal. 4 of the 4 kings and 7 generals had been involved with the Worsted Sea in a short period of time. This didn't even include the newly promoted Tarot member, Admiral of Stars Katlia. From a probabilistic point of view, it was indeed very abnormal." Of course, Klein had some guesses. He planned on seeing if Vice Admiral Iceberg could give him a refreshing idea. Edwina listened in silence. She pulled over a corner of the fishing net and held it in front of her. She took out a fountain pen, a brass holy dagger, and a small metal bottle from her pocket and the inner compartment of her belt. She placed them horizontally on the open fishing net. They landed there firmly without moving. It didn't seem like they would have any interactions. At this moment, Edwina bent down and picked up a rock that was pressing down on the net, allowing it to fall vertically into the center of the layer that had been opened up. The fishing net immediately caved in, causing the surroundings to shrink. The pens, holy daggers, and vials rolled toward the center and gathered together with the stones. That's about it. An unknown existence has appeared at the corresponding spot of this web of destiny, leading us here, Edwina explained simply. This is like an actual model of the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics. Klein nodded in thought. With regards to this, he was both enlightened and puzzled. The former was because Edwina's explanation was nearly identical to his theory, while the latter was because it couldn't be used to analyze every problem. King of the Five Seas Nast's appearance is due to me. Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy can barely be explained since I've interacted with Tracy Cheek after all. I can't find a reason for Vice Admiral Iceberg and Admiral of Blood. Perhaps this is purely a coincidence? And the latter was triggered by the former. Klein retracted his gaze and asked about other things. Then, he said, "Ma'am Captain, why did you invite me here?" Edwina gave him a deep look and said, "Your identification shows that you come from Bakeland. Your identification shows that you come from Backland, and according to my understanding, this identity isn't authentic enough. There isn't a very powerful bounty hunter named Gehrman Sparrow there. The faction backing him is very powerful. Furthermore, he has a rather powerful network in Bakeland. He managed to find out that there's a problem with my identity so quickly." Klein didn't panic as he calmly smiled. Everyone has some secrets. Edwina fell silent for a few seconds and didn't press him further. Instead, she said, "Not long before Cavituous died, you made a sacrifice to it." Klein turned his head slightly and swept his gaze across Donna's, who was drinking beer. Cough. 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 Donna's felt guilty and alarmed as he spat on himself. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina without admitting or denying it. Edwina continued with an unperturbed expression, "After Cavituous's death, the sea god is still responding to his believers. P.S. I originally said that I would be able to steadily update until I get home, but I ended up having a stomach flu and a slight fever today. All I can do is fill in the blanks. I'll take half a day off tomorrow, and I can only write the chapter at night. Sigh, with a blank page, I can write it more easily. Also, I'm begging for monthly votes when I'm sick. There's more than one day left. Genius, remember this site's address in a second. Mobile version. Lord of the Mysteries applies for another half-day leave, currently in the middle of typing. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update." What is she suspecting? Klein looked straight into Edwina's eyes without shifting his gaze away or dodging it. After knowing that Donna's had revealed to Vice Admiral Iceberg that he had sacrificed himself to Cavituous before its death, Klein had made the corresponding preparations. If he wasn't standing on the shipboard but sitting on the sofa, he definitely would have crossed his right leg and leaned back, calmly giving an answer. A smile appeared on his face as he raised his left palm and introduced it in a relaxed tone. "My glove is called Creeping Hunger." Klein believed that Donna's, who had witnessed his battle, had definitely informed his captain of the exact details. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, who was on par with Vice Admiral Hurricane Zillings, to guess that he had obtained Creeping Hunger. In that case, taking the initiative to reveal it clearly gave him a psychological advantage over being exposed by her. And there were two reasons for his sudden mention of this matter. First, it was to vaguely tell her that there was an organization backing me, an organization that could kill Vice Admiral Hurricane and orchestrate Cavituous's death, as well as respond to its believers in its stead. Second, it was to warn Edwina not to attempt to investigate or delve deeper into the matter. Otherwise, the instant death of Vice Admiral Hurricane would be a perfect example. At such a moment, Klein still took into account the German Sparrow's persona. He didn't directly threaten her, nor did he deny it. Instead, he simply replied with a calm but crazy tone. Edwina Edwards nodded slightly and suddenly changed the topic. "I plan on providing some aid to the resistance in the Rorstad archipelago, mainly food and cloth." Aid? Is the faction backing her hostile to Rouen, or is she just trying to discuss the Church of the Storm? Klein wiped away his smile and calmly replied, "This has nothing to do with me. This has nothing to do with me. I won't leave anything behind, he silently added in his heart. Edwina turned her head and raised her arm to point at Blazing Donnas, who was drinking and secretly looking in their direction. I will entrust him with full authority, including contacting the resistance, confirming the time, and arranging for a private harbor. I hope you can provide some protection. Pfft. Donnas spat out a golden waterfall from his mouth. Haha, pew, bang bang bang. The two pirates sitting next to him laughed so hard that they bent over and punched the deck, spitting out the beer they had just drunk. One of them had a very dark complexion, as if he was covered with a layer of iron. The other had a rather thick waist. Although he wasn't fat overall. He didn't have any lines to speak of. Edwina retracted her gaze and unhurriedly added before Klein could say a word, "That's right. You're an adventurer. I don't think you'll reject a job with a good price." "That's a great excuse for me." Klein smiled and replied, "Of course." He didn't ask how much the payment was, and Edwina seemed to have forgotten to mention it. The intellectual and beautiful pirate general was silent for a while. Senor sent word that he's willing to pay 5,000 pounds to buy the key that belonged to the giant. This was the so-called Death's Key, the gigantic black iron key that nearly caused Donnas to lose his life in Byam. Klein suspected that it didn't only originate from the Dark Second Epoch, but it also had something to do with the giant king's court. In other words, he's asking me if I want to make a bid? Klein was first taken aback before he came to a realization. He couldn't help but mutter inwardly. 5,000 pounds? I don't even know if that key can be used or if it really involves the giant king's court. If it doesn't work, can I return it? Besides, this matter doesn't have any prior information. Even if I divine it above the grey fog, I won't be able to obtain any effective revelations. Yes, a simple inference is that if it doesn't involve the giant king's court and involves some other treasure I don't even know about, then I won't be able to use it even if I buy it. The only benefit is that I'll foil Admiral of Blood's plans, harming others without benefiting myself. If it involves the giant king's court, even if Admiral of Blood buys it, there's a high chance that he won't be able to find the location because it's in the forsaken land of the gods. Besides, my plan is to hunt him. When the time comes, I can obtain the key without spending money. It's equivalent to him buying it for me and keeping it for a period of time. Although this idea is very idealistic, it's not impossible, Klein pondered for a few seconds. It might hide a huge secret. He deliberately mentioned it to make Vice Admiral Iceberg unwilling to sell the gigantic black iron key to Admiral of Blood Senior. This was to prevent the latter from rapidly strengthening himself after obtaining the treasure and stepping into the demigod realm. That would bring about quite a disaster. Edwina listened silently and didn't continue the topic. She turned her body halfway and pointed at the cabin's entrance. "Breakfast has been prepared for you." "Thank you." Klein took off his hat and bowed. As he followed Vice Admiral Iceberg to the cabin, he quickly ruminated over the conversation he had just had, searching for the true reason behind Edwina's invitation. From the problem of German Sparrow's identity, to the mystical item suspected to be creeping hunger, to the sacrifice to Cavituous, and the sea god that should have perished is still responding to his believers, when all of this is strung together, it's indeed easy to connect it to the fact that there's a secret organization behind me with an unknown goal. And the faction that Vice Admiral Iceberg belongs to is very wary and very interested in this matter. Therefore, they got her to test me face to face to see if there's anything to be gained. They're still rather friendly at the moment. Providing aid to the resistance is a form of expression. They seem to be more inclined to cooperate with the organization behind me to a certain extent. Of course, the unknown is always terrifying. Without sufficient understanding and confidence, the chances of Vice Admiral Iceberg and company taking action are very, very low. Heh, if they were to know that the secret organization behind me has only been established for slightly more than half a year. Including the world and Miss Zio, who I've established contact with but have yet to recruit, there aren't more than 10 members. Would they lose control of themselves from anger? As his thoughts raced, Klein entered the cabin and followed the dim passageway, passing through wooden doors. He followed Edwina up the stairs and arrived at the brighter second level. Before entering the pirates' dining hall, they passed by a half-open room. Klein casually glanced inside and discovered that the gigantic black iron key was casually placed on a wooden table. This is the proof of our previous treasure hunts. Some of them are just mementos, while others have yet to reveal their value. They require further research. Edwina appeared cold, but her explanation was very detailed. It was as though she was afraid that Klein wouldn't understand what was going on. And when she mentioned the word research, her light blue eyes that resembled clear spring water clearly lit up a little. Proof of our previous treasure hunts? Klein couldn't help but size up the room. At this moment, Edwina pushed the door open further and walked in. She casually introduced, "I'm here." This is a gold coin from the 4th epoch Solomon Empire. Klein turned his gaze over and saw a coin placed in a photo frame. It was dark golden color, as though it was formed from 2 semicircles of different sizes. It was extremely asymmetrical, and its surface was engraved with a pointed crown. It was very similar to the crown on King of the Five Seas Nast's head. Edwina was like an owner who enjoyed flaunting her collection as she introduced the items in the room. This made Klein think of an acquaintance, Eye of Wisdom, Detective Eichinger Stanton. When it comes to flaunting their collection, they're very similar. Do all people with rich collections have such a fetish? Wait, Mr. Stanton went to Lemberg to study abroad for 4 years. Vice Admiral Iceberg's description also mentions Edwina Edwards from Lemberg. Lemberg's capital is the headquarters of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Mr. Stanton also admitted that he converted to the God of Knowledge and Wisdom while studying abroad. Could the faction behind Vice Admiral Iceberg be them? Klein listened and thought until Edwina stopped in front of the gigantic iron black key. Just like what he saw in his dream, the key was about the size of a 7-stringed zither. An ordinary human would need to hug it to move it. It was dull and ancient in appearance. The patterns on its surface are similar to the style of the City of Silver. It has obvious characteristics of giants. Klein nodded and was just about to retract his gaze when he heard Edwina say, "You can study it." "Let me study it?" "You probably don't know how many potential problems I've triggered in the past. If you let me study it freely, I'm afraid I won't be able to see the golden dream later." Klein lampooned himself as he reached out his right hand towards the black iron key that belonged to a giant. He only felt that it was cold to the touch. No matter how much spirituality he injected into it, it was useless. "Unfortunately, I can't directly bring it above the gray fog to study it." Klein retracted his right hand and shook his head indiscernibly. He moved his gaze and saw a book made of goatskin on the same table. The dark brown cover had a line of ancient Fasak words on it, Gurozel's Travels. This came from a sunken ship at the bottom of the sea. "It has been soaked for 165 years without any damage," Edwina introduced. "It records a story. A giant named Gurozel decided to head to the nation of Frost to hunt the King of the North, a powerful frost dragon. Along the way, he encountered companions. There were female elves, devout ascetics, nobles from the Solomon Empire, and soldiers from Rouen. The story progressed to the point where they encountered the King of the North, but it suddenly stopped. It's not that there aren't any, but the last few pages are difficult to open despite all means. You can give it a try." "It's not a journal, but a book?" "That's rather strange. To place characters from different epochs and eras together, it should be a product of modern times." Klein flipped through the book, letting the yellowish-brown pages slide past. The content wasn't much different from what Edwina had described, but the plot appeared abrupt and disjointed. It made Klein suspect if he had missed out on a segment. For example, the protagonists would instantly turn from strangers to familiarity after their encounter. Soon, he reached the last few pages and realized that they were indeed stuck together. He couldn't pry them apart no matter what. This effect can likely be dealt with above the gray fog. I wonder what accidents will happen. Klein turned his head to look at Vice Admiral Iceberg. Edwina fell silent for a moment before saying, "If you want it, I can sell it to you." "If you want, I can sell it to you. I've studied it for many years, but I haven't found anything. However, I have a condition." "What condition?" Klein returned with a question. Edwina pursed her lips and said, "If you discover anything from your research, you must tell me the results so that I won't have any more questions. As long as you agree to this condition, I can sell it to you very cheaply." Klein suddenly felt interested. How much? 8,000 pounds, Edwina said calmly. Klein pretended to ponder as he nodded indifferently. I'll consider it. Consider how to pretend that nothing happened, he thought silently. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina didn't have any change in expression because of German Sparrow's request to consider it. She calmly nodded. There's no rush. She seems to think that I'm unable to make the decision alone for such a huge transaction. I have to seek the secret organization backing me. Is this something I can't decide on? This is a problem of not having money. Klein lampooned himself, closed Grozel's travels, and asked in a deep voice, do you know who the author is? What was the outcome of the person who once owned this book? Edwina walked in front of him and extended her right hand. She stroked the cover with her finger. Due to the fog of history, the sinking of the ship, and the loss of the corresponding information, the previous owner can no longer be verified. Similarly, there's no way to determine who the author is. There's no signature on it. We used some mystic arts to do some research and discovered that the goatskin was made at least 3,000 years ago, before the cataclysm. This is also the reason why I believe it's worth at least 8,000 pounds. A book from 3,000 years ago. Apart from dragons and elves, there are also human ascetics, nobles of the Solomon Empire, and Ruan soldiers. These are all concepts that only appeared in later eras. A magical book that hides a prophecy? Or did someone specially use ancient goatskin to make it? But what's the point of that? Is it just a prank? Klein deliberately curled the corners of his mouth without revealing a smile. The giant's name is Roselle. Could the author be Roselle? No. The name Roselle originates from the dismantling of Jotun. It changed a second time when ancient Fasak evolved into Intis, giving it a different meaning. Edwina explained the etymology of the name Roselle in detail. Klein was taken aback as he felt like he was back in school. He nodded slightly and said in an unperturbed tone, if this is an ancient work, I'm very curious why a frost dragon is called the King of the North. What sequence does it correspond to? Edwina raised her gaze from Roselle's travels and looked at Klein. Before the first blasphemy slate appeared, there was no concept of pathways and sequences. Furthermore, many creatures wouldn't follow such arrangements. In that epoch, chaos and madness were the main themes. Some dragons might gather many Beyonder characteristics related to frost, just like a demoness frost, a zombie's frost, or a weather warlock's frost. This way, it will possess extremely powerful strength and a rather high level. Of course, such a gathering will definitely bring about death and loss of control. This means that if it didn't die, it would definitely lose control and become a monster. However, the dragon itself is a monster. If there are many similar products among dragons, giants, and elves, then it's understandable why the second epoch is called the Dark Epoch. Klein pondered for a moment and muttered to himself, but also as though he was asking a question. This results in a waste of Beyonder characteristics. Edwina looked at him for a few seconds. Emperor Roselle once said, that's right. Everything that separates must gather, and everything that gathers must separate. The emperor said it before? I understand the first sentence. It's another way of expressing the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence. What does the second mean? When convergence reaches a certain level, there will be a tendency of separation and rejection. When they don't belong to a single pathway and are gathered together in a very chaotic manner, there will be a separation effect. The more chaotic it is, the more they reject each other. The emperor probably wouldn't have said such words to anyone. It definitely wouldn't be in the sayings that are circulating outside. I guess from Roselle's use of dreams and Madame Lieutenant General's surname that she's a descendant of one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, Edwards. The possibility is extremely high. After the emperor perished, their family fled to Lemberg and gradually converted to the god of knowledge and wisdom. What a good teacher. She answers every question. Klein didn't speak further as he admired the other items in Vice Admiral Iceberg's collection. At the same time, he had an idea. It was to ask Little Sun through the world at the tarot gathering to see if he knew anything about Roselle's travels. Of course, to prevent the hanging man from figuring out that there was something amiss with the world and thus detect the fool's abnormality, he decided to communicate alone and block out others. After a brief tour, Edwina led Klein out of the collection room and into the captain's room in the pirate cafeteria. The more special food here is yogurt. You can add strawberries and other jams, or you can directly add honey. Edwina pointed at the row of food outside the door and said, there are a few types of dried fish that aren't bad either. They come from the deep sea and have yet to be named. As she spoke, she gestured for Klein to take it and bring it back to the room. She then stood up and set an example. Klein took a portion of yogurt made by an unknown person and added a few spoonfuls of honey into it. Then, he picked up a plate and placed pork sausages, butter bagels, and other food into it. During this process, he saw a young man dressed in a white shirt, black vest, and a flowery bow tie. He looked more like a clerk than a pirate as he approached Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina and whispered to her. The man looked pretty good. His hair was slightly blonde, and the roots of his hair were rather black. They were neatly combed to the sides. His eyes were a very light lake green color. His nose bridge was high, and his lips were rather thin. He had a trustworthy bearing. Don't be fooled by this guy's appearance. He's a wolf fish can. It's filled with a foul stench. Donis had entered the pirate cafeteria at some point in time. He came to Klein's side and whispered in contempt. Klein turned his head to glance at him without saying a word. This was because he knew that Donis would take the initiative to explain. Without waiting for Donis to speak, the man with a fat waist beside him said with a slightly shrill voice, he's the third mate, Jodson. In the past, he was a playboy come pirate. He said that he wanted to steal our captain's heart, but he ended up getting beaten up. He was left behind to be educated. T. In short, he's not a good guy. Donis emphasized. Not a good guy, another pirate with iron-black skin echoed. Why do I have the feeling that all of you are the same? Klein thought and said, flowery bow-tie Jodson with a bounty of 5,200 pounds? Sequence 6? It's indeed a standard German sparrow reaction. Donis looked over and said with a hint of lingering fear in his disdain, he's not too strong. He's just very strange. When I fought him, I suddenly couldn't use fireballs, and he could mimic my fire powers. A very familiar description. Klein subconsciously looked at Jodson and carefully recalled where he had heard it before. This was very similar to a sealed artifact behind Tingen City's Cheney Skate, Blood Vessel Thief. Klein couldn't recall the Blood Vessel Thief's seal number, but he clearly remembered that it could temporarily steal the beyonder powers of others for its own use. Corresponding pathway? Klein retracted his gaze and realized that Donis and his two companions were drinking as they looked over in concern. Recalling how Danitz had divulged the matter of him sacrificing Calvetua, Klein took a glass of beer, carried his plate, and walked to the captain's dining room. You all like her, right? Pft. 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 Behind Klein, the sound of alcohol spewing out sounded almost at the same time. From the corner of his eye, he saw Donis jump 2 steps back. He first looked over in horror before turning his head in a relaxed manner to size up his companions. They had unknowingly distanced themselves from each other. The look in their eyes turned rather complicated, as though they had been deceived. Klein didn't stop as he returned to the captain's dining room and enjoyed the delicacies of the morning. After a while, Edwina returned with a plate of food. She drank a mouthful of milk and paused for 2 seconds. Donis showed me your messenger summoning ritual. It mentioned that a gold coin is needed as a material. I'm a little puzzled. Is this referring to the gold coin of Rouen, Intis, Faisac, or something else? Their weight is different, and the gold content is different as well. Klein thought for a moment. The gold coin of Rouen. That's also the most valuable gold coin. Anyway, I don't have to pay for it. Klein added inwardly. Edwina nodded. You have to pay when you receive a reply? Different spirit world creatures have different preferences. Klein tersely acknowledged. He knew that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina was a researcher of spirit world creatures, so he believed that she could understand what he meant. Moreover, he didn't lie. He only hid the fact that the owner of the messenger could pay for it. Yes. I once tried to find a messenger, but all I could do was figure out the incantation myself. Not only was it dangerous, but it was also very difficult to obtain a satisfactory one. Finally, I gave up. That's one of the reasons. The other reason is that the simulated power of the dead can't be used to sign the contract. Your incantation gave me a lot of inspiration. Klein ate his breakfast in silence. He didn't explain anything to the other party because this knowledge came from Mr. Aztec's teachings. Without his permission, he wouldn't spread it. After a delicious but quiet breakfast, the Golden Dream approached the private harbor and dropped off Klein and Donna's. Donna's looked back at the shining golden ship and suddenly sighed. I feel like my friendship has sunk into the ocean. Klein pressed his hat and said calmly, losers can form an alliance. Donna's wasn't sure if he should be happy or sad. After changing his identity and forging identification to buy a ticket back to Byam and successfully boarding the ship, Klein finally had his personal space. He entered the washroom and went above the gray fog. He browsed through the prayers of the sea god believers. This time, the first thing he saw was the bald resistance member, Kalat. Almighty God, we discovered red-haired Elaine's whereabouts. She's hiding in the Intis consulate. This was confirmed by a laundry maid and a gardener. City of Generosity, Byam, inside the Intis consulate. Elaine sat in front of a dressing table, looking at her beautiful but slightly haggard reflection in the mirror. She fell into a daze for a few minutes. The period of her escape from the Black Death was filled with anticipation and torment. She was afraid that she would be discovered by pirates or adventurers, resulting in her being captured by Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. She would then completely lose her freedom and never be able to return to her hometown to return to her original life. Only when she used her family's remaining connections to hide in her country's consulate and obtain a ticket to leave the sea did she relax a little. However, this still wasn't enough to make her feel at ease. She believed that everything would only end when she truly reached the northern continent. With this in mind, Elaine couldn't help but raise her right hand and caress her cheeks, which weren't too fair but were sufficiently healthy. She discovered that the smoothness of her cheeks was much better than when she was a sea merchant. She had the illusion that she had returned to her teenage years. In fact, after entering the Intis consulate, she had another option other than escaping the sea. It was to cooperate with the Church of the Storm, Ruan's military, and some of the consulate's spies. She could use herself as bait to capture Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. However, after thinking for a long time, she finally gave up on this plan. She even requested her family's elder, who was a military officer in the consulate, not to tell others that she was hiding here. Regardless, she ultimately didn't cause me any actual harm. Instead, she accommodated me and satisfied me in many areas. Apart from every night. That's just on the surface. As she recalled, Elaine's face suddenly flushed red. Those intoxicating nights, the heat of their limbs intertwining, and the unimaginable pleasure flashed past her mind. She found it difficult to calm down for a short period of time. Elaine slowly took a deep breath and exhaled. She shook her head, allowing her yearning for freedom, her longing for her hometown, and her family to occupy her heart once again. She looked at her reflection in the mirror again and coiled up her drooping red hair. Then, she applied thick makeup, straightened her eyebrows, and enhanced the shadows, making her look more chiseled and with deep lines. After a round of makeup, Elaine had become more androgynous and looked more heroic. She took off her clothes and wrapped a strip of cloth around her chest, then put on a white shirt, a black vest, men's trousers, and a double-breasted frock coat. Finally, she took off her silk top hat and put it on her head, covering her red hair. At this time, in the mirror, she looked more like a handsome young man than a woman, especially her pair of emerald green eyes, which seemed to be especially suitable for this kind of appearance, had a kind of enchanting depth. Helene waited patiently for a while until someone knocked on the door. She picked up her luggage, opened the door, and followed the family elder's friend all the way to the side door of the consulate's garden. A carriage was already waiting there to take her to the port, where she would board a liner to Pritz Harbor in the Kingdom of Rouen, from where she would take a detour back to Intis. Elaine had extraordinary anti-tracking skills, and she carefully examined her surroundings, including the carriage driver. A local native, thin and strong, doesn't like to wear hats, and his facial features haven't changed from when she first saw him. He looks a little nervous, which is normal. After confirming it, Elaine thanked the family elder's friend, picked up her luggage, and boarded the carriage. As the carriage rolled, she pursed her lips and looked out the window, only to see the sycamore trees of Intis quickly passing by. This gave her the illusion that she had returned to Trier. It was a metropolis filled with sunlight, located in the area between the Rhine River and the Schrenzo River. The scenery was beautiful, there were many varieties of roses, and the humanities and arts were flourishing. It was a holy land for artists, musicians, and artists. It was the capital of Intis, the first true metropolis of the world after Roselle the Great rebuilt it. It was also Elaine's hometown, the place where she grew up, the city she often saw in her dreams and shed tears over. After an unknown period of time, Elaine suddenly felt that something was amiss. This was because the surrounding streets were becoming more deserted and remote. As a former sea merchant, although she had been active in the Fog Sea for a long time and wasn't familiar with Biome in the Sonia Sea, her Sequence 9 hunter gave her enough vigilance. "Is this the right route?" Elaine moved and cautiously asked the carriage driver. She was prepared to jump out of the carriage at any moment, ready to condense a fireball. The carriage driver didn't turn back as he looked at the road ahead and smiled obsequiously. "Honorable lady, this route is closer, and it's less likely to encounter traffic jams. As you know, Biome was built many years ago. Back then, there weren't so many people or carriages. Many of the streets are very narrow, and it's very easy to get jammed around noon and evening. It's faster to walk than to take a carriage." "Is that so?" Elaine thought for a moment and believed this explanation. This was because she had encountered similar situations in many cities. Trier is still the best. When Roselle the Great renovated the old city, he had the foresight to expand the roads. Even to this day, it's still sufficient. Just as this thought flashed through Elaine's mind, she suddenly heard the horse pulling the carriage neigh, as though it was in pain. "Wait a moment. It seems to have stepped on something." The carriage driver stopped the carriage by the side and jumped off. Elaine didn't think much of it, but from the corner of her eyes, she saw that it was a quiet alley with no one around. Her heartstrings tightened, and without any hesitation, she wanted to smash through the carriage and roll out. Regardless of whether this was an overreaction, she believed that she had to do so. At this moment, a strong sense of fear suddenly surged deep in her heart, as though she had been targeted by an extremely hungry monster. The pressure from her spirituality made her hesitate, not daring to rashly take action. Soon after, she heard a deep voice. "I won't hurt you. I'll ask you some questions." Thoughts raced through Elaine's mind as she quickly weighed the various options available to her. In the end, she didn't flee blindly. Under the immense and terrifying pressure, she sat back in her seat. She planned on adjusting her plan of action bit by bit according to the situation. The carriage door opened, and the thin and muscular native carriage driver walked out and sat opposite Elaine. He was none other than Faceless Klein. In order to act as a carriage driver, he had specially practiced how to control horses and carriages. This was a skill that he hadn't truly learned back in Tingen City's Nighthawks team. Due to the lack of time, he didn't have enough control, so he could only use the aura of creeping hunger to successfully make the horses obedient. At the same time, Donnes, who was hiding nearby, ran over, sat in the carriage driver's seat, and drove the carriage. His round-brimmed felt hat was pressed low, and he was dressed like a real carriage driver. Elaine warily bent her back slightly, ready to pounce like a cheetah at any moment. She felt the man's gaze slowly sweep across her forehead, eyebrows, eyes, nose, mouth, neck, chest, waist, and legs. It made her feel extremely uncomfortable. She had seen similar gazes and sizing her up in Intis, in Trier, and back when she was out at sea. It was a hooligan, a disgusting fellow filled with lust. But this time, she strangely didn't feel insulted, nor did she think that he wanted to tear off her clothes and was fantasizing about some abnormal scene. Instead, it's more like he's studying food. "It's like there's a cold and slippery snake slithering across my skin." Elaine finally couldn't take it any longer. She took the initiative to ask, "What do you want to ask?" Klein, who had completely grasped the other party's physical characteristics, leaned forward, his arms naturally resting on his thighs, and his palms clasped together in a half-solid manner. "Have you heard of a person named Jimmy Necker?" Elaine recalled for a few seconds and firmly shook her head in denial. She frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Did you find the wrong person?" He is a wealthy businessman who likes to collect things. Have you heard of such a person from Tracy? Klein asked again. Tracy. Helene sighed inwardly as she replied seriously, that's right. No, she has never mentioned a wealthy businessman who likes to collect. Klein looked into the red-haired girl's eyes and said unhurriedly, then, does her room have ancient documents from the southern continent's Balam Empire? No, she's not a person who likes to read these materials. She hates reading books. She even needs me to read to her. Elaine revealed a bitter smile. What is she looking at? Klein asked without changing his tone. Roselle's classics and the current popular love stories, Elaine answered honestly. Klein nodded. Does she have a collection room? Yes, but apart from her and a few mysterious visitors, no one else can enter, including me, Elaine said as she recalled. Klein fell silent for a few seconds as he maintained his posture. Tell me your story. My story? Elaine pointed at herself in surprise. Klein nodded slightly and didn't repeat himself. Elaine was stunned for a moment. My story is very simple. My father was a member of the Sauron family, the former royal family of Intis. He received quite a bit of wealth, but he was addicted to alcohol, mistresses, marijuana, and gambling. Eventually, he went bankrupt. In order to repay the debt, I chose to accept some of the family's conditions and became a beyonder. I then went out to sea to become a sea merchant. P.S. I've finally recovered today and can be considered to have recovered. As there aren't any drafts, the number of words in this chapter is a little short, and it hasn't been edited yet. I'll have to fill in the drafts in the next 2 days. As she spoke, Elaine's eyes turned up slightly as though she was immersed in her memories. In the beginning, I sold the steel and coal from Mid-Seashire's west coast to Fainapotter. Then, I brought the tobacco, coffee, cocoa, and other specialties back to Intis. This was a coastal sea route. It was relatively safe, but the competition was intense. In order to escape my predicament, I worked hard to raise my sequence while saving up my capital, hoping to do colonial trade. Unfortunately, just as I familiarized myself with the sea route and made a killing, I encountered Tracy, who was still Ailment Maiden and not Vice Admiral Ailment, on my second trip to West Balam. Back then, she only had one ship, but she was very strong. My partner and I tried our best to resist her, but we were unable to salvage the situation. She doesn't have the habit of killing indiscriminately. She only stole the goods, as well as me, as expected of an oddity among demonesses. Klein quietly listened and used his clown's powers to suppress his embarrassment as he asked expressionlessly, "Why are you here?" He asked without expression, "How far have you progressed?" No. Elaine instinctively denied. She was the one who forced me. I didn't want to die. I could only choose to endure it. Besides, she's a woman. There's no need to react so intensely. If I were to ask if the two of you had a relationship beyond friendship, wouldn't you jump off here? It's only because I'm kind-hearted that I didn't be so direct in consideration of your shame. Sigh, under the crazy German sparrow mask, I'm a gentleman. This is my truest self. Klein's expression didn't change as he asked, "What kind of cuisine do you prefer? Do you have any special favorites? Is it sweet, salty, or in the middle? What food do you hate? What things are you allergic to? Do you have a palate? If so, what is it?" These questions made Elaine feel like she was in a dream. It wasn't realistic enough. She never expected him to ask such a question. It was like a suitor asking about his crush's preferences. No suitor would ask such a question. All of this had been indirectly brought out during their conversations, or they had inquired about it through other channels. No woman would like to be questioned in such a manner. This is more like a survey invented by Roselle the Great. What does he want to do? He asked these questions without any expression on his face. I'm scared. Elaine was silent for a few seconds. Under Klein's unwavering gaze, she answered each of his questions. Klein maintained his forward-sitting posture and continued asking, "What's the matter? How do you usually sit? Do you have any habitual movements?" The more Elaine answered, the more panicked she became. She had a strange feeling that she would disappear because of this. When the puzzling and frightening questionnaire was completed, her heart became heavy, and she always suspected that she would have a bad ending. Should I risk it and jump off the carriage when he's not paying attention? Elaine seriously considered this possibility. However, the other party showed no signs of making a move, which made her unable to make up her mind. She believed that there was hope for a peaceful solution. After grasping Elaine's personality, habits, and hobbies, Klein returned the topic to Vice Admiral Ailment. "What do you know about Tracy?" Elaine fell silent. Her mouth quivered a few times, but she failed to speak. After the carriage traveled for a while, she finally smiled bitterly. "She has excellent combat skills, and she's good at stealth and curses. She can turn invisible and become light. She has grasped the mirror and wand substitution spell. She has grasped black flames and frost. She can make enemies within a certain range suddenly fall sick, including colds, pneumonia, gastroenteritis, etc. The longer one fights her, the more serious the illness they suffer. Some Beyonders even die from a heart attack. She can create invisible threads to control her enemies. She has a deep understanding of the human body, and can very easily cause pleasure through contact. That kind of pleasure. She has active bewitching powers. Many pirates even give up resisting in order to approach her. She's usually rather friendly, but she's very cruel to her enemies. She likes to destroy the beautiful things that others want to protect, making them suffer in extreme mental pain." Elaine didn't elaborate on how Tracy destroyed the beautiful things of others. There were many cruel stories and hilarious incidents. This ailment maiden had once caused her enemy's father and son to kill each other. She had also instigated an enemy's wife to betray him, allowing him to witness the scene. She's indeed a demoness. A sequence 5 demoness of affliction that's one level higher than joy. Klein had a general grasp of Tracy's combat style. He calmly asked again, "Does she have a mystical item?" "Yes, a bracelet embedded with diamonds. As long as she wears it, it's very difficult for Tracy to be harmed." Elaine hesitated before revealing Vice Admiral Ailment's secret. Klein asked a few more questions in detail as he straightened his body. "Is Tracy helping the demoness sect in human trafficking?" This was a question that had been on his mind ever since he heard it from Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. The demoness sect was cooperating with Xianxia, and they were connected to the royal family. They were also involved in an underground ruin of unknown location. Tracy was helping them in human trafficking. Baran, who had been identified by the hanging man as the mastermind of many slave disappearances and the disappearance of the southern continent's primitive tribes, had appeared in the upper levels of the underground ruin. The Beyonder guards around Bakelin's biggest human trafficker, Capim, belonged to the Arbiter pathway, and this is in the hands of the Ruan royal family, the Fainapotter royal family, and the two countries' militaries. These matters that Klein knew formed a line, but he had no idea what it would reveal. Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy was a breakthrough point. "What demoness sect?" Elaine asked in puzzlement. "There's no need for you to know," Klein replied calmly. "If you knew what a demoness was, and suspected that the extremely charming Vice Admiral Ailment who gave you pleasure was once a dirty and barbaric man, I'm afraid you would lose control on the spot." "There's no need to thank me. I'm a good person," Klein lampooned inwardly. Elaine suppressed her puzzlement and recalled. She did help transport a few ships of slaves in the past year. The other party to the transaction is crazy Captain Connors Victor. It's said that he has deep cooperation with many human traffickers and slave merchants in Rouen. Crazy Captain Connors Victor. Klein memorized this nickname and name. He nodded, and his voice was no longer as low as before. Instead, he asked rather gently, "Have you been involved in such matters? Have you been a part-time pirate?" This very polite and amiable tone made the driving Donish shiver for some baffling reason. He felt that a similar German sparrow was more terrifying than a cold and expressionless person. "No." Elaine shook her head. "I have the blood of the Sauron family in me. I won't embarrass my family. Besides, Tracy always says that she won't let me be tainted by blood or see the darkness. She'll be the one to face all of this. She must have read too many romance novels." Klein took out a gold coin and flipped it between his fingers as though it was dancing. He didn't avoid Elaine and did a divination in front of her to confirm if she was lying. The answer was that she was rather honest. This is also because I didn't ask her about her emotional entanglements with Tracy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so honest. Klein sighed inwardly as he put away the gold coin. At this moment, the carriage had circled to the harbor, but it was no longer where the ship Elaine had booked was. Klein looked at the scenery outside the window, took out a small metal bottle, and handed it to Elaine. Use the liquid inside to remove the makeup on your face. Why? Elaine subconsciously asked. That's not a question you should be asking, Klein said expressionlessly as he leaned forward again. Elaine felt aggrieved and angry, but she didn't wish to intensify the conflict with him at this critical moment. All she could do was unscrew the bottle cap and take a whiff to see if it was poisonous. Use it directly? She asked. Klein gave a simple terse grunt. Elaine took out a white handkerchief and poured the liquid inside the metal bottle onto it. Then, she wiped her face and quickly removed her disguise. The neutral beauty disappeared, and the lines of her face softened. Elaine's original appearance appeared in Klein's eyes. After taking a careful look, Klein calmly said, "Take off your hat and let down your hair." Take off your hat and let down your hair. Elaine suddenly frowned. She had a nagging feeling that there would be an order she couldn't accept, such as taking off her clothes. She took a deep breath, took off her top hat, and let down her coiled red hair. She immediately looked very gentle and beautiful. Klein straightened his body, leaned back against the wall, and instructed in his usual tone, "Don't worry." He instructed in a normal tone, "You can redo your disguise." Is he a lunatic? After all this trouble, he's back to the beginning? Elaine was furious, but she didn't dare to say anything. Worried that he would make a bad request, she hurriedly opened her suitcase, took out a mirror, and looked at herself. It's so clean. She was stunned for a moment before she quickly put on makeup and tied up her hair. When the carriage stopped, she had already transformed back into a handsome young man. Klein nodded indiscernibly, turned his head to look out the window, and slowly said, "One last question." What? Elaine asked nervously. Klein looked up a little, and his facial muscles twitched. Klein looked up a little as his facial muscles twitched. Elaine was stunned for a moment before her face flushed red. It wasn't a blush of embarrassment, but the kind of blush that came from wanting to punch the other party's chin. Klein didn't avoid her gaze. He calmly added, "Don't worry." Klein did not avoid his gaze. He calmly added, "This is an academic question." Seeing that there was no lust in his eyes, Elaine took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and answered his question. Klein breathed a sigh of relief and took out a ticket and a stack of paper. New identification, tickets to Port Tiana. When we get there, we'll buy one in Pritz Harbor. Elaine looked at him warily, took the ticket and information, and carefully got out of the carriage with her suitcase. She saw the ship she was going to board. Klein followed behind her and watched her leave. From the corner of his eye, he noticed that Donna's was having a hard time holding back his laughter. Please remember the domain name of this book. Jiutian Shenhuang mobile version. Klein slowly turned his head and glanced at Donna's. The great pirate with a bounty of 5,500 gold pounds immediately shut his mouth and put on a straight face, as if nothing had happened. After confirming that Elaine boarded the liner without any accidents, Klein turned around and walked back to the carriage. Did you hear the conversation just now? No, a little bit. Donnas shook his head with a hollow laugh. Klein nodded slightly. I have to recall it, or I'll be easily recognized as a fake. Being recognized as a fake, me? Donnas raised his hand in confusion and pointed at his own nose. Klein said without changing his expression, "She's a member of the Sauron family and has extraordinary anti-tracking skills. Together with her subtle actions and performance, it's enough to confirm that she's a Sequence 7 pyromaniac of the Hunter pathway. This suits you very well. You can act it well. Me? I can't. I can't do that at all. Just one look and I'll be recognized." Donnas was shocked. Klein held back his laughter and said in a low voice, "I'll lend you creeping hunger," Roland said. No, I don't have any experience in such matters. I definitely won't be able to hide it from Vice Admiral Ailment's subordinates. Donna's was abnormally nervous and terrified as he tried to shirk the responsibility. In his eyes, this was an extremely shameful thing. Only a pervert or a madman could do it without any psychological barriers. Klein nodded in agreement and said expressionlessly, "Indeed, you are rather stupid." Donna's forced a smile. "Yes, I'm very stupid." Klein didn't say anything else. He walked past Donna's and opened the carriage door. Donna subconsciously followed his gaze and suddenly noticed that German Sparrow's sideburns had turned red. He blinked sluggishly and saw that the contours of her side profile had softened. Her eyes were deep green and her lips were slightly pursed, looking slightly weak and swaying. There was a kind of androgynous handsomeness, exactly the same as the Elaine who had left not long ago. After watching German Sparrow's figure enter the carriage, Donna's turned around and the corner of his mouth twitched. He was silent for a few seconds and muttered to himself, "What a lunatic. Turning into a woman just like that without any hesitation. I have to say, Elaine looks really good in men's clothing. This beyond her power is really useful. If I can obtain something similar and figure out what Captain's ideal type is, I can make the corresponding changes and make her fall in love with me. But in this case, is she still in love with me?" Donna's fell into a philosophical dilemma until a cough came from the carriage behind him. He snapped to his senses, drove the carriage, and left the harbor. He planned on making a huge detour before returning. Inside the carriage, Klein wasn't as calm as he looked. Although Elaine was currently wearing men's clothing, preventing him from considering the most embarrassing part for the time being, turning her face into a woman and squeezing out her breasts still made him feel heavy, awkward, and a little embarrassed. Sigh, changing a faceless outer appearance is very simple. The difficult part seems to be in the heart. To act as a faceless well, there are many psychological obstacles that have to be overcome one by one. If I don't do this, I'll have to spend a lot of time acting as a person for several years. I'll have to be recognized by everyone related to my identity and completely immerse myself in that character, to the point of treating myself as the real person. To me, this is a challenge to my bottom line. It's even more twisted and crazy. In order to speed up the progress, I have to overcome certain obstacles. Klein pulled out a suitcase from under the carriage seat and rummaged through the cloth and clothes, completely replicating Elaine's disguise. It was true that he could get Donna's to disguise himself when he first entered. All he needed to do was borrow the mystical item made from the faceless beyonder characteristic from Justice for a few days, and there wouldn't be any problems. However, this meant that Donna's had a high chance of facing Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy alone. Without his clown powers, he wouldn't be able to hide for long, and his life would be in grave danger. Klein wouldn't and couldn't let others take on such a huge risk for his matters. Therefore, he could only challenge himself and take the field himself. Soon, he looked identical to Elaine. Under the black silk top hat was a handsome, androgynous face. His contours were soft and distinct, and his green eyes were as beautiful as gems. He adjusted his body, making him a few centimeters shorter than before. His shoulders became narrower, and his bone structure became smaller. He looked a lot lighter. His current appearance quickly surfaced in Klein's mind. This was the power of a clown. Not bad. It's nothing much. Perhaps it's because I'm not cross-dressing. It's not much different from changing into German Sparrow, Donna's, or anyone else. I'm just a little prettier, and my chest is a little bulkier. If I looked like this back on Earth, I wouldn't have to worry about not having a girlfriend. He curled the corners of his mouth in a self-deprecating and comforting manner. It was a very normal action for German Sparrow, but at that moment, he appeared pitiful and aggrieved. F***ck. Klein cursed inwardly as he hurriedly adjusted his state of mind and immersed himself in his true acting. With the passage of time, he realized that his psychological barrier had weakened significantly. What followed was a sense of relaxation and calmness. He seemed to be more compatible with the potion. And this meant that his digestion speed would become faster. It's indeed useful. Klein silently muttered to himself. He silently got up, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. Once again, he confirmed the danger level of this operation. After returning to the real world, he changed to Elaine's voice and deliberately lowered it. To Pier 6 of the harbor. Donna's didn't find anything amiss. After changing directions, he suddenly came to a realization and couldn't help but shiver. It's the same as the real thing. If he were to change into Captain's appearance one day and lie to me, I might not even be able to tell. After a while, the carriage re-entered the harbor and drove towards the passenger ship that Elaine had originally planned to board. However, it didn't really approach it. After making a half-circle, it arrived at a nearby warehouse. Donnaz jumped off the carriage and knocked on the warehouse's door in the way they had agreed upon. A group of dock workers who were obviously of local descent came out first and dispersed in all directions. After confirming that there were no other problems, the bald resistance member, Kalat, came out in a wheelchair. "Where is she?" he asked as he looked at Donnaz. Through Elaine's matter, Donnaz had successfully established contact with the resistance. Donnaz chuckled. "In the carriage. She drank a medicine that makes a person lose their strength. The effects will last for another 10 hours. Remember, I'll take 70% of the 1,000-pound bounty." Kalat raised his right arm and waved it. Immediately, 2 thin resistance members boarded the carriage. "Boss, it's that woman." They quickly poked their heads out and said in a local gangster's tone. "Bring her down." "Our mission is to protect her," Kalat emphasized again. The 2 resistance members immediately carried Elaine, who was dressed as a man, down the carriage. With the help of his clown's control, Klein pretended to be unsteady and wobbly. He was quickly moved to a room in a commoner's district in Byam. At the same time, Kalat instructed a local gang member who believed in Sea God to find strongman Ozil and inform him that they had found the target. He was to exchange 1,000 pounds for her. As for Donnaz, he had already returned to the hotel to await further news. At noon, Ozil sent a message, saying that he didn't know if it was real and that he wanted to send someone to confirm it. Kalat agreed to his request. Near evening, a figure appeared outside the house. It was a Rouen man in wide-legged pants and a brown jacket. He was dressed like a local. His eyebrows were very short, about half the length of a normal person's. His eye sockets were deep, and his pupils were brown in color. They were rather angular. Kalat pushed his wheelchair to the door and looked at the man. He asked in a deep voice, "Missile King? Should I express my honor that you actually know me?" The man laughed. He was originally the captain of a pirate ship under Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. After being subdued by ailment maiden Tracy, he became the 3rd mate of her flagship, the Black Death. His nickname was Wormtongue, and he had a bounty of 5,400 pounds. Kalat didn't reply as he spun his wheelchair and made way. Under the lead of a gang member, Missile entered the innermost room. He saw Elaine, who was dressed in a gentleman's attire, sitting by the bed. Her eyes were dodging and glaring as she bit her lips. She was angry, terrified, desperate, and stubborn. "It's her, but I can't be sure. This is because she's wearing heavy makeup. Once a woman wears heavy makeup, it's very difficult to tell her true appearance. Wipe her face clean and I'll take another look." Why aren't you handcuffing her? Do you know that she's very dangerous?" Missile carefully examined her and warily took 2 steps back. "She's been drugged and doesn't have much strength. Furthermore, she's not putting up any resistance. Since you've made such a request." Kalat moved his chin at a member of the resistance. The member of the resistance rummaged for handcuffs and walked over. He cuffed Klein's hands behind his back. Just like how he had previously shown his complicated emotions, Klein tried his best to show his acting skills. He kept struggling, but he was helpless. Following that, another gang member found some water and used a rough towel to wipe his face. Thankfully, many cosmetics in this era aren't very waterproof. With the towel's concealment, Klein began adjusting the lines and contours of his face. It didn't take long for Mither to see the drenched Helene. He found her in such a state to be extraordinarily delicate and beautiful. Her green eyes were emitting intense hatred and a perplexity that couldn't be dispelled. "Unfortunately, she belongs to Captain." Missile's throat moved. As a man and a pirate, he often fantasized that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy and the red-haired Elaine would throw themselves into his arms at the same time, but that was all he could do. What a disgusting look. Klein nearly vomited. Although he knew that it was directed at the red-haired Elaine and had nothing to do with him, he still couldn't help but have goosebumps. At that moment, he gained a deeper understanding of his true self. He knew that there were certain things he definitely couldn't accept. It's indeed her. Missile turned his head and said to Colot, "This is your bounty." He tossed the small leather bag in his hand over to them. Colot did a quick check, threw it to his subordinate, and pondered for a second. After pondering for a second, he said, "We still need your help." "No problem. Find Oziel directly when the time comes." Missile pointed at the red-haired Elaine in the room. "Can I take her away now?" "Sure." Colot made way once again. Klein didn't wish to be supported by Missile. He pretended to regain some mobility and staggered out. Missile was afraid of Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, so all he could do was hold her by the shoulder and lead her to the carriage parked outside. The carriage left the city and arrived at the private harbor. Missile led Klein, who was disguised as the red-haired Elaine, onto a fishing boat that had been prepared ahead of time. Under the cover of the night, they left Byam. After nearly an hour of sailing, they saw a ship anchored in the shadows of a particular island's cliff. A huge flag with white bones fluttered above it. Black Death. There's only the Black Death. The other ships were probably discovered and unable to escape in time, so they stopped outside the Rorstad archipelago? That's good news. Klein retracted his gaze and deliberately bit his lips to show his unease. Looking at Elaine's side profile, Missile lit a torch and flicked it repeatedly, sending a signal to the flagship. Before long, a small dinghy came over and took him and Klein, who was disguised as the red-haired Elaine, back to the Black Death. As the dinghy was hoisted up, Klein boarded the flagship of another pirate admiral. Under Missile's lead, he entered the cabin. There was a blonde female attendant waiting in front. She coldly swept her gaze at Elaine and pointed to the room to the side. "Go in." This attitude is exactly the feeling of meeting a love rival. This Vice Admiral Ailment's charm is really alluring to both men and women. Klein instantly raised his guard as he followed the blonde female attendant into the room with a heavy expression while handcuffed. He originally believed that he would immediately see Tracy and obtain a one-on-one opportunity. He was already prepared, but the carpeted room was cramped. Apart from a wardrobe, a sofa, and a full-body mirror, there was nothing else. Could it be that Tracy is deliberately giving me the cold shoulder to express her anger? Klein recalled the romance and melodramatic television dramas he had watched and guessed at the intentions behind Ailment Maiden's actions. The blonde female attendant glanced at Elaine, who was dressed in men's attire but lacked the androgynous beauty due to her lack of makeup. She quickly took 2 steps forward and opened the wardrobe. She pointed at the many dresses inside and said, "Captain doesn't like your current appearance. Change." F***ck. Klein cursed inwardly. He believed that he could directly meet Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy by using Elaine's male attire. He was glad that he didn't need to be too embarrassed to achieve his goal, but he still failed to escape from the part he didn't wish to face. Seeing Elaine in a daze, the blonde female attendant glared at her. "You only have 2 choices. Change yourself, or I'll help you change." Klein mimicked Elaine's usual actions and inhaled. "Unlock my handcuffs." He turned his body halfway and pointed at the door with his chin. "Then get out." Hypocritical bitch. The blonde maid cursed under her breath and used the key Missile gave her to unlock Elaine's handcuffs. After she left the room and closed the door, Klein walked to the closet and stood there in a daze for nearly 20 seconds. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and stretched out his right hand. After an unknown period of time, he came before the full-length mirror and saw Elaine's red hair draping over her shoulders. Her green eyes were sparkling, and she was wearing a golden-red dress. The ribbon around her waist was tied into a flower, and it was very tight, highlighting her slender figure. Elaine's soft and beautiful face was a little flushed. Her lips were tightly pursed, and her expression was solemn. It was very similar to the feeling in the previous photos. When Klein saw himself in such a state, he felt a little ashamed. However, he had already gotten used to the initial stages of dressing up. Furthermore, there was no one else around. Secondly, he gradually found a different feeling. This wasn't to say that he had slowly fallen in love with such things, but in the process of overcoming his psychological barrier, his self-consciousness had been pulled away to a certain extent. It was as though his soul had flown out of his body, and he was calmly watching Elaine wear female clothes and adjust herself in the mirror from a commanding position. He believed that it was a necessary means for a mission, and that there was nothing embarrassing or strange about it. For some baffling reason, Klein found this feeling very familiar. He tried hard to recall and compare, attempting to fix it and grasp it clearly. Soon, he found the source. This was similar to when he was playing role-playing games. He would choose a female character, carefully mold her face, and choose her clothes to make beauty pleasing his eyes. There was no wretchedness or shame in this. On one hand, he had an omniscient view through the screen, and on the other hand, he was seriously acting and following the plot. The two were perfectly integrated, and there was no distinction between them. There was no psychological barrier or cognitive barrier from playing a game. Klein's half-closed eyes suddenly opened. He felt that this was the faceless state he wanted. He could pretend to be anyone, but he could only be himself. On one hand, he would integrate into the character and do his best to act. On the other hand, he would pull away his emotions and calmly examine himself. Through these little comparisons, he would recognize himself and find his truest self, integrating and pulling away. This is the practical application of the faceless main principle. Klein suddenly calmed down. The residual shame and changed mentality existed at the same time. With that detached attitude and the attitude of playing a role-playing game, he examined himself in the full-body mirror, seriously looking for areas where he wasn't good enough. Thankfully, I got Donna's to get 2 sets of women's clothes in advance to study the components. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to wear them so quickly and normally. It would have been easy to expose flaws. This is called professionalism. Women's clothes sure are complicated. From the perspective of a faceless, Elaine's facial features and facial contours have quite a number of flaws. She might be beautiful, but to me, it's definitely not stunning. Yes, in this state of mind, I can clearly feel the potion being digested. Klein looked at himself in the mirror as though he was looking at a character named Elaine. Knock. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door as the blonde attendant asked impatiently, "Are you done?" Klein's face immediately sank, as though the other party owed him £10,000 and hadn't returned it. He maintained this state as he walked to the door and opened it. The blonde attendant glanced at him and raised her handcuffs. "Put your hands behind your back. You're now a prisoner." As the red-haired Elaine was already inside the Black Death, she wasn't worried that she would suddenly launch an attack. All she wanted was to humiliate her. Klein grunted, half-turned his body, and put his hands behind his back. He felt relaxed because the other party didn't pay much attention to his attire. After putting on the handcuffs, he was led by the blonde attendant to the captain's cabin. The door was ajar, and a warm fragrance emanated out. It wasn't strong, but it was lingering enough. It left one reminiscing, and one couldn't help but fantasize about the pleasure in bed. The blonde attendant knocked on the door, and just as she was about to speak, she heard a slightly deep but sufficiently gentle female voice. "Let her in alone." The blonde attendant's expression immediately turned gloomy. She pushed open the door and gestured for Klein to enter with her eyes. "The most critical test is here." Klein took a deep breath and walked into the room. Behind him, the door closed with a clang, isolating the inside from the outside. Klein stepped on the thick carpet, and with the help of the candlelight on the golden lampstand, he saw a rather beautiful lady sitting behind a desk. Her legs, which were dressed in beige trousers, were stretched out diagonally and crossed. Her eyebrows were long and straight, and her blue eyes were sharp and bright. Her upper body was only wearing a white linen shirt, and the scenery inside could be vaguely seen, but it was also covered by her black curly hair, which made Klein suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. Upon seeing red-haired Helene enter, Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy raised her left hand and asked with a smile that didn't look like one. "Tell me, how should I punish you?" In her hand was a black leather whip. "Lady, let's talk things out." Klein tried to fight off the uneasiness in his heart. His eyes first turned up slightly, then he looked at the other person at the same level and said emotionlessly, "Returning here is already the greatest punishment. Everything else is just an additional punishment. You're still as stubborn and always wavering." Tracy stood up. Her figure was slender and graceful. Under the candlelight, the shadows on her body undulated, making her look extremely charming. With a smile on her face, she held the whip in her left hand and walked towards the red-haired Elaine without a hint of suspicion. During this process, Klein noticed that she wore a diamond-studded bracelet on her right wrist. The mystical item that Elaine described? It can negate most of the damage? Klein, who had planned on attacking the moment the distance between them closed, resisted the urge. Yo, they've handcuffed you. That's pretty good. We've never played such games before. Tracy said with a smile, but her blue eyes seemed to contain an ocean of storms. Lady, your lines are a little terrible. Klein pursed his lips tightly and didn't say a word. Tracy walked in front of him, raised her right hand, and slid it down his cheek. Returning here is the greatest punishment? As she spoke, her eyes turned misty, making her look extremely alluring. I don't think you usually think so. Although you were always very resistant in the beginning, you tend to be more passionate than me later on. Before she finished her sentence, Klein's left palm strangely pulled out from the handcuffs. At lightning speed, he grabbed the bracelet on her wrist and yanked it down. At the same time, the hand was covered in a layer of gold. 2 bolts of lightning suddenly lit up in Klein's deep green eyes. This was creeping hunger, this was psychic piercing, and the ability he had used to escape the handcuffs belonged to magicians. It was bone softening, which Klein rarely used. He had long planned and prepared for what he would do after infiltrating. It was to find an opportunity to fight Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy one-on-one and kill her without holding back. Only by doing so would he have a chance of defeating a pirate admiral. Only by doing so would he be able to severely injure and capture her. And even if that didn't work, it didn't matter if he killed her. Klein was already very familiar with channeling the spirit above the gray fog. He wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to obtain any intelligence. A human trafficker didn't deserve any pity or soft-heartedness. In addition, in order to prevent himself from being discovered, he only brought creeping hunger, which was the easiest to detect and best at disguising himself. The other mystical items had been placed back in the mysterious space above the gray fog. Furthermore, he was inside the Black Death, and there were many hostile Beyonders around him. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly. This was also to avoid Tracy's ailment powers. The longer he fought her, the worse the ailment would be, and the more terrifying it would be. At that instant, the diamond-studded bracelet left Tracy's wrist. Klein's green eyes lit up with lightning. As for the beautiful and charming Vice Admiral Ailment, she was still in a daze. All she did was instinctively retreat. She couldn't believe that Elaine would attack her, nor could she believe that she had such reactions and abilities. Genius in a second memory site. Mobile version. Tracy saw 2 bolts of lightning flash in Elaine's beautiful emerald-like eyes. They were silvery white and dazzling as they completely filled her vision. Her beautifully curved chin was raised as though she was about to let out a scream of extreme pain. However, she froze on the spot, shattering like an illusion. The full-body mirror placed in the room cracked and rapidly disintegrated, scattering all over the ground. Mirror substitution technique. Tracy's figure, dressed in a pure white shirt, beige trousers, and pitch-black leather boots, appeared in the corner of the full-body mirror. Before she could catch her breath, she heard heavy footsteps. She saw the red-haired Elaine's dress flutter as she charged over like a tank. The glove on her left hand was pale with hints of a dark green. Klein had already switched to his zombie state. His muscles tensed up as his strength increased. The lotus leaf on his sleeve fluttered as he clenched his fist and smashed it at Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy like a hammer. Bang! 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 Although he maintained Elaine's appearance, his movements were like that of a ferocious beast. He was ferocious and unyielding as he delivered punch after punch and kick after kick. He struck Tracy so hard that she could only try her best to parry without finding the time to use her other Beyonder powers. If it wasn't for the fact that the Demoness of Affliction's corresponding sequence 9 was Assassin, making her possess extraordinary skills in combat and dodging, this barrage of attacks would have severely injured Tracy. Bang! 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 Klein's fist emanated a frosty white aura. Every contact with Ailment Maiden Tracy would cause her to tremble slightly as ice gradually formed on the surface of her body. This was a zombie's mastery of the powers of frost. Seeing her blood gradually stiffen, Tracy no longer hesitated as she took the punch head-on. Her mouth, which had turned pale, opened slightly and let out a shapeless scream. Along with this scream, a dark blue illusory halo surged out from her body. Everywhere it passed, frost condensed, layer upon layer. In just a second or two, she and Klein were already inside the frozen world. They were surrounded by thick, transparent ice and covered with soft white frost. The two seemed to be very close to each other, but they had to break through many obstacles before they could meet again. Tracy's valiant and beautiful face revealed a smile as her body burned with a silent black flame from the inside out. They quickly melted the surrounding ice, opening up a path for the ailment maiden to counterattack and seize the initiative. At this moment, she saw Elaine, who was usually weak and indecisive, snap her fingers without changing her expression. An unnoticed match ignited, and the crimson flame soared, instantly covering the figure in the red dress. Tracy's pupils constricted as her spiritual intuition gave her an ominous feeling. In the silent black flames behind her, Klein, who was still in Elaine's appearance, leaped out. He extended his arms and hugged ailment maiden Tracy, locking her arms firmly in place. At the same time, he opened his mouth and let out a sound. Bang! An invisible air bullet shot out, its might exceeding that of a revolver, comparable to the latest rifle model. It tore through the void and accurately hit the back of Tracy's head. Pfft! The bullet tore open her skull and drilled in, but Vice Admiral Ailment's figure suddenly shrank, turning into a broken black staff. Wand substitution spell. Tracy quickly appeared diagonally opposite him. The buttons on her shirt fell off, revealing a snow-white and alluring view. However, what attracted Klein's attention wasn't this, but the blood stained her palm. When Klein restrained Tracy, her palm had turned into a claw, tearing off a piece of cloth from her dress and scratching his thigh. At this moment, Tracy's mouth quickly opened and closed twice. An illusory black flame suddenly appeared from her palm, burning the blood. This is black magic, a witch's curse. Klein's figure trembled uncontrollably. From the inside out, from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, black flames ignited as his entire body rapidly turned into paper shreds. Just as he appeared in another corner, he felt countless invisible spider webs wrap around him. Some were hard, attempting to bind him, while others were soft, provoking different parts of his body. It made Klein, who was an extremely calm beyonder in battle, have his heart beat faster. His ears heated up, and his body turned numb. He felt the discomfort of a cold, as well as the urge to have his blood surge. Compared to Madame Sharon in Tingen City, Tracy's ability with spider webs was far more terrifying. Klein didn't dare to delay as he immediately snapped his fingers. With a snap, all the nearby spider webs were ignited. The scarlet flames extended in the opposite direction, surging towards Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy like a tidal wave. Back in Tingen, Klein knew that the demoness of pleasure spider webs were afraid of fire. Instantly, the central area of the room turned into a huge burning spider web. Caught off guard, Tracy was swept to her side by the scorching heat. Humph! She exhaled through her nose as a ghostly blue illusory luster surged out from her body, sealing herself in a transparent and gigantic crystalline body. The scarlet flames surged over, melting the outer layer of the ice as she became weaker and weaker. Klein didn't pick up the diamond-embedded bracelet, because he didn't know what negative effects it had. To hastily use a mystical item without sufficient understanding was likely to cause harm to the user instead of being of help. He straightened his body and spread out his arms. The glove on his left hand was dyed with the color of the sun. The priest of light. At that moment, Tracy, who was hiding in the ice, felt that the extremely familiar Elaine had an additional holy luster to her. Her brows were brimming with unprecedented determination, and her beauty was no longer frail. She was more like a blooming flower under the sun, a flower that was stained with blood on the battlefield. Tracy shouted with a slightly hoarse voice, "That's right. Who are you? Why don't you dare reveal your true appearance? With me wearing a dress, it's so odd to use my own appearance. Elaine's appearance is more suitable." Klein's mind drifted away as this thought flashed through his mind. Right on the heels of that, he praised the sun. A magnificent and clear pillar of light descended out of thin air. Swirling with golden flames, it completely enveloped the ice and Tracy. The ice rapidly melted at a discernible speed before vanishing. The resplendent holy luster dimmed as it disintegrated. Tracy's face turned pale. with a roll, she agilely dodged Klein's psychic piercing, which he had switched to interrogator. It was impossible to tell what damage she had suffered from the pillar of light. Light of holiness was the bane of dead spirits and corruption, so it could only be considered a normal sequence 5 strike against a demoness. Bang! 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 Tracy immediately rolled and dodged Klein's air bullets, leaving holes in the carpet. As she rolled, Tracy's figure suddenly vanished, vanishing from the enemy's line of sight. A demoness invisibility. Klein bent his back slightly, on high alert. He used his spiritual perception and the clown's premonition of danger to search for Tracy. However, he didn't discover anything for a short period of time. His forehead was getting hotter, and his lungs felt like they were on fire. His throat was painful and itchy, and he was about to cough uncontrollably. No, I can't drag this on any longer. As Klein's thoughts raced, he suddenly let out a deep laugh and switched to a stiff male voice. And said, Elaine told me all your secrets. She also told me all her secrets. Before he could finish his sentence, his spiritual perception was triggered. This was because there was an intense emotional fluctuation in a particular corner. The anger and hatred couldn't be concealed. Klein immediately turned his body and looked over. Layers of golden scales instantly appeared on his left glove. His eyes were also dyed with a pale gold color, as though they were turning vertical. Silently, Tracy's figure was outlined, her expression contorted in pain. Her extremely feminine, raven-black curly hair grew crazily, spreading out in all directions. A psychiatrist's frenzy, Tracy, whose emotions had already been stirred, nearly broke down in the face of such an attack. She temporarily lost her rationality. Klein seized the opportunity and snapped his fingers. The air bullets flew across the distance between the two of them, heading straight for Tracy's distorted but beautiful face. Suddenly, a strand of thick, raven-black hair swept past. The air bullets changed direction and hit Tracy's left shoulder, tearing her shirt apart. Flesh and blood splattered, revealing her bones. Ah! Tracy let out a shrill scream as the black flames in her body surged out endlessly, enveloping her completely. Right on the heels of that, a thick layer of ice condensed outside the black flames. Beyond that, raven-black hair that grew crazily curled up, wrapping around Tracy, the black flames, and the ice crystals. It was as though it had woven a huge cocoon of human hair. Bang! 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 Klein shot out air bullets one after another, but they could only penetrate the black hair and sink into the ice crystals. He stopped and let his left glove glow with the light of the sun. At that moment, he felt an itch in his throat. He could no longer control himself as he coughed violently. The attack he had prepared couldn't be carried out as he wished. Tracy, who was inside the cocoon of black hair, had already regained her rationality. She raised her voice and shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" At that moment, Klein was stunned for a second. In a trance, he felt as though he had returned to Bakeland, back to the first time he encountered the devil dog. He knew that he was no match for it, so all he could do was shout murder and save me as he frantically fled. Finally, he successfully escaped danger. At that moment, Tracy's shout of enemy attack had the same effect. And even if there weren't a dozen Beyonders on the Black Death, there wouldn't be too few of them. Furthermore, there were many high-sequence Beyonders. Indeed, it's too difficult to quickly kill a pirate admiral, even if it's an assassination. Klein coughed twice and snapped his fingers. He stopped attacking and hesitated. He turned around and ran for the window of the captain's cabin. His final gaze fell on the diamond-studded bracelet, but he didn't dare pick it up. Firstly, he was afraid that the strong negative effects would affect his escape. Secondly, he was worried that after Tracy recovered, she would lead a group of Beyonders to lock onto him with the help of the bracelet and engage in a sea battle. I can't be greedy. Klein turned his head, smashed through the window, and landed on the deck. Two pirates happened to come over and thrust their swords at the same time. Pft! Pft! Their swords stabbed into a paper figurine. Klein's figure instantly appeared behind one of the pirates. He reached out with his left hand, and a ferocious and evil mouth split open in his palm. Creeping hunger bit down on its food. Before the Beyonders surrounded him, Klein grabbed the pirate and strode to the side of the ship. Amidst the sounds of gunfire, he jumped into the dark sea under the night sky. The ice-cold seawater instantly drowned Klein, drenching his golden-red dress, making it as heavy as a rock as it dragged him down. But at the same time, creeping hunger had also eaten the pirate, reducing the weight of an entire person. Klein didn't attempt to float up and instead continued sinking. He could vaguely hear a few splashes coming from afar across the waves. It was as though pirates from the sailor pathway were in relentless pursuit. This was their home turf, they could move around like fish for a very long period of time. Klein didn't panic. As a magician who didn't perform unprepared, he had obviously considered the evacuation plan if the operation failed. After all, nothing was guaranteed to succeed. Although he didn't bring any mystical items or cash with him in order to best impersonate Elaine and prevent Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy from discovering any flaws, he had even thrown the charms related to the water and wind domains above the gray fog. However, this didn't hinder him from doing his best. As a deity, a blessed, and a believer, he had all sorts of miraculous actions to deal with such situations. He quickly turned creeping hunger pale and dyed it a dark green. The surrounding seawater froze, turning into layers of white frost. Before the white frost completely turned into ice crystals, Klein's back muscles moved as he spread his arms to the sides. With the strength of a zombie, he shattered the frost and sent it flying into the seawater a little further away. This way, he temporarily had a narrow space around him that didn't have any seawater. The water instantly surged in a bid to fill the empty space. Klein extended his left palm and released a terrifying chill once again. It spread out and created walls of seawater and ice. Momentarily, he felt as though he was in an ice prison in the sea. He could stand and speak, but he was limited to a relatively narrow space. Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and chanted the names of the celestial worthy of immeasurable for blessings. He quickly sent his spirit body above the gray fog. Just as his figure appeared on the fool's high-back chair, he picked up the sea god's scepter that had long been placed in front of him. Without needing to identify it, Klein had a thought and selected the light spot that symbolized the newly promoted sea god believer, German Sparrow. Following the connection that he had established in advance, he raised the ivory scepter and made the blue gems emit a hazy glow. He responded to the believer and cast layers of spell-like effects on himself, including but not limited to underwater breathing, freedom of movement, and pressure resistance. Finally, he used the paper angels to interfere with divination and issued an order to the surrounding underwater creatures to help uncover German Sparrow's escape. After doing all this, Klein did not delay. He immediately returned to the real world and regained control of his body. At this moment, the pressure of the seawater had already broken through the constantly melting ice wall, once again engulfing that independent space. However, Klein could already breathe smoothly and swim quickly. Through the rippling, crystalline water, he saw fish swim over. He saw a shadow rise from the bottom of his feet as a gigantic monster of unknown species floated up at high speeds. It was a strange-looking brownish-red octopus. It was so large that it seemed to be able to use its tentacles to wrap around the entire ship. It spat out ink into the surroundings, dyeing the nearby waters black. The few sailor pathway beyonders who were searching for and pursuing the attacker suddenly felt their vision turn dark as their bodies turned numb. They didn't know what had happened, but they immediately surfaced to deal with the abnormalities on their bodies. By the time they dove down again to search for the enemy, they had completely lost track of Klein. At this moment, Klein was swimming leisurely at the bottom of the sea. He even had the time to think about his actions and evaluate his gains and losses. I was sufficiently prepared to act as Elaine, making Tracy, who had shared a bed with her for countless nights, fail to immediately see through me. This facilitated the digestion of the potion. During the process, I even overcame my psychological barriers and found a state of mind that allowed me to blend in and separate myself. This was extremely helpful for the digestion of the potion. I basically did my best during the battle. It was considered a prepared performance, but I still underestimated the strength of a Sequence 5 Demoness of Affliction. I underestimated the experience of a Vice Admiral Ailment who had reached this level step by step. Even if she had lost her mystical item from the beginning, it would be difficult for me to kill her quickly with my current strength and sealed artifacts unless I used the Sea God's Scepter. But this is in the waters of the Rorstad Archipelago. It's very obvious from today's battle that I'm still lacking a powerful offensive mystical item, Faced with the fact that his operation had failed, Klein was undoubtedly disappointed, but he wasn't depressed. This was because the matter wasn't over yet. He planned on writing to Mr. Aztec to see if he was interested in the ancient documents related to death and if he had the time to make a trip over. Before Klein left the captain's cabin, he snapped his fingers to ignite the men's clothes he had changed out of in the wardrobe, as well as his hair and dander. On the surface, it seemed like he was trying not to leave any traces, but in fact, it was a disguise and deception. What he wanted to hide was the hair and buttons that he had secretly thrown into certain rooms after entering the cabin without anyone noticing. When Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy was misled into believing that the attacker was afraid of exposing her identity and being cursed from afar, she carefully wiped away all traces of herself. It was very difficult for her to get the pirates to seriously check if there were any similar items left behind. With the hair and buttons, Klein could use divination to lock onto the Black Death's location within a certain period of time. This way, as long as Mr. Aztec expressed his wishes, he could quickly bring him to Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. Sigh, I originally thought that I wouldn't need Mr. Aztec's help and that I could succeed on my own. I'm still lacking a little. Klein sighed, feeling that his pride had been wounded. This was one of the reasons why he didn't seek the help of a big shot from the beginning. The other reason was that he wasn't completely certain that Tracy was in possession of the ancient documents related to death. If she really didn't have them, it would be rather embarrassing for Mr. Aztec to make a wasted trip. Furthermore, he was worried that even with Mr. Aztec's help, he would still need to transform into Elaine and wear her clothes to carry out the operation with himself as bait. It would be too embarrassing in front of someone he knew. Actually, if it wasn't for the sake of obtaining information, and if I just wanted to get rid of Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, things would be much simpler. When I swim back to Byam and head above the gray fog, I can lock onto her location and use the Sea God's scepter to create a storm. This doesn't mean that a large-scale attack will definitely kill Tracy on the spot, but that it will attract Sea King John Cotman's attention. When that happens, the Black Death's location will be exposed to the Church of the Storm. Sea King will happily mention Ailment Maiden. Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. He followed the guidance of his seer's spiritual intuition and quickly swam towards the coastline. On the Black Death, Tracy dispelled all her defenses and walked to the diamond-studded bracelet in her tattered, blood-stained shirt. She bent down to pick it up. A very cautious attacker. Back when I was an assassin, I might have been inferior to her. No, Tracy suddenly gritted her teeth. This wasn't only because she had nearly died at the attacker's hands, but also because she felt that the attacker had an affair with Elaine. According to Roselle the Great, she suspected that the top of her head was a little green. Elaine, are you really that cold and heartless? No, perhaps she was forced. Tracy turned her head to look at the huge and gruesome wound on her left shoulder, feeling the excruciating pain. If it wasn't for the assassin and instigator strengthening her physique, and the subsequent enhancements, just that strike alone might have made her lose her entire shoulder, just like the pirates who had been shot by rifles. Blood flowed and dyed her vision red. As Tracy let the blonde maidservant in, she used her own powers to help her treat her injuries. At the same time, she instructed the surrounding pirates who couldn't move their eyes away to search for the items left behind by the attacker. Unfortunately, the pirates told her that the attacker's clothes had self-destructed. This made Tracy recall the snap of the enemy's fingers before he left. She sighed inwardly again. How cautious. And he's not greedy at all. If he had taken this bracelet, I wouldn't have to worry about not being able to catch up to him. Tracy waved her hand and gestured for most of the pirates to leave, leaving only Wormtongue Missile King and a few high-ranking members of the fleet behind. Third mate, make another trip to Byam. Investigate where the resistance found this Elaine, Tracy ordered in a deep voice. Missile retracted his gaze from the captain's chest with great difficulty. All right. Tracy thought for a moment and added, spread the word that I'm seriously injured and won't be able to recover for a long time. Spread this news. Say that I'm seriously injured and won't be able to recover for a long time. After giving out orders, Tracy's surroundings quickly returned to silence. Only at this moment did she have the time to think about which faction the attacker came from, why he wanted to deal with her, and what his motives were. However, the more Tracy thought about it, the more she felt that it was like a fog. She couldn't see the truth at all. Although she had many enemies, none of them had similar powers. However, the more Tracy thought about it, the more she felt that it was like a fog. She couldn't see the truth at all. Although she had many enemies, none of them had similar abilities. Finally, she found a clue and whispered to herself, "Creeping hunger?" Midnight, Blue Mountain Island's private harbor. A female figure suddenly stood up from the receding seawater. It was Klein, who was still disguised as Elaine. Surrounded by seawater, he quickly went ashore and snuck into a nearby fisherman's house. He found a set of tattered clothes and changed into them, transforming back into the appearance of German Sparrow. Leaving behind the expensive dress as compensation, Klein quickly left the private harbor and returned to the city of Generosity, Byam, before dawn. He wasn't in a hurry to rendezvous with Donna's. He randomly found a small hotel to stay in and used a ritual to bring the mystical items such as Aztec's copper whistle and his wallet back to the real world. After confirming that he could divine the location of the Black Death, he blew the copper whistle. Genius. 1 second. Remember site address. Mobile version. When he put down the copper whistle, Klein had already activated his spirit vision. He saw the illusory white bones on the ground weakly as they slowly formed a gigantic body. If the same scene from before was described as a fantastical fountain, then this was just an ordinary faucet that had been turned upside down. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched indiscernibly as he pretended not to notice anything amiss. After a few seconds, the skeleton messenger was finally pieced together. Its nearly 4-meter-tall body penetrated the ceiling once again as the pitch-black flames in its eye sockets burned silently. Klein neatly folded the letter he had previously written and threw it upwards. In the letter, he described in detail the tycoon, Jimmy Necker, the death documents unearthed from the southern continent's Balam Empire mausoleum, the relationship between Vice Admiral Hurricane Zillings and Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. He also mentioned that he had completed an infiltration. Although the assassination had failed, he had left behind an item that could be used to determine the location of the Black Death. Of course, he didn't mention how he had infiltrated. All he did was roughly replicate Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's combat techniques and style. When the messenger received the letter with a hand that could send an adult flying, Klein coughed and cleared his throat. "I already have a messenger that belongs to me." The pitch-black flames in the skeleton messenger's eye sockets clearly pulsed twice as its body suddenly disintegrated. It plummeted like a waterfall and drilled into the wooden floorboards. "Now, there's no need to be afraid of becoming my messenger, right? Am I that irritating to you? It's likely that these messengers from the underworld can't bear to part with Mr. Aztec. After all, he's a direct descendant of death. Perhaps they aren't even separated by a generation. Cozying up to someone powerful, I get it." Klein was just about to pack up and check out when his nose suddenly itched as he sneezed. Achoo! Achoo! Cough. Cough. His nose was running and he was coughing as his forehead slowly but firmly burned. "Oh no, Vice Admiral Ailment's ailment is still lingering in my body, and I rushed back to Byam while braving the cold winds of about 10 degrees Celsius. This time, I'm really sick." Klein used inferior toilet paper to blow his nose, wondering if he should summon himself and move around in his spirit-body state to allow his body to recover. After serious consideration, he felt that it was impossible. Firstly, his physical condition would obviously affect his spirit body's condition. There was a close and strange connection between the two. Secondly, if he didn't take care of it, his physical condition would definitely worsen. "I'm a little muddle-headed from the fever." Klein touched his forehead and planned on returning to the Wind of Azure and to rendezvous with Danitz before considering if he should head to the hospital or clinic to buy some medicine. City of Silver, Berg household. He finally obtained the radiant spirit-packed tree fruit that Ma'am Hermit had promised him and concocted the High Priest Sun potion. It was golden in color and had a boiling temperature. When Derek drank it, his throat felt like it was burning. His eyes suddenly lit up, becoming brighter and brighter, as though there were 2 miniature suns hidden in them. Circles of bright radiance bloomed on the surface of his body, and visible black patches appeared on his exposed skin. At the same time, his hair grew longer, as though they had turned into feathers that were wrapped in golden flames. Derek knew that consuming a potion at sequence 7 would result in a similar change. He didn't panic as he gritted his teeth and repeatedly recalled the pain he felt when he killed his parents with his own hands, as well as the hope that burst forth from deep within his heart after meeting Mr. Fool. He persevered in that situation where he was on the brink of losing control. After a while, all his abnormalities calmed down. However, the air he exhaled was still mixed with the warmth of the sun. He felt that his physique had been strengthened again, and he had quite a bit of resistance to ailments and harsh environments. However, this wasn't the main point. Derek preferred the knowledge of theurgical spells that filled his mind. They included Flame of Light, Fear Immunity, Holy Oath, Purification Strike, Sun Halo, Holy Light Summoning, Holy Water Creation, and so on. Derek paced back and forth in delight, feeling that these theurgical spells were very suitable to deal with the evil monsters that lurked in the depths of the darkness. He didn't hide anything and headed straight for the Twin Towers to register his advancement. This way, after a preliminary review, he would have the qualifications to be the captain of a patrol team. He would be able to come into contact with more information about the City of Silver. This includes the method that Mr. World wants to remove the mental corruption in a Beyonder characteristic. As Derek answered the various questions from the registrar, he couldn't help but recall the promise that he had never been able to fulfill. Owing others always made him feel uneasy and uncomfortable. But now, he finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Inside the Amiris Leaf Bar, Wormtongue Mither King held a cup of red wine and sat opposite Strongman Oziel. He crossed his right leg and slowly asked, "What's the matter?" "Have you found out the exact situation?" He had accepted Captain Ailment Tracy's arrangements and returned to Byam to investigate the fake Elaine. For this, he had found Oziel, who had issued the mission for him. It was impossible for him to directly question the resistance because there was a high chance that they were cooperating with the fake Elaine. Questioning them was no different from directly going to the Governor General's office to exchange his head for a bounty. Oziel pulled a chair over and sat down. "They didn't hide anything, but I'm not sure if they're telling the truth or a lie. As you know, I like my fists more than my thoughts. They said that Elaine was sent by Blazing Donnas. He represents the will of Vice Admiral Iceberg, hoping to establish a cooperative relationship with the resistance and provide them with a certain amount of aid. As for Elaine, it was an expression of goodwill." "Blazing Donnas?" "Vice Admiral Iceberg." Missile ruminated over the two names as his expression slowly turned solemn. He leaned back in his chair as his brows furrowed bit by bit. As the former Vice Admiral Hurricane's subordinate captain and now the third mate of Vice Admiral Ailment's flagship, he was no stranger to the other pirate admirals. He knew that Vice Admiral Iceberg was powerful and had a rich collection. With just one ship and a few subordinates, she was able to resist other pirate admirals. In terms of combat strength, she was perhaps stronger than his two previous bosses. But the problem was that Vice Admiral Iceberg rarely participated in the battles between pirates. She was known for gathering information, exploring the unknown, and searching for treasures. She was more like an adventurer than a pirate. Why did she suddenly want to assassinate Captain? This doesn't match her character. She was previously harmed by Admiral of Blood's rumors. She should be focused on exacting revenge on him. Missile sipped a mouthful of red wine and rubbed his forehead with his other hand. He temporarily stopped thinking about Vice Admiral Iceberg and placed his attention back on Blazing Donnas. As he carefully recalled, his pupils constricted. He discovered that the familiar fourth bosun of the Golden Dream had indeed been problematic recently. He set up a trap and killed Steel Mavady, Blood Brambles Hendry, and Calm Squall. His bounty was raised to 4,200 pounds, and in a very short period of time, he was embroiled in some unknown matter. His bounty jumped again, reaching 5,500 pounds. "This has already exceeded mine." Missile muttered silently to himself as he subconsciously thought of Blazing Donnas. He felt that he had become mysterious and terrifying. He advanced? Or did he obtain great benefits from something? Missile moved his waist as he leaned forward and put down his wine glass. He muttered solemnly, "I originally treated his bounty increase as a joke. Now, the facts tell me that Blazing Donnas is a great pirate who is worthy of a 5,500-pound bounty." Missile suddenly looked up and said to Strongman Oziel, "Help me gather information on Blazing." "Help me gather information on Blaze, the most recent ones." In a luxurious suite at the Wind of Azure Hotel. When Donnas opened the door and saw German Sparrow, he looked around warily before making way. How was it? Did the hunt succeed? He asked curiously and excitedly after the door closed. Vice Admiral Ailment is a famous beauty. When I first saw her, she was more charming than I imagined. If she were to die just like that, it would be a waste. I should lock her up and imprison her forever. Pooey. How can she be as beautiful as Captain? There are plenty of people with such looks in the Red Theater. Donis thought in a rather conflicted manner. Klein clenched his fist and placed it in front of his mouth as he coughed violently. Almost, he replied coldly after calming down. What a pity. Donis sighed in passing. However, he was thinking, that lunatic, German Sparrow, is really strong. He nearly succeeded in infiltrating the Black Death to assassinate Vice Admiral Ailment. And even if he failed, he would have successfully returned without any injuries. One had to know that the reason why every pirate admiral was famous across the 5 seas, second only to the 4 kings, was not only because they were strong, but also because they represented a team or faction. They had numerous beyonders under them. To be able to escape the Black Death after the assassination failed, it was enough to prove that German Sparrow was in no way inferior to any pirate admiral. Is creeping hunger really that powerful? No, if it were me, even with creeping hunger, I wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Donis increasingly felt that his decision to not resist German Sparrow back then was extremely wise. Klein coughed again and prepared to instruct Donis to buy some medicine for him at the hospital. He then realized that the source of his illness was a little complicated. If he didn't get a doctor to examine him carefully, the prescribed medicine might not be effective. It was the same even if Roselle the Great had invented many practical medicines ahead of time. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't use the gray fog to establish a telemedicine system, I would have gotten Emlyn White to treat me and get me some medicine. Klein went to the washroom to wash himself, changed into his original clothes, and burned the portion from the fisherman. Upon seeing him come out, Donis held a paper bag and went over. He smiled obsequiously and said, "This is the 700 bounty." At this moment, he and Klein simultaneously heard someone knock on the door. The visitor was Captain Erland. The captain dashed into the room and gave German Sparrow a deep look. He suppressed his voice. And said, "I was about to return to Pritz Harbor, but I received another piece of news. Something big seems to have happened at Bancy Harbor. The Church of the Storm has finally taken action against Bancy Harbor." Klein clenched his fist to his mouth and coughed twice. He didn't feel guilty at all as he calmly asked, "What's the situation?" Erland didn't notice any abnormal reactions from German Sparrow. He retracted his gaze and surveyed the area. "I don't know what exactly happened. I only know that it might be related to the higher powers of the Church of the Storm. And before that, all the shipping routes to Bancy Harbor were cancelled. This might be the so-called omen. A high-level power involving the Church of the Storm? No, it should be a top-level power. I suspect that the Pope of the Church of the Storm, the grounded angel, has personally taken action. He even used a Grade 0 sealed artifact. After all, there might be a king of angels on the other side, one that's even older than the 4th epoch, as well as his descendants." Klein nodded and calmly asked, "What was the result?" He wasn't surprised that the Church of the Storm hadn't taken action against Bancy Harbor until a few days ago. Even though the mandated punishers were known for being irascible and rash, they still had the necessary procedures when it came to such matters. For example, they had to make preliminary confirmations, evacuate some innocent citizens, or seal off the surrounding waters. All of this required time. Erland was unable to discern German Sparrow's true emotions. He sighed and smiled. There won't be a Bancy Harbor for a very long time. As expected of the Church of the Storm. Klein clicked his tongue, curious about the more detailed process. He wanted to know if Red Angel Medici had appeared, if he was really sleeping near Bancy Harbor, and if he had been eliminated by the Church of the Storm. He wanted to know what was going on with the natives of Bancy Harbor. He wanted to know what the staccato speech meant, and he wanted to know what secrets were hidden in the Green Lemon restaurant and the telegraph office. Unfortunately, with the destruction of Bancy Harbor, it was difficult for him to obtain a definite answer. Perhaps there were internal files in the Church of the Storm, but Klein had no way to find out. With the rank of the hanging man, it was impossible for him to access such confidential files. Only after I nurture Mr. the Hanging Man into a demigod high-sequence beyonder will I be able to know the answers to those questions. Klein sighed silently as he said without a change in expression, "That place is indeed very dangerous." Before he finished speaking, his throat felt itchy again, and he coughed violently a few times. "Are you sick?" Erland asked, slightly puzzled. He originally believed that German Sparrow was like him, a beyonder with a significantly enhanced physique. Before he aged, it was impossible for him to fall sick under normal circumstances. But from the looks of it, his guess might have been wrong. Klein replied with a grunt and did not explain further. A question without any value or meaning. It would be strange if she wasn't sick after a fierce battle with Ailment Maiden. Donnas muttered in disdain. Erland chuckled and said, "I can recommend an apothecary to you. I can recommend a pharmacist to you. It's more useful than going to hospitals and clinics. His herb shop is in the alley diagonally opposite the Red Theater. He's famous for selling aphrodisiacs, but that's not what he's best at." "Does every apothecary develop a similar medicine?" "That's right, this is definitely one of the most profitable medicine businesses. It would be strange if he didn't do it when he has the ability." Klein nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. "Why haven't I heard of him?" Donnas asked in surprise. "He only came to buy him a few months ago." "When was the last time you were in the City of Generosity?" Erland asked with a chuckle. "When I was on that crappy boat of yours." Donnas replied inwardly. He carefully recalled and realized that in the past few months, apart from this period of time, he had only passed by Byam once at the beginning of his vacation. The rest of the time, he was either drifting at sea in search of treasure or drinking and having fun at other ports. He really didn't know much about the minute changes in the City of Generosity. "I've been in Byam for quite a few days and have been to the Red Theater several times, but I've never heard of this apothecary. This can only mean that his aphrodisiacs are limited in their effects." Donnas bragged stubbornly. Erland smiled and didn't argue with a particular pirate. He turned to German Sparrow. And said, "If it's just a normal illness, the apothecary's asking price will be slightly higher. Besides, to you, it doesn't matter if it's expensive. What's important is to recover your health as soon as possible. Every adventurer doesn't wish to be in a state of illness because it means danger. It means that you will become a hunting target at any time, and it means that the risk of losing control increases. Indeed, maintaining a good state is rather important for beyonders. However, price is also very important, alright? If the apothecary were to ask for £1,000, I might as well go to the hospital to buy medicine, or describe in detail the process of my illness and get a few sets of medicine from the honest vampire, Emlyn White. Although I already have more than £6,000 in savings and a few beyonder characteristics, I still have to consider the future. I still want to add a mystical item with lethal offensive power, and I still need to seek out clues to the high-sequence potion formula." Klein mumbled inwardly. The high-sequence potion formula couldn't be measured with money in the mysterious world, so Klein wanted to buy the corresponding clues. After Erland left, Klein took the £700 bounty and gave £200 to Donnas. He put on his hat, picked up his cane, and went out, coughing and blowing his nose. He prepared to take a carriage to the vicinity of the Red Theater. Donnas was very curious about the apothecary's medicine. He stuck 2 mustaches, put on a cap, and followed. After Klein's guidance, he already knew that covering one's face with a scarf was very eye-catching in Byam, so he accepted the suggestion and bought a fake mustache. In the alley diagonally opposite the Red Theater, the moment Klein entered, he saw a man cowering out of an unlicensed herb store. The moment he realized that someone was there, he immediately lowered his head and hurried away. "Don't worry, we won't guess what medicine you bought." Klein coughed twice again, quickened his pace, and entered the dark herb store. He swept his gaze and was suddenly stunned because the boss was someone he knew. The boss was wearing a black robe that resembled a village witch doctor. He was in his 30s, with black hair and brown eyes, a round face, and a chubby body. He was none other than the fat apothecary who liked to mock others at the gathering convened by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom in Bakeland. Klein had once met him in a circus and recognized him. He no longer appeared at old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's Beyonder gathering because he had left Bakeland. Klein coughed and took 2 steps forward. Give me some medicine. On the chubby apothecary's shoulder was an owl with bulging eyes. The man and the animal looked up at Klein at the same time. After a brief observation, the chubby apothecary revealed an ambiguous smile. Friend, the weather is so cold. Don't do that kind of thing outside, even though it's really exciting. What's going on? Klein was stunned at first before he understood why the other party would say that. When I was fighting Tracy, I was affected by the power of pleasure. My blood surged, and my desires rose and fell. This caused my body to feel empty, and the diseases spread faster and easier. When I escaped, the cold seawater was fine, with the protection of the theurgy. However, the wind on the road was rather cold, making my illness worse. In summary, isn't this like getting sick from catching a cold while having fun in the wild? As expected of an apothecary. You have sharp eyes. Klein maintained his expression as he looked at the chubby apothecary. He didn't speak or respond as he waited for the other party to concoct the medicine. Donis turned his head to look out of the herb store, having a hard time holding back his laughter. What kind of dog's *T apothecary is this? He can't even tell that ailment maiden is spreading a disease. He thought smugly. Seeing that Klein wasn't responding to his topic, the chubby apothecary opened a cabinet in boredom and took out common or strange herbs, insect shells, and other items. He placed them in a paper bag and handed it over. Put all of them in water and boil for half an hour. Drink the liquid, for Soli. It's a little expensive. Klein swept a glance at Donis. The latter immediately took out the cash on his own accord. As the chubby apothecary collected the money, he bent down and suppressed his voice as he chuckled. I have a medicine that will make you more outstanding in that aspect. The kind that has mummy powder added. Do you need it? I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. I know that you might be very strong, but as a man, we always strive to be stronger. First, I have to have a girlfriend. Klein shook his head coldly and rejected the chubby apothecary's promotion. The chubby apothecary straightened his body in disappointment. His eyes darted around as he sized up the two of them. He asked in passing, Are you adventurers? Yes, Klein answered succinctly. The chubby apothecary rubbed his hands and said, I have a commission. However, I will only be paid after I complete it. How much? Klein pinched his nose. 100 pounds. The chubby apothecary shouted with his heart aching for him. Help me find someone. His name is Roy King. He's my teacher. He got me to meet him here, but I haven't seen him after waiting for months. Furthermore, I can't contact him anymore. Do you have a portrait, or a photo? Klein inquired. The chubby apothecary took out a photo from a hidden pocket by his waist and handed it over. It was a rather young man. His hair was neatly combed back and he wore a pair of glasses, making him look refined. Your teacher? Klein returned with a question. I might believe you if you say you are his teacher, the chubby apothecary coughed dryly. He's at least 60 years old. He just looks young. Is it a beyonder power or a mystical item? Klein nodded in thought and asked about the exact situation. After confirming that there were no items that could be used to aid in divination, he took the paper bag and left the herb store. After their figures disappeared from the alley, the owl on the chubby apothecary's shoulder suddenly spoke. Darkwill, that fellow might know you. What? He knows me? The chubby apothecary named Darkwill was alarmed as he asked softly. The owl stared ahead with its round eyes. I noticed that when he walked in and saw you, he was obviously stunned for 2 seconds. Maybe it's because I don't fit his image of an apothecary, the chubby apothecary retorted. The owl spread its wings and descended. If that's what you want to think, I can't do anything about it. What books have you been reading recently? The chubby apothecary's face twitched as he asked. The owl replied with a serious and solemn expression. My reading bias depends on your level of knowledge. It's a pity that you only know so many words that you can teach me. I have no choice but to read popular words that require less vocabulary. Moreover, these are all serialized in the newspaper. Darkwill chuckled. I'll buy a cookbook later. It's called East Balham Bird Cooking Guide. Without waiting for the owl to speak, his expression darkened and he muttered to himself, he knows me? He looked like a typical Rouen, at least half Rouen. I've stayed in a few cities in Rouen using a fake name. It's not surprising that someone knows me, but I still have to be alert. If there's no news from the old man before March, I'll have to leave this place. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the owl on his shoulder. Sometimes, you're still very useful. No, your eyes and your body language tell me what you're really thinking. Damn it, I clearly wanted a pet that could help me deal with monsters and gangsters. I gathered the potion formula and beyond her ingredients according to the standards of a dragon, but in the end, I got a silly bird that only knows how to read newspapers and dramas. Damn it, I can't wait to give it another potion. The owl was like a parrot, vividly performing with the chubby apothecary's accent. Darkwill's expression stiffened for a few seconds as he chuckled. It's good that you understand, stupid bird. If I didn't have the abilities of a beast tamer, you wouldn't even be able to withstand a single potion. In the herb shop, the man and the animal fell silent at the same time. After a while, the owl pretended as if nothing had happened and said, "That's right. Darkwill, is this really useful? You've hired dozens of adventurers. I'm not good at finding people, so I can only entrust it to them. Moreover, they must really find or confirm the old man's whereabouts before I will pay them. I won't spend a penny more." The chubby medicine master clicked his tongue and said. Soon after, he sighed. This old man always calls himself the lucky one and the winner of fate. Nothing should have happened to him. Will the medicine made from these things really be effective? On the carriage back to the Wind of Azure Hotel, Dawes looked at the paper bag that Klein placed beside him. There were black herbs, oddly shaped insect shells, and strange colored flowers inside, making people feel that they were not very reliable. Klein nodded. Yes. You've never drunk it before. Dawes retorted subconsciously. I believe in the chubby apothecary. Although he has a foul mouth and is a little vicious, he's still quite kind. Besides, Captain Erland also believes that his medicine is effective enough. As a German sparrow, Klein didn't respond to Dawes' doubts. He directly picked up the paper bag and threw it over. Without needing any words, Dawes knew that the fellow opposite him meant that he should be the one brewing the medicine. And he had recently gotten used to doing such things. He didn't have the urge to resist at all. After returning to the Wind of Azure Hotel, Klein found a chair and sat down. He watched as Dawes lit the fireplace, hung up a clay pot, and added water and herbs. Leaning back, Klein felt his head turn heavy. He was exhausted, as though he would fall asleep at any moment. In order to wait for the medicine to be brewed and quickly resolve the problem of his illness, he forced himself to think of all sorts of problems to overcome his sleepiness. On careful thought, in the battle with Vice Admiral Ailment, if I hadn't succeeded in my sneak attack and suppressed her from the beginning, preventing her from entering the rhythm she's best at, I might not have been her match at the very end. The combination of invisibility and ailment is really like a bug. Together with an assassin's fatal strike and Joy's restraint and interference, I really can't find her even if I wanted to, nor can I run even if I wanted to. I can only watch helplessly as my body gradually weakens and I'm infected with all sorts of ailments. I might even be charmed by her and give up resisting. On the one hand, every sequence 5 is very powerful. As expected of a level that's close to that of a demigod. On the other hand, the combination of the various powers and creeping hunger has obvious flaws. It's far from being flawless in all aspects. Yes, the powers of a Sequence 5 Marionettist of the Seer pathway are very effective against invisibility. I can help the chubby apothecary find his teacher in passing, but without sufficient information and with only a picture, I can only try my luck and see when I'll encounter a clue. After all, I'm not a god. I can't find someone out of thin air. Wait, in a certain sense, I'm really a god. I can get the believers of the sea god to help me find him. As long as that old gentleman named Roy King has come to buy him, he'll definitely encounter someone or be seen by someone. And most of the natives secretly believe in the sea god. This is called the Sea of the Masses. Also, before Captain Erland leaves by him, I'll get him to introduce me to the military's liaison personnel. In the future, if there's any news, I can seek reimbursement from them. In the meantime, check the passengers who have registered in the past few months to see if there's a person named Roy King. There's another solution. The radio transceiver has been placed above the gray fog for some time. If I take it down, I should be able to contact Rhodes. I originally planned on asking for Elaine's whereabouts, but now, there's no need to find that red-haired lady. I can change it to Roy King. Hee, I actually have 3 ways to find someone that many adventurers have no clue about. Amidst his thoughts, Klein finally managed to concoct the potion. Looking at the bottle of blackish-green liquid that Donna's had brought over, he hesitated for 2 seconds before reaching out to grab it and bring it to his mouth. Gulp, Klein immediately felt his throat burn as his face flushed red. This reminded him of his previous life when he tried insanely spicy food. Suddenly, he was wide awake, and his blocked nose was quickly unclogged. Gulp. He barely finished it, feeling as though he had recovered from his illness. By night, he had completely recovered. He no longer had any doubts about the apothecary's abilities. It's no wonder the potion's name is Apothecary. Klein wore his hat and left the inn with Donna's. Under the night sky, they left Byam and arrived at a secret private harbor hidden on the other side of the forest. Tonight, the Golden Dream would provide aid to the resistance. After some coordination and trouble, Donna's used the Soulfall ritual to contact Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. After a while, the ship that was always brushed neatly and had a strange main cannon sailed into the private harbor. On the huge canvas were 5 types of gold coins. They were Ruan's gold pound, Faisak's gold horn, Intis's filekin, Fainapotter's gold riso, and Lenberg's Sasson gold. This was the Golden Dream's flag, as well as the symbol of this pirate crew. It's still not professional enough. If it were me, I'd add Mason's gold, Seeker's zloty, Balam Empire's patterned gold coins, etc., etc. Klein stood by the side with his hands in his pockets as he watched Edwina Edwards appear at the bow of the ship. At that moment, she was wearing a hunter's hat, a rider's shirt, and a black coat. She matched the image of a female pirate admiral in the hearts of the resistance. Her usual attire would only make people think that she's a home tutor. Klein mumbled as he took a few steps back, allowing Donna's to run around and busy himself. Under the arduous efforts of this pirate with a bounty of 5,500 pounds, a batch of food and cloth was delivered to Kalat and the resistance. The transaction came to an end. Donna's took a deep breath and came to Klein's side. He forced a smile and said, "Is there anything else? I can return to the Golden Dream now, right? Also, how are you going to pay me for the next few days?" "That's just an excuse your captain and I came up with. In a certain sense, this batch of food and cloth is my payment." Klein nodded. "Your captain has already paid it. You can return now." "Really?" Donna's found it unbelievable. Although Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina wasn't far behind him, he was still afraid that German Sparrow would suddenly go crazy. Klein didn't respond. He turned around and walked away from the private harbor. Donna silently exhaled. He held back his excitement and quickly ran back to the Golden Dream. After the ship sailed away into the night, and the private harbor belonging to the resistance became smaller and smaller, he truly believed that he had returned to the Golden Dream. At this moment, he felt that he had experienced too many things in the past half a month. This unprecedented excitement was like a wonderful dream. At this moment, a sailor came over and asked curiously, "Boss, did you really kill Steel Mavady?" Danitz immediately laughed out loud. He stole a glance at Captain Edwina and said to his subordinates, Captain Edwina. I've made an important contribution in this matter. Let's talk while we drink." On the dark sea, the Golden Dream sailed further and further away. After returning to the Wind of Azure Inn, Klein was about to sleep when he suddenly saw the colors around him turn abnormally bright. The white bedsheets turned whiter, and the brown floorboards turned brownish yellow. The dark red curtains were like fresh blood. Isaac Eggers walked out of the rippling void ripples amidst the scene of all sorts of colors overlapping each other. He was still dressed in a shirt, bow tie, tuxedo, and top hat. His skin was bronze and his facial features were soft. "I'm so envious. I also want the ability to traverse the spirit world." Klein sighed inwardly as he maintained his appearance. He smiled and greeted, "Good evening, Mr. Aztec." Aztec took off his top hat and glanced at the unfamiliar face. He chuckled without finding it odd. "Sorry, I came in a hurry. I should have knocked on the door first. What's the deal with that batch of documents related to death?" As Klein invited him to take a seat, he described in detail the matters that he couldn't explain in the letter. Towards the end, he casually mentioned West Harbor, saying that it involved King of Angels Medici and his descendants. Aztec leaned back in his chair and frowned slightly. I have this name in my memories. He should have the titles of Red Angel and War Angel, however, he has long perished. He perished a long time ago? Klein asked in surprise. Aztec nodded and thought hard. I remember that he was killed by Blood Emperor Alistitutor. Killed by Blood Emperor Alistitutor? Klein's pupils constricted as he suddenly recalled the evil spirit that had lingered in the underground ruins of Bakeland for more than 1,000 years. It claimed to be an innocent killed by the Blood Emperor. Please remember this book's domain name, 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Could it be that the evil spirit is Red Angel Medici, the King of Angels who once served the Creator, one of the founders of Rose Redemption? Klein instantly made such a connection as he went back in time to search for traces and clues. The previous holder of the Red Priest card came to the underground palace due to a certain degree of attraction and died beside the descendants of the Tudor family. The evil spirit I saw in my dream could easily kill a powerful dragon when it was alive. It knows the mutant pathways sequence 4 puppet potion formula, or even more. It knows the matter of Rose Redemption very well. The Orthodox churches that have existed in this world since the Cataclysm don't know that there are descendants of the Medici family living in the former Binzi and present Bansi, but that evil spirit was able to give them the corresponding hints. It's very likely that it was formed after the death of Red Angel Medici. And a King of Angels was actually killed by Blood Emperor Alistitutor. Does this mean that the latter has already exceeded Sequence 1 and reached the level of a Sequence 0 true god? He can no longer be looked at directly. The evil spirit said that in the later stages of the Fourth Epoch, the Solomon Empire's Black Emperor, the Tudor Empire's Blood Emperor, and the Tuluan-Sostal Empire's Night Emperor were fighting for the position of Sequence 0 until Alistitutor went mad. Does this mean that from then on, the Blood Emperor was a half-mad true god? Right. Mr. Aztec also mentioned in the letter that he lost consciousness after being swept by Blood Emperor Alistitutor. Back then, he was at least a Sequence 4 demigod. For the Blood Emperor to have such might, it can only be explained by him being at the level of a true god. Mr. Aztec also described the resurrected Black Emperor in the letter, saying that he was sitting on a huge throne, looking down at the entire land. For the Black Emperor to be able to resurrect, there's a high chance that he is a Sequence 0 true god. If that's the case, the War of the Four Emperors is much more high-end than I previously imagined. It's no longer just 3 Sequence 1s vying for the position of Sequence 0. Klein connected the dots and gained a brand new understanding of the history of the Fourth Epoch. But because of this, many questions arose. If that ancient evil spirit is really King of Angels Medici, then that underground palace might very well belong to Blood Emperor Alistitutor. Then, why are there 2 thrones side by side, and why are there statues of the 6 Orthodox gods? Why would the half-mad Blood Emperor kill Red Angel Medici? After he became Sequence 0, which spot did he occupy? First of all, the Black Emperor can be eliminated. It can't be the Red Priest, right? He killed King of Angels Medici for his Beyonder characteristic? But the Red Priest and the Black Emperor don't seem to be similar pathways that can be interchanged. I'm almost certain that the former is a pair with the Demonis pathway. Captain said that when consuming potions from other pathways, one won't die the first time. There's a high chance that one will go mad and obtain distorted and terrifying powers. This matches the trait of Blood Emperor's half-mad nature. At the final step, he made the craziest choice because he no longer had any hope of becoming a Black Emperor or a similar pathway. At the cost of being half-mad, he switched to a completely unrelated pathway, but there's also a problem. Advancing to Red Priest requires killing King of Angels Medici, but before advancing, Alistitutor wouldn't be able to complete this matter by himself. Unless there are more Sequence 1 Beyonders helping him, or a Sequence 0 true god. With this in mind, the statues in the underground palace suddenly flashed across Klein's mind. The statues of the Evernight Goddess with the moon as her pillow, the statue of Earth Mother with a baby in her arms, the statue of the Lord of Storms with lightning on his back, the handsome and vibrant statue of the eternal blazing sun, the statue of the god of combat sitting on a throne, and the hooded statue of the god of knowledge and wisdom cast a cold gaze over from the dark room. At that moment, Klein felt a chill run down his spine. However, he clearly remembered that the six deities supported the Tuluan Sostal Empire and not the Tudor dynasty. The more I understand the history of the fourth epoch, the more confusing and terrifying it is. Klein sighed. What are you thinking about? Aztec Eggers noticed his pause. Klein casually said, that's right. I'm just thinking that since Red Angel Medici perished at the hands of Blood Emperor Alista Tudor in the fourth epoch, who is the god of weather that Bansi Harbor has been worshipping for the past few centuries? What is the source of their abnormality? At this point, Klein came to an abrupt halt. This was because the situation at Bansi Harbor was different from what he had imagined. He originally believed that Red Angel Medici was sleeping there, but he never expected that he had long perished. Since that was the case, the secret hidden in the Green Lemon restaurant and the telegraph office was even more difficult to guess, and there was no way to deduce the source. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Could it be that the evil spirit had already predicted such an outcome by hinting at Binzi Town? Could it be that this was his way of breaking free of the seal? Should I tell Mr. Aztec about this and see what he thinks about it? Yes, I'll first get Miss Magicians, who is in Bakeland, to pay attention to that area and see if there are any abnormalities. If there aren't any, I'll wait for me to return to Bakeland and contact Miss Sharon. After seeking her opinion, I'll inform Mr. Aztec. After all, we're exploring the ruin together, so I have to respect her opinion. If there are any abnormalities, then we can only act according to the situation. Klein quickly made up his mind. When Azek heard his question, he laughed. Don't think about these things anymore. They must have been buried by the Church of the Storm. Forcing yourself to find out the reason will bring great danger. Even if you reach the level of an angel, you may die because of this. In the mysticism world, curiosity is often the main factor that leads to death. Klein thought of the things he had experienced and heard. He changed the topic and said, Mr. Azek, I already have a messenger that belongs to me. Faster than I expected, Aztec said with a smile. Klein then briefly explained how he modified the incantation, how he completed the summoning, and how he encountered the strange spirit world creature. When summoning a spirit world creature, similar things will indeed happen if it's not the corresponding job. You need to try repeatedly to get the desired result, but in the process of repeated attempts, it's easy to encounter danger. Even if you add a description like friendly, it's not absolutely safe. The spirit world creature you summon doesn't have any ill intentions towards you and doesn't want to hurt you, but it doesn't mean that its existence won't harm you. Perhaps its aura alone can make you rot into a puddle of blood. Aztec smiled and gave a few reminders after listening to the examples of haste, weak sense of presence, and endurance. How did you succeed in the end? Klein said a little embarrassedly, that's right. I changed the last sentence to a unique being willing to be my messenger. Aztec was taken aback for a second as he gave Klein an odd look. This description is too broad. It wouldn't succeed under normal circumstances. Perhaps I was extremely lucky back then. Klein carefully described his messenger's appearance. He didn't even hide the fact that she was asking for gold coins. Aztec carefully thought for a moment before saying, I don't have any impression of this spirit world creature. I don't have any impression of this spirit world creature, but since you've already signed a contract with the underworld as a witness, she shouldn't harm you. However, before you completely understand her, try not to order her around other than sending letters. Alright. Klein originally wanted to say that apart from delivering letters, there was nothing else he could order her around, but he suddenly recalled the scene of his battle with Mr. A. There was a brief silence in the room as Klein steered the topic back on track. Mr. Aztec, when do we set off for the Black Death? The longer he delayed, the more likely it was that the traces he left on the Black Death would be removed during the daily cleaning. Now. Aztec stood up and put on his top hat. Klein was neatly dressed. Just as he was about to find an excuse to head to the washroom to divine if the operation tonight was dangerous, Aztec grabbed his shoulder and brought him into the spirit world. Amidst the layers of colors and the nearly invisible figures, he heard Mr. Azek say, that's right. Let's begin. So direct? Doesn't he need to confirm the situation? Perhaps the big shot has already used his own methods to weigh the degree of danger. Klein mumbled silently. He picked up his cane and began divining the location of the item he had left behind. The cane flew up on its own as it tumbled and leaped forward. Aztec followed closely behind with Klein, easily traversing the area. It didn't take long before the black hardwood cane came to a stop. In front of them was a thick black and overlapping shadow. Through this abstract scene, Klein vaguely recognized that it might be a symbol of the Black Death. At this moment, Aztek's figure came to a halt. He said with a slightly solemn tone, "That's right." He said with a slightly heavy tone, "The spirit here tells me that there's danger." There's danger? Something that even Mr. Aztec finds dangerous? Vice Admiral Ailment found a helper? The upper echelons of the demonist sect? Klein suddenly frowned. He fully trusted the big shot's judgment. This was because the sequence 7 of the death pathway was spirit medium. After advancing to the demigod level, it was very normal for him to have such a reaction. Aztec half closed his eyes for 2 seconds before opening them. But it's not a big problem. Let's go in. It's not a big problem. For you, it's probably like that. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he decided to change his appearance. This way, even if he couldn't beat them, he could flee pathetically without anyone coming after him. In the blink of an eye, Klein had a unique broad chin and cold, dark green eyes. The back of his head was a brown ancient warrior bun. He had disguised himself as the former owner of Creeping Hunger, Vice Admiral Hurricane Xianxia. Aztec swept a glance at him as the surroundings suddenly felt like they were plummeting. All sorts of bright colors quickly faded away. In the blink of an eye, Klein found himself back in Ailment Maiden Tracy's captain's cabin. This heroic and beautiful female pirate was wearing another white shirt. There were obvious bandages on her left shoulder, and her black hair was coiled up, no longer hanging down seductively. Faced with the sudden appearance of a visitor, she didn't panic. She even smiled. At this moment, a gentle female voice sounded from an indiscernible location. It sounded like it came from the left and right, from the front and back. "It's you? P.S. There's only one draft, so there won't be an early update tonight. It's still the usual time. Requesting for recommendation tickets on Monday. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor's mobile version, it's you?" Upon hearing the slightly surprised and puzzled female voice, Klein jumped in fright, imagining that someone had seen through him. He immediately calmed down. Because he had already changed his appearance. He was the deceased Rear Admiral Hurricane Xianxia, and inside Xianxia was the crazy adventurer German Sparrow. Inside German Sparrow was the great detective Sherlock Moriarty, and inside Sherlock Moriarty was Klein Moretti. This wasn't the end. Inside Klein Moretti was Mr. Fool, Zhou Mingrue. It doesn't make sense for her to be able to see through my true nature. Furthermore, how would she know a trivial figure like Klein Moretti? Even Rear Admiral Hurricane Xianxia wouldn't be able to surprise the helper hired by Ailment Maiden Tracy so much. To be specially hired by a Sequence 5 pirate admiral to protect her and deal with her enemies, she has to be at least a Sequence 4 demigod. So, this sentence is directed at Mr. Aztec? That high-level demoness recognized Mr. Aztec, who sabotaged their cooperation with the royal family and in Zangwill and Bakeland, or is it Mr. Aztec from a particular life in the past? Klein quickly sorted out his thoughts. As he was wary of Tracy and her helper's sudden attack, he used the corner of his eye to observe Mr. Aztec's reaction. He wasn't surprised by the appearance of a mysterious powerhouse. Firstly, it was because Mr. Aztec had already given him a warning. Secondly, he believed that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy wasn't an egomaniac. After nearly being assassinated, and without knowing the other party's goal or the faction backing her, there was a high chance that she would shrink back and leave the Rorstad archipelago to seek help from the upper echelons of the demonist sect. The only thing he didn't expect was for the other party's helper to arrive so quickly. It was as though they were nearby or had a mystical item similar to a traveler. Combined with the feminine characteristics and gentleness of the voice, Klein suspected that it was a demigod-level demoness. Aztec stood on the thick carpet and hesitated for 2 seconds. "You know me?" His tone was very uncertain. Could it be that he had spent part of his life with a witch? No, I can't think like that. Klein first let his imagination run wild, and then he seriously repented in his heart. He noticed that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy had a look of astonishment as well. Her previous confidence and composure had turned into puzzlement. That gentle and beautiful female voice still came from somewhere. Of course I know you. You should know me too. Aztec listened attentively and shook his head with a wry smile. I'm sorry, I've lost my past memories again, and I'm on my way to find them. If you can remind me and help me awaken more memories, I will be very grateful. Hearing the conversation between the two, Tracy's expression of shock and confusion gradually became solemn. She cautiously swept a glance at Klein, but she frowned when she saw Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings's face. The gentle female voice let out a long sigh. It's been more than 1,300 years since we last met. Back then, the primordial Demoness and Death worked together to instigate the Pale Calamity in the northern continent. You might have already forgotten that we once fought against the saints and angels of the Church of the Evernight Goddess together. I know about this period of history. It's in Roselle the Great's diary. Mr. Dorr said that the outcome was the primordial Demoness being heavily injured. It was only recently that there were signs of her descending again. Death even directly perished, creating the Berserk Sea and separating the northern and southern continents. The Demoness sect and Death's faction had such a collaboration. It's no wonder this demigod-level Demoness knows Mr. Aztec. Man, she's also a monster that has lived for at least 1,400 years. Klein thought to himself. He was immediately puzzled again. He originally believed that Mr. Aztec had been glanced at by Blood Emperor Alista Tudor in the War of the Four Emperors and suffered heavy injuries, which was why he kept losing his memories and forgetting the past. However, the demigod-level Demoness words indicated that not only had Aztec successfully survived the War of the Four Emperors, he had also participated in the Pale disaster years later. There didn't seem to be any problems in between. Aztec closed his eyes as if he was squeezing out his memories. After a few seconds, he hesitantly asked, Katarina Pell? You're already the Witch of Unaging? I'm glad that you still remember me. Compared to you back then, I could only be considered weak. A figure slowly outlined itself to Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's side. She was dressed in a simple and wholly white robe. The slit on both sides was very high, revealing a pair of flawless legs. Her skin was as white as snow and as tender as a young girl's. The woman had black hair and blue eyes. She was beautiful and had an indescribable charm. She looked at Aztec Eggers and said with a faint smile, after more than 1,000 years, we're still alive. It's worth celebrating that we're still alive to meet each other after more than 1,000 years. Balam Empire's Mr. Death Consul. Mr. Aztec is the Balam Empire's Death Consul. Is that the name of the potion after the death pathway? This Demoness of Unaging Katarina Pell looks to be in her 30s. She's dignified, holy, and mature. Wait, why am I thinking of this? Has her pleasure charms already reached such a level? Klein hurriedly looked away and nearly used cogitation to calm his emotions. Without waiting for Aztec to say a word, Demoness of Unaging Katarina Pell said with a beautiful voice that sounded like a song, I'm very puzzled. I'm very confused as to why you keep losing your memories. I remember that this pathway only happens at the undying stage. Every 60 years, you will die and revive, and forget the past. However, you have long advanced and escaped this curse. What happened to you at the end of the Pale disaster? Back then, the 7 deities were divided and were enemies with each other. We all believed that the primordial one and Death would succeed, but who knew that the proudest son would lower his head? The arrogant tyrant would also lower his head. They quickly joined forces again. If I hadn't coincidentally advanced, I might have perished at the end of that battle of deities. I believe you must have been injured as well, resulting in your current state. The death of Death is the greatest injury to you. Aztec fell silent as his face gradually revealed a pained expression that wasn't too obvious. I can't recall it, only at this moment did Klein realize that Demoness of Unaging Katarina Pell looked somewhat familiar. He felt that she was the white-robed woman who had guided Madame Sharon onto the path of a Demoness. Suddenly, Katarina's eyes darted around as she swept a glance at Klein. She chuckled at Aztec. Then, you shouldn't have forgotten the reason for your visit today, right? I'm very curious. Why did he assassinate Tracy? Could it be for justice? When the Demoness of Unaging swept her gaze over him, she was subdued, sweet, and mischievous, like a young girl who had yet to mature. And her facial features and bearing miraculously accentuated this feeling. She didn't look out of place like a mature lady pretending to be young. At that moment, the Katerina Pell that Klein saw was a 16 or 17-year-old girl. She can already perfectly display the charm of every stage of a woman. Furthermore, her skin and facial features are compatible. As expected of a demoness of unaging, Klein was already attempting to use cogitation techniques to resist the indescribable charm. He took the initiative to look at ailment maiden Tracy. "Do you know the tycoon, Jimmy Necker?" Tracy opened her mouth before closing it again. She wore a blank and aggrieved expression. "Who is he?" "Maybe you don't know him. He once collected a batch of ancient documents related to death. He died at the hands of Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings," Klein said with Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings's face. Tracy narrowed her blue eyes. They were misty at first, but then they were filled with anger. "You're here for the documents?" "As expected, he's in your hands." Klein made his judgment based on the other party's tone. He replied indifferently, "Yes." Tracy took a small breath and said, "Where is Elaine? What did you do to her?" "I know she's alive, and if something happens to her, my spiritual intuition will tell me." Klein didn't try to use a flirtatious tone. "She has returned to Intis. She is about to start a new life." Tracy's expression sank as a storm brewed in her eyes. The aura of a pirate admiral was completely revealed, but Aztec's casual glance at her made her snap to her senses. The corners of her mouth curled up bit by bit. "That batch of documents unearthed from the Balam Empire's royal mausoleum did fall into my hands. But I wasn't interested in them. I flipped through 2 pages and handed them over to the church." Even if you had successfully assassinated them, you wouldn't have been able to obtain them." "I didn't even read them. Even if I were to use spirit channeling, I wouldn't be able to repeat them. Unfortunately, I couldn't bear to part with my life. Otherwise, I would have been able to see your disappointed look. It would definitely have been interesting." Klein said calmly, "No, I won't be disappointed. No, I won't be disappointed. I'll be able to harvest the soul and characteristics of a witch of pain. I'll herd you and drive you." As he spoke, he raised his left palm. On it was creeping hunger, in the form of a black glove. Tracy narrowed her eyes as her gaze turned extremely dangerous, like a provoked tiger. If not for the 2 high sequence beyonders beside her, she might have already attacked. And just as Klein finished his sentence, he sensed that something was amiss. "I'm clearly not acting as German Sparrow, so why am I using his persona and style to speak?" Klein was alarmed, wondering if he had been too engrossed in his character recently. "I have to remember that I can only be myself. I can't be influenced by my character because of prolonged acting. This will cause me to lose myself, and it will cause me to lose control." He quickly did a self-reflection and added the conclusion to his acting guidelines as a faceless. Seeing his brief silence, Aztec looked at demoness of unaging Katerina Pell and said in his usual tone, "Can you give me a copy of that batch of documents?" "That's not a big problem." Katerina turned her head to glance at Tracy. "That's not a big problem." Katerina turned her head to glance at Tracy. "Do you have any requests?" Tracy stared at Klein and said with a slightly hoarse voice, "Tell me where Elaine is. Tell me where Elaine is." Klein reined in his thoughts and looked back at her. Then, he looked at the holy demoness of unaging Katerina. He had already made up his mind, but he still couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. He turned his head to look at Mr. Aztec and found that the other party had a gentle smile on his face. Mr. Aztec did not rush or force him. Klein retracted his gaze and said succinctly, "I refuse. P.S. Asking for monthly recommendation tickets on Monday." For an instant, Klein imagined that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy would directly attack. This was because her face was already flushed red from anger. Her blue eyes were a lot darker, like the surface of the sea before a storm. But in the end, Tracy did not act rashly. She turned her head and looked at Katerina Pell, waiting for the demoness of unaging to make a decision. She knew very well that although there was only a difference of 1 level between Sequence 5 and Sequence 4, there was a fundamental difference. It was impossible to make up for it with tactics and performance. One of them was a normal human with special traits, while the other had already stepped into the demigod realm. It was a divine creature, a mythical creature. Furthermore, the two present were clearly above sequence 4. Standing in front of them, Tracy felt like a low sequence beyonder. The demoness of unaging, Katerina Pell, didn't seem angry. She looked at Klein, who was wearing Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos's face, and chuckled. What an interesting young man. If it wasn't for Mr. Death Consul being here, I might not have revealed the vicissitudes of my heart and had a chance encounter with you to discuss pure love. No, you don't want to. That sounds terrifying. Klein didn't dare to look her in the eye. All he could do was continue looking at ailment-maiden Tracy. Seeing that Aztec Eggers didn't say anything, Katerina retracted her gaze and said to Tracy with her melodious voice, "Suffer in pain, this might be a good thing for you." She then looked at Aztec in a holy and dignified manner. I remember that batch of documents. It recorded the various attempts of the Balam royal family to revive death, but unfortunately, they all failed. In the end, they seem to be considering an artificial death. Are you still interested? Artificial death? How could the Grim Reaper be man-made? Apart from the uniqueness and beyonder characteristics, how can there be any other solution? It's not like they're growing cabbages. Could the Balam Empire of the past and the current charismatic order have all gone mad? Klein mumbled to himself and did not interrupt the conversation between the demigods. Aztec pondered for 2 seconds before asking again, "What price do I have to pay?" Katerina's smile was very youthful. "No, there's no need. I thought about it carefully. Helping you recover your memories bit by bit and find your past so that you can become that Death Consul again should be a very interesting thing. This can bring more changes and more fun to this world." She sounded like a rebellious girl. The demoness of unaging didn't just age physically, but also mentally? Klein felt that he couldn't grasp the other's train of thought. Perhaps one has to be a sequence 6, 5, or 4 of the spectator pathway? He subconsciously guessed. Aztec nodded and reached out with his right hand. The papers and pens in the room flew toward him as if they were being served by invisible spirits. He finished writing quickly and threw the paper over. "You can summon my messenger." So there was only one copper whistle. To be able to maintain its effect for more than 1,000 years, that copper whistle was indeed not a simple object. Klein instinctively wanted to reach out and touch the Aztec copper whistle in his pocket, but he resisted the urge. Demoness of unaging Katerina caught the piece of paper and glanced at it before pursing her lips into a smile. "I thought you would directly tell me where the underworld is." She looked up, her blue eyes filled with an indescribable gentleness as she smiled faintly. "I still remember how powerful and cold Mr. Death Consul was back then. He left a deep impression on me. I'm very curious. Why is your heart so soft now?" Aztec clenched his fist to his mouth and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I'm undying, not unaging. Once a person ages, they will always become gentle." "No." Katerina's eyes were deep as she said without hiding anything, "I'm looking forward to the day you fully recover your memories. I want to see how you will evaluate yourself when that happens." Upon saying that, the corners of her mouth curled up as she blinked at Klein. "Perhaps we're releasing an existence that's even more evil and terrifying than a devil. She's trying to sow discord, right?" Klein muttered inwardly. However, he couldn't help but recall the Pale disaster that was recorded in history books and the various churches' books. It resulted in the deaths of large numbers of creatures, turning the northern continent into a living hell. And the main culprits of this disaster were death and the primordial demoness. It was the southern continent's Death Consul and the demoness sect. Among them, Mr. Aztec, who was known as Death Consul, definitely played a rather important role. Aztec fell silent for a few seconds before grabbing Klein's shoulder and entering the spirit world with him. In the Black Death's captain's cabin, only demoness of unaging Katerina Pell and Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy were left. The latter looked at the spot where the two had disappeared and calmed down for a while before gritting her teeth. "I won't forget this." Katerina regained her holy demeanor and smiled. "It's painful. The more painful it is, the more you will realize how weak you are. When the pain reaches an extreme, the desire to change yourself will be strong enough to help you withstand the potion and obtain godhood in the ritual to become a demigod." When Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy heard that, she suddenly recalled something. Her expression froze as she blurted out a question. Elaine was able to escape the Black Death because, Katerina smiled faintly. You're my youngest child, but you're the one with the highest chance of becoming a demigod. As a mother, I naturally have to help you. Tracy's facial muscles twitched as she said, that's right. I have you as a mother, and another mother, why didn't you tell me the truth back then? You clearly grasped several low and mid-sequence pathways. Katerina turned around, her white robe fluttering as she said in an ethereal tone, we all have to approach the primordial. We are all her children. As she spoke, the gigantic sailboat that was dozens of meters long surged with turbulent but silent black flames. They covered every corner and burned silently, but they didn't harm the pirates on the Black Death. It was as though they were cleaning up the accumulated dust. The layers of colors retreated as the indescribable transparent figure left. Klein's spirituality suddenly stirred as he felt that all the items he had left on the Black Death had vanished. As expected of the demoness of unaging. Klein sighed. Just as he was about to say something, he plummeted once again as he left the spirit world with Aztec. They were in a valley that spread out along a river. There were fertile fields, manors, and small towns that were very characteristic of Rouen. Klein looked around and realized that he was standing in a dark cemetery that had been abandoned for a long time. Mr. Aztec. He shouted in puzzlement. Aztec walked in front of a grave covered in weeds with a broken stone tablet. He said in a deep voice, after meeting Katerina Pellet, I recalled something. I once told you that in one of my dreams, in one of my lives, there was a daughter. She had soft black hair, and she liked to sit on the swing that I built myself and ask for sweets from me. When I was traversing the spirit world just now, I suddenly sensed a summoning from my bloodline. Klein was infected by his emotions as he calmly asked, This is her. Aztec nodded and squatted down to caress the half-tombstone. His bronze-colored side profile was filled with gentleness, sadness, and confusion. This is her grave. If I remember correctly, she has been dead for 926 years. 926 years. Klein wanted to say something, but he was cut off by the long passage of time. If it wasn't for the various churches forcing the dead to be buried in cemeteries and having a certain level of supervision, as well as the lack of all-out war since the Fifth Epoch, this grave and tombstone would have long been nowhere to be found. A person's life was only a few decades, and this was 926 years. The abandoned cemetery was silent for a while. Aztec stood up again and grabbed Klein's shoulder. I'll send you back first. After traversing the spirit world for a few minutes, Klein saw the white bedsheets and the brownish-yellow floor once again. Aztec pressed down on his top hat and said solemnly, I'll continue my journey, and you'll continue your adventure. Klein nodded and was just about to say something when he saw the corners of Mr. Aztec's mouth curl up. Mr. Aztec's mouth curl up as he smiled. Without waiting for Klein to answer, Aztec sighed and said, Were you worried that I would become an evil person like the demoness after regaining my memories? Without waiting for Klein to answer, Aztec sighed and said, I'm very worried too. However, I want to find myself more. With that said, the void around him rippled like water as his figure disappeared from the room. Klein stood rooted to the ground and remained silent for a long time. He shook his head and laughed silently as though he was consoling himself. Perhaps when the time comes, I'll already be a powerhouse at the level of an angel. I can establish a mental hospital for antisocial personalities, with Miss Justice as the attending physician. Reining in his thoughts, Klein sat down and habitually recalled and reviewed the operation. I originally thought that I could graze a demoness of affliction and obtain further clues to death's documents and the missing persons case. Who knew that the development and outcome were not within my expectations? I can only complete the initial goal. Sigh, it's impossible for me to instigate Mr. Aztec to take action. After all, he hasn't fully recovered, and he's facing an undying demoness. It's more important to be strong myself. Instead of relying on others, it's better to rely on myself. On careful thought, I'm indeed relying on myself most of the time. I can start with the missing persons case from the buyer, that crazy Captain Connors Victor. Klein changed his sitting posture and nodded to himself as he muttered inwardly. The biggest gain this time is that I've established the principles of acting as a faceless. I'm able to blend in and extricate myself, and I've defeated my psychological barriers. I've also become wary of the problem of being addicted to the character. This way, a potion that would take a year or two to be digested through simple, normal acting might be completely absorbed in another 3 to 4 months or even half a year. After reflecting on himself, Klein planned on taking a nap. At daybreak, he would take the radio transceiver down from above the gray fog and communicate with Rhodes. Of course, the premise was that he needed to divine the level of danger above the gray fog. P.S. Requesting for monthly and recommendation votes early in the morning, above the gray fog. Klein conjured a pen and paper and deliberated as he wrote the divination statement. It's dangerous to use a transceiver. After carefully examining it twice, he removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist and began his divination. During this process, he was on high alert, but he was also a little afraid. He was like a child lighting firecrackers while covering his ears. If it did involve the true creator or the primordial demoness, the divination itself would also be in danger. If it were anyone else, it would just be another way of losing control or dying. However, Klein had the gray fog to isolate him, so he wouldn't be in such a tragic state. Detonating it here was clearly better than courting death in the real world. He was worried that if he repeated this a few times, the evil gods would lock onto his location and personally visit him. He quickly entered cogitation and recited the divination statement. After repeating it 7 times in a row, he didn't need to open his eyes to know what the result was. This was because he was still sitting there, not suffering extreme pain. When he looked at the topaz pendant, he found that it was indeed moving counterclockwise. Phew! Klein heaved a sigh of relief and immediately returned to the world. He busied himself with preparing the ritual and bringing the radio transceiver out of the mysterious space above the gray fog. After waiting for about half an hour, he finally heard the clacking sound of the radio transceiver. A piece of illusory white paper was spat out, with lines of Ruan on it. I'm here. Great Master, is that you? Why does it feel like I'm looking around? Klein suddenly thought of an emoticon he had seen in his previous life. It was a cute alpaca looking forward. He took 2 steps forward and hummed in a reserved manner. Tap, tap, tap. The illusory white paper immediately spat out more. Your humble and loyal servant, Rhodes, awaits your service. Klein hid the uneasiness in his heart and asked, Rhodes, tell me, where's the life school of thoughts Roy King? Based on the chubby apothecary's description, he knew that their organization developed in the form of a master-disciple legacy. He also deduced that they grasped the monster and apothecary beyonder pathways. This matched the characteristics of the life school of thought. At the same time, Klein also prepared Roy King's photos in the way that it was better to rely on himself than on others. The tapping sounds intensified as Rhodes used the radio transceiver to draw a portrait. It was none other than Roy King, whose hair was neatly combed back and wearing a pair of glasses. Is that him? A line of Ruan words followed. Klein nodded. Yes. The magic mirror, Rhodes, made the radio transceiver's clicking sound abnormally light. Great Master, the person you're looking for is locked up in the governor's mansion in Byam, the city of generosity. Locked up in the governor's mansion? Klein frowned slightly, but he wasn't in a hurry to ask further. He said confidently and frankly, that's right. All right, according to your rules, it's your turn to ask questions. Ta. Rhodes used the radio transceiver to print a smiley face and a line of words. I've already asked, and you've answered. When? Klein was first taken aback before he looked at the illusory piece of paper and saw the previous question. Is it him? That works too? That counts? At that moment, Klein completely understood how free Rhodes's rules were. Against ordinary people, it was as strict as it could be. It was as vile as it could be, to the point of having onlookers. But here, it was just a casual perfunctory act. It was blatantly going easy on Rhodes. How did this fellow develop such a personality? Klein considered for 2 seconds before asking another question. Rhodes, do you know of the book, Roselle's Travels? Rhodes fell silent for 2 seconds before making the radio transceiver produce stiff tapping sounds, spitting out more illusory pieces of paper. Great Master, this question of yours is too considerate of me. I only need to answer I know to resolve it. I'll help you modify it slightly, changing it to you know of matters related to Roselle's travels. It's a very magical book. Many of its previous owners have gone missing. I'm unable to see who its creator is, but it's clear that it first appeared among the dragons after the disappearance of the City of Miracles, Liveseed. It appeared after the disappearance of the City of Miracles, Liveseed, which was conjured by the Dragon of Imagination Inkwelt. Perhaps I can promote it to Miss Justice. She might be interested, and if she really buys it, I can study it in advance above the grey fog as a middleman. If any problems arise from my research and the book is completely damaged, I can tell her that the seller has gone back on his word and can only refund her. With this in mind, there's really a future in being a platform. Klein's thoughts raced as he said to the radio transceiver, "It's your turn. It's your turn." A Rhodes didn't stop as it tapped out lines of Ruan. "Great Master, I've already asked, and you have answered. Great Master, I've already asked, and you've answered. When did this happen?" Klein was amused and confused as he browsed through the illusory white paper. Finally, he found the so-called question at the very beginning. "Great Master, is that you? I have to say that this magic mirror named Rhodes really doesn't have any integrity when it comes to currying favor with me. However, the way it answers questions in pairs really satisfies people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. It's just like in the programming languages I learned by myself in the past." Klein cleared his throat and continued asking. "Why is Roy King locked up in the governor's mansion?" The radio transceiver spat out illusory white paper. "Ever since the disappearance of the Life School of Thought's Snake of Mercury, there has been internal strife and they have encountered quite a number of dangers. Some have even died at the hands of Rose School. The Life School of Thought develops secretly in the form of a master-disciple inheritance, but there's a council of elders in the upper echelons that coordinates the competition between the different factions. Since the fifth epoch, the name of this council of elders has gradually become fashionable. It's now called the Fate Council. There are a total of 7 counselors, and that Snake of Mercury is the chairman. Roy King's teacher is one of the Fate counselors. Something happened to him after the disappearance of the Snake of Mercury. And before that, he had handed an important sealed artifact of the Life School of Thought to Roy King. This is the reason why Roy King was secretly captured by the Ruan military. The disappearance of the Snake of Mercury? Klein immediately thought of Velocipton, who was hiding in Bakeland, as well as the other Snake of Mercury that had been pursuing him but had never appeared, the suspected Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. The Life School of Thought's Snake of Mercury definitely isn't the one that's searching for Velocipton. This is because he has enough time to contact the organization, so he wouldn't end up in a missing state. Perhaps it's Velocipton, or perhaps it's a third one. There's no way to tell. Klein nodded slightly and said to the radio transceiver, "Go ahead and ask. This time, I can confirm that there aren't any more questions ahead." "Hee, let's see what you'll ask." "I have to say that humans are a little despicable. Others are afraid of a Rhodes asking questions, but after it helped me deflect it twice, I actually wish for it to officially ask a question." Klein waited with interest. Tap. 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 The radio transceiver's voice suddenly turned heavy as it spat out the illusory white paper with difficulty. "This, Great Master, how can I better be your loyal and humble servant? I underestimated your limits." Klein restrained his expression of being at a loss whether to laugh or cry as he replied in a deep voice, "Just maintain it as it is now." "All right." The tapping sounds became lively again. "The aura is about to dissipate. Your loyal and humble Rhodes awaits to serve you again." Towards the end, Rhodes even added a simple drawing of a hand waving. "It sure is talented." "That's right. It knows so many magic mirrors, so it's difficult not to understand all of this." Klein watched as the radio transceiver fell silent. He paced a few steps, sat on the edge of the bed, and considered Roy King's matter. He had no intention of infiltrating the Byam Governor-General's office and rescuing Roy King from the military's tight watch. This was because he didn't know him at all. He hadn't even seen him in person. His only connection was the chubby apothecary. There must be quite a number of Beyonders imprisoned underground in the Church of the Storm, but what has that got to do with me? Klein chuckled and shook his head. The information revealed by Rhodes made him realize something. Admiral of Blood Seigneur's mystical item that made him sufficiently lucky might have come from the Life School of Thought. Backing this pirate. Admiral was likely the Rose School. They had taken advantage of the Snake of Mercury's disappearance to kill many members of the Life School of Thought. This also reminds me that I have to be more careful when dealing with pirate admirals. Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy got Demoness of Unaging Katerina Pell out of a disagreement. The other pirate admirals won't lack supporters either. They often represent a faction or an organization. Behind Admiral of Blood is the Rose School. Behind Admiral of Stars is the Moses Ascetic Order, as well as us, Tarot. Behind Admiral Hell is likely the Charismatic Order and the King of the Five Seas. Behind Vice Admiral Iceberg is the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Vice Admiral Deep Sea and Vice Admiral Twilight are temporarily unknown, but to be able to reign supreme at sea for so many years, they definitely didn't rely on themselves. Come to think of it, back then, which faction was backing Vice Admiral Hurricane Xianxia? The one that gave him creeping hunger, or the unspeakable one that drove him to assassinate the Duke of Negan? Yes, when I hunt pirate admirals in the future, I can't leak any information. Furthermore, I'll only make one attempt. If I fail, I'll immediately leave. As Klein's thoughts raced, he suddenly recalled something. The paper crane that Snake of Mercury, Will had personally folded was still in his hands. The matter regarding the paper crane was still fresh in Klein's mind. This was because back then, the Snake of Fate, Will had used that item to locate Dr. Allen's astral projection. While he was roaming the spirit world in his dreams, it would instill information into him, forming a revelation that would eventually evolve into a specific dream. Later, Klein had used the paper crane he had folded to replace Will and did a divination above the gray fog, but he failed to obtain an effective conclusion. This continued until Dr. Allen's wife became pregnant. Through his calculations of time and his vague understanding of Sequence 1 to Sequence 0, he guessed that it was Will who had swallowed his tail and was rebooted. He guessed that he was engaged in an intense battle with another Snake of Fate for the position of Sequence 0, and that the corresponding nightmare brought about by the paper crane was just a bonus. Its true purpose was to help Will secretly become a baby. The funniest thing about this matter was that the paper crane Klein folded had been mistaken for Will original by the Nighthawks of Bakeland. They had used an even cruder method to forge one and replace it. Will one has always been left above the gray fog, and I nearly forgot. Using it for divination will only give me a very vague revelation. If there weren't any other encounters, it would be very difficult to infer that the child Dr. Allen's wife is pregnant with his Will. But in turn, Will can use it to determine the location of the spirit world, just like how the magic mirror, Erodes, relies on the gray fog's aura to connect to the radio transceiver from the spirit world. There seems to be a possibility. Klein suddenly sat up straight as he came up with an extremely creative idea. He wanted to use the paper crane to communicate with Will in his dream. This might not be of much use to me now, and there might even be some hidden dangers. But if Will really is the Snake of Fate from the Life School of Thought, I'll definitely be able to gain a favorable impression by providing him with the corresponding information. Towards an existence at the level of a king of angels, it's necessary to invest in advance. When he's truly born, he might receive returns that are dozens of times greater. After all, it's not like I'll die trying. Even if I die, I can still be resurrected. Klein had this in mind, but he was actually very cautious. He planned on heading above the gray fog to divine the level of danger before deciding if he should put it into practice. After some work, he determined that the danger level of the matter was acceptable, so he used a ritual to bring the paper crane back to the real world from above the gray fog. Perhaps it was because it was a Sequence 1 Snake of Fate, but the paper crane didn't show any unique traits after staying above the gray fog for too long. It remained ordinary and ordinary. I hope the aura above the gray fog didn't neutralize its uniqueness, otherwise, Will won't be able to locate it. The sequence before the Snake of Fate is profit. Could what I'm about to do be within Will expectations? The reason why he chose Dr. Allen as his father is because Dr. Allen is my friend, allowing him to establish a connection with me? Isn't that too narcissistic? However, there's a problem that's worth suspecting. After Will used the paper crane to locate Dr. Allen, he could have just reincarnated. Why did he make him have nightmares? Furthermore, that dream also revealed the battle between the Snakes of Fate. To an ordinary person, they wouldn't understand it, nor would they be able to play any role in this matter. Isn't this like using his gaze to seduce a blind person? Will Xianxia created the dream for me to see? Klein frowned slightly as he had a guess. He suppressed his puzzlement, picked up a fountain pen, and filled it with ink. He considered leaving a message on the paper crane to garner the attention of the snake of fate, Will Xianxia. What should I write? Klein considered Rhodes's description of the life school of thought's encounter and felt that there was a sentence that could encompass everything. It was also very clear and contained rich emotions. That sentence was, "Your house blew up." This sentence is too vulgar and direct. It's not polite enough. Besides, Will Xianxia might not be the chairman of the life school of thought. Klein deliberated for a moment before unfurling the paper crane. He wrote different words on each surface, forming a very short sentence: Roy King was captured. After doing all of this, Klein put down the fountain pen and stuffed the paper crane into his wallet, just like what Dr. Allen had done back then. At the edge of the Rorsted Sea, on a huge fog-covered island that was off the main sea route. With a shrill cry, a blue bird of prey that was as fast as a shadow fell from the sky and slammed heavily onto the ground, splattering mud and blood. Alger Wilson didn't let his guard down. Standing a distance away, he raised his left hand and aimed the black iron-colored ring on his thumb at the terrifying beyonder creature that was the blue shadow falcon. At the tip of the ring was a spike-like protrusion. It was stained with old bloodstains, making it look ancient and sinister. This was a mystical item he had bought from the artisan using Steelmavati's bounty. It was announced to the public that it was 5,200 pounds, but in fact, he had only spent 3,100 pounds on it. The ring's name was Whip of Mind. It could cause uncontrollable mental damage to an enemy. Apart from that, it only strengthened Alger's grasp of various weapons, so it wasn't that expensive. Back then, the artisan and his friends had two mystical items. One was the Whip of Mind, and the other was the Ring of Witchcraft. The latter had many abilities and was highly adaptable. Furthermore, it was about the same price as the former, making it a better choice. However, after serious consideration, Alger still chose the Whip of Mind. He believed that without this item, hunting the blue shadow falcon would be several times more difficult. This was because it was a beyonder creature that could fly. Reality had proven his judgment. For this, Alger was willing to suffer the constant headache of banging his head against a wall. After waiting for a few minutes, he saw the blue shadow falcon's body float as 6 crystalline feathers condensed on its wings. Only then did Alger heave a sigh of relief and walk over. There was a linen strip tied to his forehead, and there was a blood-red gem embedded in it. It emitted a glow that resembled moonlight. This was the vampire baron's inheritance that should have belonged to Emlyn White, but Alger wasn't in a hurry to complete the transaction after obtaining it. Instead, he used the trait of being able to make use of it to add insurance to his hunt for the blue shadow falcon. At times, being a middleman isn't a bad idea. As Alger put away the 6 crystalline feathers, he sighed silently. He straightened his body and looked at the towering mountain in the middle of the primitive island and the dense forest around it. He sensed that there were many indescribable dangers hidden there. My current strength isn't enough to explore this place. Alger retracted his gaze and walked to the edge of the island, constantly paying attention to the surroundings to see if there were any other hunters. Soon, he jumped into the sea, and with his seafarer powers, he easily swam into the distance. His ghost ship was anchored there, and his sailors were still sleeping under the effects of the sanguine's anesthetic gas. To reach this primitive island, the ship had to deviate from the main sea route. With sea monsters lurking and storms surrounding it, it would take at least 6 hours to sail. There was the danger of sinking at any moment. Only a seafarer who was familiar with the route would be able to sail the ship nearby. Late at night, Klein, who had rested for an entire day, put down the newspaper and crawled into bed. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly thought of a problem. Donis has returned to the Golden Dream. Wouldn't it be a waste for me to stay in such a huge suite by myself? Klein nodded indiscernibly and decided to check out at dawn and change hotels. After making up his mind, he quickly fell asleep and suddenly woke up in a daze. He knew that a force had invaded his dream. To be able to detect the invasion of a snake of fate, I'm very powerful. No, the gray fog is very powerful. Klein looked around and realized that he was in a pitch-black, desolate plain. Not far away was a black steeple. This was the scene he had once seen in Dr. Allen's dream, but at this moment, the steeple no longer had the mysterious silver-white snake. Klein nodded in thought and sped up his pace. He entered the pitch-black steeple. It was still ancient and decaying, and the layout was chaotic. The stairs sometimes spiraled upwards and sometimes descended diagonally. Some of the rooms were normal, some were upside down, and some were embedded in other parts of the building. After passing through the doors and walls, Klein once again arrived deep inside the black tower. There were tarot cards scattered everywhere, clustered around the slightly protruding ground in the middle. There was a line of words in silver and a portrait. The portrait belonged to the chubby apothecary, and the silver words formed a sentence, inform Dark Will. The chubby apothecary's name is Dark Will. Will Septon is really the snake of fate from the life school of thought, and I can indeed use the paper crane to communicate with him in a dream. Klein waited for a while, and seeing that there were no other revelations, he left the dream and went back to sleep. After daybreak, Klein, who learned that there wasn't an additional fee for checking out at noon, wore his top hat, took a carriage, and arrived in front of the Red Theatre. This famous brothel was in its most deserted state. It was so quiet that it resembled a haunted house. Klein took a glance and walked diagonally across the alley, arriving outside Darkwill's folk herb shop. He suddenly sensed something as he looked up at the roof and saw a chubby owl standing there, staring intently at him. The chubby apothecary was apparently attempting to tame a beyonder animal. Klein retracted his gaze in thought and knocked on the door. Knock. 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 After waiting for a while, he saw the chubby apothecary Darkwill open the door with sleepy eyes. You aren't sick, Darkwill said after observing him for a moment. Klein maintained the cold expression of a German sparrow as he politely curled the corners of his mouth. Good morning, Mr. Apothecary. I found your teacher. Really? Darkwill asked in disbelief. You just accepted the commission the day before yesterday. Genius 1 second remember site address, mobile URL. Does the fact that I accepted the mission the day before yesterday have anything to do with when I find the person? If I hadn't spent a day waiting for Snake of Fate Will Septon to locate me, I could have done it 24 hours earlier. That's what professionalism is. Klein replied calmly, you can choose not to listen. Darkwill choked on his subsequent words as his facial muscles twitched. The chubby apothecary Darkwill choked back his subsequent words as his facial muscles twitched. Klein recounted the story. Klein went straight to the point. I received news that Roy King was secretly captured by the military and is currently being held in the governor's office. Really? Darkwill couldn't help but widen his eyes as he blurted out a question. Really? Darkwill couldn't help but widen his eyes as he blurted out a question. Klein nodded indiscernibly. My source is sufficiently reliable. But I have no way of confirming it. Darkwill said hesitantly. It's because it involves an important sealed artifact of the life school of thought, Klein said directly. The chubby apothecary was immediately given a fright as he took 2 steps back and looked around warily, afraid that someone would hear what he had just said. Is such a matter something that can be casually said on the streets? He knows that we're from the life school of thought. He knows that old man is involved in an important sealed artifact. I only learned of it during the last contact. Darkwill gradually believed the information provided by the adventurer in front of him. Klein swept a glance at the owl that had flown down from the roof and landed on the chubby apothecary's shoulder. You can pay me now. I have no way of confirming it. It's not like I'll believe whatever you say, right? Darkwill said stubbornly. Then, he saw the adventurer's eyes turn abnormally cold. The chubby apothecary shuddered as he hurriedly mumbled, all right. I'll barely consider you to have completed the mission. His heart ached as he took out a large amount of cash from a hidden pocket in his village which Dr. Robe. He counted out £100 and handed it to Klein. Although he was a beyonder, his profession was an apothecary and beast tamer. The enhancement to his physique couldn't be fully reflected in a head-on battle, so he might not necessarily be able to defeat an ordinary person with a revolver. As for the beyonder pet he had tamed, it was also a fellow that didn't have much combat strength. His opponent was obviously an experienced adventurer with many channels, so there was a high chance that he was also a beyonder. The man and the owl together might not be his match, so they could only go with whatever the other party said. It wasn't easy for me to save up the money. He sighed in his heart. Being a pharmacist was indeed very profitable, and it was even more so in the overseas colonies. There were many pirates, sailors, and adventurers there, and the official organization's management was relatively lax. He could sell some illegal drugs without worrying about anyone coming after him. Just the customers at the Red Theater alone had earned him more money in the past 2 months than he had earned in a year. However, as a beyonder, his expenses were also immense. He had expended a large portion of his savings from before advancing to beast tamer. Later, he reared a pet, worked hard to buy the formula and concoct the potion for it, as well as bought defensive charms and other items. The amount of money he could really save was only a few £100s. Klein received the cash and used points to verify its authenticity before putting it into his pocket and leaving. Upon seeing his back disappear into the alley, Darkwell's expression instantly sank. "It's too dangerous here. Too dangerous. I have to leave as soon as possible." As he muttered softly, he returned to the herb shop and entered the inner room. He dragged out a brown suitcase and quickly stuffed all sorts of clothes and neatly folded cash into it. Finally, he poured out the small bills and copper pennies of different currency values from the change box and stuffed them into his pocket. He took out the identification documents he had bought at a high price and carried the brown suitcase out of the folk herb shop. Looking back at the various medicinal ingredients that had yet to be sold, Darkwell's chubby face clearly twitched. He took a deep breath and locked the door while enduring his heartache. He ran straight to the alley, hailed a rental carriage, and headed for the Byam Passenger Liner Ticketing Company. "It's too dangerous. It's too dangerous. Even old man has been captured. Captured." He sat in the carriage, repeatedly muttering to himself as he trembled. In such a state, he finally arrived at the ticketing company. The moment he paid the fare, he rushed into the lobby and lined up for the East Balham liner's window. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Darkwell took deep breaths as he followed closely behind the ticket buyers in front of him, moving step by step. "I'm buying the nearest ship," he emphasized to himself. As he proceeded forward in fits and starts, Darkwell gradually calmed down. His expression suddenly warped before quickly calming down. It warped again before calming down again. When there was only one ticket buyer left in front of him, Darkwell's footsteps froze in place. "Dumbass. You dumbass." He cursed and turned around abruptly. He carried his suitcase and identification documents as he walked out of the ticketing lobby. Klein wasn't concerned about how Darkwell would save his teacher, Roy King. He believed that it wasn't something he needed to consider. Behind them is the Life School of Thought. Even if it has recently split, it's still an ancient organization with centuries to 1,000 years of history. It was born in the early 5th epoch and has a deep heritage. The chubby apothecary will naturally be able to find help. If the Life School of Thought can't do it, it's useless even if I bring out the entire tarot. There's no need to worry. The military has a demigod in Byam. Of course, he might not be in the Governor General's office. Perhaps he lives in a military base. Inside the carriage, Klein took out his wallet and looked at the paper crane inside. He considered if he should immediately throw it back above the gray fog. "I'll wait a little longer. Who knows if this snake of fate, Will Osepton, will give me some benefits. I'll remember to prepare a pencil next time. I previously neglected this problem. How big can a paper crane be? If I use a pen, I'll soon run out of space to write the information. Then, I won't be able to contact Will Osepton and can only passively wait. And it's impossible for me to keep this paper crane on me. In a few days, I'll have to return it to the junk pile above the gray fog. After all, I can't always let Will Osepton locate me. I have to be careful." Klein quickly made a decision and returned to the Wind of Azure. He packed his luggage and checked out of the luxury suite. To his relief, Donna's had paid for a room in advance the second time he came. He only paid 5 soldi. Soon, Klein changed streets and arrived at Odom Street, which was near the Amiris Leaf Bar. He checked into a hotel named Tina and asked for a clean but ordinary room. It only cost 2 soldi and 2 pence a day, and there was an additional cup of juice squeezed from a giant fruit like Tina. As he drank the milky sweet juice, Klein didn't need to care about his image. He slumped into the reclining chair in the room and decided to spend the next 2 hours in a daze and catching up on sleep. After that, he would head above the gray fog to browse through the prayers of his believers and experience the feeling of having 1,000 faces. Bakeland, White Family. Enlil looked at the blood-red gem that had appeared on the altar, as though he could hear his blood resonating with it. After thanking Mr. Fool, he picked up the gem and sensed the uniqueness flowing within it, confirming that it was the relic of a sanguine baron. As long as I prepare the corresponding inheritance ritual or supplementary potion ingredients, I'll be able to become a baron. And this isn't difficult at the present stage, Emlyn thought with anticipation and smugness. According to the human system, I'll be a Sequence 6 Beyonder when the time comes. The corresponding title is Potions Professor. In the blink of an eye, it was Monday again. Above the fog sea, a fleet was traversing through the thin fog and the blue sea. Their flagship was a gigantic sailboat with a unique flag hanging on it. It depicted an eye without eyelashes surrounded by 10 stars. Admiral of Stars Xianxia stood by the window of the captain's cabin, silently watching the sunlight that shone through the thin fog until the clock on the wall produced the sound of a cuckoo. She glanced at the time and quickly converted it to Rouen time. Then, she drew the curtains and sat behind the desk. On the table made of red wood was a brass sextant and a light blue celestial globe. The latter's surface had large patches of blankness. It was a region that hadn't been explored or couldn't be explored. Xianxia reached out her finger and fiddled with the celestial globe. Then, she half closed her eyes and waited for the fool to summon her. Before long, a surging tide of crimson light appeared in front of her, completely drowning the prepared her. After she adapted to the changes, the holy palace supported by stone pillars and the mottled, ancient bronze table appeared in her vision. Amidst Miss Justice's lively greeting, Xianxia also greeted Mr. Fool, who was still shrouded in the grayish-white fog. With a simple sweep of her gaze, her slightly purplish-black eyes suddenly constricted. She discovered that the hanging man, the moon, and sun all had slight signs of spirituality seeping out. It was completely different from the last time. This meant that they had advanced. This meant that their advancements had taken place in the past few days. In just a week, all 3 members of the tarot have advanced. The hanging man and the moon might even have reached Sequence 6. Is this a coincidence? Did they happen to consume the potion in the same week? In terms of probability, this is possible. The ingredients that the moon and sun requested to purchase can prove it. However, this is also enough to prove that the tarot members advance very quickly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. Of course, it's not strange for Beyonders below Sequence 5 who have grasped the acting method and don't lack resources to advance quickly. From Sequence 6 to Sequence 5, there needs to be a ritual to aid in digestion. It's very difficult for something like this to happen again. The hermit Xianxia retracted her gaze. Following that, Audrey apologized to Mr. Fool. She said that she hadn't been able to contact the members of the psychological alchemy recently, so she was unable to provide Roselle's diary. Similarly, Magician's Fur said that her teacher had been slow in replying to her letters recently, and the cold weather made her unwilling to go out. As for Sun, he had many things to deal with because he had just advanced, so he wasn't able to obtain any new information on the ancient mythology. The fool Klein could only nod calmly. Upon seeing this, Derek heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at the bottom of the long bronze table. Mr. World, I've obtained the method you wanted to separate the mental corruption of a rampager from a Beyonder characteristic. Don't say it so directly. The fool Klein, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, nearly had a blank expression. Although Little Sun had previously promised to let Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man know of this matter, didn't Ma'am Hermit just join? Klein resisted the urge to facepalm. P.S. I recommend a good book to everyone. The meticulously written, so I'm not an ordinary person. It's rather interesting. Genius, remember this site's address in a second. Mobile version. The method to separate the mental corruption of a rampager from a Beyonder characteristic. Xianxia glanced at the world and guessed that he might be holding 1 or 2 Beyonder characteristics left behind by a rampager. Furthermore, one of them was likely related to the world's advancement, or the advancement of someone close to him. This was a very easy inference. This was because if a Beyonder characteristic wasn't used as the main ingredient of a potion, the remaining mental corruption of a rampager wouldn't be a key problem. At most, the mystical item produced would have extremely powerful negative effects, equivalent to a sealed artifact. However, it wasn't as if it couldn't be used. After adjusting his emotions, Klein controlled the world to hoarsely reply, "Write it on a piece of paper and pass it to me. Write it on a piece of paper and pass it to me." At this point, Klein wanted to encourage Little Sun and praise him for being a man of his word, but considering how the world had a gloomy and introverted image, one that wouldn't speak nonsense without an additional goal, he was momentarily hesitant. No, there's an additional goal as well. By letting Little Sun maintain his principles, many things will be much easier in the future. To put it simply, it'll be easier to fleece him. Of course, for this, I'll have to suffer the damage brought about by his honesty. In the eyes of Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man, the world is an experienced and shrewd Beyonder. He shouldn't have paid attention to such problems. As his thoughts raced, Klein made the world let out a deep laugh. "You really are a man of your word. Your character is admirable." The Hanging Man pricked up his brows and took the initiative to say to Sun, "I'm also very interested in such knowledge. I'm also very interested in this knowledge. What can I use to exchange for it?" He planned on making a deal if the price wasn't high. If the price exceeded his expectations, he would give up. After all, he had no use for it at the moment. Having just been praised, Derek, who was immersed in joy, thought for 2 seconds and said with abnormal sincerity, "Mr. the Hanging Man, there's no need. Mr. the Hanging Man, there's no need. You've always given me advice and helped me face difficulties. Treat this as my thanks." If the world was a real person and was drinking water, he definitely would have spat out all the liquid in his mouth. Thankfully, he wasn't drinking water. He wasn't a real person either. The fool Klein used all his Beyonder powers as a clown to barely suppress the change in his expression. The Hanging Man was momentarily at a loss for words. Sun's answer was completely out of his expectations. He had drifted on the sea for so many years and had experienced many things. His way of thinking had long since changed from black and white to gray. But at this moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of shame. "Your character is really admirable." Alger quickly returned to his normal state and praised Little Sunday. "Don't copy me. Can't you say something else?" The world swept a glance at the Hanging Man, while the fool sighed inwardly. "All wily old foxes are the same. Dumb donkey. No, dumber than a donkey. A dumb sheep." Emlyn silently slandered Sunday ever since this morning. He had been filled with anticipation for the tarot. This was because he had successfully advanced to Baron, and he wanted to find an opportunity to flaunt it without leaving a trace. They might not be able to tell, except for Mr. Fool. The Hanging Man should be able to guess. "I have to do something later to let them know that I'm already a noble Baron," Emlyn thought as he listened. Towards Little Sun's words, Audrey wasn't jealous or angry. This was because she knew very well that the person in charge of guiding him was Mr. the Hanging Man. She and the others only occasionally gave him some advice. Being a good person will naturally be rewarded. I hope that Mr. the Hanging Man will become kinder from now on. She looked across in delight, temporarily not having the urge to spend money to obtain the method to separate the mental corruption within a Beyonder characteristic. Sun quickly turned around and obtained Mr. Fool's approval. Soon, he conjured 2 yellowish-brown goatskin parchments. Klein controlled the world to take one of them and impatiently scanned it. There are 2 methods. The first is to use an item that can steal the Beyonder powers of others to steal the mental corruption left behind by the rampager. Then, before the theft loses its effectiveness, one can concoct the Beyonder characteristic into a potion. This way, the mental corruption won't return and will directly dissipate. The second method is to set up a ritual and pray to one of the 2 powerful mystical items in our City of Silver. We can use its feedback to shatter the Beyonder characteristic and evaporate the mental corruption. After that, the Beyonder characteristic will slowly gather on its own. I can only obtain the corresponding ritual process, but I'm unable to obtain the exact description of that item. Only the elders of the 6-member council have the right to understand and preside over such a ritual. The ritual process is, With so many thoughts running through Klein's mind, he nearly forgot to control the fake world. The first method is indeed something I didn't think of before. The sealed artifact, Blood Vessel Thief, behind Tingen City's Cheney Skate, can steal the targets beyond her powers. Treating mental corruption as one of them isn't a problem logically. But the problem is that the mental corruption in the all-black eye isn't from an ordinary Beyonder. It comes from the evil god, the true creator. Be it a Beyonder with the ability to steal or a mystical item of similar nature, it will be difficult for them to withstand such mental corruption. The former will definitely lose control on the spot, while the latter will be directly corrupted. In theory, I can sacrifice a similar mystical item and use it to replace the all-black eye's corruption, but the timing has to be perfect. There can't be any mistakes, or both will be corrupted. Klein quickly analyzed the feasibility of the first method. As for the second method, it was close to his previous inference and Edwina's guess, only the details were different. The two powerful mystical items in the City of Silver are at most grade 0. It's basically impossible for them to be left behind by any true god or sequence 0. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state in the forsaken land of the gods. Therefore, can I believe that shattering a Beyonder characteristic doesn't necessarily require the power of a deity? An angel is enough? According to Little Sun, in the second epic, angels are equivalent to subsidiary gods, barely considered deities. There's something that can prove this point. Sea god Cavituous only obtained a portion of Calamity Kohinum's characteristic, and the rest is in the Book of Calamity. There might even be a third portion, hidden somewhere. It helps an angel-level high elf not die. In short, it can be seen that Kohinum's Beyonder characteristic is split into at least 2 parts. This is essentially the same as shattering a Beyonder characteristic. After confirming this, I can preliminarily confirm that as long as the ritual is appropriate, the feedback from an angel-level powerhouse can shatter a Beyonder characteristic. Then, here comes the problem. Where can I find an angel? Mr. Aztec might have been one at his peak, but he clearly hasn't recovered yet. He's still at the saint level. Snake of Fate Willosepton is only a fetus that hasn't been born yet. Klein didn't think too much about it. He decided to consider how he should proceed after the tarot incident. At this moment, the hanging man Alger had also quickly browsed through it and gained a certain level of understanding of the content. He had a guess based on this. Getting the world to find a way to separate the mental corruption in a Beyonder characteristic should be a test from Mr. Fool to his blessed. But does this also mean that Mr. Fool's strength has only recovered to the saint level and hasn't reached the angel level? Otherwise, there wouldn't be a need to go through so much trouble. How long has it been? It's only been a little over 7 months, and Mr. Fool has already recovered to such an extent. Yes, he can even replace Sea God Cavituous to give a response. In another year or 2, he should be able to escape the seal and stand at the pinnacle of the angel level. He's just one step away from his ultimate goal. Ignoring the hanging man's reaction, the hermit Catlia glanced at the world and thought for a few seconds before chuckling. I wonder if there's one of those methods that I know of. I can give you a hint for free. The Unshadowed of the Sun pathway can directly purify the mental corruption in a Beyonder characteristic. Ma'am Hermit is a lot more proactive than the last time. Has she adjusted her mental state and has a motive? Or has she realized that everyone else is weak and feels that there's no need to be so careful? Klein was first surprised by Admiral of Stars Catlia's attitude before he was delighted that he had obtained a third solution, the sun pathway that the City of Silver lacked. However, I can't find the help of an unshadowed either. I do have the incomplete unshadowed potion formula. He controlled the world and deliberated for a moment before turning to Catlia and chuckling in a deep voice. Thank you for your generosity, Ma'am Hermit. Then, he quickly switched to salesman mode and said to son Derek, do you know a book called Gurozel's Travels? Derek thought for a moment and shook his head sincerely. No. No. Klein nearly failed to continue speaking. Thankfully, he steadied himself in time and allowed the world to speak to himself. It's a magical book from the dragons. That is a mystical book from the giant dragon clan. Many of its previous owners have gone missing. From the dragons? Audrey acutely noticed the crux of the matter as she asked with interest. Yes, a Beyonder plans on selling it for £8,000, the world said hoarsely. He didn't add more money to Edwina's offer because he hadn't made a counteroffer. This was where he could profit from it. Besides, even if Edwina insisted on 8,000 pounds, it was worth his time to study Grizel's travels if he could obtain it. Audrey pursed her lips slightly as her eyes darted around. She cautiously asked, "What's so magical about it?" "It requires research." The world chose to be honest. "Let me think about it." Audrey wasn't in a hurry to agree. This was because 8,000 pounds wasn't a small sum to her, especially after she had just reimbursed Lai. Her father, Earl of Hall, found it difficult to accept a book of unknown use. And if she relied on herself, she would need to save up for 3 to 4 months. This was on the premise that she had already helped Susie by the psychiatrist beyond her characteristic. Hence, she turned to ask the world about the psychiatrist beyond her characteristic. "I've mainly been hunting Vice Admiral Ailment this week, but I haven't succeeded. I haven't found a replacement grazing target." Klein was momentarily embarrassed as he felt that the world's dark and shrewd image had been damaged. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website. Fortunately, the world didn't have the ability to blush. As long as he wasn't being controlled, his condition wouldn't change. He chuckled darkly in a low voice. "We still need to wait a few more days." Audrey nodded reservedly and didn't rush her. This was because Susie hadn't expressed her desire to advance to the sequence recently. After all, she was just a dog. At that moment, as the hanging man, the moon, and sun had just advanced a few days ago, they were still converging their spirituality and practicing their new beyonder powers. They didn't have the urge to purchase the subsequent potion formulas or the corresponding sanguine heritage. They were calmly waiting for the transaction to end. Furthermore, they didn't have much money. Although the hanging man Alger had sold the Sanguine Baron's inheritance at a reduced price of £4,300 and a commission of £300 to the Moon Emlyn White, earning a net profit of £1,400, buying the Whip of Mind had cost him quite a bit. Currently, he only had £1,445 left. After purchasing the Sanguine Baron's inheritance, doll, and doll dress, Emlyn still had £2,300 in savings. It seemed generous, but the subsequent items were related to a sanguine viscount. It was at least £8,000. As for Sun, he had already exchanged for all the merit points he had accumulated, and he was waiting to be assigned to patrol or exploration missions. Magician's Furs and Justice Audrey similarly didn't seek to purchase the potion formulas of the later sequences. This was because they had their own channels to obtain them, and there was no need for them to hide it. There was no need for them to waste another sum of money on the tarot. Audrey was only indifferent when it came to money, but she wasn't stupid. Firstly, Catlia was still observing and wasn't in a hurry to expose her needs. Secondly, she temporarily didn't believe that the tarot members other than Mr. Fool could obtain what she wanted. After all, to a pirate admiral who had advanced to sequence 5 years ago, what she desired the most was the demigod level. Therefore, her slightly purple eyes calmly looked at Sun and company without attempting to speak. Klein thought for a moment and controlled the world to add, "Don't worry. Who has it, or who can obtain a mystical item with high attack power?" The target of his inquiry was the hermit. This was because only Admiral of Stars, who had reigned over the seas for many years, could satisfy his needs. Even the hanging man and the artisan he was familiar with couldn't do so unless he could provide the corresponding sequence 6 or 5 beyonder characteristics. Catlia fell silent for 2 seconds before slowly shaking her head. "If similar items appear at the beyonder gatherings I participate in, I'll keep an eye out for you." Over the years, she had killed quite a number of beyonders and had indeed obtained a certain number of beyonder characteristics and mystical items. However, she had either rewarded them to her pirates or exchanged them for 2 powerful items that greatly increased her strength and survivability. She didn't have anything left, and it was impossible for her to trade those 2 items before she advanced to the demigod realm. From the looks of it, Admiral of Stars isn't that well off either. Having a powerful faction also means having high expenses. Klein sighed inwardly as he made the world thank her in a hoarse voice. The transaction segment quickly ended. He controlled the world and looked at Magician's Furs. "I want to entrust you with something." "Me?" Furs was a little surprised. Could it be something like buying a radio transceiver again? The corner of her mouth twitched as she thought. The world nodded. Go to William Street at the junction of West Side and Queens. Go there once every 2 or 3 days. Pay attention to any abnormalities. If there is, inform me immediately. He didn't mention the transfer through Mr. Fool again, because everyone was already familiar with it and was familiar with it. And beneath William Street was the ruins of the Tudor family where the evil spirit lingered. Abnormal? What's abnormal? Magician's Furs asked in puzzlement and caution. Bakeland's William Street might be abnormal? Audrey wasn't interested in this topic to begin with, but at that moment, she nearly pricked up her ears, feeling very concerned. She had considerable trust in Mr. World's intelligence-gathering abilities. The Great Smog of Bakeland was one of the proofs, West Side, Queensborough. It sounds like she's in the capital of Rouen, Bakeland. Miss Magicians is currently in Bakeland? Indeed, she looks ordinary, but she's not simple. To a secret organization, members in a metropolis are often more powerful than those from other places. Of course, she might be like me, being pulled in because she requested help. It's a coincidence of fate. Cattleya swept a glance at Magician's Furs and quickly analyzed the information revealed in the conversation. The hanging man Alger suddenly became excited because he knew that the world was Mr. Fool's blessed representative. The abnormalities he paid close attention to were likely to involve high-level battles. What secret is hidden in that street named William Street? Alger could not help but guess the deeper truth. How would I know if there would be any abnormalities? Klein mumbled, making the world reply in a gloomy manner. Something you think is abnormal enough. I have to remind you that if you really find something unusual, don't try to investigate it yourself or ask someone else to investigate it. It will be very dangerous. How much do you think is appropriate? It's very dangerous. Magician's Furs instinctively wanted to refuse. However, considering that the Great Smog of Bakeland had affected a large area last time and had almost affected her, the anomaly this time might cause her harm. She hesitated again. A few seconds later, she changed her lazy sitting posture and said, 100 pounds. Less than I expected. The world chuckled. Magician's Furs threw up her hands. Because it's also for myself. I'll just treat it as observing the passers-by nearby and gathering material. That's right. I can't stay at home all the time. It's time to go out for a walk. I have to bring up the matter of acting as a trickmaster. I can't just rely on magic tricks to amuse Zio. How should I act? Should I perform tricks in a circus? Or should I perform independently in various squares? There's no need to worry about what acquaintances think of me. As an author, experiencing life is a basic matter. Furz's thoughts gradually wandered. After settling this matter, Klein made the world turn his head to look at the hanging man and said with a sinister smile, I received news that the Church of the Storm has taken action. The matter at Bancy Harbor has been settled. Alger, who had been drifting at sea for the past week and had no contact with the church, immediately asked in a deep voice, what's the final outcome? There won't be a Bancy Harbor for a period of time, the world replied with a smile. It was only at this moment that Audrey and company realized what they were discussing. That was the place known as Bancy in ancient times, that was the place where the descendants of the King of Angels, Medici, lived. Mr. World means that the Church of the Storm had flattened Bancy Harbor? That's really their style. That's good too. There's no need to worry about the innocents being corrupted there. I wonder if the King of Angels, Medici, has appeared or escaped. I wonder if the Pope of the Church of the Storm was present personally, or if he used sealed artifact 0. Audrey heaved a sigh of relief. Her eyes sparkled as she said, Mr. World, do you know the exact process? No, no one knows, except for the upper echelons of the Church of the Storm. The world glanced at the hanging man very slightly. The hanging man fell silent as he once again felt the burning ambition in his chest. I want to become a member of the upper echelons of the church. He emphasized to himself. The hermit Cattleya, who was participating in the tarot for the second time, basically didn't understand what the others were talking about. As a pirate admiral, she was no stranger to Bancy Harbor, but she had no idea what had happened there, nor did she know why the Church of the Storm wanted to destroy it and take a long time to rebuild it. It should be a very serious matter of a very high level. The members of the tarot seemed to know something. Although their sequences aren't too high, they seem to know a lot and are involved in many matters. Except for Sun. Is this the reason why Mr. Fool tacitly allowed them to set up this gathering? Through the tarot, they can indirectly influence different organizations and events? Katlia once again adjusted her understanding of the other members and thought even more highly of them. She remained silent and didn't ask any questions. This left Audrey, who was waiting for an answer to her question with the intention of showing off, disappointed. Even Ma'am Hermit probably wouldn't have come into contact with matters related to a king of angels in the real world. No, she might not even know of the existence of a king of angels. Audrey suddenly thought. After discussing the outcome of Bansi Harbor, Emlyn White, who had been waiting for a while, immediately cleared his throat and said, "Thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man, for your help. Thank you, Mr. Hanged Man, for your help. I'm already a baron. I have a question. As a sanguine, after advancing to baron, do I need to be like you humans, using the acting method to promote so-called digestion to better grasp beyonder characteristics?" His back was ramrod straight, his neck was arched, his chin slightly lifted. "I'm sorry, Mr. Fool is unable to answer your question, but in theory, it's necessary. After all, he's using someone else's legacy." Klein leaned back in his chair and sat in the grey fog, leisurely looking at the members of the tarot. Katlia surveyed the area. "A sanguine baron corresponds to a sequence 6 potions professor?" "Yes," Emlyn replied, unable to hide his smile. He wasn't stupid. From the previous transactions and exchanges, he had determined the other members' sequences apart from the world. He believed that he was now one of the strongest people on tarot. Of course, apart from Mr. Fool and Ma'am Hermit, who had just joined. Mr. Moon is already a sequence 6? Why do I feel like he's not as mature as Sun? Audrey pursed her lips. At this moment, the hermit Katlia said, "There's a need to act because that pathway only has a sequence 7, vampire. As for you, you were born that way. There's no need to act, but everything else is required." "Ma'am Hermit, which sequence 7 pathway is that?" Audrey blinked and asked curiously before Emlyn White could speak. Without waiting for the hermit's reply, Audrey added, "If you think that this information is important and can't be exchanged for free, I can pay a certain price." "No, there's no need. As long as you're familiar with the Church of Earth Mother and Faina Potter, you'll have some understanding of this situation." "No, there's no need. As long as you're familiar with the Church of Earth Mother and Faina Potter, you'll have some understanding of this situation." Katlia didn't doubt Miss Justice's sincerity in making an equivalent exchange. She believed that she had sufficient wealth or resources to satisfy her asking price, but she still decided to reveal some information for free. Firstly, it was to increase Miss Justice's impression of her and lay the foundation for any future transactions. Secondly, through the release of information, she could observe the reactions of the members of the tarot and guess their standing in her own organization and faction. "I'm quite familiar with the Blessed of Earth Mother, Bishop Utravsky, but I don't understand the corresponding situation at all. Of course, I'm indeed a little afraid of him. His height and build are too oppressive. I always try my best to communicate with Emlyn White." The Fool Klein, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, gave a self-deprecating comment. Katlia didn't pause as she continued, "Vampire belongs to the moon pathway. Vampire belongs to the moon pathway. The corresponding sequence 9 is apothecary, sequence 8 is beast tamer, sequence 6 is potions professor, sequence 5 is scarlet scholar, and sequence 4 is shaman king. I'm not sure about anything above that." "Ahem." Emlyn White coughed. "Ma'am Hermit, I have to emphasize something. It's a sanguine, not a vampire. Heh, if you call humans who obtain our race's characteristics by consuming potions vampires, I won't object to it. I'll even agree. So vampires are from the apothecary pathway. So are the shaman kings. It's no wonder they worship the primordial moon and don't believe in the goddess. Could the sealed artifact, Scarlet Lunar Corona, that Miss Sharon obtained have evolved from the death of a Scarlet Scholar or a Sanguine Viscount? Apart from creating the effects of a full moon and being immune to the corresponding effects, it can also provide terrifying speed, unimaginable recovery abilities, and relatively powerful darkness-type spells. The negative effects can be resolved by sucking the blood of a living person. It's indeed a derivative of the sanguine. The various occupations of this pathway are similar to the seer pathway. There's a lack of connection between them, but there's a certain progression. It's very strange. Klein pieced together the bits and pieces of information he had seen and heard before. He was somewhat enlightened and somewhat puzzled. The hanging man Alger, magician's furs, and company were either in thought, listening with relish, or pretending to be uninterested. Their reactions were all different, but Catlia could determine that they didn't know much about vampires. Their positions in their respective organizations and factions are still in the middle and lower ranks. This matches the characteristics of people who have been pulled into the tarot for a short period of time and are on the path of rapid advancement. World didn't give any reaction. Either he's very profound, or he already knew about vampires, or both. After so many observations, I have to admit that World is the one who deserves the most attention and needs to be wary of among the tarot members. Audrey listened with great interest. She thought about it seriously and raised her hand slightly as though she was in a tutoring class. Ma'am Hermit, why isn't there a need to connect the various sequences of the moon pathway? Catlia glanced at Miss Justice and discovered that her dress and accessories were completely different from the previous time. There wasn't any repetition, but they all exuded a luxurious and noble aura. In a trance, she seemed to see the portraits of the queen when she was young. Every one of them was dressed differently, and the same clothes would never be worn twice in a formal occasion. Catlia was silent for a moment. The different sequences in a pathway don't have to be related, or rather, they have to be related on the surface. Their common characteristic is that they are in the domain of the corresponding deity of the pathway. For example, moon represents spirituality, plants, beauty, partial life, partial darkness, and partial bizarreness. Therefore, this pathway has apothecaries in the domain of plants, vampires in the domain of life, and beast tamers in the domain of life and spirituality. Sanguine. Emlyn White emphasized as he raised his chin slightly. This should be the reason why we sanguine are all handsome and beautiful. No, that's not the case. The vampires I've seen are all disgusting and ferocious. Sun retorted softly in his heart. There's such an explanation? It's different from what Captain and Daly said. Different pathways represent different domains of sequence 0. Or perhaps, a combination of the two explanations is the most accurate answer? I wonder what domain the sequence 0 of the seer pathway represents. From the symbol on the back of my chair, bizarreness and change? Klein remained calm on the surface, but his thoughts raced. Audrey easily understood Ma'am Hermit's explanation and couldn't help but guess the name of her pathway's sequence 0. It's definitely not a dragon. There are many types of dragons, and many of their powers aren't included in this pathway. This is closer to the domain represented by a mind dragon. I really hope Mr. Fool can find the corresponding card of blasphemy for this pathway as soon as possible. That book, Gurozel's Travels, comes from a race of dragons. I wonder if it has anything to do with a mind dragon. At this moment, Emlyn asked in confirmation. That's right. In other words, if I want to successfully become a sanguine viscount, I still have to act as a potions professor, even if I'm a darling of the moon? White, I know you want to emphasize the latter half of the sentence. The fool Klein nearly reached out his right hand and pinched his chin. This was also one of the reasons why he had entrusted Miss Magicians to investigate the abnormality in William Street. He had a nagging feeling that a vampire like Emlyn White, who didn't like going out and socializing, wasn't too reliable at the moment. Another reason was that he knew that he was definitely being monitored by the upper echelons of the sanguine. Sending him to William Street would easily expose the matter of the underground ruins. Yes. Catlia nodded. The exchange continued and gradually came to an end. Just as Audrey seemed to recall something as she turned her body and looked at the end of the long bronze table. Mr. Fool, the second round of the Government Employee Unified Examination has officially ended today. All that's left is the final interview. Her tone was brisk with obvious joy, as though she was an outstanding student reporting her results to her parents. From her point of view, the Government Employee Unified Examination was a casual suggestion given by Mr. Fool. She had inconspicuously guided it and pushed for it with all her might. It was her first attempt at using beyond her powers to change reality, so she had always been paying close attention to it. From time to time, she would report the situation to the person who made the suggestion. The second round of examinations has ended? I wonder if Banson will be able to pass and if he has a chance of entering the final interview. Klein leaned back in his chair and suddenly felt wistful. He nodded slightly and said with a smile, "That's right. That's right." Audrey, who had received Mr. Fool's praise, became happier. She felt that she had indirectly changed the fate of many people, allowing them, who were originally in the lower middle class of society, to have a chance of entering the upper middle class. Katlia couldn't help but frown as she listened to the exchange. She felt that this was different from the style Tarot had previously displayed. Could it be that the revolution in the Rouen kingdom in the past 6 months was secretly pushed by Tarot? Miss Justice, a noble lady, played an important role? If that's the case, I'll have to adjust my understanding again. Although the members here aren't of high sequences and don't have high statuses in the organization, they can influence the situation in the world to a certain extent. Katlia retracted her gaze and considered if she should use different channels to gain a deeper understanding of the backstory behind the revolution in Rouen. After a few more minutes of conversation, the Fool Klein announced the end of the gathering. As Miss Justice and the others stood up to pay their respects, he severed the connection and leaned back in his chair. He quietly looked at the endless grayish-white fog below him for a long time. Bakeland, in a cafe near King's Avenue. Melissa held a ceramic spoon and gently stirred the black tea with lemon in it. From time to time, she would tilt her head and look out the window, which was covered by a faint white mist. Her black veil hat was placed on the seat beside her, and in front of her was a plate of the cheapest toast, but she did not take a bite. She was originally worried that sitting here would make the cafe owner unhappy and hinder him from earning more money. However, she later discovered that many people were also waiting here, waiting for the exam opposite to end just like her. As time passed, the mist on the glass window became thicker and thicker. Melissa couldn't help but stretch out her right hand and use her fingers to clear a clear space. Finally, she saw a group of people walk out of the examination room and rush over. She saw the glass window of the coffee shop's wooden door being pushed open, and 7 or 8 men and women entered first. Banson had just taken off his rather old top hat, and before he could comb his rather high hairline with his fingers, he realized that his sister had stood up. She asked nervously, "How was the exam today?" Was it difficult?" "It might be difficult for others, but it wasn't a problem for me. Arithmetic is my forte." Banson looked around and saw that everyone was discussing and no one was paying attention to him. He chuckled and said, "When the exam ended, I saw that many people's papers were still blank. Do they think that low-ranking government employees can have arithmetic secretaries? If that's the case, what's the difference between hiring a curly-haired baboon and hiring them?" Melissa secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She looked to the side before turning her head back. "Banson, if you are really confident, you should consider the interview. You have to buy a new set of decent clothes." "I'll think about it tomorrow. We just need to celebrate today. I've already decided on a restaurant." Banson smiled and pointed outside. Melissa pursed her lips and looked at her brother very seriously. "I've already bought meat and vegetables." Banson looked at his sister for a few seconds before he looked away in submission. "All right, let's go home." Above the gray fog, Klein gradually recovered his train of thought and calmed his emotions. He began to consider how to separate the problem of the true creator's mental corruption from the all-black eye. In the magnificent palace propped up by stone pillars, Klein sat on a high-backed chair, tapping the edge of the long mottled table. He first eliminated the possibility of finding a sequence 4 unshadowed of the sun pathway. Firstly, he had almost no contact with the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, so it was difficult for him to find anyone to help him. Secondly, he suspected that an unshadowed might not be able to purify the mental corruption in the all-black eye. After all, Katlia's suggestion was aimed at the influence left behind by ordinary rampagers, and this came from the true creator. It's not realistic to seek the help of an angel or a true deity. In theory, I can divine the eternal blazing sun in this mysterious space above the gray fog and use his spontaneous counterattack to shatter the all-black eye and evaporate the mental corruption. But the problem is that he who has experience might be able to invade this place and occupy the gray fog. Then, I'll lose more than I gain. Furthermore, that power that far exceeds my current level will instantly take effect without any delay. It's targeted at me, and I have no time or ability to direct it to the all-black eye. I lack the leeway to do so. Also, it's not something that can be divined through divination. There needs to be a medium. Previously, I used the mutated sun's sacred emblem with the divine blood of the eternal blazing Sunday. It was the true creator's corrupted ear. Currently, the ones with a medium are Mr. Door and the hidden sage. I can attempt it through Miss Magician's full moon ravings and Admiral of Stars' pursuit of knowledge. However, there's also the problem of the counterattack not being directed at the all-black eye, and I'm unable to do so. Mr. Aztec hasn't recovered, and Snake of Fate Wolosepton hasn't been born. No matter how I think about it, I can't find an angel to help me. Sigh, I still don't know enough high-level figures. Right, there's still someone who's close to the level of an angel. It's the evil spirit suspected to be King of Angels Medici in the underground ruins of Bakeland. However, this fellow is extremely scheming and hides countless schemes and ill intentions. If it wasn't for the lack of other solutions, I wouldn't even consider it. Yes, taking such a risk isn't worth it. If that's the case, I might as well give up on the all-black eye and search for the main ingredients of a marionettist, which are the powder of an ancient wraith and the core crystal of a six-winged gargoyle. The former might even be in the underworld. From the looks of it, recollecting is one idea, and finding a mystical item like blood vessel thief is another. With the grey fog shielding me, I can use the power of theft to great effect. I can definitely separate the true creator's mental corruption from the all-black eye without fear of it returning. The simplest way to do it is to throw the corrupted mystical item far away once the theft is complete. Then, bring the pure all-black eye back to the real world, allowing the two to be physically separated. Where should I find similar mystical items? Mr. the Hanging Man didn't say a word after reading the solution, indicating that he didn't know either. However, he could still ask on the tarot next time. Ma'am Hermit, Miss Justice, Miss Magicians, Little Sun, and Emlyn White all have the corresponding channels and resources. I'll try to find it myself this week, starting with Vice Admiral Iceberg. Her 3 flowery bow ties, Jotson, has the beyonder power of theft. Perhaps he knows where there are similar mystical items. Klein gradually sorted out his thoughts and came up with a preliminary plan. He first did a divination before quickly returning to the real world. He shook off his decadent state of slumping in his reclining chair, drinking and reading newspapers, and quickly set up a ritual. It was still 3 candles, but the difference was that the depiction had been changed to the sacred emblem of the god of knowledge and wisdom, the omniscient eye on an open book. The silver ceremonial dagger had also been replaced with a brass knife. In mysticism, the god of knowledge and wisdom corresponded to the blue star, and the blue star domain's metals were mercury and brass. Klein had long considered the problem of contacting Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards, so he had prepared a set of ingredients for the soulfall ritual. After some work, he burned the corresponding herbal powder and dripped down the essence and extract from lavender and mint. Amidst the fresh, elegant, and mysterious fragrance, Klein took a step back and recited an incantation in ancient Hermes. I pray for the power of knowledge, I pray for the power of reason, I pray for the blessings of the God of wisdom, I pray for you to allow me to communicate with the spirit of the mentor who pursues knowledge, the researcher of spirit world creatures, Vice Admiral Iceberg of the Sea, Edwina Edwards of Lenberg. Klein's voice reverberated as the altar instantly turned cold. Be it the brass holy dagger or the metal bottle, all of them floated up. Success. The golden dream is still within 500 nautical miles. Klein was first delighted before he saw the flames of the 3 candles grow a little longer. They were dyed with a pale white color with a tinge of dark green. He knew that the essence of the soulfall ritual was to release one's body and allow the target's astral projection to attach itself to it to complete an effective communication. This would result in a lack of necessary protection, making it easy for the entity that the soulfall ritual was directed at to harm him. Therefore, he had done a divination ahead of time to determine the danger level of the matter. Furthermore, through their meeting and conversation, he believed that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina wasn't a person with ill intentions. She could be temporarily trusted. At this moment, the wind inside the wall of spirituality produced a whimpering sound. Klein felt a cold and sinister force descend from the void in an attempt to enter his body. Then, he was surprised to discover that he wasn't as he had expected. He didn't have the strength to resist and control the situation. What's going on? Just as he had this thought, he vaguely saw a thin, formless layer of gray fog around him. This was something special he had gained after advancing to faceless. The gray fog's powers had seeped into reality. As his thoughts raced, Klein didn't hesitate. He suddenly waved his arm and pointed at the coat rack where his coat was hanging. He threw the cold and sinister force over. On the coat rack, his black woolen coat floated up in a strange manner. His arms were raised high in a somewhat clumsy manner. It was as though an invisible person had put on his coat. The black woolen coat floated forward 2 meters before coming to a stop. Its 2 sleeves were raised and interlaced into an X shape. What does that mean? Klein was taken aback for a moment before understanding Vice Admiral Iceberg's meaning. I can't speak without a mouth. I can't write without a palm, that's a little awkward. Klein thought for a moment and went straight to the point. I need a mystical item that can steal the beyonder powers of others. I wonder if you have one, ma'am? If you don't, can you help me ask your third mate, Mr. Flowery Bowtie Jotson? You can write the corresponding answer in a letter and summon my messenger to send it over. The sleeves of the black woolen coat unfolded and pressed down. Then, it lost its soul and fell to the ground with a thud, no longer standing straight. Does it mean okay? Klein sighed silently and quickly ended the ritual. He hung the black woolen coat on the coat rack and cleaned it with a brush and handkerchief. Then, he wrote a letter and asked Mr. Aztec a similar question. After blowing the copper whistle to summon the messenger and take the letter, Klein enthusiastically tried the third method. He took the paper crane out of his wallet, unfolded it carefully, and wrote on it in pencil. He wrote on it with a pencil, "Where can I obtain a mystical item that can steal the beyonder powers of others?" Putting down the pencil, Klein followed the lines and completed the restoration of the paper crane. He was very pleased with his improvement. At night, Klein finished reading the prayers of his believers and returned to the real world. He went to the bathroom and took a rather comfortable hot bath. This made him quickly fall asleep after he crawled into bed until he was alarmed by the invasion of a power in his dream. It was the desolate plains and the pitch-black, towering steeple again. Klein very skillfully passed through doors and walls until he reached the depths of the steeple. There were still tarot cards scattered here. They were placed around the protruding ground in the middle, as though they were declaring something. However, as a seer, Klein could only make chaotic and contradictory interpretations. The text on the protruding area had been updated. The silver words formed 3 sentences. The first sentence was, "I'm just a child that hasn't been born." Klein's expression froze as though he heard a baby cry, "Please, don't make things difficult for me. It's tiring to communicate like this." The second sentence was equally simple, "The clue is on you." The third sentence was, "Don't ask me what the clue is, because I don't know either." That is to say, Snake of Fate will accept and foresaw that the clue is on me, but he's unable to predict what it is exactly. It feels like a charlatan's divination. No, I can't say that. I can't scold myself. Klein memorized the hint, exited the dream, and fell asleep again until dawn. After breakfast, he began recalling the items and experiences he had in search of the so-called clues. At this moment, his spiritual perception was triggered as he quickly activated his spirit vision. The skeleton messenger was still huge, but unlike before, its head didn't pierce through the ceiling. This was because it had drilled out from the floor, and most of its body was on the floor below. Under such circumstances, it looked straight at Klein and placed the reply letter in his palm. Seeing the messenger quickly disintegrate and fall like a waterfall, Klein was stunned for 2 seconds before he muttered in amusement and exasperation. That's polite. You're becoming more and more considerate. Ever since I knew that it wouldn't be transferred to me, I've changed a lot." Klein quickly retracted his gaze, unfolded the letter, and read Mr. Aztec's reply. "The pathway to steal the beyonder powers of others is the Marauder pathway. In the 4th epoch, it belonged to the Amon family, the Zoroast family, and the Jacob family. After the War of the 4 Emperors, they rarely appeared again. It's said that a portion of them formed an alliance and called themselves the Hermits of Fate. I can't recall any more details. You can start with the descendants of these 3 families. Amon. So Blasphemer is referring to this pathway? The Jacob family is one of the 5 archangel families of the Tudor dynasty, along with Abraham, Amon, Antigonus, and Tamara. As for the Zoroast family, it's the Solomon Empire. Hermits of Fate. Fate, hermits. The clue is on me. Klein suddenly sat up straight as he thought of an item. It was a mysterious badge from Lenivus. The symbols on it were fate and concealment. P.S. I recommend a book written by a fellow reader, Flying Over the Apocalyptic Wastelands. Guns, evolution, abilities, genes, companies, factions, and civilization. As a crippled former immortal cultivator, how was he Ingwu to survive in this land? This was the story of a former immortal cultivator in the apocalyptic wastelands. It was also a story of unconventional cultivation and unconventional evolution. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website. There's a high chance that Lenivus is a Sequence 8 swindler, which happens to belong to the Marauder pathway. Having an admission ticket to the corresponding gathering isn't something incomprehensible or unacceptable. On the contrary, it's very logical. It's definitely much easier to purchase a mystical item that can steal the beyonder powers of others at a gathering of hermits of fate than in other circles. From the looks of it, this is the clue that Snake of Fate will Septon mentioned. Klein sat on the edge of the bed and suddenly felt enlightened. He hurriedly set up a ritual to summon himself, entered the world above the gray fog, and brought the eyeball-sized badge back to the real world. The badge's front was engraved with the corresponding symbols of fate and concealment, and on the back was a tiny ancient Hermes inscription, "You can join by possessing this item." Klein was just about to inject his spirituality to activate the badge and send out the information to synchronize with the latest gathering time and location when he suddenly hesitated. I was careless and forgot to divine if there's any danger in doing so. If there's a demigod elder of Lenivus at the gathering and uses that to lock onto my location, then it'll be troublesome. This is just like how Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy managed to find the Demoness of Unaging as a helper in a very short period of time. I have to be wary. As a person, one has to be rash when it's time to be, and one has to be a coward when it's time to be. Klein smacked his forehead and cautiously entered the mysterious space above the gray fog. He then used spirit dowsing to do a divination. After receiving the revelation that there wasn't any danger, he heaved a sigh of relief, left the world above the gray fog, and sat on a reclining chair in his hotel room. As he injected his spirituality, the badge's surface emitted a blurry layer of light. It quickly condensed into an inconspicuous beam of light and shot into the air. Before long, the same beam of light returned, dispersing into a palm-sized illusory goatskin parchment. On it was a line of words written in ancient Fasak, June 6, 1350, 9 p.m., estuary of the Tussock River. There's still more than 4 months. In this period of time, it wouldn't be a problem for me to gather all the main ingredients for a Nimblewright master. The only obstacle is that I don't have enough money, but that's not difficult. I now have 6,945 pounds. It's more than enough to sell 1 or 2 beyonder characteristics. Besides, there are many moving bounties at sea. No, I can't be so arrogant. I have to eliminate the 4 kings and 7 admirals. What kind of clue is this? Klein leaned forward and arched his back slightly. He began to think hard again. As he followed the gathering of the Hermits of Fate, he suddenly thought of someone. Leonard Mitchell, my dear poet, has participated in the Hermits of Fate gathering in Bobber Valley. Regardless of his motives, whether it's for official business or personal matters, there's a possibility of obtaining a mystical item that can steal the beyonder powers of others. I can borrow it from him or buy it. Was this the real clue? Klein perked up and quickly came up with a rough plan. The first step is to place the radio transceiver above the gray fog to accumulate its aura. The second step is to use that radio transceiver to contact Rhodes a few days later. The third step is to ask where I can easily obtain a mystical item that can steal the beyonder powers of others. If the answer is very clear, then the fourth step is to follow the hint and easily achieve the goal. If the answer is vague or filled with danger, the fourth step is to ask my dear poet's present location. The fifth step is to get Emlyn White to take this badge to my dear poet and see if he has the corresponding item and if we can make a deal. I won't appear directly. If I'm not careful, I might be recognized. That would similarly be extremely troublesome. As for Emlyn, he's now considered a member of the Church of Earth Mother. No, he's a ghost of the Church of Earth Mother. If he were to make contact with my dear poet, even if he were to be reported or arrested on the spot, he wouldn't be tied to a stake. With a plan on what to do next and how to do it, Klein immediately felt refreshed and in a good mood. He decided to head out to eat a Byam specialty grilled fish. On the dark blue sea, the Golden Dream, which was smeared with a golden glow by the setting sun, was silently cruising. With the captain's permission, Donas walked into the captain's room with his head held high and his chest held high under the envious gazes. Most of the things inside were bookshelves, with books placed on them. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina stood in front of the desk, holding a black fountain pen in her hand as she quickly wrote. I don't have any similar items. Same for Jodson. He indicated that he would help you keep an eye out, but that requires sufficient luck. Edwina raised her head and looked at Danitz with her clear blue eyes that resembled spring water. You'll set up the ritual to summon the German sparrow messenger. Me? Donas was just wondering if he would receive special treatment from the captain when he pointed at himself in surprise. Yes. Edwina folded the letter, straightened her body, and nodded. This will help you familiarize yourself with such rituals. I'll test you on such matters in the future. All right. Donas suppressed his disappointment and tried his best to recall. He slowly set up the ritual with only one candle. Finally, under Edwina's gaze, he took out a shiny Ruan coin and placed it on the altar. After taking the letter, Donas rehearsed it twice in his mind before he dared to carry out the ritual. He took a step back and said in ancient Hermes, I summon in my name a spirit that wanders the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be controlled, a messenger that belongs solely to German Sparrow. Whoosh, wind stirred within the wall of spirituality, blowing Donna's yellowish hair into a mess. The flame rapidly expanded to the size of a human head. It was as pale as the letter in Donna's hand. Soon, Donna saw a beautiful head with long blonde hair and blood-red eyes poke out. Man, German Sparrow's messenger is very special. How can a spirit world creature be completely human? Furthermore, it's so beautiful, a lady that's only slightly inferior to Captain. Donna suddenly choked on his wistful thoughts. This was because he realized that the head wasn't on the neck. Instead, it was held up by a hand by the end of its hair. He watched in a daze as one head after another popped out. He watched as a headless figure dressed in a dark and complicated dress appeared in front of him. It's indeed a spirit world creature. He felt ashamed of his thoughts from before. Taking a deep breath, Donas hurriedly handed the letter over. He saw one of the beautiful heads open its mouth and gently bite down on it with its white teeth. At that moment, Rionette Tinker's other head had also bitten down on the gold coin on the altar. However, she didn't immediately leave. The 4 scarlet eyes of the remaining 2 heads turned at the same time, looking at Edwina Edwards outside the wall of spirituality. She sized her up several times. Edwina felt that she was being scrutinized. Furthermore, it made her feel an irrepressible fear. Rionette Tinker retracted her gaze as her figure turned incorporeal, fusing into the pale candle flame. The flame lit up again as a faint yellow color spread out. Everything was restored to its original state. Just as Donas dispelled the wall of spirituality, he heard Captain say in a deep voice, "This isn't an ordinary spirit world creature. It's not an ordinary spirit world creature?" Donas was taken aback. He knew that Captain was a professional spirit world creature researcher. If she said it wasn't ordinary, then it really wasn't ordinary. It was extraordinary beyond the ordinary. German Sparrow really is a man with many secrets. Donas couldn't help but sigh. Bakeland, Cherwood Borough. Furs used all her strength and finally defeated the laziness brought about by the fireplace. She changed into a thick, dark blue cotton dress, wrapped a light gray scarf around herself, and wore a warm lady's bonnet. In the chilly weather that wasn't too cold, but was filled with fog, she left her rented apartment and took a carriage to William Street. She took a deep breath of the cold air and told herself that this was a normal rider out. Gathering material. She didn't need to be nervous or show any abnormalities. After taking a few steps forward, Furs entered a coffee shop and sat by the window. As she drank the fragrant, warm liquid, she observed the pedestrians and the houses across the street. There's nothing abnormal. There aren't even any fights or burglaries. This is a place where the rich live. The security is hundreds of times better than East Borough. I can even see a Faceac. He's really tall and strong, like a bear. He even has companions. Haha, are they people with intus? Their clothes are really exaggerated. It's like they're performing in a stage play. Bakeland lives up to its name as the capital of the world. I can meet so many foreigners. Furs gradually forgot her goal as she opened her notebook and began recording material. After finishing her coffee, she circled the streets again and left without gaining anything. She planned on coming back on Thursday. After receiving Edwina's reply from Rionette Tinker, Klein watched his messenger disappear and confirmed that she hadn't asked for any more gold coins. From the looks of it, using gold coins as a ritual material is quite effective. He smiled smugly as he opened the letter and scanned through it. Seeing that he didn't gain anything, he planned on continuing his stroll on the streets in search of opportunities for real acting to put the principles he had previously concluded into practice. At this moment, he heard knocking on the door. The visitor was Captain Erland. I was just about to look for you. Klein calmly opened the door. Erland chuckled and said, there's no need. As long as you use your identity to register, I'll know where you stay. The Governor General's office and the military have pretty good control over the hotel. Klein nodded without a word. Erland turned his body halfway and pointed down the aisle. I'll bring you to meet someone. The White Agate is about to return to Pritz Harbor. If you need any help or have any information, you can seek him out. We've always been generous in terms of payment. This was what Klein had previously mentioned to him. All right. Klein reached for the coat rack. After dressing up, Erland led him all the way to a Mirror's Leaf bar and walked to a corner. In the basement of a Mirror's Leaf bar, Wormtongue Mither King looked at Strongman Oziel and said, that's right. Have you already gathered the latest information on Blazing Dawness? Yes. Oziel smiled and said, last week, Blue Eyes Meath saw Blazing Dawness mingling with an unknown adventurer. In a corner of the Amiris Leaf bar, Erland found a man in a coffee-colored jacket and patted him on the shoulder. He laughed and said, why aren't you drinking Lanty Proof? The man was in his 30s and had an extremely ordinary face. However, it was obvious that he had Ruan blood in him. He had brown hair, brown eyes, and a rather high nose bridge. His drunken look suddenly disappeared as his eyes turned sharp. He swept a glance at Erland and Klein. His eyes turned turbid again as though they were filled with the smell of alcohol. I've already drunk. Have a Zara to relieve the alcohol. Zara was a type of malt beer produced locally. It was cheap and tasted pretty good. Erland chuckled when he heard that and pointed at Klein. German Sparrow. Then, he introduced him to Klein, Oz Kent. Oz Kent. Just call him Kent. You guys chat. I have to go back and prepare. I have to set out tomorrow morning. He waved his hand and turned to leave without hesitation. Klein pulled a chair to the side and sat down. He didn't drink as he looked at Oz Kent with a deadpan expression. Kent felt extremely uncomfortable from the stare as he gulped down a mouthful of Zara. You can come to me if you need anything in the future as long as you can provide us with valuable information or help us do certain things. He wasn't worried that the drunkards around him would hear their conversation. This was because many gangs and pirates would say the same thing. The words they used when recruiting informants were often similar. All right. Klein really wanted to ask if the cost of disguising as Elaine to assassinate Vice Admiral Ailment could be reimbursed, even though it was paid for by Donnas. However, it was just a thought. Oz Kent chuckled in a seemingly drunken manner. I've heard Erland mention some things about you, but I still have to remind you that you can't be that crazy at sea. You have to take note of one thing. Try not to provoke pirates. I mean, don't fight them head on. It's not a problem for you to provide us with information in private. We will keep it a secret for you. This time, he clearly suppressed his voice. Seeing that German Sparrow did not respond, he added, pirates won't talk about chivalry with you, nor will they abide by the laws and rules of the kingdom. Burp, if you settle down in any port city or island colony, they will definitely attack your family. Family. Klein fell silent for a second before calmly saying, I have no family. Kent did not know what to say, so he changed the topic. They will also attack your friends. Then he heard German Sparrow reply in a flat tone, I have no friends. Wesley Kent suddenly felt like he was choking. He subconsciously drank a mouthful of Zarhar beer before he recovered. He coughed twice and said in a low voice, "They will also ambush you and bribe people to figure out your itinerary and intercept the ship you're on. On the sea, the power of an individual is often insignificant." Klein said rather calmly, "That's right. I won't refuse money from others. This is courtesy." Money? Kent was clearly taken aback, unsure of what German Sparrow meant. A few seconds later, he suddenly realized that Klein was treating the pirates as a moving bounty. He drank another mouthful of beer, momentarily at a loss for words. In the basement of the Emiris Leaf Bar. An unknown adventurer? Wormtongue Missile King's mind jolted as he sat up straight. Strongman Oziel nodded and said, "According to Blue Eyes Meath, that adventurer looks very unfamiliar." According to Blue Eyes Meath, the adventurer looked very unfamiliar. He should have just arrived at the archipelago, but he gave off a rather dangerous feeling. Rather dangerous? Could it be the person who joined forces with Blazing Dawnus to kill Steel Mavady and company? Could it be the person who pretended to be Elaine and attacked Captain? Missile immediately made a connection as he asked in a deep voice, "Do you have a picture or portrait of him?" Oziel waved his hand at his subordinate and took a piece of white paper from him. "Using a ritual, I got Blue Eyes Meath to paint the appearance of the unknown adventurer. As you know, to gain a foothold in Biam's underground world is different from being a successful pirate. You need support personnel. Sigh, I spent quite a bit of money to hire them." Missile understood the hidden meaning behind his words as he chuckled. As long as this matter can be investigated, Captain won't be stingy with the reward. He took the portrait and unfurled it. He discovered that it was a cold-looking man with black hair and brown eyes. He had a thin face and distinct facial features. He wore a black double-breasted frock coat and a half-top hat. "I've never seen him before, so I can't confirm if he's the person disguised as Elaine." Missile looked up and said, "Investigate his identity and whereabouts." "I've already instructed my men to do so," Strongman Oziel said with a calm smile. The two fell silent as they drank the Southville red wine. A few minutes later, a bartender came in and broke the silence. He glanced at Wormtongue Missile and whispered into his boss's ear. Oziel's expression suddenly turned odd, mixed with an unconcealable smile. He put down his glass and paused. "Found that unknown adventurer." "Where?" Missile blurted out a question. Oziel pointed upwards. "In the bar." Missile looked up at the ceiling and fell silent for a few seconds. "I'll go up to take a look and confirm it." He believed that he had interacted with the person impersonating the red-haired Elaine, and he had a general understanding of similar powers. He believed that no matter how good the other party was at disguise, he would still find it familiar. Therefore, he decided to confirm it himself. According to his usual habits, he wouldn't take the initiative to appear. Instead, he would first investigate the periphery and only enter after he had some confidence. But this time, he didn't trust Oziel's subordinates. If it was really the person impersonating Elaine, they would immediately change their appearance and identity before vanishing the moment they sensed something amiss. Furthermore, Missile knew that he was currently being punished by his captain. He needed to quickly render meritorious service before he could return to the Black Death. Sigh, regardless of whether I'm lacking in ability or caution, the outcome can't be changed. I was fooled by the impersonator and brought her onto the Black Death, nearly killing Captain. If it were the Zillings of the past, he definitely wouldn't have spared me. He's always been greedy and has been yearning for my Beyonder powers for a very long time. Captain didn't believe that I was cooperating with the attacker just because Zillings can use creeping hunger to change his appearance. He didn't gather others to surround me and kill me on the spot. All he did was send me to Biam to investigate this matter. That's already sufficiently lenient. Compared to Zillings, she's a captain that's truly worthy of my loyalty. I have to render meritorious service as soon as possible and have an excuse to contact her. As Missile King got up and walked outside, he couldn't help but have his thoughts churn. Although he was a pirate who had killed many people and robbed many ships, he still had a soft spot in his heart. Furthermore, he didn't realize that in his prolonged interaction with Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, he had been repeatedly charmed by her. His fondness for her had seeped deep into his bones. Even if Ailment Maiden didn't have any helpers, he wouldn't resist kneeling on the ground and kissing her toes. Of course, this didn't stop him from fantasizing about doing inappropriate things with Tracy. If there was a chance, he believed that he would take the initiative to do it even without his captain's permission. As a pirate, he had done quite a number of such things. Arriving upstairs, Missile King followed Oziel's subordinates' instructions and circled around the bar's walls. From afar, he saw the unfamiliar adventurer sitting in the corner. She's identical to the portrait. But there's no sense of familiarity. Is his disguise good enough, or is it someone else? For example, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina? She can simulate beyond her powers she's seen before. It's not impossible for her to change her appearance like Zilling's. Missile's gaze paused for 2 seconds before he carefully retracted it. And at this moment, his spiritual intuition as a seer told Klein that someone was observing him. Klein didn't hide it as he immediately looked back. He saw a man with short eyebrows, deep eye sockets, and brown eyes. Wormtongue Missile King. The third mate of Vice Admiral Ailment's flagship, the Black Death. Klein instantly recognized the person observing him. Suddenly, 2 thoughts flashed through his mind at the same time. One was, 5,400 pounds bounty. The other was, why is he observing me? He started with Donna's and found me? The military liaison, Oz Kent, noticed German Sparrow's abnormality. He traced his gaze, but due to the angle, his line of sight was blocked by a few drunkards. At this moment, Klein instinctively came up with a countermeasure. It was to pretend that he didn't recognize Missile King, retract his gaze, get a glass of alcohol, and secretly observe where he went. Then, he would use his faceless powers to sneak into Missile's hiding spot and silently hunt him. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein suddenly discovered a problem. This is me being myself. And now, I'm Gehrman Sparrow, a seemingly calm adventurer who's actually a crazy one. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he suddenly turned around, drew his revolver, and aimed at Wormtongue Missile King in the bustling bar. Bang! A gunshot shook the entire bar. Many of the guests reflexively hugged their heads and squatted down. They were extremely experienced. Many drunkards slumped to the ground. More than 10 people threw themselves to the side or rolled to the side to dodge. Their actions were extremely well practiced, and one of them was Missile King. However, Klein didn't actually pull the trigger because he was afraid of accidentally injuring the innocent. There were many guests between him and Missile. The gunshot was a result of his ability to create illusions. At this moment, there was an open space in front of him. People had fallen to the ground like stalks of straw. Therefore, he casually aimed at Missile, who had just landed to the side, and pulled the trigger. Bang! P.S. Update before fixing. Bang! The brass bullet tore through half the bar and shot straight at Wormtongue Missile King's body. But just as it was about to hit him, Missile's brown eyes suddenly turned dark. The bullet made a turn and aimed slightly upwards, accurately hitting a glass cup filled with golden beer. Amidst the intense sound, the cup instantly shattered as the alcohol splattered everywhere. At the same time, Missile grabbed a customer's cup beside him, opened his arm, and threw it at Klein. What's the point of that? Klein only needed to turn his body slightly to dodge the glass cup, allowing it to smash into the wall. At this moment, Wormtongue Missile scrambled to the entrance of the underground area in a bid to enter and seek help or escape through a secret tunnel. He had initially determined that the unknown and crazy adventurer was the one who had disguised himself as Elaine and boarded the Black Death to assassinate Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. And the other party's near success made him realize that he wasn't his match in a one-on-one battle. This was a powerhouse at the level of a pirate admiral. Tap. Tap. Klein chased after Wormtongue Missile at high speeds. His figure was fast and agile. In such a chaotic bar, he didn't step on anyone. Seeing the guards of the underground area approach him with pistols in hand, and seeing Missile King about to pass through the entrance, and seeing the guards around the bar approach him, Klein didn't hesitate as he clenched his left hand. His black glove was instantly covered in a layer of dark golden scales. His dark brown eyes instantly turned pale as though they were turning vertical. Right on the heels of that, an invisible wave swept out in all directions with him as its source. Wherever the wave passed, the customers who were hugging their heads and squatting down went limp as they trembled. The military liaison, Oz Kent, also clearly lost his mind. It was as though he had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world, and all he wanted to do was escape. It was the same for the guards of the bar who were approaching him. They were overwhelmed by immense fear as they ran around aimlessly, causing greater chaos. Clang, dang dang dang. The guards in the underground area dropped their guns and either ran to the corner, huddled together, or stood trembling on the spot. Their crotches were visibly wet. Wormtongue Missile also felt like he had been struck by lightning as he circled the entrance in fear. This was a psychiatrist's awe, also known as Dragon's Might or Mass Chaos. This was the only area of effect beyond her power that Klein currently had. At this time, Klein's high-speed running figure did not stop. In a few steps, he had already rushed to Missile's side. At this moment, a scene appeared in his mind. Missile, who seemed to be in great fear, suddenly raised his head, twisted his waist and swung his arm, and threw a right punch straight at his own head. Without thinking, Klein fully trusted the clown's sense of danger. He immediately bent down and turned his body sideways. Almost at the same time, Wormtongue Missile suddenly looked up. His brown eyes were dark and clear, without any signs of chaos. At some point in time, he had already extricated himself from the influence of Dragon's Might. This was something that exceeded Klein's expectations. Bang! Missile's muscles bulged as he twisted his waist and swung his arm, throwing out a punch that resembled a cannonball. However, it failed to hit its intended target and hit the wall at the entrance. Clang! The spot where his fist touched shattered the bricks, quickly producing a huge hole that resembled a spider web. The entire bar seemed to shake. The power of this punch was many times stronger than a revolver's bullet, and at this moment, Klein had already flashed behind him. His body straightened again as his glove seemed to be covered in a layer of gold. 2 bolts of lightning flashed in his dark brown eyes as they shot out like bullets. Interrogator's psychic piercing. Ah! Missile King immediately let out a tragic cry, but he didn't fall to the ground or roll around in pain. All he did was raise his hands in an attempt to cover his head. He soon miraculously recovered from the pain of having his mind pierced, but he felt his forehead being pressed against an ice-cold metal barrel. He saw the cold and thin adventurer pull the trigger. With the two of them being so close, even if the psychic piercing effect only lasted for a second, it was enough for Klein to raise his right arm and press the revolver's muzzle against Wormtongue Missile King's head. Bang! Missile King's half-opened mouth shrank back into his throat as the wall behind his head formed a scene that was formed from specks of red and a small amount of white. It was tragic, bright, and messy. The light in his eyes faded as Missile fell back, leaning against the wall as he slid to the ground. At noon on the 1st of February, 1350, Wormtongue Missile King was hunted. Klein looked at the bar that was still in chaos as he suddenly closed the door to the underground area. He wrapped the chains that were already there and forcefully tied a knot. He bent his back and dragged Missile King a few steps into the underground area, but he didn't directly enter. As he was wary of any enemies that might rush out, he spread out his left palm and raised it high, aiming it at Wormtongue Missile King's corpse. He didn't have any psychological burdens about grazing the third mate of the Black Death. He believed that he was definitely a sinner. Firstly, it was because Missile was once a subordinate of Vice Admiral Hurricane Zillings. And the deceased pirate admiral had even slaughtered ships. He was a rather cold-blooded person. It could be seen from the red glove nightmare inside Creeping Hunger. Secondly, Missile was now working for Vice Admiral Ailment, which was equivalent to working for the Demonist sect. It was unknown how many human trafficking cases he had participated in. Creeping Hunger returned to its thin human skin state as its palm cracked open, revealing 2 scarlet eyes. In the blink of an eye, a bone-chilling wind blew in the passageway that led underground. It constantly swirled around Wormtongue Mither's corpse, slowly outlining a blurry figure with short eyebrows and sunken eye sockets. Black but not dim points of light surged out from the corpse and fused with the same kind in Missile's spirit body. Together, they entered Creeping Hunger and burrowed into one of the empty fingers, forming a certain connection with the surroundings. Creeping Hunger first turned dark, sinister, and noble. Following that, it returned to its original state, emitting a thirst for flesh and blood. Klein silently sensed it for a few seconds and was pleasantly surprised to discover that the powers he had drawn were rather useful. Although there were only 2, they were better than the 3 zombie powers from before. Only at this moment did he know that Missile was a Sequence 6 Baron of Corruption of the Lawyer Pathway. And of the 2 powers he had drawn, one stemmed from Baron of Corruption, and the other came from the corresponding sequence 7 briber. The former was distortion. By distorting the target's words, actions, and intentions, one could construct a certain order that was beneficial to oneself, thereby achieving the goal of restricting or influencing one's opponent. The latter was called bribery, but it was only one of the various bribery powers of a briber. Subdivided, it could be called bribe, weaken. The premise of using this power was to give the target a certain item. Then, for a certain period of time, one could greatly weaken the target's attacks, defenses, or control. Giving the target a certain item? He threw a glass of wine at me as a bribe? As expected of the Black Emperor pathway. It has loopholes in order, and it also appears domineering. It's no wonder my dragon's might and psychic piercing weren't effective on missile. Even the might of my bullets was reduced. I thought that shot would be able to blast open his skull. Klein was instantly enlightened. At the same time, he understood why he had involuntarily flown towards the Black Emperor, towards King of the Five Seas Nast. It was because the other party had distorted his intentions, preventing him from stopping. Not bad. Klein lowered his head to glance at Wormtongue Missile's corpse before heading underground. He had to find some food for creeping hunger. It was unknown if it was because he had been repeatedly thrown above the gray fog, but creeping hunger wasn't considered crazy. It seemed to be able to endure it. Therefore, Klein wasn't in a rush. He slowly proceeded forward to prevent any accidents. After taking a few steps, he saw Strongman Oziel leading a group of subordinates out. There were Beyonders and gunmen among them. There were quite a number of them. Klein's expression didn't change. His black glove was once again covered with dark golden scales. His eyes turned faint once again, as though they were vertical. Invisible waves instantly surged forward. Psychiatrist, Dragon's Might, P.S. This page doesn't have a lot of words, and it hasn't been fixed. As I was lazy yesterday, I don't have any more drafts. I have to make up for it tonight. Genius, remember this site's address in a second. Mobile version. The Dragon's Might surged over a Strongman Oziel and his subordinates trembled at the same time, as though they had been struck by a sledgehammer. Suddenly, some of them ran in every direction, some fled aimlessly, some spun in circles on the spot, and some stood motionless as their bodies trembled. Their reactions were divided into different categories, each with their own differences. Unlike how he was previously afraid that Wormtongue Missile would recover and that he had to race against time, Klein had the leisure to pay attention to the situation. He instantly grasped the situation. The different reactions are based on the strength and tenacity of one's mind. The weakest and most ordinary Beyonders would run wildly. Ordinary humans with relatively stronger wills would flee aimlessly. Beyonders with enhanced mental strength and ordinary people with relatively strong wills would mainly spin in circles on the spot, wanting to escape but being able to restrain themselves. As for Beyonders with relatively strong mental strength or tenacity, they would tremble and spin in circles. Those who are scared to the point of incontinence are the fleeing and evading type. Klein swept his gaze and was about to raise his gun to shoot so that the enemies who could threaten him would lose their ability to fight. At this moment, he discovered that the eyes of a trembling man had regained clarity, as though he was about to escape the effects of awe. As for the others, they also showed signs of recovery to a certain extent. Considering the fact that he couldn't finish them off in a short period of time, and that the gunshots would easily awaken some people, and that the different Beyonders' powers could very well cause him harm, Klein had a thought and dyed his left glove with a sinister, reflective black color. His eyes darkened as he forcefully distorted the awakened's intentions. The trembling man suddenly lunged to the side, unable to hold back his thoughts of escaping. He ran straight for the secret exit, leaving his employer, Strongman Oziel, with a shrinking back. Klein quickly switched between Psychiatrist and Baron of Corruption. He used Dragon's Might, followed by Distortion, then Dragon's Might, and then Distortion. Soon, he expelled the mentally strong or tenacious Oziel guards from the underground area. Although creeping hunger couldn't be compared to a genuine shepherd, with the switching between different souls having a certain buffer, Klein had a good grasp of the rhythm. With the remnant effects of Dragon's Might, he easily achieved his goal. However, he also discovered a problem. For some targets, if they were repeatedly affected by Dragon's Might in a short period of time, the effects of awe would have worsened. Of course, most of Strongman Oziel's subordinates had collapsed to the ground after being repeatedly stacked with dragon's might. Their feces and urine flowed everywhere as the stench spread. The combination of dragon's might and distortion isn't bad. If Mithra hadn't counterattacked and had used bribe, weaken and distortion to forcefully escape, I might not have been able to catch up to him and kill him. Yes, his counterattack was quite powerful. There were almost no signs at the beginning. If not for the seer and clown relying on their spirituality and premonitions, I might not even have had the time to use paper figurine substitutes, much less dodge. This reminds me that even if I have the combat strength of a Sequence 5 with creeping hunger, I can't underestimate other Sequence SIXS. If I'm not careful, I might have been killed instead. Amidst his thoughts, Klein made the glove seem as though it was made of gold as two bolts of lightning lit up in his eyes. Strongman Oziel immediately cried out in pain. Unable to hold on any longer, he fell to the ground as though a mountain had collapsed. He clutched his head and struggled in pain like a catfish that had just been caught. Unfortunately, I don't have any area of effect defensive Beyonder powers. Otherwise, those Beyonders from before would have been left behind. I remember that the Sea King domain has Lightning Storm. But this charm is too high level. It's beyond the scope of my current knowledge. Klein swept his gaze across the goons on the ground as he unhurriedly entered the underground area. This was originally a trading market, but now, those who needed to escape had already fled. It was empty. Klein, who was wearing a black double-breasted coat, brought out a chair from behind a stall. He placed it in front of Oziel and leisurely sat down. He leaned forward and silently observed the owner of the Amiris Leaf Bar. Oziel rolled for a while and finally recovered from the pain of losing control, but he still felt as if his head was about to split open. Just as he was about to straighten his back and stand up, he suddenly saw a pair of pale golden eyes and a glove covered with dark golden scales. At this moment, with cold sweat still lingering on his forehead, he could only feel vortexes appearing one after another inside those eyes, sucking in all of his spirit. Klein asked calmly, "What's the matter? Were you a pirate before?" "Yes." Oziel realized that he really wanted to answer the question. This was a psychological cue. Klein asked again without changing his tone, "What have you done that violates the kingdom's laws?" Oziel didn't hide anything. He briefly recounted the things he had done when he was a pirate and the owner of the Amiris Leaf Bar. It included pillaging a liner, humiliating female passengers, killing the innocent, and kidnapping a competitor's family. He even set up an ambush, causing the entire family to sink to the bottom of the sea. Klein silently listened as the corners of his mouth curled up. He patted his left palm with his right hand. What a competent pirate, a qualified mafia boss. Amidst his praise, he extended his left palm as a hideous mouth tore open on the thin human skin. Shrill screams immediately resounded in the underground area, but they only lasted for a few seconds before coming to a halt. All that was left was a lingering echo. Klein sat in his chair as he silently watched the bright points of light slowly converge in front of him. Around him, the thugs, who were cowering in fear, instinctively distanced themselves from him as they crawled on the ground, leaving behind filthy traces. After a while, Klein slowly stood up and bent down to pick up the pure ball of light that was the size of a baby's fist, as well as the wallet and Oziel's clothes. Glancing at the thickness of the cash, he put away the two items, put away his revolver, took off his half-top hat, and bowed to the trembling thugs who were hiding in a corner. After doing all of this, Klein checked the underground area. Regrettably, he didn't find anything like a safe. All he could do was return to the passageway, pick up Wormtongue Missile King's corpse, and walk to the entrance. He paused for 2 seconds as his mind naturally outlined the scene outside. He realized that the guards, who he thought would attempt to open the door and enter to rescue him, had long disappeared. The dragon's might from before made them understand that this was a battle between Beyonders, so they retreated? As expected of a place where pirates run rampant. Even ordinary people have the chance to understand Beyonders. It seems like such things happen here often? A wanted criminal was suddenly arrested by the mandated punishers? Klein untied the chains and touched Missile's pocket in passing, transferring the other party's cash to himself. Holding back the urge to earn points, he ignited a paper figurine and threw it outside. Then, he opened the entrance door and walked out with Missile's corpse. At this moment, most of the customers had already dispersed, leaving only 7 or 8 people hiding in different spots to await the outcome. Klein surveyed the area without any expression, making the gazes hurriedly retract. The only one who dared to look him in the eye was Kent. This military liaison frowned as he watched German Sparrow slowly walk over with a corpse in his hand. Bang! The corpse flew in front of him and knocked over a table. Kent focused his gaze as his pupils constricted. Wormtongue Missile King. Vice Admiral Ailment's third mate, Missile King. He looked up in surprise, once again looking at German Sparrow. Klein revealed a smile bit by bit. Remember to give me the bounty. With that said, he took off his half-top hat and bowed slightly as a form of salute as he turned to walk towards the entrance of the Amiris Leaf Bar. Byam Harbor, on the White Agate. Erland watched as the door to his captain's cabin was pushed open with a bang. He asked in surprise, Kent, what happened? Kent's expression was a little distorted. Erland, what kind of monster did you introduce me to? German Sparrow? Erland asked in uncertainty. Kent nodded. He killed Wormtongue and Strongman just like that, right in front of me at the Amiris Leaf Bar. It didn't take more than 5 minutes. He felt like he was going crazy. Missile King? Erland said the name as though he was muttering to himself. Following that, he revealed a wry smile. From the looks of it, we have to report this to the higher-ups. He didn't mention Blazing Donna's, nor did he mention Steel Mavadi's death. All right. Kent was waiting for this sentence. 3 in the afternoon, in a garden house near the Byam Governor General's office. Erland and Kent sat in an elegantly decorated living room, waiting for the important figure's response. After an unknown period of time, a young man with neatly combed blonde hair came down the stairs. He said to the two, the Admiral's intention is that since he doesn't have any enmity for the time being, we shall fulfill the agreement and continue our previous cooperation. However, we have to be on guard. Also, send a telegram back to Bakelin to secretly investigate his true identity and his intentions at sea. Also, spread the news of him killing Missile King. Spread it to the pirates. Yes, Mr. Luan. Erland and Kent heaved a sigh of relief after receiving clear instructions. Inside the inn, Klein did a divination and counted the cash. He confirmed that he had obtained £327, 9 soldi, and 5 pence, as well as a Sequence 8 Pugilist Beyonder characteristic of the warrior pathway. This is also an item worth £600 to £700. Furthermore, there's Missile's bounty. Even after deducting the labor fee, there's still a few £1,000s. Kent might not dare to take a cut. This is quite a sizable harvest. It's like a windfall that fell from the sky. Klein thought happily. Then, he held a ritual and brought creeping hunger above the grey fog. Frankly speaking, the Beyonder powers of Dragon's Might, Frenzy, and Psychological Q were rather useful. He was rather reluctant to part with them, but since he had already promised Miss Justice, he ultimately chose to keep his promise. Above the grey fog, Klein leaned back in his high-backed chair and held creeping hunger in his hand. He fell silent for a few seconds. Finally, he followed the predetermined steps and released the psychiatrist's soul. A tall figure quickly appeared by the side of the long bronze table. It was a lady, and her face was rather blurry. Her pain and warped expression were obvious. Klein looked at her and asked in a chatting manner, "Do you still remember who you are? Do you still remember who you are?" In this mysterious space, he could directly communicate with the spirit. The psychiatrist's venomous feelings weakened significantly as she smiled bitterly. "Of course I remember. I'm a member of a secret organization. I planned on meeting a friend in Tosgarter Island, but I ended up encountering pirates on the way. Although I used my powers to resolve that disaster, the pirates who escaped informed Zillings of the corresponding situation. In order to obtain my powers, he deliberately changed his voyage plans and blocked our ship. You should be able to imagine what happened after that. Thanks to his cautiousness, I was directly killed. I didn't encounter something worse than death like the other female passengers." Klein fell silent for a few seconds before nodding gently. "Do you know of the ancient book, Roselle's Travels?" He believed that since Roselle's travels came from the dragons, the psychiatrist might have heard of its name and the specific situation. The female psychiatrist seriously recalled and shook her head. I'm sorry, I've never heard of this name. Klein didn't harp on the topic as he asked, you're about to dissipate and obtain peace. You are about to disappear and obtain peace. What last wishes do you have? The psychiatrist lowered her head and chuckled. I wish to be resurrected. All right, I know that this wish can't be fulfilled. There's no need for anything else. I've already been dead for many years. My family and friends should have long received the grievous news. Passing the news of my death will only make them recall the pain. All right, thank you. Let's leave it at that. Her figure quickly dimmed and disappeared, leaving behind only a huge golden pupil, a golden pupil that could reflect everyone's thoughts. This was a beyonder characteristic left behind by a psychiatrist. Klein sighed and pondered over the details in the psychiatrist's words. She went to Tuscany to visit a friend, alone, without relatives. Tosgarder Island is located at the easternmost part of the Sonia Sea, south and north of the Gargas Archipelago. It's the easternmost colony of the Ruan Kingdom, and the Gargas Archipelago belongs to the Fasak Empire. What friend would be there? What kind of friend was worth taking such a long cruise to visit? Although she said that it's a secret organization, it's most likely psychological alchemy. Is she on a mission? Klein respected the deceased and didn't want to dig up their secrets, so he didn't ask too much. Naturally, he didn't have any clues at the moment. He quickly stopped thinking about this and thought about something else. After killing Wormtongue Missile King, regardless of the reason, I'll have to leave Byam for the time being. During this period of time, I've really done quite a lot in this city of generosity. Yes, I'll participate in 2 or 3 Beyonder gatherings and leave after confirming if there are any main ingredients for a nimble right master. Klein quickly made up his mind. Following that, he conjured the scene of the world praying, covered it with grey fog, and threw in the crimson star that represented Miss Justice. Audrey was overlooking the nearby village from the balcony on the 3rd floor. The roofs were mainly red in color, and they depicted realistic or abstract dragon patterns. Suddenly, a familiar boundless grey fog appeared in front of her. In the grey fog, a blurry figure was praying to the deity that sat high above. Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform Miss Justice that she can prepare for the transaction. The transaction can be prepared? He obtained the Beyonder characteristic of a psychiatrist? But he didn't have it yesterday. The efficiency of the world gave Audrey a fright. She nearly forgot to thank Mr. Fool. Thankfully, she was no longer the young and naive girl of the past. She had already seen many major events, so she quickly calmed down and sincerely thanked him. She then informed Mr. World that she would have to wait 2 to 3 days because she planned on paying the money she owed Mr. Fool's Blessed. Although she had enough cash on her, she had to maintain a certain bottom line, otherwise, it would be easy for others to discover that something was amiss. After the illusory grey fog dissipated, Audrey looked down at Susie, who was quietly admiring the garden on the 1st floor. She paced back and forth and secretly clicked her tongue. Mr. World is really terrifying. In the evening, inside the seaweed bar, Blue Eyes Meath, who had just squandered his money at the casino, sat in front of the bar counter and asked for a glass of Lanty Proof. Just as he was about to raise his glass to drink, he suddenly heard the bartender whisper, Wormtongue Missile is dead. Oh. Who did it? Blue Eyes Meath was first alarmed before he asked in excitement, someone is challenging Vice Admiral Ailment? An adventurer named German Sparrow. He wasn't famous in the past, but who knew that he could kill Missile? The bartender didn't hide his shock and astonishment. He killed Oziel, the true boss of the Amiris Leaf Bar, Strongman Oziel. Blue Eyes Meath was just about to express his wistfulness when he suddenly frowned. This morning, Oziel's man had come to ask him about Blazing Donnas. He had told them that the bosun of the Golden Dream was with an unknown adventurer and had used a ritual to provide the corresponding portrait. Oziel is dead. Missile King is dead. It was done by an unknown adventurer named German Sparrow. Blue Eyes Meath's hand suddenly trembled as a scene that left a deep impression on him surfaced in his mind. A young man who looked like a gentleman was standing at the entrance of the bar. He had black hair and brown eyes. His face was thin and angular. He was coldly scrutinizing the customers that came and went as though he was searching for prey. Blue Eyes Meath shuddered. Without bothering to drink, he got up and strode out of the bar. Too terrifying. That fellow is too terrifying. Even Wormtongue died at his hands. He's definitely a powerhouse at the admiral level. He's definitely looking for me and wants to kill me as well. No, I can't stay and buy him. I have to immediately return to the ship and leave this place. Blue Eyes Meath went straight for the Red Theatre and forcefully pulled his companions away. He headed for the forest outside the city and took a detour to the private harbor controlled by the Resistance. The herb store in the alley diagonally opposite the Red Theatre remained open. The chubby apothecary Darkwell sat behind the counter. He looked calm on the surface, but he was feeling anxious on the inside. He had already contacted the members of the Life School of Thought through various means to seek the necessary help, but he had no way of knowing who would come or when. All he could do was endure his fear and anxiety and continue opening the store, pretending that nothing had happened. Darkwill, you look very uneasy. The chubby owl flew back out of nowhere and landed on the counter. There's no need for you to remind me. I know my condition very well. Darkwill waved his hand impatiently. He still remembered that back when he was studying under his teacher, he was always warned to be careful of official organizations and true sanguine. For this, Roy King had given many examples. There was the eternal imprisonment underground, where he didn't see sunlight or women. There was the act of becoming a researcher, using his body to test the dangers of certain sealed artifacts. There was also the act of undergoing all kinds of experiments and mutating into a monster that only had instincts left. There was also the act of being fed on by the sanguine and being turned into a puppet. These examples were deeply imprinted in Fatty's mind, causing the courage he lacked to vanish. After leaving his teacher, he would only stay in a city for a short period of time. He would immediately leave when there was a risk of being exposed. Darkwill tried his best to rein in his horror as he turned his attention to the problem of how to save his teacher. Old Man has been captured for quite some time. Why is he still imprisoned in the Governor General's office? With the military's capabilities, they should have long figured out what they need to know. Be it directly executing him, harvesting the materials, or placing him as a researcher, they must have already transferred Old Man. Could it be that Old Man has used some means to hide the secret, or do they want Old Man to become a spy? Sigh, I should have directly agreed. Darkwill scratched his head as his thoughts wandered. Gradually, he recalled the last letter he had with his teacher, Roy King. The Old Man always likes to give hints in seemingly ordinary places. Could there be a similar message hidden in the letter? That letter didn't say anything. It only arranged to meet near the Red Theatre and flaunted his gambling skills. Pooey. It's clearly based on luck. He even told me to head to Mabel's grocery store on Enmat Street to buy a die and prepare to receive an education. I was thinking of buying it when we met, but I never went. Perhaps there's a secret there? Darkwill was like a drowning man who had grasped at the last straw. Many of the streets in Byam were named after cities in the Kingdom of Ruan. Darkwill used a few minutes to muster his courage. He brought the owl with him, closed the door, and walked out of the alley. While waiting for a rental carriage, he bought a copy of the news bulletin from a newsboy and flipped through the international, national, and archipelago news out of boredom. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face. It was none other than the adventurer who had informed him of Roy King's whereabouts. Gehrman Sparrow killed Wormtongue Mither King, who has a bounty of 5,400 pounds this afternoon. I actually entrusted such a powerful adventurer to do it. Darkwill clicked his tongue in amazement. He quickly threw the matter to the back of his mind and boarded a rental carriage. He headed straight for Enmat Street and found Mabel's grocery store. The shop owner was an amiable old lady. She sized up Darkwill a few times and said, "That's right." She sized up Darkwill and said, "The die you need is worth £1. You're robbing me." Darkwill roared inwardly, but this made him even more certain that the die might be hiding clues. After paying, he received a tiny ring box and opened the lid. There was a milky white six-sided die inside. The number facing up was a red 4. Although he was puzzled that the die was very ordinary and that the ring box was filled to the brim with almost no gaps, Darkwill cautiously didn't study it on the spot. He placed it in his pocket and walked to the other side of the street. When he came to a secluded spot, he couldn't help but take it out to take a look. He didn't find anything wrong with the die. At this moment, a carriage quickly drove past, giving him a fright. His wrist trembled as he dropped the die to the ground. the die continued rolling until it finally stopped with a red one facing up. Darkwell cursed the carriage driver and took a step forward, preparing to pick it up. Just as he took the step, his body suddenly faltered. Without any obstacles, he slammed to the ground with a thud, leaving him dizzy. He was momentarily at a loss as he lay there. In front of him was the milky white die. P.S. My family's elder is critically ill. I have to make a trip back. There might be a funeral after that, so I can only do one update for the next few days. It'll be at 12:30 in the afternoon. I'll only resume after I'm done. Sigh, at my age, my grandparents really leave whenever they want to. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile version. Darkwell lay there, momentarily forgetting to stand up as his mind went blank. Ever since he had matured, he had never encountered such an incident where he tripped over himself. This was even more so after he had consumed the magic potion and his body had been strengthened to a certain extent. But today, he had fallen for no reason. It was simply inexplicable. Did I step on something just now? Darkwell jolted to his senses as he propped himself up with his palm and stood up, pretending that he wasn't the one who had fallen. He looked left and right but did not find anything strange on the ground. With a heart full of doubts, he took a few steps forward with difficulty and picked up the milky white die. At this moment, a patrolling police officer seemed to have noticed the abnormality here. He held his baton and pressed his hand on his revolver as he jogged over. Upon seeing this scene, Darkwell suddenly felt worried, suspecting if he had stepped into a trap. They caught the old man, but they didn't come looking for me. In fact, they were secretly monitoring me, waiting for me to find clues? Now that I have this strange die, they are so eager to come out. The official Beyonders are here to capture me. Darkwell's instinctive reaction was to turn around and run, but the fall from before was rather heavy. His knees hurt, and he could only take small steps. Seeing the patrolling police officers approach, he couldn't run even if he wanted to. Darkwell's mind immediately surfaced the image of the underground prison, the environment that was forever lit by candlelight, and the Beyonders who were imprisoned in the darkness, panting like monsters. What happened? The patrolling police officer held his pistol and asked. Cautiously from a certain distance. Darkwell suddenly felt an irrepressible sense of horror. With a flick of his wrist, the milky white die he had just picked up fell to the ground and tumbled a few times. This time, there were 6 red dots pointing up. Faced with the policeman's scrutiny, Darkwell replied with a trembling voice, "That's right. I stepped on a damn banana peel and fell." As soon as he said that, his heart skipped a beat because there was no banana peel on the ground. Damn it, I was too nervous. I might as well say that I tripped myself. Darkwell thought in frustration. He decided to summon the owl perched on the opposite roof to prepare for its final struggle. The patrolling police officer glanced at him and chuckled. Don't forget to look at your feet when you walk. I thought you were robbed. He loosened his grip on the revolver and walked back with the club in hand. Darkwell watched in a daze as the policeman's back grew further and further away. He didn't understand why the policeman would so easily believe his words that were filled with mistakes. He retracted his gaze and looked at the milky white die lying quietly on the ground. His brows gradually furrowed. I'm not a pure Ruan citizen. These police officers don't need to please me. Could it be that it's working? Whether it was my strange fall or the strange persuasion of the police officers, it was all because of it? It's the important sealed artifact that teacher is safekeeping? Darkwell quickly made the connection as he carefully proceeded forward. He picked up the die again and stuffed it back into the tiny ring box. Inside, the die didn't have any room to spin. Signaling his owl with his eyes, Darkwell picked up the news bulletin he had previously bought, stopped a rental carriage, and limped onto it. His destination was the Red Theater. As the carriage drove steadily, the light from the gas lamps on both sides of the street only shone in a little because night had already fallen. He wasn't in a rush to study the ring box and the die inside. He patiently waited until he reached home. After entering the herb store and heading up to the residential area on the 2nd floor, he lit the gas wall lamp and chased Silly Bird out of the room. He sat in front of his desk and repeatedly checked the ring box and the milky white die. Finally, he took out a piece of paper that was folded to the size of half a knuckle from the ring box's bottom compartment. Darkwill silently drew a breath and quickly unfolded the piece of paper. He discovered that there were indeed 3 paragraphs of text written in ancient Faesac. If I don't appear 3 days from the appointed time, it means that I've been betrayed and arrested. Therefore, don't rashly seek help from the other members of the guild. This is because I'm unable to determine who did it. This will bring you great danger. There's only one thing you need to do, and that's to bring that die to Orvie Island and hand it to the port city's bellringer, Carnot. My teacher, Counselor Ricardo, is hiding there. He'll handle the rest. Don't worry that I'll divulge this secret. After I finish writing this letter, all the relevant memories will completely vanish. I won't even remember you as an apprentice until I'm rescued. Remember, try not to use that die. It has a certain living characteristic. The more you use it, the easier it is for it to awaken. It will spin itself when you aren't paying attention, even if there's no space. When it's fixed at one, please believe me. You will suffer more pain than death. This is because you will fail in nearly everything you do, including your favorite activities in bed. Indeed, this die is very dangerous. Darkwill subconsciously sighed before realizing that he had done something foolish out of good intentions. In order to rescue his teacher, Roy King, he had overcome his cowardice and stayed in Byam. He had also sent a request for help to the members of the Life School of Thought who knew of him. And according to the contents of the letter, this meant that he might very well be targeted by the person who betrayed Roy King. Why didn't you say so earlier? No, why didn't I think of buying this die earlier? Darkwill raised his hands and tugged at his hair. He didn't dare stay here any longer. He decided to move his residence that night and buy an illegal ticket. He planned on heading to Orvie Island the next morning. It was an island on the Rorstad archipelago, Tosgarter Island route. My charms, my pistol, my bullets. Darkwill busily counted the items that could provide him with a sense of security, worrying over his lack of combat strength. He quickly had an idea as he paced back and forth, mumbling, I need to hire a bodyguard. I need to hire a bodyguard, who should I hire? How much will it cost? As Darkwill pondered, he swept his gaze across the copy of news bulletin he had brought back. Suddenly, he thought of an excellent bodyguard. German Sparrow, a powerful adventurer who can hunt a pirate worth 5,400 pounds. If he's willing to take on this mission, I should be able to successfully reach Orvie Island as long as a counselor doesn't take action. How do I find him? Right. I have to post notices in the bars where adventurers often hang out. Darkwill nodded indiscernibly as he stuffed a small number of items back into the suitcase he had previously packed. With the plump owl, he left the herb store once again with his heart aching. Outside the Rorstad archipelago, in a tiny harbor belonging to Rouen, the Black Death was parked there without any qualms. It was surrounded by 3 ships. Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, who had just taken a hot bath, was wearing a loose man's shirt. She was doing the final treatment for her wounds that had basically healed. To a demoness, things like acne marks and scars didn't exist. At this moment, the blonde attendant knocked on the door and walked into the captain's cabin after receiving permission. She glanced at Tracy and looked away with a blushing face. Captain, there's a telegram from Byam that was sent to this harbor. Missile, the 3rd mate has been killed. Tracy stopped and her expression turned solemn as she hesitantly asked, What's wrong? She hesitantly asked, Do you know who did it? She had sent Wormtongue Missile to Byam to investigate the assault. Firstly, it was to punish him for his dereliction of duty, and secondly, it was to announce that she was heavily injured, luring people with ill intentions to attack again. She didn't expect Missile to make any breakthroughs in a short period of time. When the demigod that the demoness of unaging called the Death Consul came to pay a visit, she had deliberately concealed the matter and didn't quickly inform Missile. She allowed the punishment to continue, believing that it would be good if he could figure out anything. It wouldn't be too disappointing even if he didn't. As for whether Missile would encounter danger, she didn't care. It was a part of the punishment. But she never expected that Missile would be killed so quickly. The blonde attendant handed over the telegram and said, An adventurer named German Sparrow. An adventurer named German Sparrow. What can be confirmed is that he used a beyonder power that's similar to Dragon's Might. German Sparrow. Dragon's Might. Heh, Zillings also knows Dragon's Might. He likely used creeping hunger to graze a psychiatrist or hypnotist. Tracy took the telegram and sneered as she muttered to herself. She could preliminarily confirm that German Sparrow had disguised himself as Elaine to attack her. Furthermore, he had used the powers of the Faceless that Xianxia grazed. Creeping hunger is on him, and behind him is an ancient demigod that Mother calls the Death Consul. Does this mean that Xianxia was killed by that Death Consul? Tracy muttered silently as she waved her hand to dismiss the blonde maidservant. When the door to the captain's cabin closed once again, she chuckled and said, "If I were to divulge this information, the organization that instigated Xianxia to assassinate the Duke of Negan will definitely be very interested." For a brief moment, she really had the urge to do so, but her rationality stopped her. This was because it meant directly offending the Death Consul, and in a situation where he had only been recognized once, the suspect who leaked the information could immediately be pinpointed to her. When the time comes, unless I hide by Mother's side, I'll always be shrouded in the shadow of death. I don't need to be that afraid of other saints. If they want to attack me, they have to first find me. Furthermore, there will be a certain level of warning, so it will take quite some time for them to arrive. I have plenty of opportunities to avoid danger, but that Death Consul can use the spirit world to traverse. As long as he can determine my location, he will quickly appear beside me. Tracy bit her lip as she thought in frustration. She gave up on her previous plans and decided to only pay attention to German Sparrow's whereabouts. Once a good opportunity appeared, she wouldn't let it go, and at this moment, Klein was still staying in the Tina Hotel, waiting for the bounty to arrive. Lord of the Mysteries will be suspended for a day tomorrow. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. 10 in the evening, Swordfish Bar. Klein, who hadn't received his bounty after waiting the entire afternoon, specially went out and circled around Oz Kent. He received the answer that the process had been completed, but the money would only be distributed the next morning. He also disguised himself and participated in the private transactions of the adventurers in Swordfish Bar. Unfortunately, he failed to discover the main ingredient or mystical item of the Nimblewright Master Potion. Changing back to his original appearance, Klein pressed down on his top hat and attempted to squeeze through the crowd to leave the bar that was at its most lively and bustling stage. At this moment, gazes swept across his face. Most of them were first taken aback before clearly pausing for 2 seconds, as though they were trying to identify something. Suddenly, they retracted their gazes and retreated far away from Klein like a tide that had been parted. They had already learned of German Sparrow's looks and strength from the newspapers and rumors. More details had gradually spread among adventurers, pirates, and gang members, allowing many people to gain a basic understanding of the situation back then. They knew that the moment German Sparrow discovered Wormtongue Missile King, he had instantly drawn his gun and shot. Therefore, everyone consciously distanced themselves from the dangerous fellow. The merchant, Ralph, was drinking at the bar when he suddenly sensed something amiss. He instinctively turned his body and looked over. He quickly saw a silent gentleman with a thin face and sharp features. His mind naturally surfaced the corresponding portrait published in the news. The German Sparrow who hunted Wormtongue. Right on the heels of that, Ralph recalled the casual conversation he had with the leader of the resistance, Kalat, in the evening. He confirmed that the crazy adventurer in front of him wasn't averse to see God and had even witnessed the private transaction between the resistance and Vice Admiral Iceberg. Perhaps I can develop him into a believer of Sea God. Even if he isn't interested in the archipelago's future, he might be able to provide help in certain matters. Ralph clasped his hands and placed them by his mouth as though he was blowing a conch. This was one of the gestures used to pray to Sea God Cavituous. Then, he suddenly got up and walked towards German Sparrow with a beer glass in hand. At this moment, Klein also noticed Ralph's approach and recognized him. He was a devout believer who once offered a third of his £20,000 to the Sea God. That was the former pirate who was now a merchant who was sent to the Children's Charity Fund. Through the news about the Charity Foundation and Ralph's devout prayers, Luke had a good understanding of Ralph. Therefore, he was very confused as to why Ralph would try to get in touch with the German Sparrow. A commission? Things that the resistance army was unable to do for various reasons? Klein looked at Ralph and slowed down. Mr. German Sparrow? Ralph raised the beer glass in his hand. Klein nodded and naturally maintained his persona. I don't know you. Haha, it's always easy for adventurers to get to know each other. Maybe all it takes is a glass of wine. Ralph pointed at the bar. Are you interested in a glass? Okay, Klein answered simply, hiding his doubts. Sitting at the corner of the bar counter, he ordered a glass of Southville beer. As he drank, he looked at Ralph without taking the initiative to speak. It wasn't a good experience to be silently stared at by a pirate admiral. Ralph drank a mouthful of beer to conceal his tense nerves. He laughed. I've heard of you. Before today's matter, I knew that you were a true gentleman who didn't discriminate against the natives of the colony. Lines flashed through Klein's mind before he finally fixed on a few words that suited his persona. Get to the point. Ralph nearly choked as he coughed lightly. Do I have the honor of introducing you to our god, the savior of the archipelago, the blessed of the sea, Cavituous? As you know, the sea is so vast and the storms are so terrifying. Even a mighty figure at the level of the four kings cannot guarantee that he will be able to overcome the various difficulties and survive. At such times, we need a deity who can respond to you, a deity who wields the authority of the sea and storms. Introduce me to me, then get me to believe in myself. Klein controlled the twitching of the corners of his mouth as he said, I'm more interested in whether you have any mystical items. What I'm more interested in is if you have any mystical items, ones that are very powerful and offensive. Ralph revealed a sincere smile. We don't. But as long as you piously believe in sea God, there might come a day when you will receive the corresponding bestowment. I don't. Don't make random promises for me. Klein was momentarily amused and infuriated. He felt that there was no way to continue the conversation, so he downed half a cup of Southville beer. I'll think about it. Just as he was about to leave, the bartender suddenly came over and smiled shyly. Mr. German Sparrow, there's a request for you. What is it? Klein swept a glance at Ralph. The latter tactfully held his beer and left his seat. He was already very satisfied with today's outcome. This was because he never expected to develop the crazy adventurer into a believer of sea God in one go. His goal was to let him know of such a possibility and take the initiative to consider the pros and cons. When the corner of the bar returned to silence, the bartender hurriedly said with a smile, he claims to be an apothecary you know. He claims to be a pharmacist that you know, and he has a mission for you. If you're interested, you can wait here. We'll contact him according to the agreed method. An apothecary I know? The chubby Darkwill? Darkwill who rears a chubby owl? What kind of request would he have? Save his teacher, Roy King? I can't do such a thing. The risk is just too high. As his thoughts raced, Klein decided to first hear what the request was. All right. When it was almost 11, Klein met the cowering chubby apothecary Darkwill in billiard room 3 of Swordfish Bar. He had already changed out of his relatively conspicuous village witch Dr. robe and was dressed like a native, a taraba shirt, wide-legged pants, and a thick coffee-colored jacket. As for the round-faced owl, it was silently perched on Darkwill's right shoulder as it stared intently at the adventurer opposite it. It's very similar to the way Miss Justice sizes up the other tarot members. This owl might really be a beyonder creature, a spectator type? Klein made a judgment inwardly, but he didn't show it on his face. He asked in a deep voice, what request do you have? It's like this. The chubby apothecary had his left hand in his pocket as he clenched the ring box tightly. I'm about to go on a trip to another island. Heh, it will take about 3 days. Due to certain matters, I might encounter danger. Of course, it's also possible that I won't. In short, I need a bodyguard, and you are the best candidate I can think of. You make it sound as though I'm not that powerful, but you know very few people. Instead of saving my teacher and leaving Byam, you're seeking help? Or could it be that he has already been rescued, and the danger comes from the military's pursuit? As Klein guessed the truth of the matter, he calmly asked, how dangerous is it? How dangerous is it? Darkwill's lips quivered a few times. I can't be sure. If the danger exceeds your capabilities, you can directly hand me over to them. This is a promise we made now. It won't ruin your reputation. If I didn't know that your words are always harsh, I would have thought that you were trying to goad me into doing so. Klein thought for a moment. What kind of payment can you pay? Darkwill originally wanted to directly say the answer he had long thought of, but he was momentarily hesitant. This was because the matter was indeed very dangerous. If he didn't have enough bargaining chips, it would be very difficult to move the German sparrow. He was afraid that the bodyguard would give up resisting before the situation became hopeless. This was also the reason why he had to hire a powerhouse. Klein swept a glance at him and said coldly, "You can consider it first. You can consider it first. I'll head to the washroom. You can tell me the answer when I return." With that said, he turned around and walked to the door. He twisted the handle and stepped out. His response appeared experienced, with the coolness and coldness of an adventurer or bounty hunter. But in fact, he didn't really want to give the chubby apothecary time to think. He was purely finding an opportunity to head to the washroom and divine above the grey fog. This was the crux of the matter if he wanted to take on the mission. After leaving the billiard room and coming to the washroom, Klein lined up for a while before finally waiting for an empty toilet. As soon as he entered, he frowned. He was disgusted by the filthy environment and the stench. He almost turned around and left. He resisted the urge to close the door and hit the flush button in disgust. As he lamented the harsh environment of the divination, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and began the ritual. In the chess room, Darkwill waited until German Sparrow's back completely vanished before he nimbly closed the door and asked the owl on his shoulder, "There's no need for that. Will you betray me?" "No," muttered the owl. "And be polite when you ask me questions." "Mr. Harry, please." The fat on Darkwill's face trembled. "Mr. Harry, what do you think he will accept?" "It's hard for me to see through him. He's good at hiding his expressions," the owl replied calmly. "Damn Mr. Harry, no, damn the silly bird." Darkwill cursed inwardly as he paced back and forth, considering his bargaining chips. After a while, Klein returned to billiard room 3 and asked, "Have you thought it through?" He had already divined above the grey fog, and the danger of the mission was acceptable. Furthermore, he happened to be planning on leaving Byam in the near future. £800 for 3 days, as well as our friendship. "I'm referring to the friendship between my teacher and his friends," Darkwill said without much confidence. Klein fell silent for a few seconds. £1,000 for 3 days. In addition, your organization will help me obtain a powerful offensive mystical item. I will pay in cash according to a reasonable price. £1,000? I don't have that much. Darkwill hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'll pay £300 in advance. I'll pay the rest when I reach my destination and find the person I'm looking for." He planned on getting his teacher's teacher to repay the balance. Klein nodded calmly. "Deal." Darkwill immediately heaved a sigh of relief as he thickened his skin and said with a smile, "Can I assume that the protection will take effect from now on? Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version." When he heard the chubby apothecary's question, Klein laughed in his heart, but his expression was cold. "Starting from your first payment." Darkwill first took out a large amount of cash without any hesitation before counting with his heart aching. "Here's £300. You can fulfill your promise now." Klein took the notes and nodded. "No problem." Darkwill immediately relaxed as though he was a drowning man who had finally grabbed a lifebuoy. More than half an hour later, in Tina Hotel, Darkwill watched in a daze as the powerful adventurer, German Sparrow, spoke to the receptionist on night duty. "Change to a luxurious suite." With that, Klein took 2 steps back as if he was giving up his position to the chubby apothecary. Darkwill gulped a mouthful of saliva and hesitantly asked, "I'll pay?" "During the mission, all expenses will be borne by the employer." "This is the rule of adventurers," Klein replied without changing his expression. "I'm an idiot if I believe you. Do I have to pay for a few girls from the Red Theater if you ask them to come over?" Darkwill thought for a moment before forcing a smile. "We can just use a normal room. It's easier to protect ourselves that way. Then you can live by yourself." Klein played the German Sparrow effortlessly. Darkwill roared with laughter and walked to the counter. "A luxurious suite." After he really checked in and entered the smaller bedroom, Darkwill opened the window and left a door open for the owl, Mr. Harry. At the same time, he took out a ring box from his pocket and checked the strange die's condition. After confirming that the die was still the same with 4 points facing up, Darkwill secretly exhaled. In an ordinary house in Bakeland. When Xianxia woke up from his deep sleep, his first reaction was to confirm his condition. This was something he repeated every day. This was because he had no idea what kind of story 0-08 would weave or what kind of accident it would bring after he fell asleep. After confirming that he wasn't injured, Xianxia put on his shiny leather boots and stood up. As he expected, he saw 0-08 sitting quietly on the desk, as if it was the most common quill. However, it had been locked in a metal box with layers of symbols and magic markings. Xianxia solemnly walked over and held 0-08 in one hand. He flipped open the notebook beside him with the other and discovered that there was an additional page of text. Xianxia didn't remember what he did last night, but he acutely sensed some problems. He looked at the mirror and realized that he had an unfamiliar feeling. It was as though another Xianxia had been born in his body. He lowered his head and saw an obvious abnormality under his fingernails, but he couldn't remember what he had done last night. After reading this description, Xianxia instinctively looked at the full-body mirror in the room. He saw that he was still blind in one eye. His classic sculpture-like face didn't have a single wrinkle, but there was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. It formed a stark contrast with his heavy gaze. At that moment, Xianxia felt his face turn a little green. There were dark circles under his eye, and coupled with the smile that he didn't know why, it made him look extremely sinister, ruthless, and bizarre. He raised his hands and lowered his head. He saw dried black mud under his fingernails, as though he had gone to the garden to dig up tree roots in the middle of the night. Although he had already switched from the death pathway to the evernight pathway and become a night watcher, Xianxia hadn't lost his previous beyonder powers. He was still a powerful spirit medium, a mentor in the field of necromancy. Therefore, he immediately planned on communicating with the spirits inside and outside the house to understand what had happened last night. At this moment, he caught the last paragraph of the notebook from the corner of his eye. Xianxia attempted to mediate the spirits, but sadly realized that he didn't find anything. It was as though a professional had gotten rid of all the clues. He was very worried. He didn't know what he had gotten himself into last night. Xianxia's expression turned solemn as he attempted to mediate the spirits. As expected, he didn't obtain any results that were worth being pleasantly surprised. Wednesday morning, outside the Amiris Leaf Bar, where the boss behind the scenes had already been replaced. Klein circled to a secluded alley and saw Oz Kent, who was holding a small suitcase. "Your bounty." Kent tossed the average-sized suitcase over. This wasn't a bounty in the true sense of the word. It was an advance payment from the military. The former involved the Governor General's office and the kingdom's finances. There were many procedures that needed to be followed, and it would take at least 3 days to complete. Klein caught the suitcase and opened it on the spot. He saw stacks of neatly arranged bills inside, mainly in the form of 1 and 5 pounds. A total of 5,400 pounds. "There's no commission," Oz Kent said with a forced smile. If it were any other adventurer, he would have given 4,000 pounds at most. The rest was the income of a series of employees. However, he was facing a crazy fellow whose strength was close to that of a pirate admiral. Afraid of being shot to death on the spot, he could only volunteer. "It's unlikely the military will use fake bills to fool me." Klein grabbed a stack of bills and casually shook it. 5,400 pounds. Darkwill, who was hiding outside the alley, heard Oz Kent's words and stole a glance at the suitcase. He was dazzled by the stacks of gold pounds inside. This was the first time he had seen so much money placed together. Being an adventurer sure is a lucrative job. Successfully hunting a pirate can earn me a few thousand pounds. Protecting me for 3 days can earn 1,000 pounds and a request. Occasionally, I can find sunken ships and treasure. Why did I become an apothecary and not an adventurer? If I had known earlier, I would have chosen that lucky beyonder pathway. Darkwill thought with abnormal envy. However, he quickly recalled reality. Most adventurers didn't lead rich lives. Even if they were to make a fortune, a third of their income would be contributed to an apothecary. It was either to treat injuries or remove old ailments, or to buy medicine to liven things up and deal with ailments. It's still safer to be an apothecary. Darkwill sighed inwardly. At this moment, Klein, who hadn't counted carefully and had only roughly confirmed the amount, closed the suitcase and said to us, Kent, I'll be leaving Byam for a period of time. I'll be leaving Byam for some time. How should I inform you if there's any news? You're leaving Byam? Kent asked in surprise. Klein nodded gently. I've accepted a bodyguard mission. Kent came to a realization at first, then he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. If this madman were to stay in Byam for an extended period of time, he would one day stir up trouble. It's better to roam the seas and fight those pirates. Kent immediately smiled and said, You can send a telegram directly and include my address. You can send a telegram directly to me with my address. We have people at the telegraph office. All right. Klein, who was dressed in a black coat, didn't speak further. He picked up his suitcase and turned to leave the alley. He and Darkwill headed straight for the harbor and planned on boarding the earliest liner to Orvey Island. The owl flew among the trees along the street, appearing sneaky and surreptitious. They had already bought illegal tickets last night. Half an hour before boarding the ship, Darkwill felt rather tormented. He was afraid that the person who betrayed his teacher would suddenly arrive and attack him. This feeling lasted until he entered the first-class cabin that he belonged to. As long as the liner entered the sea, beyonders without the ability to fly or their own ship would find it difficult to intercept it midway. Quickly set sail. Quickly set sail. Darkwill looked out the window and muttered to himself. At this moment, the owl had already caught up and was perched on his left shoulder. As for Klein, he sat on a chair in his room, wary of any possible attacks. At this moment, the sky rapidly darkened. The howling of the wind intensified as the humidity in the air rose. A storm? Darkwill opened his eyes and blurted out. This meant that the ship might not set sail on time. It might even be delayed by a few hours, and if that happened, Darkwill would have to bear many unnecessary risks. He turned to look at German Sparrow and forced a smile. Do you have any solutions? For example, you can immediately pray to see God Cavituous, and I'll immediately head above the grey fog to respond and disperse the storm. But there's no doubt that Sea King John Cotman will rush over in a few minutes or even less than a minute. And his attack will be even earlier. Klein looked at the chubby apothecary and calmly replied, I'm just an adventurer. I'm just an adventurer. Darkwill knew that he shouldn't have any unnecessary expectations as he cursed the weather. He turned around and stuck his head out the window to study the exact situation. Boom, a silver bolt of lightning struck down and struck Darkwill before Klein could react. Darkwill immediately convulsed to the ground as smoke billowed from his body. His skin was charred as bolts of lightning darted about. Klein was nearly stunned. This was the first time he had seen someone be struck by lightning during a thunderstorm. Isn't this way too unlucky? He had momentarily forgotten to save Darkwill. The owl, Mr. Harry, was similarly taken aback for a few seconds before screaming, Quick, quick! There's a bottle of medicine in the second hidden pocket on his left. Feed it to him. This owl can speak. Klein pricked up his brows, took a few steps forward, bent down, and found the bottle of blood-red medicine. Then, he forced it into Darkwill's mouth. After nearly 2 minutes, Darkwill finally snapped to his senses. As his charred skin peeled off, he stood up with great difficulty. I'll deal with my injuries. He hobbled into his bedroom and locked the door. After doing all of this, he took out the ring box and opened the lid heavily. Inside the ring box that had nearly no space to move, the milky white dye had changed at some point in time. The 2 red dots were facing up. In the living room outside, Klein stood in his spot as he recalled everything that had happened. His brows furrowed bit by bit. At that moment, he had a baffling feeling that the enemy he was about to face during this bodyguard mission might be different from the past. After Darkwill recovered a little and came out again, Klein sat on a chair and leaned forward slightly. Explain. This concerns how I provide protection. Please remember this. Book's domain name, 9 Heavens Divine Sovereign. Upon hearing German Sparrow's words, Darkwill's first reaction was to reveal the matter regarding the strange dye without holding anything back. He wished to let the adventurer he had hired at a great cost grasp the root of the problem and effectively ensure his safety. However, he immediately recalled his teacher's exhortations and how the die was likely a rather important sealed artifact in the school of thought. Once he accurately informed German Sparrow, it might incite his greed and cause the situation to develop in an even worse direction. There are plenty of rumors of adventurers killing the ones who entrusted the mission in order to obtain greater benefits. I don't know German Sparrow, nor do I know what kind of person he is. I need to be sufficiently careful and cautious. Furthermore, the die had automatically rolled to 2 pips. The situation isn't the worst or most despairing. There's still a chance to wait. Darkwill hesitated for a few seconds before finally making a decision. He planned on avoiding the main point and only talking about the surface. He subconsciously avoided German Sparrow's seemingly calm gaze and said, "It's this. It's like this. My teacher and I belong to a secret organization. We escaped because there was a traitor among us. They control a pathway related to fate. They can make themselves lucky and make their targets unlucky. I might have been cursed, which is why I was unlucky enough to be struck by lightning." After explaining, he forcefully hid his unease and waited for German Sparrow's response. Will he not believe me? A powerful and experienced adventurer like him should be very difficult to deceive. If he were to discover that I'm lying, he'll likely throw me into the sea. Darkwill stood there, feeling uneasy, like a student who had been called to the side of a lecture hall by a teacher. It's indeed the life school of thought. The monster pathway. Klein nodded in thought. I understand. Try not to do anything. I'll consider how to deal with the bad luck. Darkwill was taken aback, unable to believe that German Sparrow had so easily accepted the reason he had fabricated at the last minute. He forced a smile and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Then, he returned to his room, leaned against the door, and took out the ring box. Pa! His palm trembled as he opened the lid, only to discover that the milky white die had strangely turned around at some point in time. This means that I was lucky enough to successfully deceive German Sparrow? Darkwill thought in enlightenment. The owl, Mr. Harry, landed again, but he did not choose the chubby apothecary's shoulder. He seemed to still be fearful of being almost struck by lightning. It stood on the wooden table and stared ahead with its round eyes. Darkwill, you are very nervous. I don't need you to tell me that, Darkwill said angrily. The owl spread its wings and said, all right, I'll put it another way. I think I must consider changing masters. German Sparrow seems like a good choice. What about me? Darkwill asked in surprise, momentarily forgetting to be angry. Mr. Harry the owl clicked his tongue. Haven't you noticed the worry and fear in your heart? You even suspect that you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. That weird die is really too dangerous. If I were you, I would throw it out the window into the sea and let your teacher's teacher salvage it himself. How do you know my teacher's teacher? Darkwill blurted out a question. Mr. Harry tossed his head proudly. Don't doubt an owl's vision. Darkwill was already deep in thought and didn't pay attention to its answer. No, that won't do. Throwing the die into the sea won't solve all problems. According to what Old Man said in the past, even if it's buried in the sea, important figures will approach and pick it up in a few days. Then, it will really be lost. Silly bird, you don't have enough knowledge in mysticism. You don't understand that these important sealed artifacts are like the most popular prostitutes in the Red Theater. They will always attract thirsty men. Including you, Harry the owl replied calmly. The owl, Harry, calmly replied, as for the lack of general knowledge in mysticism, I believe there's a famous saying that can explain it. Emperor Roselle once said that if a child doesn't receive a good education, it's the father's fault. This saying can also be used to describe the problems between pets and their owners. Alright, Darkwill, regardless, I believe you need to discuss the die with German Sparrow, otherwise, it will be even more dangerous. Let me see again. Perhaps it will be fixed at 6. Darkwill said hesitantly. He sat on the edge of the bed and lay down. At this moment, the storm that had been wreaking havoc gradually calmed down. The sky began to clear up as the liner blew its whistle, signaling its departure. In the first-class cabin's living room, Klein looked out the window and at the blurry rainbow that appeared after the rain. His heart wasn't as calm as he appeared on the surface. He wasn't afraid of simple enemies. Out at sea, apart from the 4 kings and official demigods, as well as the pirate admirals that appeared in the form of fleets, it was difficult for others to threaten him, who had creeping hunger and several mystical items. Even if the ship were to sink or fall into the sea, he could find a way to escape with the many charms in the sea god domain. However, luck was something that was difficult to grasp. It wasn't within his capabilities, and he couldn't even think of a way to deal with it. Although my title is the King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck, it was changed from the luck enhancement ritual. And the purpose of the luck enhancement ritual clearly isn't to rid people of bad luck. Darkwill's matter is a little difficult. All I can do is work a little harder and pay close attention to his situation. Once something unlucky happens that leads to death, I'll immediately save him. Let's hope he can survive the next few days and reach Orvie Island. The chubby apothecary's elders should have a way to change his luck. Klein rubbed his temples, but he didn't find anything amiss. Darkwill, who had failed to sleep well last night due to his nervousness, fell into a dream without realizing it. After a while, his stomach told him that it was time for lunch. He tried his best to open his eyes, but his body seemed to be pressed down by an invisible person, making it difficult for him to move. He felt the back of his head swell and a stabbing pain. He found it difficult to breathe as his heart beat at an abnormal rate. Don't tell me I'm going to die suddenly in my dream. Darkwill struggled with all his might, but he couldn't wake up no matter how hard he tried. He felt weaker and weaker. At this moment, his mouth was pecked open by a sharp object. A cold liquid poured in and flowed along the contours of his face, drenching his chin and neck. Darkwill's body relaxed as he finally opened his eyes. He saw 2 round yellow eyes that were so close that they seemed to touch his head. Rearing a Beyonder pet is still useful. Darkwill first felt wistful before he quickly sat up and took out the ring box. At this moment, the die inside had flipped to the other side. 1 point, I'm so unlucky that I nearly died in my dream? No, I don't think it's that simple. It seems to magnify certain probabilities, such as the probability of dying suddenly in my dream or the probability of being struck by lightning. No, this won't do. If this continues, I'll definitely die. Darkwill thought in an abnormally horrified manner. Horror quickly overcame him, driving him to rush to the door with the ring box in hand. Perhaps it was due to the effects of nearly dying suddenly, he didn't have much strength left. He held the handle but found it difficult to twist it. Save me. Help, screamed Mr. Harry the L. Bang, the door opened and slammed into Darkwill's head. If not for Klein deliberately controlling his strength, the chubby apothecary's head might have ruptured as blood spewed out. Without the time to rub the bruise on his forehead, Darkwill said in a panic, It's this. It's this. It's this die that made me unlucky. It's now 1 point. I'll fail no matter what I do. He had already decided to inform the German sparrow of the entire matter, hoping that the powerful adventurer would give him an effective suggestion. As for the possibility that the other party had killed out of greed, he didn't rule it out. He just felt that between the 2 harmful things, if he had to choose, he would choose the relatively better one. If he told the German sparrow, he might die, but if he didn't, he would definitely die. The choice was not even a question to consider. So what if I lost the die? My life is more important. Darkwill thought righteously. Then, he saw German Sparrow reveal a polite smile. Thank you for your humor. This joke is not bad. This isn't a joke. Darkwill looked down at the ring box and saw that the blood-red one hadn't changed at all. Don't tell me that even persuasion with sufficient reason would fail. The chubby apothecary suddenly fell into despair. Really? He's telling the truth. Harry the Owl flapped his wings wildly. Darkwill, who felt a surge of hope, heard German Sparrow say in a deep voice, Then why not throw it into the sea? With that said, Klein politely closed the door and walked back to the living room. This fellow is definitely hiding a secret. I can't be fooled by his lame reason. Klein sat on a chair and waited for Darkwill to explain the situation in more detail. Darkwill sat down dejectedly again, not daring to move, afraid that he would fail. He didn't notice that the die had changed to a face that faced up again. This time, it was a 3. Before lunch, Klein entered the bathroom to empty his stomach. After washing his hands, he went above the gray fog in passing, planning to browse through the prayers of the sea god believers he had accumulated. Just as he sat on the high-back chair belonging to the fool, he suddenly recalled many details as his eyes widened. How could I believe such an excuse that can't withstand scrutiny? Why would I believe that the die is a lame reason? It's like I've been blinded by lard twice. No, that's not the case. Darkwill's explanation happened to match one of my guesses. Therefore, I instinctively believed it to be true and false. Klein's pupils constricted as he thought. At that moment, he had already come to a conclusion. There's really something wrong with that die. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Sovereign above the grey fog, in the palace that looked like a giant's residence. Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table as his thoughts constantly revolved around the strange die. It can make me feel its influence without any abnormalities. This is already about the same as 0-08 back then. It's just that one is right in front of me, while the other is hiding behind the scenes. It's definitely a sealed artifact, and it's one that's close to the pinnacle. Even if it's not at grade 0, it's a very special existence at grade 1. I'm temporarily powerless to interfere with something like fate, but I can't passively deal with it. With the passage of time, sealed artifacts of a similar level will often cause even more serious damage. Perhaps it will affect the people around the chubby apothecary, such as me and the passengers on the ship. Klein racked his brains for a moment, but to no avail. He decided to immediately return to the real world. He didn't know how to seal the die or weaken its influence, but he knew that someone knew. This person was Snake of Mercury, Will, who was still in his mother's womb. After entering the master bedroom, he took out the paper crane from his wallet and spread it out on the table. Klein looked at the surface that still had traces of wiping. He picked up a pencil and wrote a simple question: what should I do with that die? He folded the paper crane back and stuffed it into his wallet. Then, he came outside the servant's room and tapped it thrice with his finger. This didn't go against German Sparrow's persona because he was a refined lunatic. Of course, Klein was mainly afraid that rashly opening the door would result in the unlucky chubby apothecary Darkwill being slammed to death. This was something he had learned from the Final Destination movie series. In addition, Klein was a little worried that he would see a ghastly scene if he opened the door directly. With the likes Darkwill has shown, he realized that he's in an extremely dangerous situation that he can't extricate himself from. All he can do is wait for death and have a high chance of having a good time. As Klein lampooned, he heard the chubby apothecary reply weakly. What's the matter? It's good that he's not dead. Klein carefully opened the door and leaned forward slightly. He looked at Darkwill and the opened ring box in front of him. He calmly asked, "What time is it? Isn't there a wall clock?" Darkwill remained listless. "I'm asking about the dice," Klein added succinctly. "It's still 3. Darkwill instinctively answered before turning his head and jumping up. "You believe me?" Klein did not respond, lest the other party recall the scene where the German Sparrow was fooled by the dice. He turned around and said in a flat tone, "Bring the dice outside." "All right. All right." Darkwill and Harry cried out in pleasant surprise almost at the same time. One of them raised his arms, and the other raised his wings. After the chubby apothecary carefully carried the ring box out, Klein pointed at the coffee table. "Put it on top." As he spoke, he sat on the sofa next to him. He rested his elbows on his thighs and leaned forward to examine the strange die. From the outside, this die did not look strange in the sense of mysticism. The only difference was that even the 3 pips were red. Klein cautiously didn't touch it. He straightened his body slightly and looked at Darkwill, who was sitting opposite him, and Harry, who had landed on the back of the chair. "Describe the exact situation." Darkwill didn't hide anything as he said with a smile that looked uglier than crying, "This is an important sealed artifact in our organization. This is an important sealed artifact in our organization. My mission is to deliver it to the designated personnel on Orvie Island. But as you can see, it's extremely dangerous. It will automatically spin, even if there's no corresponding space. When it spins to 6, the wielder will be lucky enough to easily succeed in whatever they do. Just like how I used a rather lame lie to deceive you. Don't mention this matter. There will come a day when you will be taught a lesson because of that mouth of yours." Klein listened without any expression. Darkwill continued, one means that the wielder will be extremely unlucky. They won't be able to succeed in anything. Even if I were to tell you everything without hiding anything, you wouldn't believe me. 2 points should be a relatively mild form of bad luck, but why would it cause me to be struck by lightning? It's incomprehensible. 3 points and 4 points are considered normal bad luck and good luck. That can be confirmed. 5 points and 2 points correspond. You aren't unlucky enough, otherwise, I would have beaten you up. Klein thought for a moment and calmly instructed, from this moment forth, all of you will take turns monitoring this die. From now on, all of you will take turns to monitor this die. Once it falls below 3 points, inform me immediately. All of us? Darkwill was momentarily at a loss. Including me? The owl on the back of the chair behind him raised its right wing. Klein leaned back into the sofa and crossed his right leg. He calmly said, "This will help me maintain my energy and attention." With that said, he pointed at the owl with his chin. "You first." "My name is Harry," the owl mumbled. "Harry." Klein held back his laughter and turned to Darkwill. "Ring the bell and get the waiter to come over. From this moment forth, we will choose the delivery service. Before arriving at Orvie Island, you have to stay in the living room at all times. You aren't to go anywhere. Even if you wish to enter the bathroom, you have to do it at 3 points and 4 points. If you really can't hold it in, I'll give you a bucket." Upon hearing German Sparrow's methodical instructions, Darkwill calmed down bit by bit. He was no longer as terrified as before. He was most worried that German Sparrow's greed would be triggered and he would choose to kill for the goods. Secondly, this seemingly crazy and cold-blooded adventurer would be frightened by the die and decide to terminate the mission and not provide any protection. And from the looks of it, German Sparrow wasn't afraid. He was even quite confident. Darkwill secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he thought. His performance just now was truly professional. Furthermore, he wasn't afraid at all. He was even able to forcefully extricate himself from the die's influence and accept my explanation. As expected of a powerful adventurer who easily hunted Wormtongue. He must be a powerhouse at the level of a pirate admiral. Darkwill stood up, walked to the door, and rang the service bell. Just as he returned to the sofa, he suddenly heard the sharp voice of the owl, "Harry. It's changed. It's changed, 2 points." Suddenly, Klein exerted strength with his feet and without any warning, he jumped up from the sofa and ran to Darkwill's side. Bang! At the same time a gunshot sounded from outside. Klein pulled Darkwill's arm back and shook his wrist, throwing the chubby apothecary to the side. At this moment, the wall where Darkwill was originally standing had an additional bullet hole. Did a sailor's gun misfire? Or did it hit an unknown spot when shooting at a seabird, causing it to bounce back? Regardless of the situation, the chances of that happening are very low. In the end, Klein turned his head to look at the chubby apothecary. "Are you injured?" Darkwill shook his head in lingering fear. "I'm fine." In the following period of time, Klein resolved more than 10 accidents, including the sudden fall of the ceiling chandelier, a maintenance worker who slipped and sent his hammer straight at Darkwill's head, and the chubby apothecary nearly dying from having a fishbone stuck in his throat. This didn't seem too impressive, but to Klein, it required him to be highly focused. It was inevitable that he would be exhausted. Thankfully, the die automatically rolled to 4 points, finally ending the hour filled with disasters. This won't do. If this continues, an accident might happen while I'm saving people. Klein dismissed the captain who came to apologize and said to Darkwill, "I'll sleep for half an hour. Keep an eye on the die. Wake me up immediately if there's a problem." The chubby apothecary and the owl nodded in unison. The chubby apothecary and the owl nodded like chicks eating. Leaning against the back of the sofa, Klein quickly fell asleep with the help of cogitation, hoping that Woloseptin had already responded. When he woke up from his dream and saw that he was in a pitch-black, desolate plain, he heaved a sigh of relief. He followed the familiar path until he reached the depths of the black steeple. On the protruding ground surrounded by the tarot cards, there were already lines of silver words. They were densely packed and there were quite a few of them. Klein stopped and quickly browsed through them. "It's called the Die of Probability. It's the highest level sealed artifact in our guild. I believe it can reach the standard of a grade 0. It controls the probability of everything. At one point, it will magnify the probability of something unfavorable happening to the target to the limit. At 2 points, it will greatly increase the probability of something unfavorable happening. This doesn't mean that 2 points is safer than 1 point. This is because once the probability increases, any accident can happen. At 3 points, it will magnify the probability of something unfavorable happening. At 4 to 6 points, it's the opposite. Even for me, who can reset the process to a certain extent, it's still a rather dangerous sealed artifact. Using it, you can kill a demigod. Of course, it can also kill yourself. I get it. The battle between you and the die of probability is like the battle between God Severod and the god of dice. Note 1. Klein lampooned inwardly as he continued reading. The die of probability has a living characteristic. It will always make the wielder go back and forth between bad luck and good luck. If one isn't careful, they will die from an accident. When it awakens sufficiently, it will slowly bring the people and objects around the wielder under its control, controlling the probability of their actions. Although I haven't confirmed it, I suspect that if it's given enough time, it can affect the entire world. It will make all the actions of all living beings be determined by the number it rolls. Of course, deities are excluded. To put it simply, it's digitizing the entire world. This is definitely a grade 0 sealed artifact. It's extremely dangerous. How terrifying. Klein couldn't help but frown as he eagerly continued reading. To truly seal the die of probability, it's rather complicated. To put it simply, it's to use a specific sealed artifact to isolate its connection with the spirit world, the astral world, and the real world. You can give it a try. Haha, I'll lay my cards on the table. I've long discovered that you can resist my clairvoyance. Perhaps you can use this to seal it. There's another method, but it can only temporarily reduce the effects. However, this is enough to successfully send the die of probability to the person who can seal it. That method is to use its living characteristic and use effective means to scare it. This way, it will be obedient, quiet for a period of time, about 12 hours. After that, it will continue again. The more times you scare it, the lower the effects it will receive. After a week, it will bear a grudge against you and crazily control your probabilities. Finally, thank you for your help, your sincere friend, Will Septon. As expected of a snake of fate. It really did discover my uniqueness. If I throw the die of probability above the gray fog, I should be able to seal it. But the problem is that this grade 0 sealed artifact with living characteristics might be able to affect the mysterious space above the gray fog, chasing me out and becoming its master. There's no way to obtain an answer to such matters through divination. It can definitely resist, just like 0-08. Klein rejected the idea of using the gray fog. As his thoughts raced, he suddenly had an idea. Klein hurriedly left the dream and snapped out of his stupor. He said to Dark Will, I have a way to suppress its effects. What is it? Dark Will asked in pleasant surprise. Klein didn't answer as he picked up the die of probability with a 4 pointing up and walked into the washroom. What does he want to do? I remember that in some folklore, the way to deal with heretical matters is to splash feces. Ugh. Darkwill didn't wish to think further. After entering the washroom and locking the door, Klein immediately set up a ritual to summon himself. Following that, he went above the gray fog and took out the iron cigar case. Then, he picked up the die of probability and opened the cigar case. Inside was the all-black eye from a marionettist. In the dim light, Klein's face was covered in shadows. His gaze was dark and reserved as he brought the die of probability close to the strange eye. It was the beyonder characteristic of the true creator's mental corruption. The corners of his mouth slowly widened, revealing a kind smile. He whispered to the die in his hand, Come, I'll treat you to a concert. Note 1, God Sualad is a homonym of save/load. It means to save and read. P.S. 2 updates will be restored from today. The bathroom's windows were very high, preventing sunlight from entering. All it could do was barely disperse the darkness, making everything appear gloomy. Just as Klein's right hand that held the die of probability approached the all-black eye, it suddenly trembled and threw the item to the other side of the sink. The milky white die rolled a few times before it finally stopped at a red 4. With a faint smile, Klein took a step to the side and picked up the die of probability again. He lowered his head and asked politely, "You don't seem willing to listen? Let's do it this way. Give me an answer." 6 means cooperation, and the rest means rejection. With that said, he threw the die of probability up and extended his palm to catch it. The milky white die fell straight down and quickly rolled once, causing the bright red 6 to face up. "Very good," Klein praised with a chuckle. After throwing the all-black eye back above the gray fog, he turned to open the bathroom's door and slowly walked back to the living room. Under Dark Will and Harry's expectant, worried, curious, and puzzled gazes, he suddenly stopped and threw the die of probability in his hand. "No. No." Dark Will and the owl cried out in unison, afraid that the outcome would be lower than 3. The latter subconsciously flew up, distancing himself from the fatty who might be struck by lightning. Amidst the crisp sound of collision, the milky white die kept rolling on the coffee table and was about to stop at 2. Just as Darkwill's face turned ghastly pale, the die lazily spun again. Finally, 4 faced up. "It will be relatively quiet for the next 12 hours. Klein calmly sat down and began enjoying his lunch that had long turned cold. Is his method really useful? Darkwill crouched down and stared intently at the strange die on the coffee table. After nearly a minute, he couldn't help but extend his hand and flip the die to 6. Just as his palm left, the die moved without any wind and returned to 4. How magical. What method did German Sparrow use? Could it be that he really pooped and soaked the die in it? Ugh. Darkwill decided to accept the outcome and stop thinking about the reason, otherwise, he suspected that he would vomit on the spot. Looking up at the German Sparrow who was silently smearing butter, Darkwill suddenly felt that 1,000 pounds and a promise to hire a bodyguard of this level was a great deal. He was definitely on par with any pirate admiral. If a tycoon were to encounter something like me, he wouldn't even hesitate to hire him with half his wealth. Thankfully, I only paid 300 pounds. The rest will be borne by teacher and the rest. Darkwill felt relaxed when he thought of how he didn't need to worry about the dice rolling for 12 hours. He couldn't help but stand up and stretch his back. He walked to the window and pushed it open. The clouds outside were sparse, and the sky was high and the sea was wide. The boundless blue swayed gently as it reflected the resplendent sunlight. It was as though countless golden shards had been sprinkled into it. This made Darkwill feel energized as his mind seemed to open up. Unlike Bakeland, which would only warm up at the end of February, the Rorsted Archipelago's waters had already gradually gotten rid of the low temperatures, allowing all life to flourish. Facing the sea, with flowers blooming in the warmth of spring. After finishing his bread, Klein walked to the rear of Darkwill's side, feeling as though he was an animal that had just woken up from hibernation. He didn't recite the poem that flashed through his mind. Firstly, it didn't match German Sparrow's persona, and secondly, it was likely to make Darkwill sigh at Roselle the Great's talent in poetry. At night, without the die rolling, the weather changed. Strong winds blew as dark clouds gathered. A storm was imminent. This was the most common danger at sea. Even when navigating a safe sea route that had been explored by others, they would encounter similar situations from time to time. However, it wasn't as terrifying. Klein looked at the surging waves and the gloomy sky. He discovered that the ship seemed to be traversing a valley. On both sides were tall dark blue cliffs that could collapse at any moment. The intense pressure made him, a mid-sequence beyonder, clearly feel depressed. He even wanted to pray to the gods, hoping that the liner would be fine in the storm. It's no wonder that sailors, pirates, and merchants who have lived at sea for a long time can't help but revere the Lord of Storms. They more or less believe in him. Klein sighed inwardly. Although he didn't believe that the storm, which wasn't too severe, could bury a liner that was powered by both sails and steam, he was still cautious. He prayed to his alternate identity, sea god Cavituous, in a low voice. What he was afraid of was that the die of probability would suddenly explode in a storm, giving him a 1, causing the ship to sink to the bottom of the sea. Therefore, he decided to take precautions. Klein did believe in Snake of Fate will acceptance judgment. He believed that the die of probability would remain silent for about 12 hours after being intimidated for the first time, but that was under the circumstances without any additional conditions. He believed that a sealed artifact with living characteristics should be treated as a person and not an embodiment of the rules. He had to be wary of the other party taking the opportunity to cause trouble. Glancing at Darkwill and the owl who were feeling uneasy due to the storm, Klein calmly said, "That's right. I'll take a break. Continue staring at the die. Take turns. Don't relax." "All right." After watching German Sparrow enter the master bedroom, Darkwill walked to the coffee table and sat down. As he stared at the die, he said to Harry, "What are your thoughts now?" Harry flew in a circle and muttered, "Why am I not a petrel?" In the master bedroom, Klein went above the grey fog and beckoned for the sea god scepter to fly out from the junk pile. He held the scepter with a blue gem embedded at the top and quickly responded to his prayer. Klein didn't expend too much of his spirituality to directly calm the storm. Firstly, this was because he wasn't far from the waters of the Rorstad archipelago. Such an obvious and exaggerated supernatural phenomenon would easily attract the attention of Sea King John Cotman, who was in the same domain as him, or the storm priest on the ship. Secondly, he had to conserve his strength to guard against the die of probability. What he did was very simple. He added layer after layer of beyonder effects to the ship, allowing it to sail steadily in the storm without capsizing. For sequence 5 and 6 beyonders below the demigod level, to do such a thing to a liner that could carry hundreds of people, they needed to make extensive preparations in advance. They had to set up an abnormally complicated ritual, and they had to expend almost all of their energy to complete it. However, for a sea god in this domain, everything was easy and simple. A demigod indeed has a god side. Klein sighed and threw the scepter back into the junk pile before silently disappearing above the grey fog. In the time that followed, the ship rose and fell, high and low, like a fallen leaf in the wind, but no matter how terrifying and majestic the dark blue waves around it were, there were no problems, and it steadily came to the end of the storm. Thursday morning, Bakeland, William Street. Furs Wall arrived in a carriage once again. She didn't sit in a coffee shop again. Instead, she walked slowly along the street, sizing up the passers-by and the surrounding buildings. From time to time, she would record people with special characteristics as material for her research. There are really a lot of foreigners here, and it's mainly people from Fasak and Intis. Heh, one is a barbaric and burly white bear, and the other is a colorful rooster. Furs chuckled to herself. At that moment, she arrived in the middle of William Street. There was an abandoned chapel here. It was covered in withered vines, and there were grey stones scattered everywhere. With the intention of not letting down Mr. World's reward, Furs deliberately approached to check if there were any abnormalities. She first circled the chapel and didn't discover anything. Following that, she entered and carefully avoided the disgusting feces and rotting matter as she quickly examined every corner. All of a sudden, her line of sight paused, and her brows furrowed a little. In a corner of a half-collapsed building, the ground had been dug by someone. The potholes weren't deep, and there were traces of fingers. This can be considered an anomaly. Furs cautiously retreated and didn't do a more detailed investigation. After walking the entire length of William Street, she immediately returned home and organized the anomalies she had discovered and the materials she had recorded. She used a ritual to sacrifice it to Mr. Fool, requesting that he hand it over to the world. Furs didn't hide anything she had seen, even if there was nothing wrong with them on the surface. This was because she knew very well that the world was the one to judge if something was abnormal, and not her, who didn't understand the situation. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, Klein directly flipped through the report submitted by Miss Magicians. There are traces of excavation in that abandoned chapel? The previous ones have already been dealt with by Miss Sharon and me. Who else has come to dig it? A descendant of the Tudor family, Rafter Pound? He was possessed by an evil spirit and nearly died. Without any help, it's unlikely that he would take the risk again. Who could it be? Klein thought for a moment, but he couldn't lock onto a suspect. All he could do was continue reading. Looking at the records that were written beautifully, he acutely discovered a problem. There are quite a number of foreigners on this street, mainly people from Fasak and Intis. It wasn't like this when I went to William Street previously. There's a newly opened Fasak and Intis company nearby. Fasak, Intis, As Klein ruminated over the names of the two countries, he suddenly thought of something. That was the Einhorn family of the Faysak Empire and the former royal family of Intis, the Sauron family. They both controlled the Hunter pathway, which was also the Red Priest pathway. It was two of the three types of blood that the evil spirit had designated to remove the seal, together with the descendants of the Medici family that had been destroyed in Bansi Harbor. The three factions that controlled the Red Priest pathway were all involved. The destruction of Bansi Harbor caused the Medici family's Beyonder characteristics to gather to the suspected Red Angel evil spirit through some miraculous connection. Thus, it attracted the Einhorn and Sauron family? No, that's not realistic. If the Church of the Storm didn't discover the Beyonder characteristic, they would definitely notice this problem. There's another reason? Did the evil spirit use some other method to attract the Einhorn and Sauron family? Through what method, and through whom? There are only a few people who know of the evil spirit's existence. Me, Miss Sharon, Anne. As his thoughts raced, Klein suddenly thought of a possibility. That was that after Rafter Pound, a descendant of the Tudor family, had been possessed by the evil spirit once, he had unknowingly become its slave. He had secretly helped it spread the news, and the evil spirit's request for help from me and Miss Sharon is just to numb us, making us believe that only we can save it. For this, it didn't hesitate to betray its descendants. Klein was alarmed as he felt like he had been fooled by the evil spirit. Please remember the domain name of this book. Divine Sovereign of the Nine Heavens. The boundless grey fog floated silently as a slight sound of friction sounded at the end of the long bronze table. Klein changed his sitting posture as he pondered over the details of the evil spirit incident with increasing seriousness. He became more and more convinced that he and Miss Sharon had completely ignored the possibility that something was wrong with Rafter Pound. This is the Beyonder power of a conspirer of the Red Priest pathway. Furthermore, this is a deception that's closer to a normal level. It only has the effects of supernatural powers in minute details. Therefore, even if I were to enter the mysterious space above the grey fog, I wouldn't have passively sensed that I had been deceived. I would have to actively think and analyze to discover the problem. If I hadn't learned from Mr. Aztec that the evil spirit is suspected to be Red Angel Medici, who has long perished, I wouldn't have felt that there was a problem. I wouldn't have hired Miss Magicians to search for abnormal signs on William Street. After thinking for a few minutes, Klein conjured a pen and paper, preparing to use divination to confirm his theory. After deliberating for a while, he finally wrote down the words for dream divination. Baronet Rafter Pound's current situation. Putting down the dark red fountain pen, Klein held the piece of paper with the divination statement and leaned back in his chair. He first recalled the information he knew about Rafter Pound before closing his eyes, silently reciting the statement, and entering cogitation. Klein's thoughts quickly calmed down as he quickly fell into a dream. In the grey world, intermittent scenes flashed past before finally fixing on the house at 29, Civilau Street. In the warm activity room, Rafter Pound was wearing cotton pajamas and holding a glass of red liquid. He stood quietly by the window, looking diagonally across at the Bakeland police headquarters. The white at the baronet's temples was becoming more obvious. His puffy eye bags were dyed with a greenish-black color, and the wrinkles on his forehead, eyes, and mouth were so deep that they exceeded his 40s. His pupils were dilating abnormally, and his cheeks were flushed red. He had a smile on his face, which was slightly different from what Klein had seen him before. As expected, there's a problem here. Klein left the dream and considered how to deal with the evil spirit. There was no doubt that he had a habit of thinking in this aspect. When he couldn't contact Miss Sharon, his first reaction was to report her, but how should he report it? Klein pondered seriously for a moment before conjuring World's figure and making him pray. Send the following information to the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery through reliable channels. The news is that high-level spies from Faysak and Intis are gathered at William Street. Their motives are unknown. Payment, £100. This was a statement that Klein had repeatedly considered. Directly revealing the King of Angels, the Red Priest, the Medici family, and the Tudor dynasty ruins would indeed attract the attention of the church and the military, but it would also make it easy for Miss Magicians, Miss Furs, to be targeted by the official organizations. It would be extremely dangerous. The statement that high-level spies from Faysak and Intis were gathered at William Street was not only relatively mild, but it was also something that ordinary beyonders had a chance of detecting. Furthermore, it was enough to make the church and the military wary, sending out the corresponding powerhouses and using the most effective means. As for what they found out later, it was their contribution and had nothing to do with the informant. As for the option of seeking Mr. Aztec's help, Klein had considered it, but he ultimately decided to give up on it. This was because the evil spirit was suspected to be a king of angels when it was alive. It was extremely dangerous, and Mr. Aztec, who was still recovering, might not be able to deal with it. After some thought, Klein conjured the scene into a stream of light and cast it into the crimson star that represented Miss Magicians. Bakeland, Sherwood Borough. Furs received Mr. World's reply and was taken aback. "That's a high-level spy from Faceac and Intis," she muttered to herself in astonishment, believing that the information she provided couldn't have come to such a conclusion. However, she quickly came to a realization. She believed that the reason why Mr. World suspected that there was something amiss at William Street was because he had received the corresponding high-level spy's information. After confirming that there were people from Faceac and Intis around, he could easily come to a conclusion. Send the information to the Church of Evernight and the Church of Steam? Isn't that a euphemism for reporting? Unfortunately, I can't watch from the sidelines. Otherwise, I'll definitely be able to see a good show. Furs was no stranger to reporting. After all, her roommate and good friend was a bounty hunter. She quickly came up with an idea and decided to leave the matter of reporting to the experienced Zio. After leaving the bedroom, she saw Zio sitting on the sofa, leaning forward as she flipped through the target document. From time to time, she would raise her hand to grab at her messy blonde hair, looking extremely serious. Furs casually picked up a decorative item, leaned close to the sofa, and handed it over. "Here, have a piece of cake." Zio glanced at the cake that was smeared with cream. Without her thoughts wandering, she raised her hand to grab it. At this moment, Furs flipped her wrist and spread it out. The cake in her palm had already turned into a golden cloth flower. Surprised, she asked with a smile. Zio couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Stop your performance. I'd prefer it to be food." "Alright, I have something to entrust you with." 70 pounds. Furs smiled and sat down. After dealing with the evil spirit, Klein returned to the real world and held a ritual to bring the radio transceiver that had been placed above the gray fog for several days back to his first-class master bedroom. He lay in bed and used cogitation to recover his energy until he was woken up by the tapping sounds. By the time Klein opened his eyes, the crimson moonlight had already shone in, enveloping the dark room like a veil. It enveloped the radio transceiver that was automatically spitting out illusory white paper on the desk. "This really feels like a horror movie. Unfortunately, it's connected to a magic mirror that has no morals or limits." Klein sat up and walked over. He saw lines of Ruan text appear on the illusory white paper. "Mighty existence above the spirit world, your loyal servant, Rhodes, has arrived and sends his regards. Do you have something you wish to test me on? Look. This is what it means to speak. This is what it means to be professional." At that moment, Klein wished to pull Darkwill in to witness the magic mirror's art of speaking. "I clearly have something to ask it, but it ended up becoming a test." Furthermore, it came with a question. Klein controlled the corners of his mouth to curl up as he replied in a deep voice, "Yes. Speak. Speak. The ignorant and shallow Rhodes is already prepared." Amidst the tapping sounds, not only did Ruan text appear on the illusory white paper, there was also a fawning smiley face. This is already the nascent form of emoticons. This fellow sure evolves quickly. Klein directly asked, "Where can I obtain a mystical item that can steal the beyonder powers of others?" The tapping sound suddenly intensified as images quickly appeared on the illusory white paper. They were so realistic that they resembled screenshots from a movie. Among them was the Chinese gate at the bottom of St. Selena Cathedral in Tingen City that Klein was familiar with. There was the handsome poet Leonard Mitchell with black hair and green eyes. There was a middle-aged man sitting on a sofa, smiling at a noble lady opposite him. There was also a proud girl loitering in the dark sewers. There were a total of 12 images. Finally, there was a line of Ruan text. "These are the ones that you can easily or conveniently obtain. There are many others, but they are either very complicated and troublesome, or they involve very high-level matters. I'm unable to see them clearly. Not bad. You even know how to help me filter them. This is like a fantasy version of a mysterious version of a smart version of Google. Klein nodded slightly and said, despite knowing the answer, "It's your turn to ask a question." "You've already answered." Amidst the tapping sounds, the magic mirror, erodes, unsurprisingly, appeared on the illusory white paper. Klein chuckled inwardly. He then asked, "Where has Leonard Mitchell been staying recently?" The tapping sounds intensified once again as scenes appeared in the form of images before Klein's eyes. It was the most famous landmark in Bakeland. The towering Gothic bell tower had the bell of order hanging above it. It was the street sign at the entrance of the street with the words Pinster Street. It was the house number 7. Leonard Mitchell, who was casually draped in a black coat and wearing red gloves, looked extremely dashing. His classmate poet was flipping through the files on the Lenevis and Capim cases. "This fellow is in Bakeland, and he's investigating the Lenevis and Capim cases? What's going on?" The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he seriously thought about what clues he had left behind in these two cases. The only clue was that Detective Sherlock Moriarty was connected to both cases. If Leonard were to enter Daisy's dream, he should be able to discover this. But by then, I'd already grown a beard and disguised myself pretty well. With just the blurry images in the dream and a few portraits, he probably wouldn't be able to recognize me. As long as he doesn't recognize me, it doesn't matter. What does Sherlock Moriarty's problems have to do with me, German Sparrow? Klein reined in his thoughts and memorized Leonard Mitchell's current residence. 7, Pinster Street, Bakeland North Borough. He planned on entrusting the Moon Emlyn White to visit Leonard Mitchell the day after tomorrow and use the Hermits of Fate's badge to purchase a mystical item. I hope my dear poet has an extra one. If not, the price will definitely be higher. Klein tersely acknowledged and said to the radio transceiver, "It's your turn to ask a question." Frankly speaking, he was rather curious as to what question Erodes would ask this time. The radio transceiver spat out a new piece of illusory white paper. On it was a question written in Rouen: "Great Master, Leonard Mitchell hides a huge secret. Would you like to know?" That's considered a question? Klein looked up in amusement and surprise, looking at the crimson moon that was silently illuminating the dark sea. Very quickly, he gave an honest answer. "Yes." Ta. 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 The radio transceiver spat out a new piece of illusory white paper in the dark environment and crimson moonlight. "Leonard Mitchell has an angel from the Zoroast family parasitizing him. He once tampered with my answers." Angel? Leonard has an angel parasitizing him? An angel from the 4th epoch Zoroast family? Although Klein was mentally prepared to hear a huge secret, he was still shocked by what Erodes revealed. It was a sign of concern and surprise. Angels referred to Beyonders at sequence 2 and 1. They were already close to the position of a true god and possessed all sorts of strange characteristics. They could even influence lower sequence Beyonders of their own pathway within a certain range. They were important figures who stood at the top of the world. In the various churches, only popes, patriarchs, and certain legendary ascetics were grounded angels. Therefore, Klein believed that it wasn't a good thing to be parasitized by a powerhouse at this level. In the dark 2nd epoch, angels can even have a divine name and serve as subordinates of ancient gods. I haven't come into contact with many angels directly or indirectly. One is Blasphemer Amon, one is Queen of Calamity Kohainem, one is an evil spirit suspected to be Red Angel Medici, one is Tail Devourer Ouroboros according to Little Sun, one is Miracle Invoker Zeridol from Roselle's diary, one is the son of the Creator, Adam, one is Hermes, who can't be confirmed to be an angel, and one is Snake of Fate Will Septon who's in his mother's womb. Apart from the last two, the rest appear very sinister. Even the words they left behind can make the reader go crazy and lose control. Will my dear poet eventually become a victim of the angel parasitizing him? This can explain why he feels that he's the protagonist of a play, the special one, and why he's willing to help me hide the secret. The Zoroast family grasps the Marauder pathway, which is also the pathway that can steal the Beyonder powers of others. Therefore, it's very normal for Leonard to be able to find and participate in the gathering of the Hermits of Fate. It's no wonder he took the initiative to use Blood Vessel Thief back then. So it's because he had the help of Grandpa, allowing him to steal Magost's strongest power. What hermits of fate. They're nothing more than a bunch of thieves and swindlers. At most, they changed their targets of stealing and swindling to time and fate. At any rate, Mr. Poet's grandfather doesn't seem like a good person. I need to find a chance to warn him, but the problem is that they're always together. Warning him will only cause the problem to erupt earlier. Klein's thoughts raced, but he couldn't come up with a good idea. All he could do was put the matter aside for the time being. He planned on writing to Mr. Aztec and Snake of Mercury Septon later to see if they had any solutions. In those few minutes, he even had the thought of using Blasphemer Amon. To put it simply, he wanted to reveal the matter of the Zoroast family's angel parasitizing Leonard Mitchell's body to the creator's son so that he could eat the parasite. According to what Klein knew, during the Fourth Epoch, the Amon family supported the Tudor Empire, while the Zoroast family belonged to the Solomon Empire. The two were enemies. Furthermore, according to the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation, the higher the sequence, the greater the conflict between Beyonders of the same pathway. It was just like a battle between two snakes of Mercury. Unfortunately, this method was limited by practical difficulties. In the end, Klein gave up on it. Firstly, it was because he had no idea where to find Blasphemer Amon. Secondly, he was worried that a battle at the angel level would directly destroy Leonard Mitchell. Thirdly, it was because strengthening Amon might be a very serious bad thing. I'll first get Emlyn to attempt the transaction and observe the exact situation. I'll decide what to do after I grasp more details. Klein reined in his thoughts and said to the radio transceiver that was connected to a Rhodes, "Don't worry. Ask away." The sound of the radio transceiver became rather light and lively. The illusory white paper was spat out very gently. "No, there's no need. This is an adjunct to my question. There's no need to follow the rules. Great Master, I can sense something strange outside your room, but I can't see it clearly. Can you tell me what it is? This magic mirror is very powerful. It seems to be able to see everything. However, when it comes to high-level matters, it will be disrupted and censored." Klein calmly replied, "Die of probability." Amidst the clicking sounds, a Rhodes produced new words on the illusory white paper. "It. Great Master, you can ask your question now." Klein thought for a moment and said, "It. Great Master, you can ask your question now. Regarding the die of probability, is there anything you want to remind me of?" At this moment, the radio transceiver seemed to brighten up a little. It was no longer as gloomy as before as the illusory white paper spitting slowed down. "It's an especially petty fellow that holds a grudge. Master, you have to give it to someone else as soon as possible. It's an item formed from the uniqueness of the Wheel of Destiny. You can give it to any snake of Mercury. They will be very grateful to you. In short, it's not suitable to be your servant. Its aura is about to dissipate. Your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, has no choice but to leave. Finally, I'll praise you once again, my great master, the ruler above the spirit world. By uniqueness. The die of probability is actually the uniqueness of the monster pathway. This is the first time I'm seeing a so-called uniqueness. It's indeed terrifying. It can digitize the entire world of reality. The monster pathway is also known as the Wheel of Destiny pathway. Sequence 0 is the Wheel of Destiny? Klein looked at the radio transceiver that had returned to normal, momentarily unable to retract his thoughts. He didn't have any greedy emotions towards the die of probability. This was because it wasn't from the seer pathway, and it had extremely terrifying negative effects. He was also afraid that over time, the die that held a grudge would attract tail devourer Ouroboros. If I bring this above the gray fog, even if it can be isolated and sealed inside, it's likely that it can digitize that mysterious space. In the future, the tarot gatherings might become a group game. Klein had never come into contact with such high-level matters, so he had no way of determining what would happen if he threw the die of probability above the gray fog. He decided to continue threatening the die and successfully send it to Orvie Island, handing it over to a member of the Life School of Thought who had the means to seal it. As for the problem of exceeding the mission limit, he didn't mind it. This was because the greatest benefit was to obtain the friendship of Snake of Fate Septon. Bakeland, Harvest Church. Emlyn White held the strange badge the size of an eyeball and chuckled inwardly. The world sure is long-winded. Isn't it just going to Northborough's Pinster Street to find a nighthawk named Leonard Mitchell? He even specially emphasized that the other party has a secret and that there's a high chance that he can drag someone into a dream. He's doubting my abilities. Emlyn stood up, changed into a tuxedo and a white shirt, and turned his head to look out the window. Heh, he has a secret, and so do I. I dare to bet that Lord Nibs or some other earl is secretly watching me. If anything were to happen, they would definitely provide me with some help. Entering a dream. Emlyn considered. For a few seconds, took out a small metal bottle, and concocted a bottle of blue medicine with the ingredients rich in spirituality. Putting away the bottle and medicine, he picked up his silk top hat, walked out of the lounge, bade farewell to Bishop Utravsky, and left the Harvest Church. It was just morning, but the sky above Bakeland was very dark. A thin fog spread out like water. Emlyn narrowed his eyes, wore his hat, and muttered to himself. The sunlight is a little glaring. He flagged down a rental carriage and went straight to the steam train station. He spent 6 pence to buy a first-class ticket to Northborough. This saved him quite a bit of time compared to heading there directly. More than 40 minutes later, he arrived at his destination and stood outside the door of 7, Pinster Street. Emlyn politely pulled the doorbell and waited patiently for a minute. Just as he was about to write a note and stuff it under the crack of the door to arrange a time for his next visit, he finally heard lazy footsteps approaching. It doesn't seem like a servant. Emlyn nodded indiscernibly, took out the medicine he had concocted, twisted the lid, and gulped it down. Then, he saw the door open and saw a black-haired, green-eyed man appear in front of him. He was wearing a white shirt and black trousers, and the hem of his clothes was pulled out, fluttering in the wind. Amidst his elegance, there was a hint of unruliness. Although he's a believer of evernight, I have to say that his looks can barely be compared to a sanguine. Emlyn took off his hat and raised his chin slightly. Good morning. Are you Mr. Leonard Mitchell? Leonard frowned inconspicuously as he looked at the handsome man with a pair of eye-catching red eyes. He raised his hand to cover his mouth and yawned in a seemingly casual manner. You are? A visitor. I have something I need your help with. Emlyn didn't reveal his identity as he said with a slightly arrogant smile. This kind of attitude and this kind of feeling gave Leonard an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if he was seeing his past self, always thinking that he was the most special one, the main character of the era. He cleared his throat and said, I'm just an ordinary citizen. I don't accept commissions. If you have any problems, you can go to a private investigator. Emlyn White smiled. Only you can complete this task. He glanced around and continued, that's right. I want to buy a mystical item that can steal the beyonder powers of others. Leonard narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, who are you? At this moment, Emlyn didn't immediately answer. Instead, he surveyed the area and chuckled. It really is powerful. I almost didn't notice it before I was dragged into the dream. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Under Leonard Mitchell's solemn expression, he took out the small badge from the world. Leonard glanced at it as his expression eased a little. He turned his head slightly and paused for a few seconds. Silently, Emlyn White saw the scenery around him rapidly shatter and vanish, as though glass had been shattered at the same time. Leonard scoffed and pointed inside the house. Come in first. P.S. There's no early update at midnight. Tomorrow will still be the normal time. Upon hearing Leonard Mitchell's invitation, Emlyn didn't show any fear. He held his silk top hat and calmly entered the house with a faint smile. He didn't take off his coat, because a potions professor would always have many supplementary items on him. It wouldn't look good without them covering him. Emlyn sat down in his well-ironed tuxedo and leaned his back against the support behind him. Actually, you don't have to go through so much trouble. If you have it, name your price. If you don't, be honest. Of course, I'm very sure you have it. He chuckled as his bright red eyes reflected Leonard Mitchell's figure that didn't care about his clothes being neat. This scene of him knowing his secret while he didn't know anything about him made Emlyn feel extremely comfortable and superior. Leonard combed his raven black hair with his fingers and casually sat on the chair opposite him. He smiled without any panic or doubt. Without any panic or puzzlement, he smiled and said, at the very least, I need to know who wants it. Maybe it's me, or maybe it's my friend. Emlyn raised his chin and smiled elegantly. Leonard narrowed his eyes and turned his head slightly as though he was thinking about something. Finally, he laughed. Alright, since you've already brought this badge here, I'll answer you honestly. I do have a mystical item that can steal the beyonder powers of others, but it's the only one. If you wish to buy it, 7,000 pounds. No bargaining. 7,000 pounds? Such mystical items are that expensive? Although he didn't need to fork out the money, Emlyn was still shocked. He nearly couldn't maintain his demeanor as a sanguine. In his mind, he automatically converted this sum of money into how many dolls and how many doll dresses he would need. After 2 seconds of silence, Emlyn smiled and said, I'll think about it. I'll give you an answer in 2 days. Sure. The corners of Leonard Mitchell's mouth curled up. After leaving the house at 7 Pinster Street, Emlyn acted as though nothing had happened. He hired a rental carriage to head to the steam train station in Northborough before returning to the south side of the bridge. Taking off his hat, he looked back at the carriage that drove past the bustling streets. Emlyn chuckled and walked into the Harvest Church. In the middle of a street tree and an iron-black gas lamp pole, an inconspicuous shadow suddenly floated, revealing the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. He appeared without a sound and did not attract any attention from passers-by. Someone from the Church of Earth Mother? Emlyn frowned slightly as he muttered to himself. He paused for 2 seconds and left the Rose Street where the Harvest Church was located. 7,000 pounds? Why doesn't he rob it? Above the grey fog, Klein nearly blurted out when he heard Emlyn's report. He had said something similar when he was German Sparrow, but his mood was completely different in both situations. According to the bounty offered by the Golden Dream's third mate, Flowery Bow-Tie Jodson, Klein estimated that the price of a mystical item was around 5,000 pounds. Even if there was a premium, it would at most reach 6,000 pounds. To his surprise, Leonard Mitchell had directly offered 7,000 pounds. Could it be an item left behind by a high-sequence beyonder, and stealing the beyonder powers of others is just one of its effects? No, if that's the case, the price should start at 10,000 pounds. My dear poet, why didn't I know that you were a profiteer in the past? You clearly acted very carefree and didn't care about money. Klein couldn't help but sigh. Since he already had a clue and could see the light at the end of the tunnel, and it could be resolved with money, Klein didn't wish to seek other channels to prevent any accidents from happening. He quickly calculated his net worth and found that this was a price he could afford. Including the 300 pounds paid by the apothecary in advance, the 5,400 pounds from Wormton's bounty, and the money obtained from the corpses, as well as the 200 pounds paid to Miss Magicians, I now have a total of 12,767 pounds in cash and 5 gold coins. This doesn't include the change of 3 soldi and 8 pence. In addition, Miss Justice will pay the debt of 2,000 pounds and 1,800 pounds for the psychiatrist characteristic before the end of the week. I'm much richer than I imagined. Even in Bakeland, I can be considered a tycoon. Klein took a deep breath and without any hesitation, he made the cash fly over from the top of the junk pile and land on the table. He seriously counted out 7,500 pounds in cash and placed it to the side, 7,000 pounds for the mystical item and 500 pounds for Emlyn's risk. Sigh, I've worked so hard to earn more than 10,000 pounds, and I've lost more than half of it in an instant. Klein conjured World and got him to make a praying gesture to inform Emlyn that there were no problems. In 15 minutes, he would hold a ritual to receive Mr. Fool's bestowment. In addition, Klein also got World to remind Emlyn not to rush to complete the transaction after receiving the cash. He had to wait until tomorrow. He was afraid that the Zoroast family's angel in Leonard Mitchell's body would sense the grey fog's aura on the cash. He wanted to dissipate the aura, just like when he gave Emlyn the badge. 15 minutes later, Klein glanced at the remaining gold pounds that had been reduced by more than half. He sighed and returned to the real world. At that moment, it was already 10:40 on Friday. There were still about 8 hours before the liner arrived at Orvie Island. It's time to scare the die of probability again. Klein muttered as he held a ritual and brought out the iron cigar case that contained the all-black eye. He guessed that Darkwell had some suspicions about this, so he had deliberately taken the die to the washroom to deal with it. Seeing the die of probability calm down again, Klein quickly dealt with the all-black eye and the iron cigar case. He heaved a long sigh of relief and did a mental count of the time. I should be able to last until I hand it to Darkwill's contact. There's no need to do anything else. With this in mind, Klein worriedly considered another problem. The all-black eye has appeared in front of the true creator before, and there's even his mental corruption. If I take it out every few hours, he might lock onto him and send powerhouses to search for it. However, it's only for a minute or two each time, so it shouldn't be a problem. Even if they sense it, their sense of location won't be too accurate. This involves the true creator, so there's no way to use divination to confirm it. All I can do is be on high alert. Thankfully, this is the last time it happens. Furthermore, it's only 7 to 8 hours before we reach our destination. Why would I raise a flag for myself? Pooey, pooey. Pooey. I wasn't thinking of anything just now. Klein picked up the die of probability and returned to the living room. He saw the chubby apothecary slumped in a reclining chair, looking dispirited. As for the owl, Harry, it was brimming with energy, as though it didn't need rest. Is this the different specialties that different creatures obtain after consuming the same potion? At the very least, Miss Justice didn't mention that she doesn't need to sleep. A unique trait brought about by an owl's physiological structure? I don't understand it well enough. Indeed, it's a keyboard warrior who knows a little of everything. Klein sat on the sofa and placed the milky white die into the ring box. He patiently waited for the arrival of the evening and the ship to enter the harbor. Time ticked by as the bright sun in the sky gradually moved west and lower. At this moment, Klein, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly straightened his body. He sensed that intense danger was about to descend upon him. This exceeded the spiritual intuition of a seer and a premonition of danger of a clown. It seemed to stem from the formless gray fog that had strangely appeared around him. There's an enemy. Tail Devourer or Barrows or a saint from the Aurora Order? Klein opened his eyes as he thought of a countermeasure with an abnormally serious expression. At such a moment, he would have to consider reviving if he made the slightest mistake. As for the chubby apothecary Darkwill and the owl, Harry, it was impossible for them to escape. In the beginning, he pinned his hopes on the visitor only having a vague sense of the area and not being able to find him or the die of probability. But considering that they were on a cruise ship and that there was no human presence nearby, it didn't seem difficult to lock onto a target. When the time came, it would be even more troublesome. All he could do was decisively give up. Above the liner, the void was suddenly torn apart, and an invisible door covered with all kinds of complicated symbols appeared. Two slightly pale hands reached out from the crack in the door and suddenly pulled it back, allowing the entire body to walk out. He wore a black bonnet and a classic dark-colored robe that elders loved, but he didn't look to be in his 40s. His brown hair was slightly curled, giving him an abnormally hard feeling. His dark eyes seemed to have countless shadows lingering in them, but they also seemed to hide a chaotic world. Klein's sense of danger intensified. Just the change in his expression frightened Darkwill and the owl, Harry, so much that they didn't dare to move. Without any hesitation, he leaned forward and picked up the die of probability based on the contingency plans he had made for similar situations over the past few days. I want 1 point for judging the behavior of those who have just arrived. Klein muttered in a deep voice as he threw out the milky white die. He subconsciously prayed to the goddess, hoping that the die, which had just been terrorized not too long ago, would be obedient and be of use. At the same time, he appeared extremely calm to prevent the die from sensing his tension and taking the opportunity to mess things up. Amidst the sounds of collisions, the die of probability tumbled a few times before stopping at a blood-red 1 point. Above the liner, the black-robed man who wasn't even 40 had the entire ship reflected in his eyes. He emanated his spirituality and scanned the area. He reached out to grab the void in front of him and suddenly pulled open a nearly invisible door. The powerhouse stepped in and vanished from his spot. In the first-class cabin, Klein immediately felt that the danger was gone as he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He stared at the die of probability on the coffee table and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If this die didn't have such a huge negative effect and could be fully utilized, it would be a divine artifact, as expected of a grade 0 sealed artifact. As expected of a uniqueness of the monster pathway. What happened just now? Only then did Darkwill find his courage and carefully ask. Klein maintained his posture and calmly replied, "You don't need to know. I understand. I understand. The more you know, the more dangerous it is." Darkwill wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. In the next few hours, nothing unexpected happened. When the sun fell into the horizon and the sky was completely dark, Klein finally saw a towering lighthouse not far away. P.S. Asking for monthly recommendation tickets on Monday. Orvie was located northeast of the Rørsted archipelago. The straight-line distance wasn't far, but the safe sea route had many twists and turns, increasing the distance by a few hundred nautical miles. It was originally a primitive island with many beyonder creatures. It wasn't inhabited by humans, and after the hunting era ended, the Ruan kingdom used it as a place of exile for certain criminals. It allowed Orvie Island to gradually have villages and towns. When the islands further east were discovered and colonized, the convenience of the sea route and the rich natural resources attracted many new immigrants, allowing it to become a relatively bustling port city. The lighthouse's light was very obvious and warm in the dark environment. It guided the liner into the harbor and docked at the dock. "I'm finally here. Thank you for the blessings of the Crimson Moon and fate." Darkwill jumped down the last gangway and stepped onto the solid concrete ground. "To be serious, apart from fate, you should mainly thank the fool and see God for their blessings." Klein held the leather suitcase in one hand as he tapped the cane in his hand. Darkwill put away the ring box that contained the die of probability and didn't waste any time asking where Carnot lived. He hired a rental carriage and headed straight for St. Draco Cathedral, entering the magnificent bell tower that boldly used red, blue, and yellow colors. Inside the bell tower, Carnot had a tiny room that belonged to him. Knock. 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 Darkwill knocked on the door thrice, eager to hand over the item in his hand. With a creak, the brown wooden door opened, and a tall but slightly hunched man walked out of the room. He looked to be in his 40s, and there was nothing wrong with his facial features alone. But when put together, it was filled with incongruity. Klein only needed a glance to discover that his eyes were of different heights and heights. His nostrils were of different sizes, and the muscles on his left side were slightly loose, causing the corners of his mouth to droop. As for his right side, it was the opposite. Carnot's legs were clearly of different lengths. One of his arms was thick while the other was thin. His entire body was asymmetrical and extremely ugly. "You are?" The black-robed Carnot glanced at the duo. "Are you Carnot the bellringer?" Darkwill asked cautiously. The corners of Carnot's mouth were high while the corners of his mouth were low. "There shouldn't be a second person as ugly as me." "Indeed." Darkwill nodded very honestly before chuckling. "I can tell that you have a good attitude. In fact, looks aren't important to men. What's important is their ability in that area. Tisk, you've never seen ladies who are really obsessed with looks." Klein, who had experienced the era of popular celebrities, snorted. Kanua's expression darkened. "I don't want to discuss this. You have problems in that area too?" "It's fine. I have all sorts of medicine. There's definitely one that can treat your problem." Before Darkwill could finish his sentence, Klein, who was afraid that he would be beaten to death, took a step forward and blocked half his body. Klein said in a low voice, "He's Roy King's student." "I've already guessed it." Roy King described his characteristics. Kano stepped aside and invited the two of them in. His room was very small, with only a bed and a cupboard that could be used as a table. The bathroom was at the bottom of the bell tower. Darkwill took out a ring box and handed it to Carnot as he forced a smile. He smiled and said to Darkwill, "My teacher wants me to pass this to you." Carnot opened it and took a look. Seeing that the die had 4 points facing up, he heaved a sigh of relief and said to Darkwill, "You aren't as unreliable as your teacher described." "You are not as unreliable as your teacher said. I can see that you have not tried to use it. This will awaken it and let it know that it is no longer sealed." The chubby apothecary's face blushed as he said honestly, "It's just rather quiet now. In another 1 to 2 hours, it will automatically spin again. It's best you think of a way to seal it again." Carnot's face twitched. "Again? Th this. I accidentally dropped it to the ground, and then it came alive bit by bit." Darkwill instinctively wanted to glance at the owl. "Harry, but he realized that it hadn't followed him in. It was standing guard outside the bell tower. Carnot's eyes clearly widened as his hunched body nearly straightened. How did you arrive here? From his point of view, Roy King's student should have long been killed by the die. Darkwill hurriedly pointed at the German sparrow and said, "It's all thanks to this gentleman. It's all thanks to this gentleman. He's a powerful adventurer, and he provided the most effective protection and temporary method to seal the die." What method? Carnot blurted out a question. Klein smiled. A trade secret. Carnot's expression changed a few times as he pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. "I thank you for your help on behalf of our organization." Darkwill took the opportunity to say, "His employment price is £1,000 and a request. His request is for us to help him find a mystical item with powerful offensive properties that doesn't have serious negative effects. He will purchase it at a reasonable price." I only have slightly more than £300, so that's all I paid in advance. The rest will be up to you." Carnot listened in silence as the corners of his mouth twitched. "I only have slightly more than £100. Suddenly, no one in the bellringer's room spoke a word. The wind outside blew in through the cracks, brushing past the trio's faces. Finally, Carnot spoke again. "Perhaps Counselor Ricardo has it. I'll bring you to meet him. From the looks of it, he trusts us a lot. After all, a fate counselor can't be compared to the die of probability. If we really have a problem, we wouldn't have brought the die here to prevent any accidents from happening and the uniqueness from being snatched back." Klein watched as Carnot picked up the lantern from the corner of the room. At this moment, he secretly activated his spirit vision and did a simple examination of Carnot. Upon doing so, Klein nearly pricked up his brows. This was because Carnot's aura's color was rather unique. There was nothing wrong with the color of his emotions. It was very normal, but the ether body that represented his body didn't appear natural. The green of his heart, the purple of his head, and the yellow of his digestive system seemed to be pieced together in a disharmonious manner. Similarly, Carnot's psyche gave off a similar feeling. An internal stitched freak? Klein made a rough judgment based on what he had seen and heard. After Carnot finished setting up the lantern, he turned to look at the adventurer, German Sparrow. He said without any expression, "I'm very sensitive to spirit vision. I believe you have also discovered some problems. I'm not a naturally born person. I'm a product of the Church of Earth Mother's human body refinement. It's a relatively failed product, so I don't have the ability in that aspect." His final words were directed at Darkwill. Carnot didn't say another word. With the lantern in hand, he donned a black robe and hunched his tall body. With the help of the dim yellow light, he walked down the dark and silent bell tower. A product of the Church of Earth Mother's human body refinement? But St. Draco Cathedral belongs to the Church of the Storm. Due to its relative failure and lack of importance, Carnot betrayed the Church of Earth Mother and became a member of the Life School of Thought. This is understandable. The Church of Earth Mother and the Life School of Thought both wield the apothecary pathway, so they definitely have some interactions. But why would the Life School of Thought send this fellow who doesn't look simple to the Church of the Storm to be a bell ringer? Is it a normal disguise, or is there some connection between the two? Klein calmly followed behind Carnot as he walked out of the bell tower and circled to a nearby stone bridge. Just as he approached the leftmost bridge, Klein suddenly sensed something as he looked up diagonally. The owl, Harry, flew over and landed on a branch. Gotcha! The branch suddenly snapped as Harry plummeted straight down. It took him great effort to fly up again without crashing to the ground. Darkwill was just about to say a word when Carnot explained in a deep voice, "Counselor Ricardo is injured. His strength is somewhat out of control. As long as one enters a certain range of him, they will be tainted with bad luck." Kanua stopped moving and threw the ring box containing the dice into the hole under the bridge. "Mr. Counselor, Roy King's student has sent the die over." "Very good." A hoarse voice sounded from deep within the dark bridge. A palm with some silver-white scales reached out from the pitch-black darkness and pressed down on the ring box that had fallen to the ground. Following that, he opened the ring box and took out the milky white die. His other hand, which also had silver-white scales, reached out as he held a paper-like item made of leather. The item resembled a water pipe, but it was connected from end to end. Under the crimson moonlight, it appeared grayish-white in color. There were many complicated symbols and labels on its surface, as well as many ancient Hermes words that pointed to Snake of Mercury, Will Septon. Fate Counselor Ricardo pulled open the item and stuffed the die of probability inside. Then, he connected it from end to end, using a small repetition of fate to seal the die of probability, causing it to constantly be in a dormant or silent state. Indeed, Snake of Mercury, Will Septon, foresaw such a thing and made certain preparations. Klein retracted his gaze in relief as he heard Ricardo say in a hoarse voice, I'm already aware of your agreement, Mr. German Sparrow. I'll help you search for the mystical item once I recover. Then £700. I'll immediately give you additional luck. You can go to the few casinos in Orvie to play, and you'll be able to receive the corresponding remuneration. Remember, don't win more than £200 in each casino, and the total won't exceed £700. In other words, you don't have money either. Seeing how you were hiding after being injured, it's normal that you didn't bring any money. Klein nodded indiscernibly. All right. After waiting for more than 10 seconds without feeling anything, Fate Counselor Ricardo heaved a sigh of relief. You've become lucky enough. Really? Klein chose to believe him and didn't disturb Darkwill from reporting his teacher's imprisonment to his elders. According to Carnot's introduction, he found a nearby casino and sat at a blackjack table. 10 minutes later, he walked out of the casino with a confused and sluggish expression. Not only did he not win any money, but he also lost £30. What happened to luck? Why should I believe him? That old man is very evil. Klein did not hesitate to return to the stone bridge and approach the bridge. So fast? You sure have good luck, Ricardo said with a chuckle while coughing in the dark bridge. At this moment, Darkwill and the owl, Harry, had already found a nearby hotel to stay in. Klein replied in a deadpan manner, I lost. I lost. Ricardo ruminated over the word, unable to form a sentence for a long time. In the dark and silent environment, an ordinary owl flew over uneasily. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. At the end of the month, the gas lamps on both ends of the stone bridge silently illuminated the road, but they were unable to disperse the darkness beneath. Only the dark crimson light that fell from the sky could barely light up the brown soil. Fate Counselor Ricardo, who was hiding under the bridge, didn't make a sound for a long time. It made Klein wonder if he had already passed away due to his severe injuries. He guessed that the failure of the augmented luck was likely due to such factors. Just as Klein was about to probe and confirm the situation, Ricardo coughed twice and said in a deep voice, as expected of a powerful adventurer who can temporarily seal the die. As expected of a powerful adventurer who can temporarily seal the die, the present situation has exceeded my expectations. Ahem, I'm very curious. What exactly happened that caused my augmented luck to be completely ineffective? Unfortunately, I'm unable to come out and face you directly. Otherwise, I should be able to see things that Beyonders of other pathways find difficult to see, even if they have relatively high spirit vision. This is something unique that only the Fate pathway has. So, the problem lies with me? That's not the point. The point is that you have to give me that £700. No, £730. As Klein lampooned inwardly, he couldn't help but recall the orphan, Ade Missile, who was nicknamed Monster in Tingen City. That young man, who was equivalent to half a sequence 9, fell to the ground with a tragic cry after seeing Klein. His eyes bled, and he was so afraid that it was as though he had encountered a devil. This is because he has the uniqueness of the Wheel of Destiny pathway, allowing him to see through my problem and something related to the grey fog? Unfortunately, this Fate Counselor's injuries are rather serious. He has a domain of misfortune, so there's no way for him to help me examine him. I'll ask Snake of Mercury Will Septon when I return. He might know something. However, this pathway also has the bearing of a charlatan. He might not answer me directly. There's a high chance that he'll give me a few vague and ambiguous words. Klein maintained his expressionless state. Then what do you plan on doing? Ricardo sighed and said, get Darkwill over. I'll augment him with luck and get him to win money at the casino on your behalf. According to the name of the hotel given by Ricardo, Klein quickly found the chubby apothecary Darkwill. Then, carrying his suitcase and cane, he watched in a daze as he constantly won money at the major casinos. In the wee hours of the morning, he had earned £750. After receiving the final payment of 730 yen, Klein clearly realized a problem. The reason why his luck had failed was because of him. Why? Klein put away his bulging wallet and frowned as he muttered to himself. He quickly thought of the thin grayish-white mist around him and vaguely understood the reason. After advancing to faceless, the gray fog has a certain level of intertwining with reality. Not only can it help me block out the ravings that aren't that strong, but it can also destroy the influence of fate that others exert on me within a certain range. Therefore, the luck bestowed by the counselor was ineffective. According to this logic, a certain degree of misfortune shouldn't be able to affect me. What's this? Even if it prevents me from becoming an unlucky person, it also destroys my hopes of becoming a lucky person and a winner. Klein shook his head inwardly as he returned to the stone bridge with Darkwill and the owl. He informed Fate Counselor Ricardo of the method to summon his messenger and got him to immediately inform him of the news of an offensive mystical item. After doing all this, Klein found a hotel in Orvie Island's port city and checked into an ordinary room. Morning in Bakeland. Emlyn White walked under the gloomy sky he liked, passing through the thick fog that wasn't as thick as last November or December. Once again, he arrived outside 7 Pinster Street in Northborough. After pulling the doorbell, he straightened his back and raised his chin as he patiently waited. Leonard opened the door and looked at the handsome but rather irritating face. He made way and allowed him to enter. He was still wearing a white shirt and black trousers, but he had an additional dark-colored vest that wasn't buttoned up. "Have you thought it through?" Leonard asked with a smile. "No problem." As he wasn't spending his own money, Emlyn had no intention of haggling over the price. He even believed that with the attitude the other party had previously shown, haggling over the price would only cause the price to rise. Leonard nodded gently and chuckled. "You're very rich. I can tell that you're trying to get information out of me." Emlyn snorted inwardly. "That's not something you need to be concerned about." With that said, he raised the tiny suitcase in his hand and opened it to show the £7,000 in cash inside. Leonard took out the stacks of cash and checked them carefully for a moment. Then, he took off the red glove he wore on his left hand and handed it to Emlyn. "This is the mystical item you need. It can use different colors to disguise itself. It's called Tinder. It can increase the user's charm, making his words extremely persuasive. It can steal one of the target's beyonder powers within a 50-meter range. The more one understands the target, the easier it is to steal the one they want. The more ignorant they are, the closer it is to random and depends on luck. When the target's sequence is higher than 6, there's a chance of failure. The higher it is, the higher the chance of failure. After the theft is successful, the original target will lose that beyonder power. It will take at least 12 hours to recover. As for Tinder's owner, they can use it skillfully for about 10 minutes. And the reason why it's expensive is because it has very few negative effects." After quietly listening to the other party's introduction, Emlyn was very interested in the mystical item, Tinder. He asked, "What negative effects?" Leonard combed his hair and smiled. "First, when wearing it, there's a small chance of losing an item on you. Second, after using it, one of your beyonder powers will be lost for at least 12 hours. However, there will only be one beyonder power within this period of time. In other words, even if you use it multiple times, only one beyonder power will be lost. Compared to many sealed artifacts I know, its negative effects are indeed very small." Emlyn cleared his throat and nodded slightly. He took the Tinder glove and checked it carefully. Then, he took out the stacks of cash from the suitcase and placed them on the coffee table. Following that, he placed the glove into the suitcase and didn't carry it with him. Carrying the suitcase, Emlyn returned to the Harvest Church just like before. He entered the priest's break room and set up the sacrificial ritual. The illusory and mysterious door opened as the red glove passed through the dark and deep void, about to enter the world above the gray fog. At this moment, the surface of the glove that came into contact with the gray fog suddenly produced a distorted and terrifying tiny human face. It constantly evaporated as it tried its best to maintain itself. Upon seeing this scene, Klein wasn't too surprised. After all, the grandpa in Leonard's body was an angel of the Marauder pathway. Whatever Amon's avatar could do, it wasn't impossible for him. With regards to this, he was already fully prepared. He believed that even if the other party really reached Amon's level, he could eliminate the corresponding aura and prevent him from detecting the grey fog's existence, allowing him to attack Emlyn. Picking up the sea god's scepter that had long been placed in front of him, Klein made the blue gems light up at the same time in a condescending manner. Suddenly, the world above the grey fog lit up with a silvery white light. Bolts of lightning struck the tiny illusory face like a torrential rain, bringing with them a tiny bit of the grey fog's powers. The face completely dissipated before it could even let out a tragic cry, leaving behind a dead, translucent worm with 12 transparent rings. Worm of time. But weaker than Amon. Klein muttered as he beckoned for the red glove and the familiar worm to fly over. After careful identification, he confirmed that the worm was basically the same as the one left behind by Amon's avatar. My dear poet's grandpa is in the same sequence as Amon. Sequence 1? No, that might not be the case. This might just be a characteristic of a particular sequence before it, if it's really a sequence 1, considering that Amon is the son of the Creator, a king of angels, perhaps he has fused with the uniqueness or another sequence 1 characteristic. Klein made a guess, but he had no way of confirming it. As for what the dead worm of time could be used for, or when its spirituality would completely dissipate, he could only throw it into the junk pile due to his lack of knowledge. Bakeland, 7, Pinster Street. Leonard Mitchell sat on the sofa with his eyes closed. His feet were placed on the coffee table, as though he was using a short nap to make up for the night's lucidity. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly opened his eyes and suppressed his voice. What happened? Have you confirmed the true buyer of the tinder? A slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. The aura I left behind has been removed, completely removed. Did you discover anything? Leonard retracted his legs and asked in a deep voice. The old voice sighed and said, That's right. No. Everything was over before I could react. If I was in my best condition, I might have been able to grasp the corresponding clues. Unfortunately, I've been weak for many years. Leonard fell silent for about 10 seconds before shaking his head. Then let's pretend that this matter didn't happen for now. Above the grey fog, Klein listened to Emlyn's prayer and memorized the information about the mystical item as he examined the glove named Tinder. Heh, this way, I'll also have a glove on my right hand, he chuckled and muttered to himself. After careful consideration, Klein gave up on the attempt to immediately steal the true creator's mental corruption from the all-black eye. He did this to ensure success, hoping to leave the opportunity for when he could concoct the Nimblewright Master Potion. According to the records of the City of Silver, even without the grey fog's shielding, such an operation wouldn't be a problem. And with the grey fog, there wouldn't be any accidents, even if it was the mental corruption left behind by the true creator. I can also use Tinder during normal times. Yes, when I need to use it, I have to place money, pocket watch, and other mystical items above the grey fog. I have to make sure that nothing is lost. Actually, even if I don't do this, it wouldn't be a problem. As a seer, would I be afraid of not being able to find something I drop? Heh, in normal combat, I'll have creeping hunger in my left hand and Tinder in my right hand. Just the thought of it makes me think it's quite impressive. Klein reined in his thoughts and discovered that the Sequence 5 Nimblewright Master Potion was basically ready, apart from 2 rather common supplementary ingredients. He nodded indiscernibly as he silently muttered to himself. I just need to wait for the Faceless Potion to be completely digested, then, I'll take Admiral of Stars or Mr. the Hanging Man's ship to the easternmost side of the Sonia Sea in search of mermaids. P.S. Requesting monthly votes for the last 3 days of January. The Kingdom of Rouen, the capital of Eastchester County, Stone City. After leaving the manor and entering the villa, Audrey finished socializing with the nobles there and sent a servant to withdraw a sum of cash from the Varvat Bank. At this point, she didn't need to worry about anything. She could easily repay the £2,000 she owed Mr. Fool's Blessed and pay Mr. World the £1,800 that stemmed from the psychiatrist characteristic. 15 minutes later, Audrey opened the bedroom door and glanced at her personal maid, Annie, who was supervising the servants. She then looked down at the golden retriever that was squatting by the wall. With a smile, she suppressed her voice and said with sparkling eyes, "Susie, you'll have a gift later. Susie, you will have a gift later. Are you looking forward to it?" If it were the Audrey of the past, she would have definitely said, "Susie, your gift is here." This way, the golden retriever would have discovered that she could also obtain the real item in the room. And this would easily make Susie, who had been studying the basics of mysticism, guess that it was in the direction of ritualistic magic. With a different explanation, the matter would become that Audrey had received a mysterious letter/message in her bedroom, confirming that the gift was about to be delivered. There were too many possibilities. Susie read Audrey's joy and sincerity from the bottom of her heart. She subconsciously opened her mouth and vibrated the air to produce a sound to ask what the gift was. However, she acutely noticed that Audrey's personal maid, Annie, had come over. She cautiously gave up on her original thoughts. She returned to the state of an ordinary dog and slowly wagged her tail to express her joy and anticipation. After deliberately finding an excuse to take a stroll outside, Audrey entered the chemistry laboratory that was specially assigned to her. She placed the psychiatrist characteristic and supplementary ingredients on the long table. "Susie, do you still remember the process of concocting the potion?" She cleared her throat, straightened her back, and played the role of a teacher with great interest. "Woof, I remember." Susie already knew what her gift was. She was instantly overjoyed as she barked. Audrey said, "Try concocting it yourself. Try concocting it yourself." Susie looked down at her paws and suddenly fell silent. Audrey was stunned at first, and then she also fell silent for a short while. After a few seconds, before the golden retriever could open its mouth, she pursed her lips and smiled in a normal manner. "All right, Susie, you don't have to say anything. I know what you want to say. You want to express that you're just a dog and can't make potions, right? So awkward, so awkward." At the same time, the elegant and dignified Audrey covered her face inwardly. "Woof." Susie nodded vigorously. Audrey took the opportunity to turn around and quickly concoct the psychiatrist potion. She had previously asked Susie, and she knew that she had completely digested the potion on Wednesday. It hasn't even been 2 months. Yes, a large part of the reason is that Susie doesn't receive much attention. She can run around the manor and villa as she pleases, eavesdrop on private discussions, and read the maid's true thoughts. This is quite good. She shares it with me. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have known that many people have such a dark side to their thoughts. Yet, they are usually very normal and kind. Audrey poured the potion into a bowl and placed it on the ground. She watched as Susie walked over and began licking it. She couldn't help but feel a little anticipation. Susie might also be affected by the potion and experience emotional instability. But it's fine. Miss Psychiatrist Audrey is already prepared. She can use placate at any time. Yes, I prefer the name psychoanalysis. It sounds more professional. Audrey's beautiful emerald-like eyes stared seriously at Susie. She discovered that her pupils were gradually fading and turning vertical. Dark golden scales seemed to grow under her thick fur, and the spirituality that belonged to Susie was constantly spreading out, as though it was intertwining with the entire villa's space. After calming down her slightly nervous emotions, Audrey focused on observing Susie's condition. As long as she showed any abnormalities, she would immediately use the beyonder power of psychoanalysis. Suddenly, Susie's voice sounded in her ear. "Audrey, I did it." Audrey was momentarily at a loss for words. In the dream, Daisy returned to East Borough, to the old apartment she had lived in for many years. She pushed open the door and saw her mother, Liv, and sister, Freja, diligently washing clothes. Daisy was instantly delighted and was about to join them in ironing. Just then, she heard knocking on the door. She turned her head and saw that the visitor was a young man in a black and white checkered police uniform. The police officer had black hair and green eyes. His face was a little blurry. He held a notebook and pen and asked, "In Capham's case, apart from what you've already said, what else did you not say?" "Those are all unimportant things," Daisy replied rather muddle-headedly. The handsome police officer lowered his head to look at his notebook. "It's okay, I'm willing to listen." Darcy turned around to look at the clothes hanging on the wall, feeling as if she had forgotten to remind him of something. She honestly described the trivial details, and finally said, "After I was kidnapped, my mother and sister hired a private detective. He was Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. He's a good man. Although he didn't look for me directly, he contacted the reporters after the incident and helped me fight for compensation from the Foundation." The black-haired, green-eyed officer looked up again and glanced at Daisy. "Very good, I am very satisfied with your answer. Do you still remember what that private detective looked like?" Daisy nodded and wasn't surprised to see Mr. Sherlock Moriarty appear beside her. This great detective had a thick beard and wore gold-rimmed glasses. He was no different from how she remembered him. After the black-haired, green-eyed officer sized her up, Daisy didn't know when he had left, nor did she know why her mother and sister had suddenly disappeared. She ran through East Borough, searching for a familiar figure. In the end, she woke up in intense depression and sadness. Looking at the dark ceiling of the school dormitory, she fell into a daze for a few seconds. Daisy didn't make a sound. She turned her body and buried most of her face into the pillow. On the edge of the pillow, the wet marks gradually widened. It was Leonard Mitchell who entered Darcy's dream. Although the reason he investigated the two cases was so that he could have some time to do some things, he didn't forget to pretend to be perfunctory. In the end, he really found something wrong. In both the Lenevis and Clapham cases, the private detective named Sherlock Moriarty and his friend, reporter Mike Joseph, appeared. Although they're only lingering on the periphery of the matter, it's still a direction of investigation. That Sherlock Moriarty looks a little familiar. Which wanted criminal could he be? Leonard recalled what he had seen in his dream, wore his red gloves, and entered the bottom of St. Samuel Cathedral. He had just greeted his team leader, Sostel, when he saw a companion approach and hand him two thin pieces of paper. "The red-eyed man from the Harvest Church that you wanted to investigate is all here." "Thank you. Shall we have lunch together?" Leonard asked with a smile. The Nighthawk shrugged. "No, as long as you don't give me nightmares anymore." "Deal." Leonard smiled as he received the information. He stood in his spot and wasn't in a rush to sit down. He casually flipped through it. Emlyn White, a vampire. He's currently part of the Church of Earth Mother. He once went missing for a period of time. His parents hired a private detective to search for him. According to a gentleman named Stuart, this matter was finally resolved by the great detective, Sherlock Moriarty. The smile on Leonard's face gradually sank as he turned rather solemn. "Sherlock Moriarty?" He repeated the name inwardly. Klein wasn't in a rush to find an opportunity to act. He wandered the port city of Orvey Island as a tourist, seeking a brief moment of relaxation in his tense life. This city was mainly populated by new immigrants from Rouen. The food style wasn't much different from the east coast of the kingdom. The difference was that there were rare fruits and all kinds of seafood here. It was quite unique. The city was rich in natural resources, and it was located at a critical point of safe sea routes. People led rather good lives. Even the farmers in the suburbs could save up a certain amount of money through their orchards. This didn't mean that Orvey didn't have poor people or people of the lower class. It was just that this class was mainly made up of former slaves. The Rouen Parliament had long passed a bill to abolish slavery. After swallowing the juicy and sweet fruit pulp, Klein looked at the darkening sky. He turned a corner and entered a bar named Sweet Lemon. It was one of the most famous gathering spots for adventurers in Orvey. Klein planned on gathering the remaining two supplementary ingredients for a marionettist, the rather common dragon-patterned tree bark and Sonia Golden spring water. At that moment, the bar was already rather lively. There were many people around the boxing ring holding cups as they cheered loudly. At the surrounding tables, people who appeared to be adventurers were exchanging all sorts of rumors in hushed tones. Klein was about to squeeze his way to the bar when he suddenly heard his name. "I'm German Sparrow. You should know who I am. I've obtained a treasure map, and I need to hire some helpers. It's not that I'm afraid, but I can't carry that many treasures by myself." A green-eyed man in his 30s said to the two men and two women who were either merchants or adventurers. "You're also called German Sparrow? Treasure map. Why does it sound like a scam? News of me killing Wormtongue has spread from Byam to here?" It should be through telegrams and travelers. So, many people know my name and deeds, but they don't know what I look like. Then, a swindler took this opportunity to pretend to be me. Klein came to a realization and moved closer. The green-eyed man drank a mouthful of strong liquor and slammed the cup heavily on the table. I don't mind if you refuse or agree, but I hate it when people make me wait. Do you want to end up like Wormtongue? A young man opposite him spoke with some fear. I know you are a powerful adventurer, so? The green-eyed man cut him off. At this moment, he felt his collar tighten as he was lifted up and thrown to the door. Klein didn't explain as he threw the fellow out with a deadpan expression. Then, he pulled out his revolver and aimed at the spot where the green-eyed man fell. Without any qualms, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Just as the green-eyed man plopped to the ground, he saw sparks splatter from the ground beneath him. He was so frightened that he instantly swallowed the vicious words he was about to say as he scrambled out of the bar. There was no need for any other words. His weakness directly proved that he wasn't German Sparrow. Klein ignored the dumbfounded victim and politely blew at the muzzle before stuffing the revolver back into his armpit. Following that, he slowly walked to the bar counter amidst the silent atmosphere that had been shocked by the gunshot. P.S. Requesting for more monthly votes for the last 2 days. Klein sat in front of the bar counter and slammed his fists on the table. A glass of Southville beer. Behind him, a few guards were hesitating if they should come over to warn him or pretend that no one had fired their guns. The bartender signaled the guards with his eyes, picked up a glass, and chuckled. He chuckled and said, "Why don't you have a glass of sweet lemon? Our boss once went to Trier to learn how to mix drinks and mastered many of the cocktails left behind by Roselle the Great. He also created Orvy's most popular sweet lemon." Klein wasn't tempted at all as he calmly replied, "I only drink beer. I only drink beer." All right. The bartender wasn't in a hurry to take the glass of Southville beer as he said with a smile, "Sir, are you an adventurer?" Klein nodded and didn't answer. The bartender didn't hesitate as he said with a smile, "Perhaps you should meet our boss. He's always very friendly to new adventurers and is happy to treat them to a drink. Besides, this will help you in other ways." Klein, who had planned on buying the supplementary ingredients for a nimble-right master, didn't reject the offer. He took out a brass penny, flicked it up, and caught it firmly. He placed the penny on the bar counter as a fee to thank the bartender for the reminder. He slowly stood up and followed a guard up the stairs to the second floor, entering a room on the other end of the corridor. The room was covered in thick, brown, and soft carpet. It emanated the faint smell of high-quality coal, mixed with the fragrance of a cigar. A middle-aged man with blonde hair combed back was sitting in a reclining chair. He was smoking a cigar and reading a newspaper. Around him were more than 6 bodyguards. Although Klein wasn't a beyonder in the spectator domain, making it impossible for him to determine the characteristics and strength of the bodyguards from the details, nor was he a mystery prior or monster pathway. He could see certain secrets and discover things that others couldn't. His spiritual intuition made him believe that there were definitely beyonders among the bodyguards, beyonders that could pose a certain threat to him. The middle-aged man put down the newspaper and tugged at the collar of his black shirt. He slowly stood up and extended his right hand. "Welcome to Orvy, my adventurer friend." His blue eyes had a hint of a smile, making him look rather sincere. Klein also extended his right hand and lightly touched the other party's. He didn't say anything and waited for the other party to speak. The middle-aged man pointed to the sofa opposite the reclining chair and chuckled. "I'm the boss here, Bilt Brando. I used to be an adventurer, and my strength was not bad. At least I was able to survive until now and earn quite a lot of money." He's very confident in his strength, which is why he dared to express it so directly. Klein sat down without standing on ceremony. He leaned forward slightly and waited expressionlessly for Bilt to continue. Upon receiving no response from the adventurer, Bilt sat down again and puffed on his cigar. "Frankly speaking, I do have my own reasons for meeting with every new adventurer." He pointed to the nautical chart on the desk in the room and described it in a magnetic voice. "Heading east from the Rorstad archipelago, the sea will become more and more chaotic. The military and the church's strength will decrease, and they can only protect their own ports. These waters are a paradise for pirates, and it's extremely disadvantageous to us adventurers. Therefore, I wish to organize everyone and establish a loose alliance to unite when facing danger. This alliance won't have any strong restrictions. You can choose to watch from the sidelines when other adventurers encounter danger, and no one will punish you. However, if you encounter similar situations in the future, there's no need to hope for help. In addition, I can promise you that adventurers in this alliance will receive a discount that's close to the bottom price when purchasing items from me. When selling your spoils, it will be at least equivalent to the market price. After the introduction, Bilt smiled at the new adventurer and chuckled. How about it? Are you interested in joining this loose alliance? Don't worry, you won't have any additional expenses. Our aim is to help each other when we encounter pirates. Klein nodded. Sounds good. Haha, I think so too. I once wanted to name this alliance Brotherhood of Adventurers, but I later felt that the word brotherhood was too forceful, so I changed it to Adventurers Association. Bilt gave a self-deprecating laugh. Having said that, he lowered his cigar-wielding hand and smacked his lips, shaking his head with a smile. Sorry, I forgot to ask for your name. Klein maintained his posture and replied in a deep voice, That's right. German Sparrow. German Sparrow. Bilt's eyelids twitched as his smile instantly stiffened. The bodyguards around him tensed up as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Bilt quickly returned to normal. He didn't probe if it was the real German Sparrow or an imposter. He chuckled. Is there anything you want to buy? I have a lot of good stuff here. The spring water of Sonia's Golden Spring, Klein said cautiously while appearing calm on the outside. He did not mention the bark of the dragon tree. Anyway, there was a good chance that he could buy it in the herb store. Bilt Brando heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. It's simple. 30 pounds for 100 milliliters. Trust me. Even if you go to Sonia Island, you will at most be a few pounds cheaper than this price. Those Fasak barbarians have sealed off all the springs, making it very difficult for others to obtain them. Deal. Klein had a general understanding of the Golden Springs price and knew that 30 pounds for 100 milliliters was indeed rather cheap. After completing the transaction, Bilt deliberated and was just about to speak when he heard a knock on the door. After obtaining his permission, a guard came in and whispered a few words into his ear. Bilt's expression instantly sank as he appeared abnormally cold and sinister. He emitted an indescribable killing intent. Indeed, he's rather strong. In the past, he was either a famous adventurer or a famous pirate. He should be a mid-sequence beyonder. Klein looked at him and calmly made a judgment. Bilt turned his head and forced himself to say to Klein, Mr. Sparrow, I have some matters to attend to. Mr. Sparrow, I have some matters to attend to. Let's have a drink together in the future. All right. Klein slowly got up, having no intention of interfering in his matters. Of course, this didn't mean that he wasn't curious. However, curiosity wasn't enough to change his style of doing things. After leaving Sweet Lemon Bar, Klein successfully returned to his rented hotel. City of Silver, daytime with frequent lightning. After Derek Berg finished practicing the various Beyonder powers of High Priest Sun, he walked along the edge of the training ground in the direction of the Twin Towers. After many tarot gatherings, he had gradually figured out the pattern. He knew that he would be pulled above the gray fog by Mr. Fool after a certain number of alternating lightning frequencies. And now, it was the final day. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to go to the library to read through the historical information regarding the ancient gods, so that he could offer it to Mr. Fool when the time came. When he passed by the training grounds partition, he subconsciously looked inside. There were exploratory team members resting there. They were the exploratory team members led by the 6-member council's chief elder, Colin Iliad. They had recently ended the exploration based on Jack's description and had returned to the City of Silver. They were currently in the quarantine phase. Derek retracted his gaze with a heavy heart. He went all the way to the steeple, went up to the 3rd floor, and entered the library. Just as he was about to walk towards the bookshelf with mythological information and ancient tomes, he suddenly saw a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. It was a fair and beautiful lady in her 30s. She wore a black robe with many mysterious purple patterns, and her silver-gray hair was slightly curled down. She was the leader of the 6-member council, Elder Lovia Tiffany, who had been imprisoned for a long time. Her pale gray eyes swept past him, and Derek immediately felt as if his soul had been pierced through. He couldn't help but stiffen for a second. "Good day, Elder Lovia." He hurriedly lowered his head and pressed his hand to his chest. Lovia walked over and nodded gently. "I've already been released from quarantine." After she said that calmly, she turned around and left, as if she was announcing something. Derek stood rooted to the ground, his back subconsciously breaking out in a cold sweat. How did she get released? The 6-member council has already determined that there's nothing wrong with her? Derek thought in an abnormally tense manner. Monday afternoon, above the gray fog. Klein rested his elbows on the armrest and crossed his palms as he watched the crimson beams light up and degenerate into blurry figures. Then, he heard Miss Justice's brisk greeting. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. P.S. Perhaps it's because of the wake on the mountain, I caught a cold after returning. It's mainly a sore throat. I endured it for a few days without taking any medicine, but in the end, I still couldn't take it. I could only rely on medicine to help. I'm much better now, but due to the effects of the medicine, I only wrote 1 chapter yesterday, so I don't have any drafts left. This page has fewer words. Also, I'm requesting for monthly votes. There's only 1 day left in a month. It'll be a waste if I don't vote." Amidst Miss Justice's greeting, the hermit Catlia maintained her calm attitude as a bystander. She wasn't overly engrossed, as though she was still an outsider to the gathering. She watched as Miss Justice and Miss Magicians took out Roselle's diary pages and paid off their debts. Then, she carefully glanced at Mr. Fool, not daring to look at him directly. However, she was still unable to see anything through the strange gray fog. Her dark purple eyes could only reflect the clothes that were definitely conjured. With the 3 pages of Roselle's diary pages in hand, Klein didn't read them as eagerly as usual. After all, he had already touched and used a grade 0 sealed artifact. He had seen what a Beyonder Pathway's uniqueness looked like, and he had effectively intimidated such a divine artifact. He believed that no matter what Roselle the Great wrote, it would be difficult for him to be too shocked. Unless he was bestowed a demoness blessing by a powerhouse with unique powers, temporarily turning him into a woman. Klein joked inwardly as he surveyed the long bronze table with interest. Ma'am Hermit's curiosity is different from Miss Justice and company. She seems to place great importance on the matter of Roselle's diary pages." Klein retracted his gaze and memorized what he had just discovered. Then, he casually read the yellowish-brown goatskin in his hand. April 22nd. We prepared to enter and explore the abyss. April 23rd. We followed the pitch-black sea, passed through the liquid-like fog, and arrived at the monster-like mountain. Behind it was an endless black fog that seemed to cover an entire continent. However, if one were to look at the bottom of the mountain, one would find it endless and limitless. Back then, I jokingly told Edwards that if I were to commit suicide by jumping off the cliff here, I might never reach the ground, but I would forever be falling. Upon seeing this, Klein nearly pricked up his brows. He found it unbelievable that Roselle would dare to organize his knights and sailors to explore the borders after seeing the abyss. Isn't he afraid of death? It was rumored that it was a place that could corrode everything and cause all living beings to fall. At this stage, Roselle definitely hasn't reached sequence 4. He's not a demigod, and he's at most sequence 5. He might not even be. If it were me, I would have immediately turned the ship around and reported it to the church. At that instant, Klein once again realized how great the difference between him and Roselle was. In addition, Roselle's description of the boundary of the abyss reminded Klein of the mysterious stone door in Amon's mausoleum. After the doll of the Church of Steam and Machinery Archbishop Hormick touched it, a similar scene appeared. I wonder what Roselle will find there. At least he didn't die because of this exploration and lived a very exciting life. Klein looked down and read the rest of the diary page. On the 24th of April, we went down the mountain and tried to go deeper. That black fog is cold. And slippery, as though it can seep through flesh and soul. Haha, fortunately, certain items on the Black King's throne can effectively resist this sort of corrosion. Otherwise, I suspect that my horsemen and I would have become members of the Phelan dance troupe. Note 1, it's very quiet here. We didn't discover anything. On the 25th of April, we saw devils, but all that was left of them were rotting corpses. Behind the jagged black rocks, Beneath the mud that can't be called a path, there are different devil corpses in various places that are either normal or unimaginable. They seem to have suffered the same death at the same moment. On the 26th of April, it's either corpses or silence. There's no end in front of us. The items on the Black King's throne are beginning to show signs of corrosion. I've rarely felt fear in recent years, but here, the fear of the unknown is like an invisible hand that tightly grips my heart. I have to leave. I have to return. I can't stay any longer. What happened after that? Did Roselle the Great successfully escape the boundary of the abyss, or did he encounter something else? What does the anomaly there symbolize? An intense war? Klein subconsciously flipped to the second page with anticipation, but he regretfully discovered that there was no connection between the events before and after. 8th of May. My adorable Bernadette is about to turn 2. The older she grows, the more likable she becomes. As expected of a young lady who inherited my and her mother's excellent genes. Hearing her clear voice calling me daddy and seeing her lively figure, I suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. Ever since I transmigrated to this world, I've done many things. Some of them can even be said to be shameful, but I don't feel ashamed, nor do I regret it. On the one hand, it's because I'm someone who finds it difficult to restrain my desires and is easily influenced by my surroundings. Heh, I have to thank fate that I've never encountered a desire apostle of the devil pathway. Otherwise, according to the records, I'd definitely be severely restrained by a beyonder of this sequence. I might even be instantly killed. On the other hand, I still have a sense of alienation towards this world. My parents in this life are very good to me, and I've tried my best to make them proud. However, I know that my feelings for them are very weak. Similarly, this is how I feel towards Matilda. It's more possessive than emotional. I have to admit that my mentality is like playing a virtual reality role-playing game. My parents, wife, brothers, and friends are just NPCs. I can invest some feelings into them, but I won't really take them to heart. Therefore, I can participate in all kinds of degenerate gatherings without any guilt. I can coldly deal with people I once knew, just like how I slaughtered an entire village for a chicken back in ancient times. But after Bernadette was born, I realized that I have a sense of belonging to this world. I'm no longer so alienated. This is my child, a living child. Perhaps this is what it means to be mature? There's no way to experience such a feeling without a child. No, I don't even have a girlfriend. However, I have to be wary of the mentality mentioned in the Emperor's diary. It didn't exist in the past, but it doesn't mean that it won't appear in the future. The higher the sequence, the more godlike one is than human. Klein sighed silently and flipped to the third diary page. January 6th. A new year, a new beginning. After advancing to artisan, I finally have the ability to do that. That is to create the mysterious silver plate in my memories. There's a high chance that it caused my transmigration. Actually, after becoming a savant, I've completely recalled what it looks like. I've recalled the strange symbols and patterns on its surface, but back then, I could clearly sense that I was unable to replicate a similar item. January 9th. After a few failures, I finally succeeded. With this silver plate covered in strange symbols and patterns, I tried my best to inject my spirituality into it in an attempt to stimulate it. An endless grayish-white fog seemed to appear in front of me, but nothing happened after that. Is it because of the material, or is it because I lack the necessary steps? 10th January. According to the memories I had before my transmigration, I restored the state I was in back then. I believed that I was no longer lacking anything, but the mysterious silver plate still only allowed me to see the strange gray fog. It was unable to help me complete anything. Since this doesn't work, how did I succeed in transmigrating back then? I temporarily gave up on trying and destroyed the silver plate I created. Perhaps when I become a high-sequence beyonder and a demigod, I'll have a way to decipher the meaning of the patterns and symbols, and figure out the mystery of transmigration. Yes, I'll definitely become a demigod. I'm the protagonist of this era. Grayish-white fog? After the Emperor replicated the mysterious silver plate on Earth, he saw an endless grayish-white fog. Klein's pupils constricted as he read the diary. Under his feet, there was a boundless gray fog that seemed to have never changed since the beginning of time. Could it be that my transmigration with the Emperor has something to do with this mysterious space? But why is it that the Emperor can't enter, but I can? According to the diary entries from the final stages of the Emperor's life, he definitely didn't manage to unravel the secret of the silver plate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of this place when he was at his most desperate and crazy. He wouldn't have not used this place as something to rely on. Klein looked up as his gaze landed outside the ancient palace. He remembered that deep in this mysterious space, there was a staircase of light that seemed to lead to heaven. It vaguely corresponded to his sequence. The staircase seemed to have been built by a giant, and its destination was a layer of grayish-white fog that seemed to be holding something up in midair. The secret of my and Roselle the Great's transmigration is hidden there? Klein made the diary in his palm vanish, leaned back in his chair, and said in a normal tone, "You may begin." "You may begin." Sun had originally planned on purchasing the Sequence 6 potion formula after High Priest Sun, but Elder Lovia's release made him temporarily give up on this plan. He couldn't wait to reveal the entire matter, hoping to receive the necessary guidance. Considering that this was the trading segment, he forcefully suppressed the impulse in his heart and continued to wait in silence. Something's on Little Sun's mind. Something happened to the City of Silver? Audrey retracted her gaze in thought and similarly didn't ask for anything. At that moment, the hanging man, Alger, looked around and took the initiative to say, "I need the Ocean Songster potion formula." Indeed, he's already a Sequence 6, a windblast. Isn't he a member of the Church of the Storm? Why is he seeking the potion formula of the Ocean Songster? It's much easier to get it from the inside. Does he have a secret that he wants to hide from the Church of the Storm, or was he just pretending to be a member of the Church of the Storm? Katlia instantly had many guesses as she nodded slightly. "I can help you keep an eye out." Upon receiving the hermit's response, Alger took the opportunity to ask, "What do you need, madam?" "I can gather clues in advance so that I can use them to exchange for potion formulas in the future." Note 1, a meme in the game Dark Souls 3. It refers to the felon knights who monitor the abyss but are corrupted by the abyss. P.S. A little more than the last day. Seeking monthly votes. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens, what do I need? Katlia chuckled. Inwardly as she sensed that the hanged man was probing her with a question that was hidden in a normal question. Where there's a need, there's a clue, ignoring the fact that I've already obtained the Sequence 4 Mysticologist potion formula of the Mystery Prior pathway and am accumulating contribution points for one of the main ingredients. Even if I don't have anything, I won't lack the corresponding channels. Furthermore, there's more than one. Katlia's thoughts raced as she recalled the Sea God scepter in Mr. Fool's hand. She smiled and said, "I need a mystical item at the demigod level, one that can withstand the negative effects." At that instant, the hanging man Alger nearly blurted out, telling her not to joke around. Even the Church of the Storm might not be able to obtain a similar item for several years, much less a Beyonder who was obviously only a mid-sequence Beyonder. If there's really a demigod item with relatively bearable negative effects, why don't I keep it for myself? Alger understood that the hermit was using a mocking method to respond to his probing, but he wasn't as enraged as most of his colleagues. He slowly took a breath and said, "I'll keep an eye on it. But ma'am, you should know very well that just an effective clue to such an item might be worth the Ocean Songster potion formula. He's very deep and doesn't get angry easily. This is different from the typical style of the Church of the Storm." Could it be that my first observation was wrong? Was he really pretending to be a priest of the storm? No, I can't think of it that way. Perhaps it's because Mr. Fool's gaze prevented him from getting angry, or perhaps it's because he's an unconventional member of the Church of the Storm. It wouldn't be a lot, but it's definitely not rare either. Katlia wasn't greedy, and she didn't probe him a second time. "I know." With the end of their conversation, no one raised any requests during the transaction segment. A portion of the members had already obtained what they wanted, so there was no need for them to purchase it. This was mainly caused by Justice Audrey and Magician's Furs, who were waiting for the subsequent formulas. The other portion was temporarily unable to make any purchases in advance due to their financial and personal circumstances. This included Emlyn, who had a thirst for the Sanguine Viscount's inheritance, and Miss Magicians, who wanted a mystical item. Indeed, as everyone gradually extricates themselves from the ranks of low-sequence Beyonders, their advancement is no longer as fast. the frequency of transactions is rapidly decreasing. In the past, there would be 1 or 2 deals a week, but now, it might be 2 or 3 weeks. In the future, it might be 3 or 4 months. The fool Klein didn't know if this situation was good or bad. He nodded gently, indicating for everyone to communicate freely. Audrey immediately looked at son Derek and waited for him to explain what had happened to the City of Silver. Derek didn't let her down. Before anyone could say anything, he sincerely said, "Don't worry. Elder Lovia has been released. I met her in the library." Shepherd Lovia has been released? The entire team she leads has been corrupted by the true Creator's flesh and blood. How can she be fine? What are the 6-member council of the City of Silver thinking? Klein originally wanted to use words like, "If there's nothing wrong with Lovia, I'll twist my head off and send it to the true Creator to be kicked as a ball," to express his doubts. However, considering that curses and oaths involved deities, there might be negative consequences, so he rationally changed his mind. Of course, this is above the gray fog. There's actually no need to be that careful. He sighed inwardly. Elder Lovia has been released? That shepherd? Audrey recalled what the name represented. Back then, Little Sun had used the matter of Blasphemer Amon's possession, and Mr. Fools helped to expose the fact that the entire expedition team had been corrupted by the true Creator. And the leader of the expedition team was Lovia. Her shepherd job happened to be in the secret suppliant pathway that corresponded to the true Creator. Yes. Son Derek nodded sincerely and looked at the hanging man beside him. Alger thought for a moment and asked, "Your chief has already returned to the City of Silver?" Your chief has already returned to the City of Silver? Why would Mr. the Hanging Man suddenly ask about this? Ah yes, to release such an important figure, it's impossible for the other members of the 6-member council to not wait for the chief's return. If the chief hasn't returned, and they've made a decision ahead of time, it means that the matter is more serious than I imagined. It's so serious that they can't wait for the chief. If the chief has already returned, then there's a high chance that the release of Lovia has something to do with the outcome of his adventure. This is because, according to Little Sun, this is the only exploration the City of Silver has done in recent times. Sigh, why didn't I think of this just now? Audrey, you're still lacking in experience. Audrey thought in a half-reflective and half-consoling manner. Yes, not long ago. Son Derek was somewhat surprised by Mr. the Hanging Man's accurate guess. At this moment, Furs, who was quietly listening by the side, suddenly had an idea based on the information she had previously learned. Mr. Sun, could it be such a situation? Your chief led the exploration team and that young boy, Jack, to search for the path that leads to the outside world, but they discovered that they needed the help of the true Creator's power. Heh, this isn't a lie I made up, but a deduction based on the facts. That young boy, Jack's father, belongs to the Aurora Order. They came to you in pursuit of the true Creator's holy residence. Therefore, for the sake of the entire City of Silver, your chief decided to release Shepherd Lovia after he returned. If that's the case, Mr. Sun will be in great danger, Audrey said worriedly, making Derek's heart sink. At this moment, the Hanging Man Alger shook his head. No, I think the opposite. Miss Magician's deduction is the same as my guess, but I believe that this way, Sun will be safer than before. Why? Derek made up his mind and blurted out a question. Isn't it simple? Balance. The fool Klein scoffed inwardly. The danger of the true Creator can be sensed by any intelligent creature with eyes and a brain. Your chief definitely won't place all his chips with him. He will definitely seek a power that can balance the true Creator. And you, who exposed their schemes and had been possessed by Blasphemer Amon, might represent another possibility. The more Lovia and company want to harm you, the more the chief and the other elders will protect you. This way, they will pretend not to see any of the suspicions you might have in the past, the Hanging Man Alger explained simply. This is actually a good thing? Magician's Furs was a little taken aback when she heard that. Mr. the Hanging Man makes a lot of sense. When it comes to analyzing matters and the situation, I'm still quite a distance away from him. Audrey felt a little depressed. She even wanted to puff up her cheeks, but she immediately felt that it was inelegant and undignified. All she did was think about it inwardly. Apart from them, Emlyn, who didn't know anything about Lovia, was having a hard time listening, but he, who knew about Jack and the cycle of fate, managed to barely understand what the others were discussing. In order to break out of the City of Silver's predicament, they released a danger that involves the true creator? Emlyn began making guesses. Compared to him, Katlia didn't understand anything. She only felt that she and the other members were in a different world. I actually have the feeling of what are they talking about? It sounds very powerful, but I can't understand it at all. The last time I had such a feeling was many years ago. Back then, I was still very weak. There were some vague signs of it with the tarot incident, especially when it involves the City of Silver, but it wasn't as serious as this time. Also, why are they discussing the true creator and blasphemer Amon so naturally? This should be the blasphemer Amon I know. They're only mid-sequences. What did they do in the past? Katlia's confidence that came from being a powerhouse was dealt a blow at this moment. After listening to Mr. Hanged Man's analysis, Derek heaved a sigh of relief before he tensed up and asked, "What's wrong?" Then, he asked nervously, "Will this cause our City of Silver to be destroyed by the fallen creator?" He originally hoped that Mr. the Hanging Man would give him a reassuring answer, but he heard the other party say in a deep voice, "That possibility can't be ruled out." Then, what should we do? Then what should I do? Derek asked sincerely. I can't give you any advice without knowing what your chief and the other elders of the 6-member council want to do, but I don't think you need to be so flustered. The Hanging Man Alger looked up at Mr. Fool, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table and watching the members silently. Following his gaze, Sun subconsciously looked over and saw Mr. Fool, whose figure was abnormally blurry, wrapped in the gray fog. His heart instantly became tranquil, and he couldn't help but think of that holy and powerful angel. Although I've indeed foiled the true creator's scheme several times, if I were to really clash with him, I definitely wouldn't be able to last even a second. The situation will become the fool delivering himself to the doorstep, while the true creator finds it insufficient. Klein maintained his leisurely listening state without saying a word or expressing anything. Son Derek retracted his gaze and said to Alger, "Mr. the Hanging Man, thank you for your help." "Mr. Hanged Man, thank you for your help. I will try my best to figure out what the chief and the rest are up to." Seeing that the matter was about to come to an end, the hermit Katlia deliberated and said, "Mr. the Hanging Man, thank you for your help. Is the blasphemer Amon that you mentioned referring to the ancestor of the Amon family in the 4th Epic's Tudor Empire, the son of the creator?" "The son of the creator?" Audrey was shocked by Ma'am Hermit's title. She instinctively turned her head and looked at the end of the long bronze table. She discovered that Mr. Fool was sitting there calmly, as though he had tacitly acknowledged Amon's other identity. P.S. Requesting for monthly votes on the last day of January. It would be a waste if you didn't vote. Divine Emperor of the 9 Heavens, son of the Creator? The Hanging Man Alger was also alarmed by the hermit's description as he couldn't help but twitch his brows. However, he didn't ask directly because it might expose some things, and he believed that some members would take the initiative to ask. "Son of the Creator?" At this moment, the magician's Furs asked with interest. She didn't expect Amon to have such a shocking identity apart from the titles of Blasphemer and King of Angels. She was very curious about it. Katlia swept a glance at her and said without a change in tone, "Don't worry. Rumor has it that when the original creator split into various deities and races, 2 infants were born in his body. One of them was Blasphemer Amon. The murals in Amon's mausoleum don't match your description. When Amon and Adam were born, the creator had just woken up and took back the authority of the ancient gods. He was sitting on the sacred mountain, surrounded by a bunch of angels and praised him. There were no signs of death or division at all. That mural does have something in common with the history recorded in the City of Silver. Perhaps the creator has really awakened twice, or perhaps the original creator isn't the same as Amon's father, the creator recorded in the City of Silver. The two are related by inheritance." Klein listened to Ma'am Hermit's recount as he made a guess. Amon was actually the son of the creator. Such an identity was not much lower than that of the true gods. As for Mr. Fool, our tarot was able to easily purify his avatar and resolve his possession. When Audrey recalled what had happened, she suddenly felt that she had unknowingly surpassed ordinary beyonders. The difference in their social circles and levels was more than 100 times. She asked with interest, "Ma'am Hermit, do you know who the other son of the Creator is?" "Adam." The hermit Xianxia uttered a short word. Audrey was clearly taken aback. This was because her question only required the other party to answer if he knew or didn't know. Only after receiving an answer of yes would she ask in detail and declare that she was willing to pay. To her surprise, Ma'am Hermit directly gave the name Adam. She doesn't care too much about this knowledge. She has a lot of knowledge. Audrey deduced something from this detail. Her eyes darted around slightly. "I've never heard of a great man named Adam." "Me neither. Apart from being recorded as the son of the Creator, it's as though he has never appeared. There doesn't seem to be any traces of his existence in the history of the fourth epoch," Xianxia replied frankly. "This Adam is very mysterious. I already have a rather deep understanding of the angel families of the fourth epoch Solomon, Tudor, and Tulu-and-Sostal empires, but I've never heard of him. If Rhodes hadn't live-streamed the Church of Steam's exploration of Amon's mausoleum, I wouldn't even know his name. Did he die prematurely, or is he hiding in the dark, plotting something?" Klein sighed in his heart. Audrey subconsciously looked at Mr. the Hanging Man and realized that he was also shaking his head gently. Amon is a king of angels, so there's no reason why Adam isn't one. It should be mentioned in the records of the City of Silver. Audrey then looked at son Derek. For some reason, Derek easily understood what Miss Justice was trying to express. He said with a tinge of shame, "I'm sorry." He said with some shame, "We don't know about Adam, just like we don't know about Amon. I've never been able to find any ancient tomes related to kings of angels. I believe it's because I was still a low sequence beyonder back then and didn't have the qualifications. I'll try to continue searching for information in this area." King of angels. Xianxia moved her fingers indiscernibly as she memorized the term. She knew that Miss Justice would definitely answer her question, so she didn't wait and directly said, "Miss Justice, Miss Justice." She directly asked, "Is Amon one of the kings of angels you speak of?" "Yes." In order to thank Ma'am Hermit for her generosity, Audrey explained in detail, "In the records of the City of Silver, the Creator has countless angels by his side. Among them, the leaders of the angels, the 8 closest to the divine throne, are known as kings of angels. There aren't many kings of angels that we can confirm at the moment. The first is the angel of Fedor borrows from the City of Silver's ancient tomes. His title is Tail Devourer. The second is Red Angel Medici, whom Mr. Fool mentioned. He is also known as War Angel. The third is a guess. We suspect that Amon is the angel of time of the kings of angels. Since he's a king of angels, Adam, who's also a son of the Creator, might very well be one as well. There aren't many that can be confirmed. I don't even know the title of King of Angels, but you've already grasped half of it. How is that not many? None of your sequences are higher than mine." Xianxia was nearly at a loss for words. Only at this moment did Emlyn truly understand the meaning of a king of angels. He decided to use these names to search for traces of the other kings of angels in the secret history of the Sanguine after he returned to the real world. Xianxia fell silent for 2 seconds. "Mr. Sun was once possessed by Amon?" "Yes, that was his avatar. However, I've already been purified by Mr. Fool. I didn't suffer any damage." Purified by Mr. Fool. Xianxia resisted the urge to look at the end of the long bronze table. She originally believed that she had already gained a basic understanding of Mr. Fool's condition, knowing that he was still recovering and that he didn't have much power to use. Therefore, he sought the identity of Sea God and obtained the scepter. But the present situation made her waver. She felt that Mr. Fool was like an iceberg. The parts hidden beneath the surface of the sea were even more terrifying and unpredictable. He easily foiled Amon's plans. Under certain circumstances, he can temporarily break through the limits and produce strength at the level of a deity. Xianxia's heart sank as she didn't ask any further. She cautiously shut her mouth. At this moment, Audrey recalled some of the questions she had because of this topic and took the initiative to ask. She took the initiative to ask, "Ma'am Hermit, after Amon's avatar was purified by Mr. Fool, he left behind a worm with 12 transparent rings. It's said to be called a worm of time. Is that true?" "Yes," Xianxia said after 2 seconds of recollection. Which pathway does it belong to? I mean, which Beyonder pathway does the Blasphemer pathway belong to? Audrey pressed out of curiosity. Katlia didn't need to think as she directly answered, the Marauder pathway. Rumor has it that at the level of a saint or angel, they can deceive fate and deceive the rules, becoming parasites of time. Sounds impressive. Audrey praised inwardly and casually asked, what's up? Then what can a worm of time be used for? Good question. The fool Klein cheered for Miss Justice. He perked up as he waited for Ma'am Hermit to give him an answer. He happened to have a worm of time in his junk pile. It's a material rich in spirituality and has unique effects. It can be used in certain rituals or to create high-level charms, but I'm not sure how it can be used. After Katlia answered, she suddenly sighed. She recalled the nightmare of being constantly chased by knowledge, as well as the massive amount of information that filled her head. But even so, there were still many things that she didn't understand. If the hidden sage hadn't gone mad and could teach me bit by bit, I'd actually be very happy to learn from him. Katlia sighed inwardly. As long as it's useful. As for how it can be used, I still have other people to consult. Klein controlled the world in satisfaction and looked at Emlyn. Mr. Moon, I have something I wish to discuss with you in private. Isn't the transaction completed? Emlyn nodded in puzzlement. All right. The world immediately made an application to Mr. Fool and successfully obtained the treatment of being blocked. Then, he looked at Emlyn White. I hope you can recall Leonard Mitchell's every move and show it to me. Why? Emlyn asked in surprise. This involves some secrets. Klein controlled the world to give a simple reply. His true goal isn't to buy the mystical item, but to observe Leonard Mitchell? That fellow hides himself very deeply. World 2. He's actually willing to spend £7,500 just to investigate. However, that mystical item is indeed very powerful. Hasn't the world been searching for a way to remove the mental corruption in the Beyonder characteristic? This should be useful. Emlyn suppressed his thoughts and seriously recalled Leonard Mitchell from his point of view. Then, with Mr. Fool's help, he presented them as streams of light that were gathered into images. The streams of light landed in the world's hands as Klein quickly browsed through them. He confirmed that Leonard really knew of the grandpa's existence, but he was unable to determine if he understood the danger. Temporarily suppressing his corresponding thoughts, Klein removed the barrier and allowed the tarot members to continue. At this moment, Audrey was alerted by Mr. World's private communication. She quickly looked at Furs and asked in concern, Miss Magicians, did you discover anything abnormal at William Street? That will have to be answered by Mr. World, Furs said, feeling a little stumped. Without waiting for Miss Justice to speak again, Klein had already controlled the world and hoarsely replied there was an abnormality. But I've already informed the Church of Evernight and Steam. If there are any problems in the future, I might seek your help. All right. Audrey heaved a sigh of relief. Informed the Church of Evernight and Steam. This? The hermit Katlia felt that this description was filled with absurdity. From what she knew, a secret organization like the Tarot was naturally hostile to the officials, and the conflict between them was irreconcilable. However, the world's way of handling things and his choice of words made it seem as though the Tarot was an official organization. With this feeling, she listened to the rest of the conversation and bade farewell with Mr. Fool's closing words. Soon, Klein was the only one left above the grey fog. P.S. It's the last few hours of January. Seeking monthly votes in January, I was constantly on the move due to the annual party and family matters. Plus, I often had to stay up late to make up for drafts. I fell sick twice in a row. The first time was gastroenteritis, and the second time was due to a recent cold and sore throat. Therefore, the updates this month weren't very stable. I missed a few chapters and was occasionally late by 1 or 2 minutes. Of course, it was only occasionally. Most of the time, the updates were late by a few minutes because Chidian's backend was always stuck. Updates couldn't be sent out, so I had to change the chapters and submit them again to succeed. Manual comedy. I took a look. Mysteries was almost 2 million words. This was probably the first book I had ever written to reach 2 million words without realizing it. That was because there were still many things I could write and many plots I could develop. I didn't need to think too hard. I just needed to lay out the plot layer by layer according to the predetermined structure. Of course, this didn't mean that writing wasn't strenuous. After writing for more than 7 years, I finally summarized many of my vague ideas into my own experience. It wasn't like before. When I was writing, it was like I was stuffed into a cloth bag. Everything was dark. I struggled and slowly explored, but I was always stuck where I was. Or, I was like a novice driver who had just started on the road. I was nervous, sweating, and could only focus on what was in front of me. In the summary of my own experience, there was a rule called gentle. Yes, this rule only had this word, but I didn't know how many tens of thousands of words and plots I had written to condense it into this word. It meant that the plot couldn't be abrupt, the development of the plot couldn't be abrupt. Even if you wanted to stand out, there had to be some inconspicuous foreshadowing in advance. That way, people would think that it was unexpected but reasonable, and people would shout, F***ck, there's such a development, instead of F***ck, what kind of development is this? Adhering to the word gentle, when I looked at the previous books, I obviously felt that the handling of the plot was a little stiff. Some of the plots were even a little awkward, as if they had to develop in such a way to advance the plot. That was why I was the classic type of person who would write slower and slower. When Mia Luck wrote the first few 100,000 words, I could work during the day and start work at 8 at night. I would open ORD and just work, and I would be able to write 6,000 words around midnight. When the Arcane Art was released, I could write 15,000 words a day for the climax. But now, writing 6,000 words a day would be difficult, and writing 9,000 words a day would cost me my life. On one hand, it was true that I had to accept my old age and was no longer a young man in his 20s. On the other hand, my typing speed wasn't slow, but most of my time was spent thinking about how to gently develop the plot. Combining the structure that I had set up and the rough outline that I had drawn up, I thought of many possibilities, then eliminated them one by one until I found the softest and most comfortable one. Finally, I settled on it. Every time, the gap between two parts of the plot would be the most painful. This was also where I was the most awkward. Currently, the third book was the most difficult one I had written, because its style was different from the previous two. It was in a state of travel, and I would constantly say goodbye to people I knew and meet new people. This meant that I had painstakingly built up a few good supporting characters to make the plot not monotonous or empty, but after a few parts of the plot, I would have to temporarily give up and build new supporting characters. This was a very painful thing, and of course, it was also a challenge for me. Also, after this, I would gradually develop the corresponding plots for the members of the tarot. This was another kind of challenge. I hoped that it wouldn't overshadow the main plot, but it would still be very attractive. After concluding, I talked about the update plan for February. It was close to the new year, and there were many things to do. After writing for almost 10 months, my body and mind had accumulated a lot of fatigue. I planned to rest during the new year and adjust my condition. So, from February 2nd to February 12th, I would only release one chapter, and it would be normal on February 13th. Rest was for the sake of walking further down the road. I hope everyone can understand. Yes, there were still a lot of preset major plots and mystery. I felt that 2019 wouldn't be the end. We still had more than a year, and it would be best to take it slow. Finally, since I was already shameless, I might as well continue. February 1st would be the normal update. As usual, please keep the monthly votes. Let the evil god have a good new year. 9 Heavens God Emperor in the owner's room on the 2nd floor of Sweet Lemon Bar. Bill Brando stood by the window with a cigar in his hand. His eyes were unfocused, and his face was frighteningly gloomy. At this time, a bodyguard approached, slightly bent his back, and cautiously said, "Sir, Sotheth has returned from the east. Let him in." Bill tried his best to adjust his expression. Sotheth Young was his right-hand man, an important member of the Adventurer Association, a loose organization. In less than a minute, Sotheth, dressed in a linen shirt, a brown jacket, and a dark red turban, walked in. He looked to be in his 30s, with a bronze complexion, deep-set eyes, and a dark beard above and below his lips and chin. He looked like the kind of man who spent a lot of time at sea. Sotheth bowed casually and sized up Bill Brando. "Boss, did something happen?" Something unexpected happened. It seems like the plan will fail. Bilt did not hide anything inside. I don't even know how to explain this to that important person. Without waiting for Sothoth to reply, he asked, any changes in the east? It's still the same. The pirates chase after every ship that they can plunder, even treating each other as targets. The navy can only guard the various colony points, barely maintaining the smooth sailing of the sea routes and protecting the relatively important ships. Naval battles often break out, and there are winners and losers. Sothoth shrugged. The east side of the Sonia Sea is indeed a chaotic paradise for pirates. Bilt sighed in agreement. Sothoth thought for a moment, then added, recently, some news has appeared on the islands in the east. It is said that it was first leaked from the Black Death. Vice Admiral Ailment? What news? Bilt perked up and asked. Sothoth said solemnly and excitedly. Vice Admiral Ailment has indeed suffered an assassination attempt and was heavily injured. And the person who did it was the adventurer, German Sparrow. German Sparrow? Bilt blurted out. Yes, it's him. He really was a pirate admiral-level powerhouse. Even if it was a sneak attack, it was on the Black Death. There were many famous pirates around, but he still managed to heavily injure Vice Admiral Ailment and successfully escape. Later, he even hunted Wormtongue Missile. Sothoth gave an affirmative answer with mixed emotions. Bilt paced around and sighed. This is big news. Adventurers who are at the level of a pirate admiral are very rare to begin with, and there's only one who can heavily injure a pirate admiral on a pirate admiral's flagship. For such an operation, aside from absolute confidence in one's own strength, one must also be sufficiently crazy. Only a madman would directly infiltrate a pirate admiral's flagship and attempt to assassinate him instead of finding another location. At this point, his expression changed slightly. I met an adventurer who called himself German Sparrow last night. Really? Sothoth's pupils constricted as he asked in a low voice. I'm not sure. I've never seen the real German Sparrow, nor have I seen his picture or portrait. Bilt shook his head. Sothoth pondered for a moment. We can search for the Rorstad Archipelago's newspapers to confirm it. So many days have passed, so there should be tourists bringing the corresponding news and Sonia Morning Post over. Yes, the government, the police, the church, and charity organizations all subscribe to the important newspapers in the Rorstad Archipelago. The Rorstad Archipelago was the largest and most important colony of the Ruan Kingdom in the central Sonia Sea. Its influence spread to the surrounding area, and Orvie Island, which was only 3 days away, was undoubtedly one of them. The official organizations or the church would subscribe to the newspapers and magazines there. Unimportant news could be read every 3 to 4 days. Yes. Bilt nodded and asked in depth, do you have the exact details of German Sparrow's assassination of Vice Admiral Ailment? Sothoth thought for a moment. It said that German Sparrow can transform into anyone, just like Vice Admiral Hurricane Zillings. It was with this ability that he successfully infiltrated the Black Death and found an opportunity to assassinate. He can transform into anyone. Bilt's eyes lit up. No, that won't do. That's a fellow who's crazy enough to infiltrate the Black Death to assassinate Vice Admiral Ailment. He makes people instinctively fear him and want to distance themselves. Bilt's eyes dimmed. Furthermore, I don't know if it's true. He subconsciously shook his head. I wonder when the Nighthawks and Machinery hive mind will take action to deal with the abnormalities on William Street. I hope they do it as soon as possible. As his thoughts raced, Klein left the gray fog and returned to the real world. After some thought, he took out a piece of paper and spread it out on the brown desk. As the dark red fountain pen rustled, Klein first asked about Mr. Aztec's recent situation. Then, he mentioned that he had discovered someone being parasitized by an outsider while searching for a mystical item that could steal the beyonder powers of others. Following that, he casually asked if there was a way to bypass the parasitized outsider to warn the host. Using this as an excuse, he mentioned that he had learned from others about the worms of time that were related to the Marauder Pathway's upper sequence. He had also figured out that such an item could be used as an offering for important rituals or as a material for high-level charms, but he didn't know how to do it. Phew. Klein put down the fountain pen, folded the letter, took out the copper whistle, and blew hard at it. White bones spewed out like a fountain, forming a gigantic messenger. But this time, the messenger didn't burrow out from downstairs. Instead, like so many times in the past, it passed through the ceiling and looked down at the summoner. Klein knew that it wasn't because the messenger had become impolite again, but because he was currently staying on the first floor of the hotel. With a flick of his wrist, he threw the letter out like a dart, allowing it to accurately land in the gigantic bone palm. The flames in the messenger's eye sockets pulsed as though it was staring at Klein, but nothing happened in the end. Its body disintegrated into a waterfall of white bones that drilled into the ground one by one. After doing all of this, Klein didn't unfurl the paper crane and erase what he had written before. Instead, he used the same content to consult Snake of Mercury, Willoceptin. This was because he had discovered something bad. The paper crane wasn't a mystical item or beyonder weapon. It was just an ordinary folded piece of paper. After being repeatedly rubbed by an eraser, it had already shown signs of weakness. A few more times might cause it to shatter. It's better to wait until there's something very important that needs to be contacted before considering it. For example, Mr. Aztec isn't sure how to bypass the possessed grandpa to warn Leonard. Klein shook his head silently and quickly packed up the items on the table. In addition, he didn't dare to use the radio transceiver to contact Rhodes recently. This was because the powerhouse sent by the true creator was likely lingering in the vicinity in search of the all-black eyes aura. And the gray fog scent might have also attracted the attention of the true creator, who had informed his believers. I'll continue being a traveler today and relax. Tomorrow, I'll begin seeking opportunities for real acting. Klein reined in his thoughts, put on his coat, took off his top hat, and walked out of the hotel room. He wanted to go to the mountain outside Orvie Harbor to watch the sunset. This idea originated from a best-selling book written by a man named Leon Mustang. He was born in Orvie and settled in Bakeland at the age of 20. In the book, this gentleman described the sunset of Mount St. Draco with great emotion, believing that it was the most beautiful scenery he had ever seen. Klein took a carriage out of the city and walked to the foot of Mount St. Draco. It only took him an hour to reach the low peak. Time ticked by as the sun gradually set, dyeing the blue ocean to the left of the mountain as though it was on fire. It also blanketed the green forest and vast fields to the right with a golden hue. All the colors emitted a final burst of brightness at that moment before gradually dimming until it was dusky. Ships entered the harbor, carriages entered the city, and busy people followed the wheat fields and orchards as they returned home. When darkness began to envelop the land, warm lights lit up inside and outside the city. They were like resplendent gems on black velvet. It's really beautiful. Klein admired it for a moment until the lights that represented the families reflected in his eyes. He turned around in silence and followed the mountain path. Under the protection of the black-stained trees, he returned to the bottom. Then, he walked for a distance and hired a carriage at the edge of the harbor city. The carriage moved forward steadily, and the iron-black, elegant lampposts quietly moved backward under the dim yellow light, moving into the distance. After an unknown period of time, Klein returned to the inn, took out his key, and opened the door. Inside the room, the bed, desk, and chair were all quietly lying in the thick darkness as they silently reflected the crimson moonlight. Klein closed the door very slightly and walked to the window. He stood in the shadows created by the curtains and remained motionless for a long time. The lights outside were still bright. Early the next morning, Klein turned on the tap and splashed the cold water on his face, jolting him awake. He had already thought of a way to find an opportunity to act. It was still a hospital where the dead could appear at any moment. In the past, Klein had only gone to those places for a simple stroll. It was indeed difficult for him to find a suitable target. This time, he decided to volunteer for a period of time and stay in the hospital for an extended period of time to care for the dying who temporarily had no family by their side. Only by doing so could he wait for the target he needed. After breakfast, Klein came to 10 Black Forest Street and entered the Orvie Medical Aid Foundation. This was a charity organization with the Church of the Evernight Goddess as its background. One of its responsibilities was to provide trained volunteers to the various hospitals. Klein came to the registration booth and saw a female staff member flipping through the newspapers. Hence, he rapped the surface of the table. "What's the matter?" the lady asked as she put down the newspaper. "I wish to volunteer," Klein said succinctly. "Name?" The lady looked up. Suddenly, her gaze froze as her right hand trembled. The fountain pen she had just picked up fell to the ground with a clatter. In the newspaper in front of her, there happened to be a portrait that was almost real. The owner of this portrait belonged to the crazy and dangerous adventurer, German Sparrow. P.S. Please get a guaranteed monthly ticket Orvi Medical Aid Foundation. The lady in charge of the volunteer registration hurriedly bent down and frantically fumbled for the fountain pen that had fallen to the ground. At this moment, Klein also noticed that she had been reading the news bulletin from a few days ago. It was the issue with his portrait and deeds. They also subscribed to the Rörsted Archipelago's newspapers? Considering the time it took for the ship to arrive, I can only read old news from 3 or 4 days ago. If I had known this would happen, I would have created a new face and thought of a fake name. Klein stood in front of his desk and thought helplessly. The lady in her 30s finally picked up the pen, raised her face, and said with a trembling voice, "I'm sorry." With a trembling voice, she said, "Why you want to volunteer?" "Yes," Klein gave an affirmative answer. But you're an adventurer," the frightened lady stuttered as she found an excuse. She instinctively didn't want such an extremely dangerous fellow to become a volunteer. Being famous isn't necessarily a good thing. "Forget it, I'll change my face, clothes, and name before coming back." Klein had already given up, but he asked without any emotion on his face, "Who made the rule that adventurers can't do volunteer work?" The lady in charge of the registration looked as though she was about to cry as she blurted out, "It wasn't me." The volunteer registration room instantly turned abnormally quiet. Klein was first taken aback before he felt like laughing. It wasn't easy for him to maintain his image as German Sparrow. The lady calmed down a little and realized that there was an obvious problem with her answer. She forced a smile and said, "No, I mean that no one made the rule. It's just that my impression of adventurers is that they're very busy and need to go out to sea. They rarely have time to do volunteer work." "That's them," Klein replied succinctly. The lady covered her mouth with her palm and smiled again. "All right, I'll help you register immediately." As she spoke, she took out a form and handed it over. "Fill it out. We'll provide the corresponding training and volunteer positions according to your requirements. We'll contact you. You can also come and ask yourself." She had already made up her mind not to put the form filled out by German Sparrow into the file. Instead, she would directly hand it over to the foundation's person in charge and hand it over to the police station. Goddess, why would such a dangerous fellow be doing volunteer work? She quietly drew a crimson moon on her chest. Klein nodded silently, took the form, sat down, picked up a pen, and began filling in the basic content. During this process, a man in a white doctor's robe came in and asked, "Juana, is there a new volunteer? We are going to start the morning training." Juana, who was in charge of registration, wanted to shake her head, but the German Sparrow sitting opposite her gave her a strong sense of urgency even though he did not speak or raise his head. She did not dare to lie. "Yes." She first responded to the man in the white coat, then looked at Klein and said, "Mr. Sparrow, do you want to receive the basic volunteer training now, or do you want to wait until tomorrow?" Klein thought for a moment. Now. He planned to familiarize himself with it so that he could change his identity and become a professional volunteer in the future. This way, he could quickly enter the hospital to help. Joanna took a deep breath and said, "Then fill out the form and follow Mr. Graja." "All right," Klein replied calmly. Half an hour later, the calm and polite German Sparrow, who hid his insanity, looked at the abnormally dirty toilet in front of him and held his breath. "Clean it?" "Yes, you have already received simple training on carrying patients, but this isn't what we do most often in the hospital. We are mainly in charge of cleaning the patient's vomit, changing the items on the bed, and maintaining the washroom clean and hygienic. Heh, things like bandaging wounds are left to the professionals. We only need to have a basic grasp of it." Graja pinched his nose and pointed at the toilet in front of him that was covered in yellow and black stains. "A volunteer has already demonstrated it. You may begin." "This is different from what I imagined." "Different?" Klein's first reaction was to turn around and leave, but in the end, he picked up the cleaning tools with a deadpan expression. Enduring the intense disgust, he went over and squatted down. Following that, he leaned back slightly and stretched out his right hand. At noon, Klein took off his white coat, wore his top hat, and left the Orvi Medical Rescue Foundation with a cold expression. He had a strong waver over whether he should do volunteer work or seek out acting opportunities in the future. Only when he arrived at Sweet Lemon Bar by carriage did he make up his mind to continue trying. I have to become a marionettist in 1350 and digest this potion before beginning my search for clues to a high-sequence beyonder. Klein emphasized his goal again. He reined in his emotions and entered Sweet Lemon Bar. He spent 8 pence at the bar counter for a pork chop with apple juice and a piece of buttered bread. This, along with a rye beer worth 1.5 pence, formed Klein's lunch. He finished his meal unhurriedly and took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. He said to the bartender, "Where's your boss? I have something I need him for." Since he had verbally agreed to join the Adventurer Association, Klein naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to make use of this loose alliance. He planned on getting Bilt Brando's help in contacting an artisan who was willing to do private work to create something similar to Aztec's copper whistle. This would prevent him from having to set up a ritual and recite an incantation every time he summoned a messenger. It was complicated, troublesome, and time-consuming. Of course, if Bilt Brando didn't know an artisan, Klein wouldn't force him. After all, he didn't need to pay to join the Adventurer Association. The bartender pointed at the staircase and said, "He's on the 2nd floor. He's on the 2nd floor. If you have already agreed to join his alliance and meet those bodyguards, they will let you up." Klein nodded indiscernibly as he slowly got up and walked to the staircase. Indeed, no guard stopped him. It was only when he reached the 2nd floor that a bodyguard came to inquire about him. Thanks to Gehrman Sparrow's reputation, he easily met Bilt Brando again. He also discovered that there was an unfamiliar man beside him. "My friend, Sothoth Young, an important member of the association." Bilt pointed at the man in the dark red headscarf. At the same time, he exchanged looks with him and saw the same heavy and puzzled look on each other's faces. After a simple greeting, Klein found a chair and sat down. He very directly said, "I wish to obtain an artisan's help. I hope to obtain the artisan's help. I wonder if the fraternity can provide any clues." "Artisan?" Bill took a puff of his cigar and paused for a few seconds. After some deliberation, he said, "I do know an artisan, but he doesn't wish to meet people he's not familiar with. It will bring him great danger. If you have any requests, I can help you. I believe I have the credibility to do so." To the various churches, low and mid-sequence beyonders who didn't have any ill intentions could be ignored at times, but artisans had to be dealt with indiscriminately. Otherwise, it would lead to the proliferation of mystical items, bringing great instability to human society. From the looks of it, Bilt's organization of the Adventurer Association isn't just a waste of money. At the very least, he has gathered quite a bit of resources and channels. Klein took out the Murloc puppet he had long prepared. "I wish to make it into a ring that mainly provides underwater mobility." He temporarily didn't mention anything about the messenger. He planned on testing the artisan's abilities and the credibility of Bilt and company. If the incantation to summon the messenger were to spread too widely, it would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. A sequence 9 beyonder characteristic isn't expensive. Even if Bilt becomes greedy and hides a mystical item that has been made, it doesn't matter. After all, I still have a bunch of charms from the Sea God domain. Besides, it's not like I can't come knocking on his door to collect the debt. That's even better. For him to organize an adventurer association, he definitely has plenty of money and ingredients. As Klein thought about it, he couldn't help but size up Bilt. At that instant, Bilt shuddered for some baffling reason as the hair on the back of his neck stood up. He felt that Gehrman Sparrow's gaze was like he was looking at a treasure, and as a treasure, this wasn't a good experience. Bilt looked at Sothoth beside him and forced a smile. "This is a Murloc's bladder, right? There's basically no accident when creating a mystical item with ingredients of this level. The craftsman's fee is 150 pounds. You can pay me after the job is done." "A very fair price." Klein nodded silently and tossed the Murloc's bladder over. After Bilt caught it, he added, "Also, help me ask that artisan if he has the ability to solidify the ritual to summon a spirit world creature on an item. The requirement is that it can be used for at least a year." "No problem." Bilt heaved a sigh of relief and gave Sothoth a look. Sothoth rubbed his sunken eye sockets and stepped forward. Mr. Gehrman, do you have any interest in going out to sea? We already have a few good ships and are planning to gather people to hunt pirates in the east. Interesting. But my current focus is on digesting the potion. Klein calmly shook his head. The smile on Sothoth's face froze for a moment before disappearing. He didn't say anything else because it was a rejection from an adventurer at the level of a pirate admiral. He and Bilt had already gathered the corresponding newspapers and confirmed the authenticity of the German Sparrow. Klein slowly got up, pressed his hat to his chest, and bowed slightly. Thank you for your help. Bilt's facial muscles contorted as though he was forcefully holding back something as he was about to say something. Finally, he slowly drew a breath and revealed a smile. I should say that it's been a pleasure working with you. Klein sensed Bilt and Sothoth's abnormality, but he repressed his puzzlement and didn't ask anything. I can't ask. Once I do, there'll be trouble and something will happen. I need to focus on digesting the potion. Klein turned around, walked to the door, and turned the handle. Mr. Gehrman, Bilt suddenly blurted out. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he calmly turned his head and looked over. Nothing? Haha, what I mean is that as a member of the fraternity, it'll be cheaper for you to drink here, Bilt said with a forced smile. Do you think I'll ask what's going on? TSK. Klein nodded slightly, opened the door, and walked out. Watching his back disappear, Bilt was taken aback for 2 seconds before he let out a long sigh. P.S. Please guarantee a monthly ticket for the new year. Divine King of the Nine Heavens inside the room, upon hearing Bilt's sigh, Sothoth pressed down on the edges of his eye sockets and said in a deep voice, Boss, that important figure will be arriving the day after tomorrow. Bilt looked back with a heavy expression. I know. We only have 2 choices. 1. Regardless of whether German Sparrow is trustworthy, entrust the mission to him and hope for the best outcome. The second is to immediately abandon our business in Orvie and leave with our cash and jewelry. We'll become pirates out at sea. I'm confident that I can get most of the sailors and adventurers on the pirate hunter to follow us. Sothoth paused before adding, Boss, back when you were an adventurer and led us on a ship to hunt pirates, you were so resolute. I believe you've already made up your mind. There's no need for me to do anything else. Haha, there's no need to flatter me. Bilt laughed bitterly. I'm no longer the pirate hunter who showed no fear amidst blood and gunfire. The long and comfortable life has unknowingly corroded my will. I don't even wish to continue seeking opportunities to advance. My companions who have turned into monsters still seem to live in my mind. Phew. He exhaled as his expression turned solemn. However, you're right. We don't have time to hesitate. We have to make a decision immediately. With that said, Bilt turned his head and pointed at the window with his chin. Sothoth was first taken aback before he understood what his boss meant. After leaving Sweet Lemon Bar, Klein strolled along the streets and prepared to hire a carriage at the crossroad. At this moment, he heard a crash from the window upstairs and saw a figure descend. Perhaps it was because he had experienced the Antigonus family's notebook and the strange telegraph office in Bancy Harbor, but Klein's first reaction was that Bilt Brando was dead. After he visited him, he had suddenly died and fallen from the building. When he landed on the ground, his eyes were wide open. This was just like when he opened the door to see Ray Bieber's mother dead in a reclining chair. Her corpse was already highly decomposed, and her eyeballs had fallen to the ground due to external vibrations. As such thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein clearly saw that the figure that fell from the building was Sothoth Young and not Bilt Brando. Furthermore, he was in normal condition and was clearly still alive. Oh no, trouble is knocking on my door. Klein's heart skipped a beat as he made a more accurate judgment. If he were himself, he would definitely pretend that he hadn't seen Sothoth Young jump off the building to intercept him. He would turn around and leave before Sothoth could say a word. He would run until he lost Sothoth Young, just like how Admiral of Stars was being pursued by knowledge. It's a pity that I'm now German Sparrow. A crazy adventurer wouldn't flee because of such a trivial matter. Sigh, I've gained a better understanding of myself. It's a bonus. Klein stopped and looked at Sothoth, who was wearing a linen shirt and a brown jacket. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. Mr. German Sparrow, we have a very important matter to entrust to you. Here it comes. Klein replied with a calm expression, I haven't been free lately. This won't take up too much of your time. You can listen to the specifics before considering whether to reject or accept, Sothoth, who had a black beard, said sincerely. I'm just afraid that I'll have no choice but to accept it after hearing it. Actually, it's fine. If Bill Brando and Sothoth Young dare threaten me and force me to accept the mission, I don't mind turning them into gold pounds and beyonder ingredients. Klein seriously thought about it and realized that he didn't need to worry too much at sea. With the strength of a pirate admiral, he could basically do as he pleased in most places. He took out the golden pocket watch inside his clothes, opened it, and glanced at it. I'll give you 5 minutes. All right, that's enough. Sothoth pointed at the entrance of Sweet Lemon Bar behind Klein. Returning to the previous room, Klein glanced at the wall clock and said with an indifferent expression, 3 minutes and 12 seconds left. His attitude made Bilt feel at ease for some baffling reason. He began to believe that German Sparrow had the absolute ability to complete the mission. Mr. Gehrman, I heard that you can transform into anyone, just like Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings in the past. Bilt seized the opportunity to ask. Who leaked this matter? Klein's brows pricked up as he looked at Bilt with a deep gaze. If news of German Sparrow being able to transform into anyone were to spread, it would be quite troublesome for Klein. This was because it would either make people think of creeping hunger or Zillings's death, or he would be suspected as a faceless by beyonders who knew certain secrets. The former might attract the attention of the Twilight Hermit Order, and the latter was likely to attract the attention of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, who would send people to investigate. Of course, the Church of the Evernight Goddess didn't have much influence at sea, so Klein wasn't too worried. He just didn't wish to have a conflict with the Nighthawks. When the time came, he would have no choice but to abandon his identity as German Sparrow. His image as a crazy, powerful, and soft-hearted adventurer would become more and more widely known, gaining recognition and more feedback. Bilt sensed the change in German Sparrow's gaze as his entire body tensed up. He chuckled and said, This is news from the Black Death. Tracy. She's taking revenge on me. One day, I'll complete my hunt for her. Klein nodded gently. You can treat this news as real. He didn't deliberately explain where his ability to transform into others came from, as it matched German Sparrow's persona. Bilt immediately heaved a sigh of relief and calmed down for 2 seconds. We're helping an important figure find a body double. Under German Sparrow's indecipherable gaze, he explained in detail that important figure needs to take action alone to deal with a secret matter that can't be known by others. That big shot needs to act alone to deal with a secret matter that cannot be known by others. Therefore, there needs to be a substitute to deal with his daily affairs, meet different guests, deal with his mistress, and not expose any problems. He should be able to return in 3 to 5 days. We had already found a person who looked like him and spent a lot of time correcting his manners and accent. We also reported the good news to the big shot. Who knew that the tramp would overeat and suddenly die of an illness the night before yesterday? Chen Zhao smiled. That important figure is about to take action on his own. We don't have the time to find another person who looks like him, so we can only seek your help. Isn't this the real acting opportunity one wanted? Klein's heart palpitated when he heard that. However, he acutely noticed something. To be called an important figure by the leader of the Adventurer Association, Bilt, meant that he was definitely a truly important figure. Matters surrounding important figures were often not simple. They contained considerable risks. Klein thought for a moment and returned with a deep question. Do you think this matter is dangerous? No, as long as you don't expose yourself, there won't be any danger. All you need to do is represent that important figure in the open. Haha, no one will dare assassinate him. Yes. I know what you're worried about. Are you afraid that the important figure will kill everyone in the know? Don't worry, the pirates have fabricated many malicious rumors about him. So as long as it ends successfully, no one will believe you no matter how you leak this matter in the future. It will only be treated as a joke, Bilt said with a smile as he spread out his hands. Klein didn't harp on the problem as he changed the subject. He asked, what kind of remuneration can you offer? 1,000 pounds in cash, plus 3 opportunities to be made by an artisan. Haha, I'll help you pay for everything apart from the materials. Bild started with German Sparrow's previous request and raised conditions that he believed he couldn't refuse. Not bad. But most importantly, the real acting opportunity. Klein looked at the wall clock and said, I'll think about it. I'll give you an answer tonight. Regardless, it was necessary to head above the grey fog to divine the danger level of the matter, considering that Bilt and Sothoth were sequence 7 or even sequence 6 beyonders. Klein didn't request to use the washroom in front of them to prevent them from noticing anything amiss. As he didn't divulge the identity of the important figure, Bilt wasn't worried. He nodded. All right. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. On William Street, a stout Faceac man, who was nearly 2 meters tall, was searching for clues. Suddenly, his spiritual perception was triggered as he looked up. His surroundings were suffused with a light that resembled the first rays of dawn, illuminating the surrounding houses and street lamps as though they were illusions. At the same time, flames rose on the street as all sorts of supernatural phenomena appeared. Indeed, the Sauron family has sent someone. The Faceac who had his suspicions cast his gaze forward. He saw Nighthawks wearing either red or black gloves appear. He saw pitch-black gun muzzles covered in complicated patterns extend out from the rooftops and aim at him. Yet, the surrounding pedestrians didn't seem to notice anything. He also saw the Church of Steam and Machinery's Archbishop of Bakelin Diocese, Horimic, and the Church of the Evernight Goddesses Archbishop of Bakelin Diocese, St. Anthony. Right on the heels of that, through the corner of his eye, he saw the Sauron family raise their hands above their heads. The powerful Faceac spy did the same. They made a prompt decision and chose to surrender. Resistance would only result in death on the spot, but there was still a chance of redemption if they surrendered. At 6:30 in the evening, Klein came to Sweet Lemon Bar once again and met Bilt and Sothoth. He said in a deadpan manner, pay £500 in advance. Then, tell me who the target is. Bilt couldn't help but reveal a clear smile. As he gestured for Sothoth to head to the safe, he said in a deep voice, he's the kingdom's highest naval commander in the central Sonia Sea. His Excellency Admiral Emirius Revolt. Admiral Emirius Revolt. A true demigod. P.S. From today until 12th of February, there will only be one update at noon. Admiral Emirius Revolt. A true demigod. Upon hearing Bilt's explanation, 2 words instantly surfaced in Klein's mind. Sorry, goodbye. Seeing German Sparrow pricking up his brows inconspicuously, Bilt hurriedly explained, this won't affect the difficulty of the mission. This doesn't affect the difficulty of the mission. Here, no one needs a demigod to showcase their strength. He cleared his throat and forced a smile. To make this mission less difficult, His Excellency has specially arranged for the next few days to inspect the Orvi naval base. This way, he doesn't need to stay in the central Sonia Seas naval base, the city of generosity, by him. As such, he can avoid see King John Cotman, the Rorstad Archipelago's Governor-General, George Negan, and most of his subordinates who are familiar with him. He can avoid his relatives who manage his family business there, as well as his mistress who is most familiar with him. That also means that you don't need to face the gazes of a demigod, nor do you need to face the numerous tests. Here, there are only 3 people who are familiar with His Excellency. The first is his secretary, Lieutenant Colonel Yuan. He belongs to MI9 and is responsible for supervising His Excellency. He likely has used many names, but I'm not sure if that's his real name. The second is His Excellency's mistress here, a beautiful lady named Cynthia. It's said that her ancestor was a noble who was stripped of his title and exiled here. The third is Orvi's Governor-General, Aston Revolt. He's His Excellency's youngest brother. Count Revolt of the House of Lords is their elder brother. It doesn't sound too difficult. Furthermore, my divination results indicate that there isn't much danger. Klein fell silent for a few seconds before nodding slightly. I need detailed information regarding Emirius Revolt. We've already prepared it. This is his picture. This is a description of his hidden body. This is his accent. This is his habit of using words. These are his different reactions and attitudes towards different matters. These are the details of his interactions with Luan, Cynthia, Aston, and company. Bilt was delighted as he immediately took out the information from Admiral Emirius Revolt. Klein first took the picture and saw a black-haired, blue-eyed middle-aged man. He had a stern and old-fashioned bearing, and his hair volume was a lot more than the typical Rouen man. He nodded slightly and then raised his head. I know a lot of this information, but I believe you will definitely be able to memorize it in 2 days. You must be very professional in this aspect. Before Bilt's voice faded, he subconsciously took a step back. This was because the person in front of him was no longer the German sparrow, but a Marius Revolt. The arrogance he exuded was no different from the person himself. Holy storm, this is almost a miracle. Bilt scrutinized him from head to toe and could not help but exclaim in admiration, however, your height can be increased by 3 centimeters, and your legs can be thicker. It's fine, there's no need to be in such a hurry. His Excellency the Admiral will arrive the day after tomorrow with the Royal Navy's Sonia Fleet's 1st B Squadron. He will inspect the Orvy Naval Base in the afternoon and host a banquet at the Governor-General's mansion. I have an invitation letter, so I can bring you in. You can observe His Excellency's behavior and attitude when interacting with different people. As he spoke, he took the £500 that Sotheth had taken out from the safe and handed it to Klein. Happy cooperation. Klein weighed the notes in his hand and scrutinized them. It's a pleasure working with you. Bakeland, Williams Street. As an inconspicuous member of the Red Gloves, Leonard Mitchell stood with his back against the wall of a building as he waited for the preliminary interrogation to end. He had his right foot raised and was only using his toes to touch the ground, appearing rather undisciplined. After a while, he saw his teammate return with a somewhat complicated expression. He was excited, puzzled, expectant, and nervous. Townsend, there's an outcome? Leonard's heart stirred as he smiled and went over. Yes. Townsend nodded and answered frankly, both sides have confessed. They can't lie in a dream. The thinning Townsend wore his top hat again and said, the contents of their descriptions are consistent. This street has a ruin belonging to the 4th epoch's Tudor dynasty. The entrance has been confirmed to be in that abandoned chapel. As for whether there are other entrances, no one knows for the time being. Is that so? Leonard didn't probe further. After exchanging a few words, he retreated to the edge and leaned against the wall again. He looked left and right and lowered his voice. Old man, this is your area of expertise. There's a ruin of the Tudor family hidden here. The slightly aged voice immediately sounded in his mind. You're really getting more and more impolite. In our era, disrespect to people of high status meant that one would become a living sacrifice. Also, it's impossible for a single Tudor family ruin to appear in Bakeland. Are they lying? Leonard asked softly. The slightly aged voice chuckled. No, it's just that they don't know enough. If my inference isn't wrong, the ruin here should belong to the Tudor-Toluan-Sostal United Empire. What? Leonard was stunned. It belonged to an ancient dynasty he had never heard of. The slightly aged voice laughed. What an ignorant kid. After the first destruction of the Solomon Empire, it was replaced by the Tudor-Toluan-Sostal United Empire. It ruled the entire northern continent in the form of a double consul. Double consul. Leonard ruminated over the term. The slightly aged voice laughed and sighed. In the ruin underground, there should be an inverted candlestick with 41 on the left and 40 on the right. There should be 2 thrones that look like they belong to giants, and... it might be the place where Alista Tudor became the Blood Emperor. Leonard frowned slightly before he relaxed and smiled in a relaxed manner. He smiled in a relaxed manner and said, there must be many secrets hidden in there. Of course, but you aren't qualified to know. The slightly aged voice said. Leonard curled his lips inconspicuously. Next up, we should be exploring the ruin. The slightly aged voice laughed twice and didn't say another word. A minute later, Leonard saw Archbishop St. Anthony and the Church of Steam's Archbishop Horimic end their conversation and head back. Right on the heels of that, Horimic ordered all the Machinery Hivemind members to evacuate, leaving the area to the Church of the Evernight Goddesses Nighthawks. What happened? Upon seeing this scene, Leonard was filled with questions. At that moment, all the Nighthawks heard Archbishop St. Anthony's voice. Red Gloves, gather. The remaining Nighthawks are to leave the world in the mirror. Find a reason to evacuate all the citizens here and promise them compensation for their houses. After all the citizens are evacuated, Red Gloves and I will destroy the ruin that originated from the Age of Evil. No entry is allowed. Destroy it directly. May the goddess bless us. Leonard didn't expect such a development at all. At 7:30 in the evening, Orvie Governor General's office. Klein transformed into Sothoth, wearing a black tuxedo and a bow tie of the same color, and followed Bilt into the banquet hall. It was as warm as spring inside. A huge crystal chandelier hung down from the dome, flickering with countless candlelight, illuminating the entire venue as though it was daytime. In the right corner, a band in a vest and bow tie played a lively melody. On the left were long tables with roasted chicken, pan-fried foie gras, stewed lamb, bacon-style roasted goose, and Orvie lobster baked with cream cheese. Even from afar, Klein seemed to smell the fragrance they emitted. He planned on heading over to get a plate and fill it with food. At this moment, Bilt tugged at his sleeves in a restrained manner and turned his head. He suppressed his voice and said, "Remember the etiquette of such banquets. Our current goal is to observe His Excellency's actions. Therefore, just getting a cup of wine will do. There's Mist champagne, Ormer grape wine, and Southville red wine. They are all famous wines that are rarely seen outside. You can drink a little, but not too much. We need to maintain a sufficient level of sobriety. Yes, try your best to put on an act when drinking." Klein retracted his gaze and nodded. He and Bilt each took a golden and alluring cup of champagne from a red-vested waiter's tray. Then, they approached the center of attention of the banquet, Amirius Revolt, who was dressed in a dark blue admiral's uniform. With their status, they naturally had no way of approaching the admiral. All they could do was stay a little further away and observe his every move. Amirius's figure is ordinary and he doesn't look muscular. The corners of his mouth droop slightly, indicating his actual age. He doesn't have a beard, and his blue eyes seem to hide a dignified air that doesn't allow for rejection. His dark blue admiral's uniform is well ironed. There's a red ribbon on his shoulder that goes down to his chest. There are medals hanging down from it, there are golden nails on his sleeves, and they reflect the epaulets of the same color. He thought. The epaulets are split into 3 parts. From the inside out, they are a crown with embedded rubies, a crossed scepter and sword, and 4 stars adorned with diamonds. Klein entered an extremely focused state as he used his faceless powers to memorize the admiral's characteristics, as well as his attitude when conversing with different people. During this process, he only took a sip of the Mist champagne, not caring about its taste. After gathering enough information, Klein exhaled and stopped his mind from working so crazily. The massive expenditure of energy made him hungry. Therefore, he placed the cup on the red-vested waiter's tray and prepared to head to the long table to get some food. At this moment, Bilt came over and said, "His Excellency has given me a secret signal." "His Excellency the General gave me the secret signal. Let's meet him at the predetermined location." Klein retracted his gaze from the roasted chicken and swept Bilt with an indifferent gaze. Bilt shuddered for some baffling reason as he hurriedly turned around and led German Sparrow into the garden through the floor-to-ceiling windows. After walking on a secluded path for nearly a minute, he stopped and pointed at Klein's face. "You can transform into His Excellency the Admiral. Pretend that you are that tramp who looks like him." Klein nodded slightly as he wiped his face with his palm. This was to hide the disgusting things like granulation and pimples that might appear on his face when he transformed. After he lowered his palm, Bilt saw a middle-aged man who resembled Amirius Revolt. "Very good." Bilt took a few steps forward and came to the sundry room's door. He reached out to push open the unlatched door. Amirius Revolt was still wearing the eye-catching admiral's uniform. His side faced the entrance as he stood by the window, enjoying the garden's scenery. At this moment, he turned his head halfway and cast his gaze at the visitor who resembled him. The indescribable sense of authority and oppression made Klein involuntarily lower his head. Amirius Revolt's gaze didn't linger on him as he slowly moved it towards Bilt. He said without any emotion, "This isn't the tramp you previously mentioned. He's a beyonder. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens." End of chapter 632. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.